God Level Farm Chapter 1260 to Chapter 1306. Xiao Ruofei paused for a second. He did not expect Feng Jing to dilute her shares, and she even asked Dong Yun to pass the message. Clearly, she is determined and does not want Xiao Ruofei to persuade her. In fact, Feng Jing's thoughts are not unreasonable. After all, Yuanda Pharmaceutical Group's market value is higher than the Taoyuan Company. After such a large group is merged with the Taoyuan Company, its assets will more than double. Most importantly, this merger did not cost a single cent from the Taoyuan Company. Xiao Ruofei bought Yuanda Pharmaceutical Group with his own money and merged it with the Taoyuan Company. Feng Jing does not know how much Xiao Ruofei had spent, and she does not know that Xiao Ruofei did not spend any money. But to her, it is the same. Xiao Ruofei had paid a price to get Yuanda Pharmaceutical Group, and she is the only executive other than Xiao Ruofei who owns shares in the company. She cannot watch her assets double without doing anything. Even if Xiao Ruofei does not say anything, she will not be able to get over it. She is also worried that others will gossip. Xiao Ruofei frowned and said, "Let's talk about this later. The most important thing now is to take over Yuanda Pharmaceutical Group and make sure it is stable." Dong Yun nodded and said, "Understood, Boss Xia. I am just passing the message on behalf of Manager Feng. You all can decide what to do." In fact, Dong Yun is very envious of Feng Jing. Even if it is only a single-digit share in the Taoyuan Company, it is still a huge asset. The market value of the company is already very high, and only a fool will cash in the market value. Everyone can see that the Taoyuan Company is still developing rapidly, and the value of the company's shares is increasing every day. The company's executives, including Dong Yun, are all looking forward to the establishment of the company's share pool and distributing a small amount of shares to the executives. Xiao Ruofei said, "I will call Manager Feng personally. That's all for now. Don't tell anyone." "I understand." Dong Yun smiled before a trace of worry appeared on her face. "Chairman Xia, I've checked the Yuanda Pharmaceutical Company's information. It's a massive pharmaceutical company, and I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to take it over with just the few of us." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "It's okay. I've already found reinforcements for you in the capital. They are all trustworthy people. When the time comes, they will join the team and follow you to Xianxia province to take over Yuanda Pharmaceutical Company." Xiao Ruofei had already told Master Song that Family Song will send a capable team from the family business to help Dong Yun complete the handover of Yuanda Pharmaceutical Group. The Song family had a lot of elite talents in reserve. They were quite skilled in both legal and financial fields. Moreover, as their biggest rival, the Song family had a very comprehensive understanding of the Liu family's business situation. With the Song family's people going over to take over, there was no need to worry about the Liu family doing anything fishy. Although the initiative was completely in Xiao Ruofei's hands, and the possibility of the Liu family causing trouble was very small, there was nothing wrong with being cautious. After all, after Yuanda Pharmaceuticals took over, they would be producing jade skin ointment and heart-nourishing soup in the future. The formula and production process of these two products were highly confidential. No matter which one was leaked, it would cause immeasurable losses. Dong Yun nodded and said, "It seems that you have already made arrangements. Then I don't have to worry." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Don't worry. After the share transfer agreement is signed tomorrow, the helpers I found for you will join you and go to Xianxia province together." Dong Yun nodded and asked, "Boss Xia, do you have any specific instructions after taking over Yuanda Pharmaceutical Group?" Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, "The first thing is to ensure a smooth handover. The second is to make sure it is absolutely safe. The management of Yuanda Pharmaceutical Group needs to be screened first. Those who are not trustworthy will all be fired. As for the basic staff, you can keep them temporarily, but don't casually assign them to important core positions in the future." Xiao Ruofei paused and continued, "In addition, after Yuanda Pharmaceutical Group takes over, no new orders will be accepted. After the original orders are completed, we will temporarily stop production and prepare for transformation. As for Shui Jinshan, tell him to put down his work and meet you in Xianxia province. His main task is to investigate all the fixed assets of Yuanda Pharmaceutical Group, including land, factory, machinery, and so on. Then, come up with a transformation plan and budget as soon as possible. In the future, you and a pharmaceutical group will all be producing Yuji ointment and Yangxin soup. Dongyan quickly recorded and nodded and said, understood. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, for the time being, I will mention something directional. As for how to implement it, we will take one step at a time. If you are not sure about anything, you can call me at any time to report. Okay. Dongyun replied. Okay, you have traveled a long way. Don't talk about work today. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, you can choose to drink tea, watch movies, or even exercise. There is an activity room over there. Dongyun said with a smile, I'd better go to the kitchen with them to help. Otherwise, I will be suspected of reaping without sowing. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, okay. You can be considered as sharing fun with the people. I won't join in the fun. Dongyan also rolled up her sleeves and joined the ranks of the kitchen helpers. As the host, Xiao Ruofei was the most leisurely person. He was interested in studying the newly bought Alpha commercial car for a while. Everyone was busy gathering firewood, and dinner was soon ready. Xiao Ruofei specially took out a few bottles of Semillon white wine and poured some for everyone. Those who were selected to participate in this mission were naturally the elites of the Taoyuan company. Everyone was excited. In addition, the chairman had personally set up a family banquet to entertain them. The employee spirits were even higher, and they all toasted to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei's mood was, of course, very good. The banquet was also filled with laughter. After dinner, Dong Yun and the others were about to return to the hotel. Xiao Ruofei asked Wu Chang to drive the brand new Alpha commercial car and send them back. The next morning, at about 10 o'clock, Xiao Ruofei changed into a formal suit. Accompanied by Qin Yanan and He Yu, they took the Toyota Alpha driven by Wu Chang and headed to the Shangri-La Hotel. Dong Yun and the others had already arranged a meeting room in advance. When Xiao Ruofei arrived, Family Lu's people had also arrived. Lu Chongli was there in person, and there were also people from Yuanda Pharmaceutical Group. Early this morning, Dong Yun brought people from the legal department to have a meeting with Yuanda Pharmaceutical Group to finalize the details of the equity transfer agreement. Xiao Ruofei was just there to perform the signing procedures. The signing ceremony was very low-key. Even a reporter was not invited. The employees of both parties took a few photos with their cameras and kept them as archives. Dong Yun had already verified all the information. Yuanda Pharmaceutical Group had already sorted out the equity before they came, including about 30% of the shares that were not owned by Family Lu. They had also issued letters of authorization. Xiao Ruofei and Lu Chongli signed and sealed the agreement, and it was considered to be effective. Next, they still needed to go to the Industry and Commerce Department to file the record, and then the follow-up transfer work. Xiao Ruofei shook hands with Lu Chongli and said, Mr. Lu, our people hope to transfer as soon as possible. Is there any problem on your side? Lu Chongli's expression was a little complicated. He nodded and said, of course. My brother arranged it himself. Yuanda will do its best to cooperate. That's good. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Lu Chongli couldn't help but lower his voice and say, Mr. Xia, my brother's condition is getting worse. He even fainted last night. Although he's fine now after the emergency treatment, his physical condition is much worse. Xiao Ruofei certainly understood what Lu Chongli meant. He smiled and said, don't worry. I'll go and treat Mr. Lu for the first time this afternoon. Lu Chongli also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Didn't they pay such a big price to treat Mr. Lu's illness? He quickly said, thank you so much. Mr. Xia, is there anything we need to prepare? Xiao Ruofei said faintly, it's like this. I don't want everyone to know, so the treatment can't be in room 301. It's best not to be in your house. Mr. Lu needs to go through the discharge procedures first, and then you can find a quiet and secluded place for the treatment. Discharge? Lu Chongli lost his voice and said, Mr. Xia, my brother's condition can't take any more torture. If anything happens after he's discharged, I'm afraid it'll be too late. With the Family Lu's ability, can't you find a few reliable doctors and nurses to take care of him at home? Xiao Ruofei said with a faint smile on his face, and, since you invited me to treat him, you have to choose to trust me. If you don't trust me, I can pretend that nothing happened. I can also return the shares of Yuan Pharmaceuticals to you. This is a matter of mutual consent, after all. Lu Chonli couldn't help but choke. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes, but he still suppressed his emotions. He nodded and said, "Okay, we'll do as you say. I'll have to trouble Mr. Xia to take care of my big brother's illness." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "No problem. No problem. Then I'll take my leave first." Lu Chonli said, then nodded slightly at Xia Ruofei and walked out of the hotel conference room. That day, he had rushed over to give Xia Ruofei a pharmaceutical company worth more than 1 billion yuan, and had been scolded by Xia Ruofei. Naturally, Lu Chonli wasn't in a good mood. Xia Ruofei didn't care. He waved his hand and called Dong Yun over, saying, "Boss Dong, take the staff and rest in the hotel today. The helpers I found for you will also come to the hotel. After you meet up, have a meeting to get to know each other and then talk about the specific takeover work. Tomorrow or the day after, you all will fly to Xianxia province together and take over Yuan Pharmaceuticals first." "Okay." Dong Yun nodded and said. Xia Ruofei left the conference room and called Director Lu. Master Song had already arranged it personally. After Xia Ruofei called, Director Lu immediately arranged for people to come to the Shangri-La Hotel. It was almost time for lunch. Xia Ruofei simply booked a big room in the Shangri-La Hotel and invited Dong Yun and the people from Family Song to come over as reinforcements. After lunch, Xia Ruofei didn't return to the Sihiyuan. Instead, he booked a room in the hotel to rest. As for Dong Yun and the people sent by Family Song, they stayed together and continued to rent a conference room in the hotel to discuss the takeover of Yuan Pharmaceuticals. For such a big pharmaceutical company to change hands, the handover work was very complicated. It included the inspection of the fixed assets, the inspection of the accounts, the situation of the staff, and so on. Naturally, the team had to come up with a plan first, and everyone had to have a clear division of labor. Xia Ruofei slept for a while and heard the doorbell ring. The people sent by Family Lu had arrived. After Xia Ruofei changed his clothes, he took the elevator downstairs. He didn't take the car sent by Family Lu. Instead, he asked Wu Chong to drive behind Family Lu's Hongqi sedan. The two cars, one in front and one behind, almost passed through the entire capital and came to a secluded place in the southern suburbs. There was a small stream flowing through here. There were weeping willows on both sides of the stream. These willows had just sprouted a few shoots. Under the shade of the green trees, there was a small 3-story building. The small building looked very inconspicuous. However, the dense surveillance cameras on the walls and the strong men patrolling the small building from time to time showed the identity of the owner of the small building. The car stopped in front of the small building. The electric side door slowly opened. Xia Ruofei got out of the car with a medicine box. Lu Chonli and Lu Chuanfeng personally welcomed Xia Ruofei at the door and escorted him into the courtyard. Xia Ruofei said as he walked, "The environment here looks pretty good." Lu Chuanfeng smiled and said, "Mr. Xia, we'll carry out your request to the letter. We'll have to trouble you from now on." "I'll do my best," Xia Ruofei said lightly. The three of them went to the second floor. In a large suite facing south, Elder Lu was lying on the bed with his eyes slightly closed. This suite had been temporarily transformed into a luxurious ward. All kinds of medical equipment were available. There were also 2 doctors and 4 nurses in the room to monitor the old man's physical condition at all times. After Xia Ruofei entered the room, Lu Chuanfeng took the initiative to send the medical staff out. Then, he nodded slightly at Xia Ruofei and closed the door from the outside. "You're here," Elder Lu said in a weak voice. It seemed that Lu Chonli wasn't lying when he said that the old man fainted yesterday. The old man's complexion looked a lot worse today. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Yes, Elder Lu. I'm here." Then, Xia Ruofei looked around the room again and said with a smile, "This time it's not bad. There are no messy little things." The messy gadgets that Xia Ruofei was referring to were the hidden cameras and recording devices that the Lu family had installed in 301 Hospital's South Building senior officials' ward. When Xia Ruofei entered the room, he used his psychic power to investigate. This time, the family Lu was quite honest and didn't play any tricks. Presumably, they were shocked by Xia Ruofei's magical performance last time. In addition, now was the time for the family Lu to show their sincerity. They probably didn't want to make Xia Ruofei unhappy at this time. Elder Lu was indeed an old fox. His skin was definitely thick enough. After listening to Xia Ruofei's words, he didn't feel embarrassed at all. He just nodded with a smile and said, "You are now our family's guest. The family Lu's hospitality doesn't allow us to be disrespectful to our guests." Xia Ruofei smiled non-committally, then walked straight to the bedside, put the medicine box in his hand on the bedside table, and sat on the stool in front of the bed. "Elder Lu, you don't look very good." Xia Ruofei said casually, "I heard from Mr. Lu that you fainted yesterday?" Elder Lu's pale face squeezed out a smile. He said with some difficulty, "This disease is developing very quickly. I can even feel my life passing away quickly. To be honest, I'm now prepared for the worst, don't worry." Xia Ruofei said confidently, "Since I've already received the family Lu's consultation fee, I won't let anything happen to you. This is the best news I've heard." Elder Lu said with a weak smile. "Let me check for you first." Xia Ruofei said, "Give me your left hand." Originally, there was no such thing as a man's left hand and a woman's right hand. Real Chinese medicine's 4 ways of looking, listening, questioning, and feeling the pulse would definitely check the pulse of both hands. However, Elder Lu's right hand was still inserted with an intravenous drip, and pulse checking was only a supplementary method for Xia Ruofei. He mostly used his psychic power to check. It was no exaggeration to say that even if Xia Ruofei didn't know anything about medicine, with his psychic power, even the most advanced CT machine might not be able to diagnose more accurately than him. Elder Lu took out his left and right hand from under the quilt and extended it in front of Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei skillfully took Elder Lu's pulse and closed his eyes to check carefully. The room was quiet. Elder Lu even slowed his breathing, afraid to disturb Xia Ruofei. As for the medical staff assigned to Elder Lu, as well as the rest of the Lu family, they had already been cleared out. This was also a rule set by Xia Ruofei. He didn't want a third person to be present when he was treating the patient. Xia Ruofei just took Elder Lu's pulse and opened his eyes after a full 2 to 3 minutes. Elder Lu inquired, "Mr. Xia, how's the situation?" Xia Ruofei said lightly, "It is indeed pancreatic cancer. The tumor is relatively large, and it has already metastasized to the liver." Elder Lu revealed a look of surprise. He stared at Xia Ruofei with his eyes wide open, as if he couldn't believe it. Elder Lu knew his own condition very well, this was also his own request. His children didn't dare to hide anything from him about his condition, even if it was just a kind lie. Xia Ruofei's judgment was almost exactly the same as the most recent examination result from 301 Hospital. The question was, could the pulse of traditional Chinese medicine be so accurate? Elder Lu's impression of traditional Chinese medicine shouldn't be this style. Under normal circumstances, the diagnosis of traditional Chinese medicine wasn't as clear as that of Western medicine, because traditional Chinese medicine focused on the whole body's care, mainly from the balance of yin and yang. Elder Lu had lived for so many years, but this was the first time he had seen someone like Xia Ruofei, who could directly state the illness and even be so sure that the pancreatic cancer had metastasized to the liver. Moreover, he was very sure that this was the latest situation after yesterday's examination. There was no liver metastasis before, and the Lu family didn't show Xia Ruofei the detailed examination report. Elder Lu wasn't an ordinary patient. His medical record was absolutely confidential, so he was basically sure that Xia Ruofei's judgment was really made by taking his pulse. After the shock, Elder Lu also had a strong sense of hope in his heart. He said with a smile, "Mr. Xia, I suddenly have more confidence in your medical skills. Of course, only by trusting the doctor and cooperating with the treatment can your disease recover faster," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then he stood up and went to the bathroom to wash his hands very carefully. Only then did he return to the bedside and said with a smile, "My treatment plan isn't complicated. In the early stage, you will take acupuncture and take the Chinese medicine pills I prescribed at the same time, and try to get the disease under control as soon as possible. I hope that through a course of treatment, the disease will no longer continue to worsen, or even improve, and then plan the next step of treatment." Elder Lu nodded with a smile and said, "I'll obey unconditionally when it comes to treatment." "Okay, during the acupuncture process, You don't need to take the 4-drip, Xiao Ruofei said. Also, you need to take off your shirt and lie on the bed. Is that okay? Of course, no problem. Elder Lu said with a smile. Xiao Ruofei nodded and went forward to pull out the 4-drip needle. He pressed a cotton swab against the needle hole and said, "You can press it for a while, I'll make the preparations." "All right." Old Man Lu said. Xiao Ruofei stood up and opened the medicine box. He took out the needle bag with the silver needles and spread it out on the bedside table. After carefully disinfecting the silver needles, Xiao Ruofei helped Elder Lu take off his shirt and helped him turn over so that he could lie on the bed. Elder Lu had been tormented by the disease until he was only skin and bones. The ribs on both sides were very obvious, and there was basically no flesh left. It looked a little shocking. Xiao Ruofei said with a calm face, "Elder Lu, you don't have to be nervous. Acupuncture won't hurt. At most, when the silver needles go through the skin, there will be a feeling of being bitten by a mosquito, followed by a feeling of soreness and swelling." Elder Lu lay on the bed and turned his head to the side to smile at Xiao Ruofei and said, "I've been through a storm of bullets, what's so scary about acupuncture? Besides, during this period of time, my whole body hurts. What's the problem with a few needles?" Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "Okay, then don't move in this position. I'm going to do the acupuncture." "Okay." Elder Lu replied straightforwardly. Xiao Ruofei reached out and picked up a silver needle. Without any hesitation, he quickly pierced it down and accurately found the acupoint. Xiao Ruofei poured a small amount of true qi into the silver needle, allowing the thin and soft silver needle to be easily pierced. It quickly passed through the subcutaneous tissue and reached the acupoint. After inserting the first silver needle, Xiao Ruofei didn't stop at all. He quickly picked up another silver needle and quickly pierced it down. He moved his fingers as if they were flying. In just a few seconds, he had inserted 10 needles in a row. Each needle accurately found the acupoint without any deviation. Elder Lu didn't feel any pain at all. Just like what Xiao Ruofei had said, it was like being bitten by a mosquito. After inserting the silver needles, Xiao Ruofei quickly began to gently twist the tails of the 10 silver needles in a specific order. At the same time, he conducted wisps of true qi through the silver needles and poured it into Elder Lu's meridians. Elder Lu suddenly felt a hot feeling coming from the place where the needles were inserted. Every acupuncture point began to feel sore and swollen. This experience was indescribably comfortable, making him feel drowsy. Wisps of true qi advanced along the meridians in Elder Lu's body, quickly repairing the damaged body functions. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't attack the cancer cells. He only repaired the body's damaged functions. This was definitely treating the symptoms and not the root cause. The reason why he did this was, firstly, because if he directly used true qi under the guidance of his spiritual force to eliminate the cancer cells, then his true qi consumption would be very large. There was no need for this at all. Secondly, he also considered that he didn't want to cure Elder Lu in one breath. The acupuncture was only auxiliary. The real effect was still the pills he made yesterday. Those pills were mixed with the petals of the spirit heart flower. Although the amount was very small, for Elder Lu, it was like the land that was dry to the point of cracking suddenly ushered in rain. The warm feeling coming from the meridians made Elder Lu involuntarily fall asleep slowly. He even let out a slight snoring sound. As Xiao Ruofei twisted and flicked, each silver needle vibrated at a different frequency. The acupuncture process lasted for about half an hour. Xiao Ruofei gently exhaled, then waved his hand and all 10 silver needles were lifted up. When he withdrew the needles, they would also pass through the subcutaneous tissue. The feeling was like a mosquito bite, causing Elder Lu to wake up from his sleep. He stretched out his hand and rubbed his eyes. He turned his head to look and found that Xiao Ruofei was methodically inserting the silver needles into the needle bag. Elder Lu couldn't help but ask, "Is the acupuncture done?" Xiao Ruofei seriously rolled up the needle bag while nodding. At the same time, he asked with a smile, "Elder Lu, how do you feel?" Elder Lu shook his head and said with a smile, "I feel much better. It seems that I have become stronger. Moreover, today is the first time that I don't feel the pain in my body after so many days. The effect is very obvious. The acupuncture is only a supplement. More importantly, you have to continue to take the Chinese medicine pills that I refined. Xiao Ruofei put the needle bag into the medicine box and said, the first course of treatment is about half a month. Take 1 pill every morning and night. As he spoke, he took out the porcelain bottle that he had already prepared from the medicine box and said, there are 30 pills in here. After you take all of them, the treatment effect will be more obvious. Elder Lu was now in admiration of Xiao Ruofei's medical skills. Naturally, he wouldn't have any doubts about Xiao Ruofei's medical advice. He repeatedly nodded to show that he understood. Xiao Ruofei went over and poured half a cup of water. He also opened a bottle of mineral water and poured half of it into the cup to make it warm. Then, Xiao Ruofei took out a Chinese medicine pill from the porcelain bottle and put it in Elder Lu's hand. Xiao Ruofei said, Elder Lu, take the first Chinese medicine pill now. In the future, you have to remember to take it every morning and night after meals. Elder Lu had already turned over with the help of Xiao Ruofei. He leaned against the bed and reached out to take the pill that Xiao Ruofei handed to him. His other hand picked up the cup of warm water. This pill looked black and very inconspicuous. However, Elder Lu had absolute trust in Xiao Ruofei's medical skills. He stuffed the pill into his mouth without saying anything. Then, he drank a big mouthful of warm water and swallowed the pill. Xiao Ruofei sat at the head of the bed and observed for a while. He also chatted with Elder Lu for a while. After a while, Xiao Ruofei took Elder Lu's pulse again. In fact, the result was similar to before. After all, Elder Lu had only taken 1 pill. In addition, Xiao Ruofei had deliberately reduced the number of petals of the spirit heart flower. Therefore, the effect of the pill wasn't too obvious. However, Xiao Ruofei keenly noticed that Elder Lu's bodily functions were nourished by the petals. At the same time, the cancer cells that were about to win suddenly became much less active. Although it didn't directly eliminate the cancer cells, Elder Lu's condition could be said to have completely stabilized with the help of this pill. This was all thanks to the petals of the spirit heart flower. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, the effect is similar to what I expected. Elder Lu, I'm more confident in my treatment. That's great. Elder Lu said excitedly. Due to the recovery of his bodily functions, Elder Lu's voice was full of energy. Moreover, his face was no longer as pale as a sheet of paper. After a moment of silence, Xiao Ruofei said, Elder Lu, in order to cooperate with the treatment, I hope that you can do the following. First, without my permission, don't do any more checkups. I'll let you know when it's time to do so. Second, from today onwards, don't take these drips that only relieve pain. Other than the pill that I gave you, you can't take any other medicine. Otherwise, there might be a conflict. Elder Lu couldn't help but interrupt Xiao Ruofei. He asked worriedly, Mr. Xia, you know my condition very well. Once it acts up, the pain is unbearable. If I really can't take it, can I take some painkillers? Of course, I'm confident in doing this. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, don't worry, that kind of unbearable pain won't appear for at least a period of time. Even if it's a little bit painful, I guarantee that it'll be within the tolerance range of a normal person. Xiao Ruofei said this with great confidence. After all, he had just checked that the activity of the cancer cells in Elder Lu's body had decreased drastically. Moreover, his bodily functions had recovered quite well. Under these circumstances, the possibility of unbearable pain appearing again was very low. I understand. Elder Lu said without much confidence. Xiao Ruofei continued, third, please prepare a room for me here. I'll stay here tonight. I'll give you another acupuncture session tonight, and then I'll come here every 3 days. The first course of treatment will take about 15 days. I believe that your condition will be completely stabilized by then. Mr. Lu was overjoyed when he heard this. He said, it's great that Mr. Xia can stay. I've always wanted to be a good host and express our gratitude. Actually, Elder Lu was more unsure of himself. Especially when Xiao Ruofei asked him to stop taking the other medicines today, his heart was beating like a drum. After all, the bone-piercing pain was terrifying to even think about. Although Xiao Ruofei's treatment could be said to be immediate, Mr. Lu still had all kinds of worries. Since Xiao Ruofei was willing to stay, his worries were naturally mostly eliminated. Even if there were any changes in his condition, Xiao Ruofei would be able to deal with it immediately. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "You're welcome. I'm not treating you for free. My consultation fee is not cheap." Old man Lu laughed and said, "Life is priceless. I believe that if Mr. Xia is willing to make your medical skills public, there will be a lot of rich people lining up to see you, even if the consultation fee is several times more expensive." Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Forget it. I'm very lazy, and I'm especially afraid of trouble. As long as I have enough money to spend, it's enough. No matter how much I earn, it's still a pile of numbers, isn't it?" In fact, as the company grew, Xiao Ruofei's feeling became stronger and stronger. According to his temperament, it was enough to be able to achieve financial freedom. The motivation to continue to make money was not very strong. However, the Taoyuan company was not only his company now. The development of the company was related to the livelihood of hundreds of employees. Behind these hundreds of employees were hundreds of families. This was also the reason why Xiao Ruofei chose to take over the family Lu Pharmaceutical Group. He already had enough money to spend, even if he had a few lifetimes to spend it all. However, taking over this pharmaceutical group would allow the company to develop faster. Elder Lu chuckled and said, "Mr. Xia is so carefree. I'm ashamed of my inferiority." Elder Lu clearly felt that his body had become much more relaxed. His desire to live was also burning fiercely. The most direct reaction was that his entire complexion had become much better all of a sudden. His mood was as if the clouds had been lifted and the sun had been seen. He was suddenly enlightened. "Elder Lu, you should rest for a while." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "By the way, take one of these pills every morning and night. Don't take too many of them, or it will be counterproductive." In fact, even if Elder Lu took 30 pills in one go, there would not be any problems. This was because the main effect was the small amount of spirit heart flower petals in the pills. These spirit heart flower petals added up to only a few tenths of a petal. Naturally, there would be no problem at all if he took them all at once. However, Xiao Ruofei originally wanted to slow down the pace of treatment. The guiding principle was to stabilize the condition. Naturally, he did not want to let Elder Lu take all the pills in one go. In fact, even if Xiao Ruofei did not remind him, Elder Lu would not dare to do so. He would definitely ask about the dosage of the pills. After all, according to the traditional view, every medicine was 30% poisonous. When taking medicine, it was natural to follow the doctor's instructions. "I'll remember it," Elder Lu said with a chuckle. "Mr. Xia, let Xuanfeng accompany you around. I'll tell him to make the arrangements." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. Elder Lu gently pressed the call bell at the bedside. Everything here was set up according to the hospital's model. The medical equipment in this room was more complete than the hospital's wards for senior officials. Soon, a medical staff gently knocked on the door, then pushed the door open and walked in. "Xiao Zhu, please call Xuanfeng over for me," Elder Lu said calmly. The nurse in the pink coat looked at Xiao Ruofei curiously, then quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Lu Xuanfeng was waiting not far from the door. Soon, he knocked on the door and walked in. He nodded slightly to Xiao Ruofei first, then looked at Elder Lu and asked, "Dad, you were looking for me?" Elder Lu nodded slightly and said, "Immediately send someone to clean up the room next door. Mr. Xia will be staying here tonight." As soon as Lu Xuanfeng came in, he noticed that his father's complexion had improved a lot. His face was ruddy, and he looked like a completely different person from his haggard appearance in the morning. He was surprised and happy. He didn't expect Xiao Ruofei's treatment to be so effective. Now that he heard that Xiao Ruofei would be staying here for the night, he was even more overjoyed. He quickly said, "Okay. Okay. I'll make the arrangements right away." Lu Xuanfeng and Elder Lu had the same mentality. As long as Xiao Ruofei was here, they would feel a lot more at ease. If it weren't for Xiao Ruofei's special identity, the family Lu people would have tied Xiao Ruofei up and made him stay by Elder Lu's side. Xiao Ruofei reminded Elder Lu to pay attention to his rest, then left the room with Lu Xuanfeng. Lu Xuanfeng arranged for someone to clean up the room next to Elder Lu's, while Xiao Ruofei found Wu Cheng and asked him to drive back first. He also told him to pick him up tomorrow morning. After sending Lu Cheng away, Xiao Ruofei saw Lu Chongli walking towards him. "Boss Xia." "Hello, Mr. Lu," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. The two of them exchanged a few pleasantries, and Lu Chongli personally brought Xiao Ruofei around the small villa for a tour. It turned out that this was originally one of family Lu's properties. It had always been in a semi-vacant state, but Elder Lu would occasionally come here to stay for a few days. This time, Xiao Ruofei proposed to treat Elder Lu in a secluded place, but he didn't want to do it in Family Lu's big house, so Elder Lu personally decided to stay here. Family Lu hurriedly sent someone to clean up, then directly brought Elder Lu over from the hospital. The environment here was really good. It was located in the suburbs of Beijing, and there weren't any noisy high-rise buildings around. The courtyard environment was also very quiet. The room was quickly cleaned up, and Lu Chuanfeng personally came to invite Xiao Ruofei to rest for a while. Xiao Ruofei knew that Elder Lu must have something to tell Lu Chuanfeng and Lu Chongli, so he nodded and followed Lu Chuanfeng to the room next to Elder Lu's. The room was clean and tidy, and it looked very refreshing. It was a small suite. In addition to a spacious bedroom, there was a small study, a reception room, and a separate large bathroom. The bedroom was connected to the balcony. When the balcony door was pushed open, one could overlook the fields in the suburbs, and the view was very wide. The room was filled with a faint scent of gardenias. This scent came from a vase on the windowsill, with fresh flowers that had just been placed in it. Xiao Ruofei was very satisfied with the room. He directly leaned on the lazy sofa by the balcony, closed his eyes, and took a nap. In the evening, Family Lu prepared a sumptuous dinner to entertain Xiao Ruofei. Lu Chongli, Lu Chuanfeng, and the others were like stars surrounding the moon, saying a lot of words of thanks to Xiao Ruofei. To Xiao Ruofei's surprise, Lu Hafan was also called back. Seeing Xiao Ruofei in this kind of situation, Lu Hafan's expression was slightly awkward. Xiao Ruofei was calm, and even greeted Lu Hafan with a smile. Under Lu Chuanfeng's urging, Lu Hafan unwillingly apologized to Xiao Ruofei, saying that he didn't think things through before, and that he had offended Xiao Ruofei. He hoped that Xiao Ruofei would be magnanimous and let bygones be bygones. In reality, Lu Hafan didn't gain any advantage from Xiao Ruofei, Zhao Yongjun, and the others. Instead, he lost a lot of money and let Xiao Ruofei and the others get that piece of land at a price lower than the market price. Now that the Taoyuan Club hadn't even opened for business, it was already famous in Beijing, so Lu Hafan was naturally jealous and resentful in his heart. However, in Lu Chuanfeng and the others' opinion, Lu Hafan was at odds with Xiao Ruofei and the others during the auction in order to fight for face. Later on, he couldn't control the situation, and after transferring the land to Xiao Ruofei and the others at a low price, he brought people to cause trouble at the Taoyuan Club's groundbreaking ceremony. They thought that this would definitely make Xiao Ruofei unhappy. And now, Elder Lu's condition was completely dependent on Xiao Ruofei. They were also worried that Xiao Ruofei would hold a grudge in his heart and not be willing to treat the old man wholeheartedly, so they called Lu Hafan over without any explanation. Xiao Ruofei very generously said that the matter was already over, and he never took it to heart. As for whether it was true or not, only Xiao Ruofei knew in his heart. In any case, Xiao Ruofei and Lu Hafan seemed to be harmonious on the surface, but in reality, Lu Hafan's thoughts were clear to Xiao Ruofei. However, he didn't care at all. In any case, he and Lu Hafan weren't the same kind of people. This kind of brainless playboy couldn't pose a threat to him at all. If it was people like Lu Chuanfeng or Lu Chongli, Xiao Ruofei might have a little fear, but Lu Hafan, Elder Lu's body was still very weak, so naturally, he couldn't attend the banquet. After Xiao Ruofei had dinner, he walked a few rounds in the courtyard, then returned to his room to get the medicine box and performed acupuncture on Elder Lu once more. This kind of consumption of acupuncture was nothing to the current Xiao Ruofei. Basically, after he was done with acupuncture, he could completely recover with a little rest. However, this kind of acupuncture was quite useful for Elder Lu. Although the warm and swollen feeling was a little strange, after the acupuncture, he immediately felt as if the strength in his body had been reawakened. This was a feeling that he hadn't felt in a long time. After the acupuncture and resting for a while, Xiao Ruofei let Elder Lu take the pill. After waiting for a while, Xiao Ruofei observed for a while and didn't find any problems. He got up and said goodnight to Elder Lu, telling him to take the time to rest, and then returned to his room. It was a quiet night. Early the next morning, Xiao Ruofei woke up early. Taking advantage of the fact that it was still early, he sat on the bed and cultivated for a while. Family Lu prepared a sumptuous breakfast. After Xiao Ruofei had breakfast, he went to check on Elder Lu and felt that the situation was quite good. Elder Lu also slept very soundly last night. This was also almost the first time he had such a high quality of sleep at night without relying on the effect of painkillers since he was diagnosed with this disease. After a night of anxiety, Elder Lu had more confidence in Xiao Ruofei. After taking 2 pills yesterday, he really didn't feel that kind of piercing pain. For Elder Lu, who felt that a complete sleep was a luxury, last night could be said to be quite a good sleep. After a while, Wu Chang also drove over. After Xiao Ruofei gave a few words of advice, he said goodbye to Elder Lu and sat in the Alpha business car that Wu Chang drove over. He directly returned to the courtyard house in Luhai Lane. In the next few days, Xiao Ruofei went to family Lu's courtyard house in the suburbs of Beijing every 3 days to stay for a day. He checked on Elder Lu's body and did acupuncture while he was at it. Xiao Ruofei's life in Beijing also became very regular. Elder Lu's complexion improved day by day. He could even get out of bed now, but with the help of the caregiver, he sat up in bed. However, this was already a huge improvement for him. In the past, he was completely lying in bed, eating, drinking, and defecating on the hospital bed. For this old general who had been on the battlefield all his life, this was really a bit embarrassing. Now that Elder Lu's condition was gradually improving, family Lu couldn't help but secretly sigh in relief. Other than going out to see a doctor every 3 days, Xiao Ruofei spent most of his time in the courtyard house. Occasionally, he would go to the nearby Hohai Park for a walk. Of course, he would contact Dong Yun and the others who were taking over the Yuanda Pharmaceutical Group in Xianxia province every day to check on the progress over there. For such a large pharmaceutical group, the handover was naturally very complicated. Not to mention other things, just the financial staff needed a lot of time and energy to check the accounts over the years. Fortunately, there was the support of Family Song's employees. The person who led the Family Song team was Master Song, a grandnephew of the Family Lu family member. He also understood the situation of Family Lu and helped Dong Yun the whole time. Xue Jinshan also temporarily put down the work in his hands and went to Jiangxia province to meet up with Dong Yun and the others. As soon as he arrived at the hotel where the receiving team was staying, he didn't even bother to greet his colleagues. He couldn't wait to find someone to give him some data on the Yuanda Pharmaceutical Group. Yuanda Pharmaceutical Group had more than 10 branch factories all over the country. Of course, the proportion was larger in coastal provinces such as Jiangxia Province and Southeast Province. Xue Jinshan combined the information he got and asked the driver to drive him to each branch factory for on-site inspection every day. Especially the machinery and equipment of these pharmaceutical branch factories, he knew the most. Because it involved the incorporation of these pharmaceutical branch factories into the Taoyuan Company, Xue Jinshan's focus was on the location of these branch factories and the equipment of each factory. Xue Jinshan needed to formulate the requirements for a fully automatic production line according to these specific situations as soon as possible, which was also a very difficult work. In addition to the takeover of the pharmaceutical group, Xiao Ruofei also found that the official Weibo of Xiongnan Satellite TV, the official Weibo of the Life I Yearn For, and the official Weibo of the Taoyuan Company almost simultaneously disclosed his participation in the program as a guest in the first episode. As soon as the news came out, the netizens were all excited. Although Qin Yanan is on a business trip in Beijing, the small team she is in charge of is still under her remote control. Xiao Ruofei's personal Weibo account is also maintained by the secretarial team. Therefore, although Xiao Ruofei hasn't been on Weibo recently, his Weibo account has also posted 2 messages related to the program. One of them is a repost of the official Weibo of the program revealing Xiao Ruofei's participation in the program. The other content is also very simple, with only a few words: "I am waiting for you in the life I yearn for." The accompanying pictures were carefully selected by Qin Yanan herself, all from the behind-the-scenes photos taken by professional photographers of the program group. The comments left by netizens on Weibo are quite active, especially now that there are many hardcore fans of Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue on the internet. They spontaneously organized a president's support group, and a large number of reposts of Xia Ruofei's participation in the recording of the Life I Yearn For program. Xiaonan Satellite TV also brushed a wave of traffic for this. Before the program was broadcast, the attention immediately rose a lot. In fact, there is almost a fixed routine in doing variety entertainment. The ancients paid attention to the food before the troops and horses move, and the operation planning of variety shows is also well versed in this. The program has not yet been broadcast, and even in the planning and recording stage, some warm-up actions have been planned to be launched. For example, the Life I Yearn For cruise inspection of the filming location of this season has caused a lot of discussion on the internet. Several places have been exposed as the target filming location of this season, and there are even photos of the crew going to the site to inspect. The final shooting location was Xiaotang town in the suburbs of Beijing, which also surprised many onlookers. At the beginning of the recording of this program, the program group naturally has people in charge of the operation, constantly increasing the popularity before the broadcast. Xia Ruofei's addition to this program naturally became the biggest selling point, and the effect was obvious. This is also why many movies, TV series, or variety shows like to invite those little fresh meat with high traffic, even if the acting skills of these little fresh meat are not as good as the old bones, even if the salary of these little fresh meat is countless times higher than that of many veteran actors with excellent acting skills, the crew is still scrambling for them. The reason was simple. Traffic meant attention and exposure. Although Xia Ruofei's popularity on the internet was not as exaggerated as some of the little fresh meats, and it was even more impossible for him to casually post on Weibo about dyeing his hair to get hundreds of millions of reposts, which was an insult to the intelligence of the vast number of netizens. However, his fans were valuable because they were real. Xia Ruofei did not need to spend money to buy traffic or trending searches. His popularity was real. The effect of the publicity this time could be seen. Although Xia Ruofei's fans were only a few tenths of those little fresh meats, after the Weibo post was posted, the number of reposts and comments kept increasing. Moreover, these reposts and comments were obviously done by real accounts. Most of them were active old accounts. Basically, there wouldn't be a situation like those little fresh meats, where a bunch of comments were made by zombie accounts made up of numbers. The crew also called Xianxia to express their gratitude. Xia Ruofei had really helped them a lot in this publicity campaign. Soon, a week had passed. Xia Ruofei's days in the capital were more leisurely and comfortable. Every 3 days, he would go to Old Man Lu's place and perform acupuncture on him once. At the same time, he would check on his body. After taking the pill that contained the petals of the spirit heart flower, Elder Lu's condition had obviously stabilized. He strictly followed Xia Ruofei's medical advice and stopped using other drugs, including painkillers. For a week, he did not experience any severe pain. For Old Master Lu, who had been tormented by the disease for so long, this week was like the days of an immortal. Without the pain of illness, he could sleep soundly every day. This was something that was within reach for ordinary people, but in Old Master Lu's eyes, it was extremely precious. Elder Lu's complexion had obviously improved. His face was much rosier. Although he still looked very thin, his spirit was much better. Previously, the family Lu still had some voices of opposition, but because of Elder Lu's prestige, no one dared to say anything. But after a week of treatment, all the noise had disappeared. When the family Lu saw Xia Ruofei, they were full of gratitude. If it was said that they were polite on the surface before, now they were grateful from the bottom of their hearts. Even Lu Hajuan's father, Lu Chuanfeng, had less resentment towards Xia Ruofei. After all, Elder Lu was the pillar of the family Lu. As long as he did not pass away, the foundation of the family Lu would not be shaken. In comparison, although Lu Hajuan's personal future was bleak, compared to the interests of the family Lu, the latter was obviously more important. Of course, Xia Ruofei was well aware that Elder Lu's condition was only stable. In fact, the cancer cells in his body still existed. Because the dose of medicine was not enough, it was far from killing the cancer cells. It just suppressed them and made them less active. Except for the treatment once every 3 days, Xia Ruofei basically had nothing to do at the rest of the time. He occasionally had a small gathering with Zhao Yongjun and others, or went to the construction site of the Taoyuan Club to take a look. After all, he was still a major shareholder of the Taoyuan Club. He was not in Beijing before, but now it would be unreasonable for him to be a hands-off shopkeeper again. Of course, the specific things were arranged in an orderly manner by Zhao Yongjun, and Xiao Ruofei was more just going to take a look. The program Yearning for Life was still shooting. Before the start of shooting, Xiangnan Satellite TV had coordinated the schedules of several resident guests, so it could basically guarantee continuous shooting. Because the shooting site was inside the Taoyuan Club, Xiao Ruofei also went to visit. The guests of that episode were several recently popular talk show actors. Xiao Ruofei was not very familiar with them, so he just went to say hello. He Jiong, Huang Lei, Zhang Xing, and Peng Chang were also very happy to see Xiao Ruofei. During the recording break, they specially came over to chat with him for a while, and then they took a few photos. On the way back to the Sihiyuan, Xiao Ruofei casually posted the photo that He Jiong had sent to her on Weibo and added a paragraph. Today, I couldn't help but go to the crew again. I saw my dear teacher He and the others. I ate teacher Huang's secret zhejiang noodles that I had been thinking about for several days. I suddenly felt comfortable. This is the life I yearned for. After the Weibo was posted, netizens burst into laughter. Boss Xia, did the program group pay you an announcement fee? This is the rhythm of another episode for free. This is the first guest in the history of the program to take the initiative to ask for an encore and implement it. Boss Xia is so cute. This group photo is really full of gay love. Xiao Ruofei also smiled and browsed through the comments on Weibo. Seeing that netizens were more imaginative than the other, leaving all kinds of comments, Xiao Ruofei was also in a good mood. At this moment, his cell phone vibrated. Xiao Ruofei, who was browsing Weibo, was slightly taken aback when he saw the caller ID. After he reacted, he hurriedly answered. Wei Wei. Xiao Ruofei shouted happily. This was the first time Song Wei took the initiative to call him since he came to Beijing 10 days ago. Xiao Ruofei even went to Beijing University when he was free, but Song Wei didn't come out to meet him. This made him quite depressed. It wasn't easy for him to confess everything to Ling Qingxue, and the two girls basically tacitly agreed to this situation, but the follow-up script seemed to be a little different from what he imagined. Ruofei, something happened to my dad. Song Wei said anxiously with a hint of sobbing. Full text. Xiao Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. He knew that something big must have happened. Otherwise, Song Wei would not have become so helpless. He quickly said, Wei Wei, don't worry. Tell me slowly. What happened? Song Wei sobbed and said, My dad. My dad. He had a car accident. The situation seems to be very bad. My mom called me and asked me to go back as soon as possible. She said that my dad. He is dying. Song Wei couldn't help but sob at the end. Xiao Ruofei's mind was buzzing. The news was too unexpected. Song Qiming was a high-level leader, so the possibility of him getting into a car accident was too low. But now was not the time to ask for details. He quickly asked, Wei Wei, where are you now? I'll come to pick you up and take you to the airport right away. Song Wei sobbed and said, I'm at school. I checked the flights. The earliest one will take off in 3 hours, I'll arrange it. Don't worry about it. Xiao Ruofei said, Go to the north gate of the university and wait for me. I'll be there soon. Okay. Song Wei said. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei immediately said to Wu Chang, who was driving, Wu Chang, go to the north gate of Beijing University. Okay, boss. Wu Chang said. He heard Xiao Ruofei's voice on the phone, but he didn't know what Song Wei said on the other end of the phone. He only knew that something might have happened. Out of professional habit, Wu Chang didn't ask much. He just quickly turned the car around at the next intersection and drove in the direction of Beijing University. Xiao Ruofei also called the crew directly in the car. Captain Liu, this is Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei said directly, I have something urgent and need to go back to Sanshan immediately. When can you take off? Now, Xiao Ruofei was somewhat glad that he did not let the crew fly back to the Three Mountains. Instead, he asked them to wait in the capital. Otherwise, the delay would have been even longer. Lewin was stunned for a moment before he said, Boss Xia, our 2 flight attendants went to the suburbs. The flight crew was on standby in Beijing these days, so they couldn't stay in the hotel all the time. After all, if Xiao Ruofei wanted to use the plane, he would usually inform them in advance, so Luan agreed without much hesitation when the 2 flight attendants went to the hot springs in the suburbs today. He didn't expect things to turn out this way. At this time, Xiao Ruofei wanted to take the plane, and in such a hurry. If he were to ask them to come back at this time, with the traffic situation in Beijing, it would probably take at least 2 hours. It's fine if they're not here. It won't affect the flight. Xiao Ruofei said. It's fine as long as you and Captain Jing are in position. Captain Liu, just tell me, how soon can the flight preparation and route application be completed? Luan quickly calculated and said, Boss Xia, Captain Jing and I have no problems with the flight preparation. We also have some special channels for the route application. If it's an urgent application, it should be completed within an hour. Xiao Ruofei said, okay, then I'll have to trouble you to prepare immediately. I'm on my way to the airport now. Xiao Ruofei thought that if Luan's application for the route took too long, he would have to use Family Song's connections to inform the Air Force and get special approval. However, since Luan promised that it would be completed within an hour, there was no need for that. After all, he had to pick up Song Wei from Beijing University and then go to the airport. It would take at least an hour. Understood. Luan said immediately. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei called Qin Yanan again and told her that he had an urgent matter to attend to and that he had to return to Sanshan immediately. He asked her and he to take a civil flight back or wait in Beijing. No matter how the matter at Sanshan was handled, Xiao Ruofei would definitely return to Beijing. Elder Lu's treatment was only halfway done. Qin Yanan chose to return to Sanshan without even thinking about it. Xiao Ruofei was their small team's guarantee of service. Since Xiao Ruofei was no longer in Beijing, there was no point for her and he to stay in Beijing. Xiao Ruofei didn't want to be entangled in such a small matter, so he directly agreed. He asked Qin Yanan to book her own flight back. Now that it was urgent, he definitely couldn't wait for them. After the phone call, Xiao Ruofei thought that he should also inform Family Liu. Because although the pills could last for about a week, the acupuncture treatment once every 3 days would definitely have to stop. He directly dialed Lu Chuanfeng's number. Lu Chuanfeng quickly picked up and said very enthusiastically, Mr. Xia. Minister Liu, I have an urgent matter to attend to and need to return to Sanshan immediately. Xiao Ruofei said straightforwardly, temporarily stop the acupuncture treatment for Elder Lu twice. You just let him take the pills normally. Lu Chuanfeng heard this and hurriedly said, Mr. Xia, you can't do that. Elder Lu's condition has finally improved. You can't leave it this time. Xiao Ruofei said somewhat impatiently, Minister Liu, I have an urgent matter here. Don't worry, it won't delay the treatment. Moreover, the medicine for this treatment is not finished yet, right? No matter how the matter is handled, I will definitely be back within a week. Lu Chuanfeng said, Mr. Xia, but, without the acupuncture treatment, the effect will, I'm a doctor. I know Elder Lu's condition the best. It won't be affected, Xiao Ruofei said firmly. The problem is, if you're not in Jing City, what if something urgent happens to Elder Lu's body? Lu Chuanfeng said. If that happens, we won't be able to get help from anyone. In fact, this was what Lu Chuanfeng was most worried about. They wanted nothing more than to tie Xiao Ruofei to Elder Lu's side and never leave his side. Now that Xiao Ruofei went over every 3 days, they felt that it was a bit unreliable. However, after all, Xiao Ruofei had a close relationship with Family Song, and they also relied on Xiao Ruofei to treat Elder Lu, so they didn't dare to force Xiao Ruofei to do anything that he didn't want to do. However, no matter what, Xiao Ruofei was in Jing City. If something happened, he could rush over immediately. If Xiao Ruofei returned to the 3 mountains, they wouldn't even have time to ask for help if something happened to Elder Lu. Xiao Ruofei frowned slightly and said, Minister Liu, I know Elder Lu's condition very well, and I'm very confident that nothing unexpected will happen. Xiao Ruofei knew very well that as long as Elder Lu took the pill according to plan, the cancer cells in his body would definitely be suppressed. There wouldn't be any accidents at all. Of course, if it was some other elderly person's sudden illness, such as myocardial infarction or cerebral hemorrhage, it would be hard to say. After all, the medicinal properties of the spirit heart flower petals weren't enough to deal with cancer cells, and it couldn't further improve Elder Lu's health. However, the family song had so many medical staff, so dealing with sudden illnesses wasn't as difficult as imagined. Lu Chuanfeng said, "Mr. Xia, what's so urgent that you have to leave my father behind and rush back? We have an agreement, and we also paid the consultation fee." Xia Ruofei suddenly felt a burst of displeasure. He asked coldly, "Minister Lu, I don't think I signed a contract to sell myself, right? Does the family song want to restrict my personal freedom?" Lu Chuanfeng laughed dryly and said, "Mr. Xia, you misunderstood me. I didn't mean that. It's just that my father's treatment is at a critical stage, and I hope you can understand my anxiety as his son, Department Head Lu. I've said it very clearly. I won't affect Mr. Lu's treatment because of my personal affairs." Xia Ruofei said, "During this period, nothing will happen to the old man. I can guarantee that. I don't know what else you have to be anxious about." Speaking of this, Xia Ruofei said lightly, "Also, Department Head Lu, please understand that I'm not reporting to you. I'm just informing Family Lu. In short, the itinerary has been set, and it can't be changed. If Family Lu feels that I've violated the agreement, I can also allow you to stop the treatment. I'll definitely return the consultation fee. Consider the previous half of the treatment a gift from me." "Okay, Department Head Lu, I'm really busy here. That's all for now." After Xia Ruofei finished speaking, he hung up the phone without any explanation. He really didn't like Lu Chuanfeng's style of pestering. Especially when Lu Chuanfeng mentioned the consultation fee, he faintly complained and even threatened him. Xia Ruofei was even more annoyed. If others respected him, he naturally wouldn't get angry for no reason. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei said to Wu Chang, "Try to drive faster. Song Wei is waiting for us at the gate of Beijing University." "Okay, Boss Xia," Wu Chang said. The next moment, he sped up and maneuvered the Toyota Alpha MPV nimbly through the traffic, driving in the direction of Beijing University. In Family Lu's small courtyard in the suburbs of Beijing, Lu Chuanfeng put away his phone with a sullen face. Mr. Lu, who was reclining on the hospital bed, had a faint smile on his face. He asked, "Chuanfeng, what did Xiaoxia say?" Lu Chuanfeng said somewhat unhappily, he said that he had to go back to Sanshan for urgent matters. "The acupuncture treatment here will be stopped for a while, and you can take the medicine normally for the time being." "Oh," Mr. Lu said lightly. Lu Chuanfeng stood up and said, "Dad, this Xia Ruofei is too arrogant. I was just expressing my objection. After all, he treated half of your illness. How could he suddenly abandon the matter here and run back to the Three Mountains? If something were to happen to his condition, would he be able to make it back in time? As the patient's family, can't I say a few words?" Elder Lu chuckled and asked, "What you said just now wasn't very nice. What did Xiaoxia say?" "He said that if we weren't satisfied, we could only hold it in. Otherwise, we might as well stop the treatment. He can return the consultation fee to us, and the previous treatment can be considered as a gift." Lu Chuanfeng said. "Please be the judge." These words were too arrogant. He's sure that we don't dare to fall out with him, so he's taking advantage of us. Because of his relationship with Lu Haojuan, Lu Chuanfeng had always held a grudge against Xia Ruofei. Recently, Xia Ruofei had treated Elder Lu, and the results were very obvious. His dissatisfaction was only temporarily suppressed, but it all exploded today. Elder Lu smiled and said, "Chuanfeng, you're also a ministerial leader. Why can't you keep your cool?" Since Xiaoxia said so, he naturally has confidence. How good his medical skills are, aren't we all very clear? Also, he must have an urgent matter, so let's understand each other. What matter can be more important than your health?" Lu Chuanfeng said unhappily. "In our family, this is a big matter, but to him, it's just a transaction for money," Elder Lu said playfully. "Chuanfeng, this Xiaoxia is a strange person. Anyway, I can't see through him. His strength shouldn't be as simple as it seems. There must be a lot of things that we don't know. For such a person, it's best if we don't make enemies with him. It's best if we can establish a good friendship with him. Unfortunately, we were one step too late, and that old ghost old song took the initiative." At this time, there was a soft knock on the door of the ward. A middle-aged man who looked like a secretary came in. He first nodded slightly to Lu Chuanfeng, then said to Elder Lu, who was on the bed, "Chief, we just received news that family Song Qiming was involved in a serious car accident an hour ago. It's currently unknown whether he's dead or alive." Although Song Qiming wasn't Master Song's direct descendant, he was of the same origin as family Song. He was Master Song's distant grandnephew, the same generation as Song Rue. Therefore, in the eyes of the outside world, Song Qiming was naturally family Song's person. Elder Lu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. He asked, "How did this happen?" The middle-aged secretary said, "We don't know the details. According to the information we received, Song Qiming was involved in a car accident on his way to Songping City for research. For the time being, we can't be sure if there was a man-made factor in this." Old man Lu nodded thoughtfully and said lightly, "I understand. You can leave first. Report any situation regarding Song Qiming as soon as possible." "Yes, Chief." The middle-aged secretary bowed slightly and said, then quietly left the ward. A smile appeared on Elder Lu's face. He said, "Chuanfeng, isn't this the right time? Xianxia has a close relationship with family Song. He's in such a hurry to go back this time, it must be because of Song Qiming." The dissatisfaction in Lu Chuanfeng's heart dissipated a little. His attention was attracted by the sudden incident that happened to Song Qiming. Lu Chuanfeng couldn't help but say, "Dad, how could this happen?" For a leader of Song Qiming's level to go out, all levels of the government would pay attention to safety issues. For him to get into a car accident. Is there something hidden in this? In terms of rank, Lu Chuanfeng and Song Qiming were the same. In terms of importance, Song Qiming was the third in command of the Southeast Province, and he was also in charge of the provincial capital, Xianxia City. Lu Chuanfeng, on the other hand, was the deputy minister of an important ministry, so they should be equally matched. Relatively speaking, Song Qiming was younger than Lu Chuanfeng by a few years. Both of them were considered the backbone of their respective forces. Elder Lu said calmly, "There's too little information at the moment, so we can't make a judgment for the time being. But it's fine if Song Qiming is fine, but if something really happened to him, family Song would probably fly into a rage. Who knows what kind of storm will come next?" Sigh. It's really been a tumultuous time recently. Lu Chuanfeng also had a deep feeling and couldn't help but sigh. Elder Lu said, "Chuanfeng, tell everyone to restrain their children. There's been something wrong recently, and I have a feeling that something is going to happen. Now that Song Qiming has gotten into this accident, no one knows what will happen next. Also, we have to learn from this and remind everyone to pay more attention to safety issues." "Okay, Dad," Lu Chuanfeng said. "I'm a little tired, you go back first." Elder Lu said, "My situation here is very stable. Even if Xianxia isn't in Beijing, there's nothing to worry about. You don't have to come here every day. Do your job well, that's more important than anything else." "Dad, I know," Lu Chuanfeng said, "then I'll go back first." Elder Lu nodded slightly and didn't say anything. He just raised his hand and waved. Not long after Xia Ruofei hung up the phone with Lu Chuanfeng, the car had already arrived at the north gate of Beijing University. He saw Song Wei standing at the roadside in front of the gate from afar, his eyes a little red and swollen. Xia Ruofei hurriedly said, "Wu Chang, over there, quickly drive over." The Toyota Alpha stopped next to Song Wei. Because the Alpha was bought by Xia Ruofei when he came to Beijing, Song Wei didn't know that it was Xia Ruofei's car. It wasn't until the electric door opened that he saw Xia Ruofei sitting in the car. Song Wei's eyes suddenly turned red, and he said weakly, "Ruofei, get in the car first." Xia Ruofei said, and then moved to the seat next to him, leaving the seat next to the door empty for Song Wei. Song Wei nodded, lowered his head, and got into the car. He sat down next to Xia Ruofei. The electric door slowly closed, and Xia Ruofei said, "Wu Chang, go directly to the airport, the private jet building. Drive as fast as you can." "Understood." Wu Chang responded calmly, and then stepped on the gas pedal, driving the Alpha in the direction of Beijing International Airport. At the same time, Wu Chang pressed a button next to the dashboard, and a thick piece of glass slowly rose, separating the back seat from the driver's seat. He knew that he'd better avoid arousing suspicion and not listen to what Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei were going to say. Xiao Ruofei looked at Wu Chang's back with great satisfaction, and then gently pressed the partition glass. The originally transparent glass instantly atomized. It isolated sight and sound, completely separating the front and back. Then, Xiao Ruofei turned to Song Wei next to him. Song Wei had been holding it in at school, and now that he saw Xiao Ruofei, he finally couldn't hold back the grief in his heart. He leaned on Xiao Ruofei's shoulder and cried like a pear blossom in the rain. Xiao Ruofei held Song Wei's hand tightly and said softly, "Wei Wei, don't worry. Uncle Song is blessed by the heavens. He will be fine. And you know my medical skills very well. Even if Uncle Song suffered a small injury, I'm sure I can cure him." Song Wei nodded heavily and said, "Yes. My dad will be fine." When Song Wei received the call from her mother, she was really out of her wits, and felt that the sky was falling down. Until now, when she saw Xiao Ruofei, she seemed to have found her backbone, and her heart felt a lot more at ease. "You sleep for a while. I'll wake you up when we arrive at the airport." Xiao Ruofei said, "Don't worry, I've arranged a private jet. We can take off as soon as we arrive at the airport. There won't be any delay." "Yes. Ruofei, thank you," Song Wei said softly. Xiao Ruofei used his finger to caress her cheek affectionately and said, "Silly girl, do you still need to be so polite with me?" In fact, Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei were really in love in reality. It was the first time that the two of them snuggled so intimately. But Xiao Ruofei didn't have any distracting thoughts. Song Wei was at her most helpless, and she subconsciously regarded Xiao Ruofei as her support. Xiao Ruofei carefully lowered the back of the seat for Song Wei so that she could lie on the seat comfortably. After a while, Song Wei, who was mentally and physically exhausted, fell asleep. But even in her sleep, she frowned tightly and kept holding Xiao Ruofei's hand. Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Wei with some heartache, and he felt a burst of irritation in his heart. Because there was too little information, he didn't know what was going on with Song Qiming. If Song Qiming was really unlucky and died before they got back, then even if he had the ability to reach the heavens, it would be impossible to bring a dead person back to life. If that was the case, it would be a huge blow to Song Wei. One thing was certain now, and that was that Song Qiming's situation was really not optimistic. Otherwise, Song Wei's mother wouldn't be in such a hurry to let Song Wei go back. Basically, it was to let Song Wei see Song Qiming for the last time. So, it was really hard to say whether Song Qiming could hold on until they got back to Sanshan. Xiao Ruofei had no other choice but to pray secretly in his heart. He was already rushing back as fast as he could. "I'll do my best and leave it to fate." Xiao Ruofei sighed in his heart. After a while, Xiao Ruofei felt the phone in his trouser pocket vibrate. His phone was in his right trouser pocket, and his right hand was tightly held by Song Wei, so he quickly took out the phone with his left hand in a very awkward position. He glanced at the caller ID and immediately picked it up. "Director Liu." Xiao Ruofei was afraid of waking up Song Wei, so his voice was very low. "Ruofei, where are you now?" Director Liu asked anxiously. "I'm on my way to the airport." "Director Liu, what's the matter?" Xiao Ruofei asked. "Airport?" Master Song's voice came from the phone. Obviously, Director Liu had put the phone on speaker. "Ruofei, you already know?" Xiao Ruofei was stunned and asked, "Grandpa Song, are you talking about Secretary Song?" "I just found out. Song Wei told me. Now, I'm rushing to the airport with her." "We're going to rush back immediately." Master Song asked, "Are you going back with them?" "Of course," Xiao Ruofei said. "That's good. I'll be relieved if you go back." Master Song breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Ruofei, you must do your best to save Qiming's life." "I understand, Grandpa Song," Xiao Ruofei said. Master Song didn't know about his relationship with Song Wei, so Xiao Ruofei didn't explain much. Then, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but ask, "Grandpa Song, I don't have much information on my side. I want to know, how is Secretary Song's situation?" Master Song said in a low voice, "His situation isn't good. They said that he had severe brain damage. When he was sent to the hospital, he was on the verge of death, Ruofei, as long as Secretary Song can hold on until we get back, even if he's on his last breath, I have a 50% chance of saving his life. Xiao Ruofei said without hesitation. Okay. Master Song said, I will personally inform the people in Southeast Province. They will do whatever it takes to maintain Qiming's vital signs and wait for you to get back. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said. Master Song then asked, oh yeah, the situation is urgent. Do you need me to ask the Air Force to transfer a plane, Grandpa Song? I have arranged a private plane. It's on standby at the airport. Xiao Ruofei said. That's good. That's good. Master Song said, I will ask Xiao Lu to inform the Air Force to ensure that the plane can take off as soon as you get to the airport. Okay, thank you, Grandpa Song. Xiao Ruofei said. I should thank you. Master Song said emotionally, Ruofei, Qiming has suffered a lot since he was young. He shouldn't have ended up like this. Please do your best to save his life. Full book. I will. Grandpa Song, don't worry. Xiao Ruofei said, when we arrive at Sanshan, I will report to you immediately if anything happens. Okay, keep in touch. Master Song said. Then Master Song asked, by the way, Ruofei, how did family Lu react to your sudden departure from Beijing? Xiao Ruofei sneered and said, Lu Chuanfeng was unwilling. He even said that he blamed me, but I refuted him. I said that if family Lu felt that they had suffered a loss, I would return the consultation fee and forget about the treatment. I'll give them the first week's treatment for free. Master Song couldn't help but laugh and said, well said. If that's the case, we don't need family Lu's consultation fee. We are ready to start a war with them at any time. After all, after so many years of fighting, family Song has never suffered a loss. Why should we be afraid of them? Grandpa Song, family Lu is just complaining. Now that old Lu's treatment is getting better, they wouldn't dare to give up halfway, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. You're right. But although old Lu is a little cunning, he's still quite generous. Master Song said, I guess this is his son's personal attitude. That Lu Chuanfeng is still a little narrow-minded. Lu Chuanfeng was a minister, but in Master Song's eyes, he was just a junior with an average outlook. And in Master Song's eyes, Lu Chuanfeng's future basically stopped there. The outlook determined the height. Compared to Song Qiming, there was still a big gap. When he thought of Song Qiming, Master Song felt a burst of heartache. Although Song Qiming wasn't his direct descendant, in terms of feelings, he was the same as family Song's direct descendant, or even better. And in terms of personal development, Song Qiming was also full of potential. Now, in family Song, he was second only to Master Song's eldest son, Song Jingping, who worked in Xiangnan province. Master Song said a few more words to Xiao Ruofei and hung up the phone. When Xiao Ruofei put away his phone, he saw that Song Wei had opened his eyes. He said with a hint of apology, Did I wake you up? I didn't sleep. Song Wei said, Did Master Song call you? Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, Yes, Grandpa Song has already received the news. He probably called me to ask me to go back and help with the treatment. He still cares about Uncle Song very much. In terms of seniority, Song Qiming was Master Song's grandnephew. Song Wei was one generation younger than Song Rui. Xiao Ruofei and Song Rui were brothers, and he called Master Song Grandpa Song. In this way, Song Wei was one generation younger than Xiao Ruofei. But now that they had this kind of relationship, it was a bit confusing. Song Wei nodded gently and said, He is indeed very good to my father. Perhaps thinking that his father was now struggling on the line between life and death, Song Wei's eyes suddenly turned red again. Xiao Ruofei gently held her soft hand and said, Wei, don't worry too much. Grandpa Song said that he will personally give instructions to the people in Southeast Province. At least, they have to stabilize Uncle Song's vital signs at all costs. As long as he can hold on until we arrive at the hospital, everything will be salvaged, yes. Song Wei nodded heavily. After a while, the car had arrived at the airport. Wu Chong parked the car directly in front of the private jet building. Xiao Ruofei took Song Wei's hand and got out of the car together. He told Wu Chong to drive directly to the Sihiyuan. In addition, if Qin Yanan and he needed to use the car, they had to make sure it was safe. Then Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei stepped into the private jet building together. Both of them went straight to the airport as soon as they received the news. They didn't even bring their carry-on luggage. Captain Luan and Captain Jing Daming of the crew were already waiting at the security checkpoint. With their help, the two of them quickly passed through the security check. The group of people quickly went through the internal passage of the private jet building to the tarmac. Luan said, "Mr. Xia, I was just about to report to you. Today, there is a traffic control at the Beijing airport. It is said that the Air Force is conducting a small-scale exercise. Many airspace that was originally open is closed today. Many planes are stranded at the airport. Because we cut the queue at the last minute, the takeoff time is delayed again and again." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but frown and say, "How could this be?" Luan quickly said, "Mr. Xia, don't worry. The matter has been resolved." "Oh?" "Just a few minutes ago, the control told us that we can take off at any time," Luan said. "I don't know why, but the Air Force gave us the green light. All the airspace is open to us." Xiao Ruofei knew that Master Song must have informed them, so the military responded so quickly. Xiao Ruofei wasn't a person who liked to enjoy privileges. If it were any other time, he would feel that it was no big deal to wait for a while. However, the situation today was different. He had to rush back to the Three Mountains as soon as possible. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "I got it. Let's take off as soon as possible. Also, try to speed up along the way. Don't worry about the fuel consumption. Go as fast as you can." "Understood." Luan said, "Everything is ready. We can leave as soon as we get on the plane." As they talked, they soon arrived at the tarmac. The Haven business jet was parked quietly on the tarmac. Because the two flight attendants couldn't make it, there were only 3 people in the crew today. In addition to the 2 captains, there was also an air service mechanic. Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei hurriedly stepped on the gangway ladder. The air service mechanic quickly put away the gangway ladder and closed the cabin door. Luan and Jing Daming entered the cockpit and rechecked the pre-takeoff items as quickly as possible. Then, they applied to the controller through the communication channel. "Beijing clearance, Z999TY, parking position E9. Head to the Three Mountains. Request clearance." Jing Daming, who was in charge of communication, said. Z999TY was actually the registration number of the plane. This registration number was quite interesting. Li Yifu chose Z, which was the largest letter, and 999, which was the largest 3-digit number. It meant that his master's position in his heart was the highest. As for TY, it was the first letter of the Taoyuan Company's pinyin. When Li Yifu registered the plane, he had already decided to give this plane to Xiao Ruofei. The controller's voice immediately came from the frequency, Z999TY, "You can fly along the planned route to the Three Mountains. Takeoff runway 36R, Purple Stone exit 32D, answering machine 6430, Jing Daming quickly recorded the information given by the controller. Luan, who was listening to the frequency synchronized, began to set up the answering machine and other procedures. After Jing Daming repeated and confirmed that there were no mistakes, he immediately applied to be pushed back. The control department also approved the application immediately. This made many people who were waiting in the frequency quite dissatisfied. They were all silently cursing the guy who cut the line. After the launch, it was taxiing. The tower also approved the taxiing application immediately. Along the way, it also asked the planes at the various nodes of the taxiway to stop and wait. This Gulfstream G650 business jet arrived at the runway under the watchful eyes of the public. In order to let it cross the runway, the tower even temporarily held down a plane waiting to take off on the runway. It was only after the Gulfstream business jet crossed the runway that it was allowed to take off. Soon, the Gulfstream business jet stopped at the runway for a while and was allowed to take off. The pre-flight preparations had already been completed. Luan, who was in charge of the takeoff control, immediately pushed the accelerator to the takeoff thrust. Jing Daming was in charge of monitoring the instrument data. V1, lift the wheel. Luan pulled the joystick gently. The plane leaped from the runway in a light posture and rushed into the gray sky of Beijing. Beijing departure, Z999TY, runway 36 are off the ground. It's going from 500 to 1500. Answering machine 6430, listening to your command. Xing Daming began to contact the departure control. Z999TY, radar identification. The departure control said, Purple Stone exit 32D, continue to 1500. Continue to 1500, Z999TY, Xing Daming repeated. After the plane took off, everything was normal. After going through the established departure procedures, the plane gradually climbed to cruising altitude. At this time, a voice came from the frequency, Z999TY, fly straight to Latex. Luan and Xing Daming were both stunned for a moment. They turned their heads at the same time and looked at each other in disbelief. If they followed the instructions in the frequency, the plane could shorten the journey by a lot. Because according to the flight plan, the flight path of the plane was strung together by route points, so the flight process was not a straight line like many people imagined. Although the sky was endless, there were so many aircraft flying in the sky every day. Naturally, they had to follow certain rules. The flight path and altitude of the flight had strict requirements. Otherwise, the sky would be chaotic. It could be said that the route points were equivalent to nodes. When they were connected together, they formed an invisible road. However, this road was a little different from the roads on the ground. This was in three-dimensional space. In addition to speed and heading, there was also a difference in altitude. It was equivalent to a three-dimensional traffic network. There were more airspace-restricted areas near Beijing. Planes often had to make big turns in the sky. Now, the instructions in the frequency were equivalent to cutting off the turns and straightening them. Several intermediate route points were removed. However, Luan clearly remembered that if they flew straight there, they would definitely have to pass through the no-fly zone designated by the Air Force. Moreover, this was not a temporary no-fly zone designated by today's small-scale exercise, but a no-fly zone set up all year round. It belonged to the Air Force's training airspace. Xing Daming suspected that he had heard wrong and asked, "Excuse me, are we flying straight to Latex?" "Correct." The voice in the frequency said faintly. "But we will break into the no-fly zone." Xing Daming couldn't help but remind. He thought that the controller had made a command error. Unexpectedly, the voice in the frequency said directly, "I have received orders from the Air Force to direct you to Latex. You will see two J-10 planes 2 nautical miles ahead. Just follow them." Luan and Xing Daming couldn't help but open their mouths wide. However, their professionalism was still very strong. They immediately changed the settings on the flight computer. After clicking confirm, the original winding route suddenly became a clean straight line. The plane also slowly changed its route under the control of the autopilot and flew according to the new planned route. Both of them looked outside attentively. Sure enough, two J-10 planes appeared in their field of vision. These two fighter jets obviously also noticed the Gulfstream G650. They separated on the left and right. One of them flew side by side with the Gulfstream aircraft, while the other shook its wings and led the way in front of the Gulfstream aircraft. Luan immediately changed to manual pilot mode and followed behind the J-10 plane. The two senior captains sat in the cockpit and were extremely excited and shocked. In their many years of work, this was the first time they had encountered such a thing. Was this considered a fighter escort? This treatment was almost comparable to that of national leaders. In fact, the two J-10 planes were just doing normal flight training in this airspace. They received orders that a Gulfstream business jet needed to cross the no-fly zone because of an emergency. They were asked to come and guide the flight so as not to affect the training of other planes in the airspace. It was completely convenient. Soon, accompanied by the two J-10 planes, the Gulfstream G650 business jet approached the edge of the no-fly zone. At this time, the pilot on the fighter jet waved at the Gulfstream and quickly turned away. Luan and Xing Daming felt like they had experienced a magical dream. Although the following flight was not as exaggerated as the fighter escort, Luan and Xing Daming were still amazed. This was because the regional adjustments along the way directed them to fly straight to a certain route point from time to time. It felt like they were basically flying in a straight line from Jing City to Sanshan. Originally, the flight was about 2 hours. Flying straight all the way, the plane was already close to Sanshan in a little more than an hour. Moreover, during the landing process, there was no waiting at all. It directly joined the sequence without any circling or flying around. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the Gulfstream business jet had already landed smoothly on the runway of Chongqing International Airport in Sanshan. After landing, a guidance vehicle directly led the plane to a parking space close by. Xiao Ruofei saw through the porthole that an Air Force Warrior off-road vehicle was already waiting on the tarmac. He knew that this must have been arranged by Master Song. The purpose of everything was a race against time. When Song Wei got up, perhaps because she was nervous, she staggered. Xiao Ruofei quickly grabbed her arm and said, "Don't worry. Today's flight was very smooth. We saved at least an hour. Uncle Song will be fine." Song Wei nodded heavily and said, "Ruofei, let's go quickly." The flight crew also knew that Xiao Ruofei was in a hurry, so the plane stabilized. After landing, the flight crew mechanics had already opened the cabin door and lowered the gangway ladder. Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei stepped off the plane. An Air Force lieutenant colonel quickly walked over, saluted and asked, "Are you Mr. Xiao Ruofei and Ms. Song Wei?" "We are," Xiao Ruofei said. "I was ordered to take the two of you to the military general hospital," the Air Force lieutenant colonel said. "Thank you for your hard work." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Time is tight. Let's talk in the car." "Okay, please," the Air Force lieutenant colonel said straightforwardly. Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei sat in the off-road vehicle. After the Air Force lieutenant colonel got in the car, he said to the driver, "Drive. Go as fast as you can." "Understood," the sergeant driving said calmly. The off-road vehicle's engine made a loud roar and rushed directly to the exit. This must have exceeded the speed limit of the tarmac, but no one cared about this now. Everything was for the sake of fighting for every minute and every second. It was no exaggeration to say that this was a race against death. The military had already completed the procedures in advance. Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei also skipped the procedures of passing through the gate and directly left in the Warrior off-road vehicle. The car rushed out of the restricted area of the airport and then drove in the direction of the Sanshan city. Full book. As soon as the car drove out of the airport, the siren sounded and the car sped away. Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei sat in the back seat. Song Wei was trembling because of nervousness. Xiao Ruofei held her hand tightly and asked, "Lieutenant Colonel, how should I address you?" The Air Force Lieutenant Colonel replied, "Mr. Xia, my name is Lu Tai. I'm a combat staff officer at the Air Force Sanshan Command Post." "Hello, Staff Officer Lu." Xiao Ruofei asked, "May I ask, how is Uncle Song now?" Lu Tai hesitated for a moment. He glanced at Song Wei through the rearview mirror and said cautiously, "I received the order to send you two to the military general hospital as soon as possible. I don't know much about the other situation." Xiao Ruofei looked at Lu Tai thoughtfully, then nodded. Lu Tai didn't understand the situation at all. Xiao Ruofei didn't believe him, but Xiao Ruofei didn't want to ask about things that had nothing to do with the mission. He was sure that Song Qiming's situation wasn't optimistic. Otherwise, Lu Tai wouldn't have hesitated to speak because of Song Wei. Of course, there was one more thing that was certain. That was, at least before Lu Tai set off, Song Qiming was still alive. Otherwise, everything he was doing now would be meaningless. There was no need to take the risk of speeding on the highway. Xiao Ruofei patted Song Wei's hand gently and whispered, "Wei Wei, don't worry. Uncle Song will be fine. Trust me." "Yes. Ruofei, you have to save my father," Song Wei said. "Of course. He's your father," Xiao Ruofei said, "Don't worry. We'll be at the hospital soon." Xiao Ruofei's words seemed to give Song Wei a backbone. She subconsciously snuggled up to Xiao Ruofei, as if only by doing so could she have the strength to support herself. Xiao Ruofei sighed secretly. He comforted Song Wei, but he wasn't confident at all. He was really afraid that when they arrived at the hospital, they would face a cold body. Xiao Ruofei couldn't imagine what would happen to Song Wei if such a situation really happened. She would collapse, wouldn't she? Although he was very anxious, Xiao Ruofei didn't show it. Instead, he was very calm, which made Song feel a lot more at ease. Usually, it would take about 50 minutes to an hour by car, but this sergeant reduced it to about 35 minutes. In the inpatient building of the Military General Hospital, a sharp braking sound was heard. The fierce warrior off-road vehicle left 2 deep black brake marks. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly thanked Lu Tai and the sergeant. Then he opened the door and got out of the car. A familiar figure stood at the entrance of the inpatient building with an anxious look. This person was Song Qiming's secretary, Chao Guangji. His head was also wrapped in bandages, and there was even blood faintly oozing out. "Boss Xia, Song Wei, this way," Chao Guangji said as soon as he saw them. Xiao Ruofei pulled Song Wei and quickly followed Chao Guangji. He asked, "Brother Chao, how's Uncle Song?" This was the question he was most concerned about at the moment, and it was also a big stone hanging in his heart. Chao Guangji was in a hurry, and he was slightly out of breath. He walked quickly and said, "The doctor is still trying to save him, but..." Chao Guangji glanced at Song Wei. He gritted his teeth and said, "The professor in the neurosurgery department of the General Hospital said to tell the family to be mentally prepared. I'm afraid the secretary won't be able to make it." Song Wei's face suddenly turned pale. He swayed and almost fainted. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly supported Song Wei and said, "Don't worry. As long as Uncle Song is still alive, I will do everything I can to save him." Song Wei also suddenly woke up. There was still Xiao Ruofei. The most important thing now was to get Xiao Ruofei to treat her father as soon as possible. Song Wei had a kind of blind trust in Xiao Ruofei. He believed that as long as his father was still alive, Xiao Ruofei would definitely find a way. This belief was very persistent. "Yes, Brother Chao, let's go faster," Song Wei said. There was a staff member of the municipal party committee guarding the elevator. When he saw Chao Guangji and Xiao Ruofei quickly walking over, he hurriedly pressed the elevator button. When the 3 of them arrived at the elevator door, the elevator had just arrived. Without saying anything, they quickly walked into the elevator. Chao Guangji quickly pressed the button for the 15th floor, which was the floor where the operating theater was located. Xiao Ruofei anxiously watched the elevator numbers jump up one by one. For the first time, he felt that the elevator was going up so slowly. Finally, with a ding, the elevator stopped on the 15th floor. The elevator door slowly opened. Xiao Ruofei and the others quickly walked out. Song Wei saw his haggard mother standing at the door of the operating theater. A female staff member of the municipal party committee was supporting her. "Mom," Song Wei said in a trembling voice. Song Qiming's wife, Fang Liyun, heard her daughter's voice and suddenly turned her head. Song Wei rushed over and hugged Fang Liyun tightly. Fang Liyun said sorrowfully, "Wei, your father. He might not make it." Song Wei said in a trembling voice, No. Dad is so young and so healthy. Even if he's injured, he can survive." Fang Liyun smiled bitterly and shook her head. She said, "Professor Chen said. When your father was sent to the hospital, the degree of his brain injury was severe. There were also many fractures all over his body. There was basically no need for surgery. However, Secretary Lin of the Provincial Party Committee personally instructed that your father's life must be saved at all costs. That's why the hospital decided to perform a craniotomy." But Professor Chen said, "We should be mentally prepared and not have too much hope." Fang Liyun was sobbing when she said this. Song Wei looked helplessly at the operating room that was still lit with the words "Operation in Progress" and then turned to look at Xiao Ruofei. According to Fang Liyun's description, the severity of the injury was basically a death sentence. The reason why the doctors performed a craniotomy was because of the instructions of the Provincial Party Committee. Moreover, Song Qiming's identity was special. If they didn't perform the surgery, the hospital couldn't bear the responsibility. Therefore, a surgery like this was more of a gesture and had no practical meaning. At this point, could Xiao Ruofei do anything? Xiao Ruofei took a step forward and said, "Auntie, is Uncle Song still in the operating room? I want to go in and take a look. Maybe I can help." "Yes. Mom, let Ruofei go in and take a look," Song Wei said hurriedly. Fang Liyun hesitated for a moment. The general hospital had gathered the top experts in the hospital. Even the brain surgery experts from 301 Hospital were directly involved in the operation room through remote video. The emergency rescue was going on inside, and family members were not allowed to enter at this time. Of course, Fang Liyun was Song Qiming's wife. If she insisted, the hospital wouldn't dare to stop her. But what if something went wrong? Fang Liyun thought of Song Wei being infected by the terrible poison. None of the teammates who went to the tomb with Song Wei survived. Only Song Wei recovered completely under Xia Ruofei's treatment. This gave birth to a glimmer of hope in her heart. Just as Fang Liyun was hesitating, the operating room light went off. The crowd waiting outside suddenly became restless. Fang Liyun didn't have time to talk to Xia Ruofei. She hurried to the door of the operating room and waited anxiously. Soon, the door of the operating room gently slid open. A doctor in a dark green sterile surgical gown took off his blood-stained gloves and mask as he walked out quickly. "Professor Chen, how's Qiming?" Fang Liyun asked impatiently. The chief surgeon, Professor Chen, was the head of the brain surgery department in the general hospital. He was also a professor and received special subsidies from the state council. His technical rank was higher than the president and political commissar of the general hospital. He was a civilian major general. He looked at Fang Liyun and said seriously, "Mrs. Song, we've cleaned up the blood clot in Mr. Song's brain and treated the bleeding point. But his injuries are too serious. According to our judgment, his brain damage is very serious. He's close to brain death. I'm afraid." Fang Liyun suddenly felt her vision go dark. Her body swayed, and the female staff member from the municipal party committee hurriedly supported her. After Song Wei heard this, he was completely stunned. He couldn't believe that his father was gone just like that. Everyone else, including Song Qiming's secretary, Chao Guangji, and the staff members of the provincial party committee and municipal party committee, were all shocked. Xia Ruofei was the only one who remained calm. He took a step forward and said, "Professor Chen, I need to check on Mr. Song's condition immediately." "You are?" Professor Chen was stunned. At this moment, a voice rang out, "Are you Mr. Xia Ruofei?" Xia Ruofei turned around and saw a senior colonel in an army uniform. He didn't know who this person was, but he nodded and said, "I am." Song Wei and Fang Liyun hurriedly said, "He's Xia Ruofei." At this moment, Professor Chen and the others at the door of the operating room finally reacted and hurriedly greeted the senior colonel. "Director Gao. Director Gao, you're here." It turned out that this senior colonel was the director of the military general hospital, Gao Yuan. After he confirmed Xia Ruofei's identity, he nodded at Xia Ruofei and then said to Professor Chen, "Professor, take Mr. Xia into the operating room and cooperate with him fully." "Director, this." Professor Chen didn't know how to react. Gao Yuan said, "Professor Chen, this is an order from the head of the Joint Logistics Support Unit. Carry it out." Although Professor Chen was a highly respected expert, and even Gao Yuan, the director of the hospital, had to be very polite and respectful to him, he was also a soldier, and following orders was the duty of a soldier. Therefore, although there were too many questions and doubts in his heart, Professor Chen still put on a straight face and said, "Yes, sir." Just as Professor Chen was about to invite Xia Ruofei into the operating room, Gao Yuan thought for a moment, then pulled Professor Chen aside and whispered a few words into his ear. Professor Chen looked shocked. Gao Yuan gently patted Professor Chen's shoulder and said, "Old Chen, don't be in a daze. Do as I say. Remember, this is an order from the head of the hospital." Professor Chen immediately came to his senses. He nodded and said, "I understand, Director." Then, Professor Chen said to Xia Ruofei, "Mr. Xia, please come with me." Xia Ruofei nodded and followed Professor Chen. The two of them walked into the operating area. As the door of the operating room gently slid shut, Song Wei grabbed Fang Liyun's arm tightly and said, "Mom. Don't worry. Ruofei will definitely find a way." Fang Liyun smiled bitterly and said, Wei, we still have to be mentally prepared. If you're dad, then we'll have to rely on each other in the future." Song Wei's nose twitched and he said, "Mom. Don't say any more. Dad will be fine." In the operating room, Professor Chen walked along the corridor and said to Xia Ruofei, "Mr. Xia, please come with me to disinfect and change into a sterile surgical gown." Xia Ruofei said, "Professor, saving lives is more important. Let's skip all these procedures. I have to see Uncle Song right now." If it had been any other time, Professor Chen would have vehemently objected to such an obvious and serious violation of medical procedures. In this operating theater, as the chief surgeon, he was the boss. Even Gao Yuan, the hospital director, could not enter the operating theater without disinfecting it. However, he thought of what Gao Yuan had whispered to him just now. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded reluctantly and said, "Okay then." Professor Chen quickly brought Xiao Ruofei to an operating room. There were at least a dozen medical staff working in the room after the surgery. They were stunned when they saw Professor Chen walk in with a stranger without even changing his clothes. Xiao Ruofei saw Song Qiming lying on the operating table at first glance. To be honest, he didn't recognize him at first glance. Song Qiming's head injury was very serious, and his face was swollen. Moreover, he had just undergone a craniotomy and his hair was shaved. He was completely different from the Song Qiming he remembered. Xiao Ruofei said, "Professor Chen, I hope to be alone with Uncle Song for a while." "Please." Professor Chen nodded and said, "Everyone, please leave first." In this operating room, Professor Chen's words were like an imperial edict. Hearing this, the medical staff stepped out without hesitation. Professor Chen reminded them again, "Pay attention to the confidentiality of what happened today. No one is allowed to speak of it. Not even your family, not even your wife or children, understand?" Professor Chen gave the order without hesitation. This was a military hospital, and the discipline was much stronger than that of a normal hospital. Hearing this, the doctors and nurses all nodded and agreed. After everyone left, Professor Chen said to Xiao Ruofei, "Mr. Xia, I'll leave first." "Oh right, in order to preserve the information, the operating room's recording system will always be on. Please understand." Xiao Ruofei said casually, "No problem." As long as he didn't want to, even if there were 100 cameras around him, they wouldn't be able to capture a clear image. Professor Chen nodded and looked at Xiao Ruofei deeply before he walked out of the operating room. Xiao Ruofei saw that the door of the operating room was tightly shut. Only then did he take a deep breath and step toward the operating table. There were still some bloodstains on Song Qiming's swollen face, and there was an obvious scar on his shaved head. It was the result of a craniotomy, and it looked a little scary. If an ordinary person were to see this scene, their legs would probably go soft. However, Xiao Ruofei was someone who had seen blood on the battlefield. Naturally, he would not be affected by this scene. He quickly went forward and put his hand into his pocket. Then, he thought of something and took out a few pieces of jade from his space. He waved his hand and arranged them around the operating table. This was a small array plate that Xiao Ruofei made casually. Its function was very simple, which was to interfere with the surrounding aura. Not only was it soundproof, but it could also prevent the camera from capturing it clearly. It was not completely impossible to capture it, but the image would be a little blurry and distorted, as if there was a thick fog in between. With the interference of the array plate, Xiao Ruofei did not have to worry about the surgical recording system. The moment he set up the array plate, he took out a petal of the spirit heart flower from his space. He did not dare to touch it with his hands. Instead, he used his mental strength to support it and placed it on Song Qiming's head. As soon as the spirit heart flower petal touched Song Qiming's head, it melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, just like snow under the scorching sun. After using a petal of the spirit heart flower, Xiao Ruofei gently pressed his hand on Song Qiming's head and used his mental strength to investigate. The reason why Xiao Ruofei was so anxious was because Song Qiming's injury was too serious. The most important thing was that his head was injured. According to Professor Chen, Song Qiming's brain was severely damaged, and he was extremely close to brain death. Xiao Ruofei did not know if a person's brain was dead, but his vital signs were still being maintained by machines. Would that be considered a true death? After the brain cells were damaged, even if the spirit heart flower petal could repair them, would the person's consciousness be restored? What about his memory? Or would his soul still be there? The structure of the brain was too complicated, and Xiao Ruofei wasn't confident. Therefore, using a petal of the spirit heart flower as soon as possible was the safest choice. After Xiao Ruofei's spiritual force entered Song Qiming's brain, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He could clearly feel that the spirit heart flower's recovery energy was rapidly being consumed. Song Qiming's brain was like a broken fishing net, with wounds everywhere. Even with the spirit heart flower's recovery, Xiao Ruofei was still shocked. Just how serious were his injuries? Xiao Ruofei finally understood why Professor Chen would make such a judgment. If it weren't for the leader's instructions and Song Qiming's special identity, the hospital would probably have directly declared that there was no need to save anyone with the same injury. Song Qiming was still lying quietly on the operating table, showing no signs of waking up. However, Xiao Ruofei was sure that one petal of the spirit heart flower was definitely not enough. Without any hesitation, he took out the second petal and carefully placed it on Song Qiming's head with his spiritual force. This petal quickly melted and was absorbed by Song Qiming's body. Time ticked by. Xiao Ruofei had been using his spiritual force to observe the recovery of Song Qiming's brain. He had used a total of 4 spirit heart flower petals before Song Qiming's internal injuries were basically healed. After that, Xiao Ruofei didn't take out any more petals. It was not because he was distressed over the loss of petals. In fact, Xiao Ruofei had already accumulated a considerable number of petals. There were at least a few hundred petals. Even without his relationship with Song Wei, he would not care about a mere 4 petals based on Elder Song's request. However, he couldn't continue using them in his current situation. This was because if he used another petal, the wounds on his face and body, including the ones caused by the craniotomy, would be healed. That would be a bit shocking. Now, the internal injuries were basically healed, but it couldn't be seen on the surface. Unless they did a CT scan on Song Qiming's brain. With Song Qiming's current condition, of course, the hospital wouldn't do such an unnecessary examination. If Song Qiming could slowly recover in a few days, it wouldn't matter if they did another examination. After all, the structure of the brain was very complicated. Human medicine had developed to this day, but the research on the brain was still very limited. Many things that happened here couldn't be explained by science. Even if Song Qiming's brain injuries recovered quickly, it wouldn't cause a huge uproar. At least, it wouldn't cause as much of a shock as if he had recovered in just 20 to 30 minutes. Song Qiming's injuries were actually no longer a big problem. Although they looked very scary and there were many fractures on his body, as long as Xiao Ruofei was willing, he could recover in minutes. The bigger problem now was that even if the internal injuries in his brain were almost healed, Song Qiming still didn't show any signs of waking up. It was as if his soul had fallen into a deep sleep and didn't respond to external stimuli. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't study Western medicine. His understanding of external stimuli mainly referred to things like family members calling in his ear. It wasn't the same kind of stimulation as Western medicine. Xiao Ruofei didn't know that in the operating room earlier, Professor Chen and the medical staff had already determined that Song Qiming was brain dead. There were strict criteria for the diagnosis of brain death. For example, there was a complete cessation of spontaneous breathing and could only rely on a ventilator. There was also a series of brainstem reflex tests, such as the pupil's reflex to light, the trachea's asphyxiation reflex, and so on, and an EEG waveform. Song Qiming's identity was special, so Professor Chen strictly followed the diagnostic procedures and didn't dare to make the slightest mistake. Unfortunately, according to the complicated procedures of brain death diagnosis, Song Qiming's current condition almost met all the criteria. The reason why Professor Chen didn't immediately determine brain death was that according to the procedure, a second diagnosis had to be made 3 hours later. If the results were the same as the first diagnosis and there was no improvement, then brain death would be officially determined. Moreover, the time of death would be based on the second diagnosis. This was a very strict process. Therefore, Professor Chen didn't immediately make a diagnosis of brain death, not because Song Qiming still had a slight chance of survival, but because the procedure required it. Xiao Ruofei didn't understand the situation, but he knew that from a physical point of view, Song Qiming's life was no longer in danger. The reason why he hadn't woken up yet required further examination. The operating room obviously wasn't a suitable place. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei quickly made a decision: the treatment was over. However, before leaving the operating room, Xiao Ruofei first took out a set of silver needles from his space. After thinking for a while, he quickly inserted 7 or 8 silver needles accurately into Song Qiming's head, neck, and several acupuncture points on his body. Then, using a long-lost acupuncture technique, he transferred a small amount of true qi into Song Qiming's body. The reason why he did this was to give people the impression that he had treated Song Qiming with traditional Chinese medicine. This was also a foreshadowing for Song Qiming's future recovery. Although it was already incredible to use traditional Chinese medicine to save such a critically injured person, it was still much less shocking than doing nothing to make a person recover. Of course, this acupuncture and moxibustion was not just for show. Xiao Ruofei's acupuncture and moxibustion technique was passed down from a precious lost ancient medical book. He also took into account Song Qiming's current external injuries and specially selected a few acupoints. Combined with the cultivator's unique genuine qi, this acupuncture and moxibustion could have the effect of consolidating the corporeity and locking in Song Qiming's vitality. Moreover, using this kind of acupuncture technique, the silver needles used for acupuncture had to be left in the acupuncture points for an hour. Only in this way could the stimulation of several acupuncture points produce a linked effect and stabilize the body's foundation. Xiao Ruofei finally twisted a silver needle and then gently flicked the end of the needle. The silver needle immediately vibrated at a special frequency. He had performed similar operations several times in the past few minutes, and this was the last time he would perform this acupuncture treatment. After he was done, the last silver needle was still trembling slightly. Xiao Ruofei stood up and waved his hand to retrieve the jade that was placed around the operating table as the base. He then opened the door of the operating room and walked out. In fact, Professor Chen had been observing the situation in the operating room from a large room next door. This room was similar to the command hall in the army. The images of different operating rooms could be adjusted at any time on the large screen and instructions could be directly given to the operating room through the microphone. This hall was set up in the operating area. Professor Chen purposely sent the staff out so that he could do the operation himself. He was fully focused on observing the situation in Song Qiming's operating room. However, he only saw Xiao Ruofei waving his hand and then the image became distorted. It was as if there was a layer of fog and he couldn't see anything clearly. At first, Professor Chen thought that there was a problem with the camera. Naturally, there was more than one camera in the operating room. In fact, there were at least 5 cameras around the operating table. They could see the situation on the operating table from different angles. Moreover, they were all transmitted through optical fiber internet, so the images were quite clear. Therefore, Professor Chen immediately switched to the other cameras in the operating room. He quickly found that the images captured by all the cameras were the same. They were all distorted and blurry. He could only see vague shadows. It was as if he was looking at flowers in a fog. He couldn't see anything clearly at all. Professor Chen called the technicians back and checked for a long time. They didn't find any problems and the images in the other operating rooms were completely normal. After all, Professor Chen was also a soldier. He noticed that before the image became blurry, Xiao Ruofei waved his hand. It seemed like something had been thrown out. He quickly made his own guess. Xiao Ruofei must not want others to see his treatment process, so he used a very advanced shielding device. This kind of shielding device might be unique to the military. Professor Chen considered that this was an order personally given by the chief of the Joint Logistics Support Unit. Moreover, before he came in, Director Gao Yuan had specially pulled him aside and whispered a few words. Gao Yuan's meaning was clear. The chief had instructed them to fully cooperate with Xiao Ruofei and to unconditionally fulfill all requests related to treatment. In addition, Gao Yuan also said that they should strictly follow the chief's instructions. Even if Song Qiming eventually died from his injuries, with Xiao Ruofei involved, the general hospital would not have any responsibility. If it were another patient, Professor Chen would not have agreed to such torture. However, Song Qiming was different. Professor Chen knew very well that Song Qiming was already brain dead. He was just one step away from the procedure. No matter what Xiao Ruofei did, there would not be any worse results. Therefore, Professor Chen hesitated for a moment and gave up the idea of going to the operating room to take a look. He sat in the command hall and looked at the blurry image. He sat there for another 10 to 20 minutes. Then, he saw the image of the operating room flash on the big screen, and then it became clear again. Professor Chen even saw Xiao Ruofei put something in his pocket when the image was restored. He was even more certain that Xiao Ruofei must have used a powerful shielding device. Professor Chen also saw that Song Qiming's eyes were still closed on the operating table, but there were a few more silver needles on his head and upper body. This Mr. Xia is so young, but he actually knows Chinese medicine? Professor Chen muttered in his heart. However, he was not optimistic about Xiao Ruofei's treatment at all. Chinese medicine emphasized whole-body conditioning. This was the biggest difference between Chinese medicine and Western medicine. It was also because of this difference that Chinese medicine often took longer to take effect. When dealing with external injuries, Western medicine obviously had the advantage. In Professor Chen's opinion, Chinese medicine could not do anything about Song Qiming's injuries. When Professor Chen saw Xiao Ruofei walk straight out of the operating room, he quickly stood up and walked through the corridor toward the operating room. Mr. Xia. Professor Chen saw Xiao Ruofei walking toward him and nodded slightly to greet him. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Professor Chen, the first stage of my treatment has been completed. Please arrange a ward for Uncle Song. Professor Chen originally did not plan to arrange another ward for Song Qiming. After all, the ICU's resources were limited, and there was no need to waste unnecessary resources. In his opinion, as long as the diagnosis was completed, Song Qiming could be declared brain dead. However, since Xiao Ruofei had asked, he could not refuse. He could not say that there was no need to arrange a ward, and that he would be declared brain dead in 2 hours. Therefore, Professor Chen thought for a moment and said, Okay, I'll arrange the ICU right away. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, Thank you for your hard work. I'll wait here. By the way, don't touch the silver needles I left on Uncle Song for an hour. When you transfer him to another ward, please be careful. Professor Chen did not think much of it, but he still nodded and said, Okay, don't worry. I'll give the order. Full book. The intensive care unit, ICU, was located opposite the operating area, and there was an internal corridor connecting it to the operating area. This setup was also to allow critical patients undergoing surgery to be transported directly in a sterile environment. Soon, the medical staff sent Song Qiming to the ICU for proper treatment. Xiao Ruofei checked Song Qiming again and found that his vitality was still quite strong, but there were no signs of him waking up. For the time being, his injuries would not worsen. Considering that Fang Liyun, Song Wei, and the others were still anxiously waiting outside, Xiao Ruofei decided to go out first. He walked out and saw Professor Chen waiting for him at the exit of the intensive care unit. When Professor Chen saw Xiao Ruofei, he immediately walked up and said, Mr. Xia, I've already told the ICU that you can ignore the visiting hours and visit Secretary Song at any time. Thank you, Professor Chen. Xiao Ruofei said sincerely. Professor Chen hesitated for a moment and said, But, Mr. Xia, could you please disinfect yourself and change into a sterile gown the next time you enter the ICU? After all, this entire area is sterile, and there are other critical patients inside. Xiao Ruofei had entered the operating area without going through the disinfecting procedure, which had already put the hospital in a difficult position. According to the regulations, the entire area had to be sterilized, which increased the workload. If Xiao Ruofei could enter and leave the ICU as he pleased, it would be even more difficult to do the work here. Therefore, even though the head of the headquarters had personally given the order and Director Gao had asked him to fully cooperate, Professor Chen still made his request in a roundabout way. Xiao Ruofei had not been clear about Song Qiming's situation, so he had rushed in without going through the disinfecting procedure. Now that the most stressful stage was over, Xiao Ruofei naturally would not cause trouble for others. Therefore, he said with a smile, No problem. It's my duty to follow the hospital's rules. I was too impatient just now, please forgive me, Professor Chen. Professor Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, It's fine. He was fine. Mr. Xia, Mrs. Song must be waiting anxiously. Go out and tell her about the situation. In fact, Professor Chen had also briefly checked on Song Qiming's condition during the transfer. He found that Song Qiming was still in a deep coma, and the recovery of the internal injuries in Song Qiming's brain could not be seen with the naked eye. Therefore, Professor Chen did not know that Xiao Ruofei had healed most of the brain injuries that they had suffered during the operation in just a short period of 10 to 20 minutes. Because of this, Professor Chen was still pessimistic about Song Qiming's condition. However, now that Xiao Ruofei was involved, and it was a direct order from his superior, he could only be patient and cooperate. Although Professor Chen was a bit of a scholar, as a civilian major general, he was not a pedantic person who only knew how to do business. Even if it was a waste of medical resources, Professor Chen would not jump out to oppose it. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Thank you, Professor Chen. I'll go out first." After that, Xiao Ruofei smiled at Professor Chen, then stepped out of the intensive care unit. Fang Liyun, Song Wei, and the others were waiting anxiously in the hall outside. Most of their attention was focused on the operating room. They did not expect to see Xiao Ruofei walk out of the intensive care unit. It was Song Qiming's secretary, Chao Guangji, who was the first to notice Xiao Ruofei. He quickly walked over to Xiao Ruofei and asked impatiently, "Boss Xia, how is Secretary Song?" Fang Liyun and Song Wei also turned their heads. The moment Song Wei saw Xiao Ruofei, his eyes lit up with hope. He asked nervously, "Ruofei, my father." Xiao Ruofei gestured with his hands and said, "Don't worry, everyone. Uncle Song's brain injury is serious, but I have it under control." Just as Fang Liyun, Song Wei, and the others breathed a sigh of relief, Xiao Ruofei changed the topic and said, "But Uncle Song is still in a deep coma. Logically speaking, he should be able to wake up, but I haven't found the reason yet." Fang Liyun and Song Wei suddenly looked nervous again, but Fang Liyun's expression immediately relaxed. She said, "It's okay. It's okay. It's better than not being able to save him." It was mainly because Professor Chen wanted them to be mentally prepared, so he gave them a precautionary shot first. This way, Fang Liyun's expectations were lowered. Now that she heard Xiao Ruofei say that the injury was under control, even if she did not wake up, she already felt that it was a good result. Song Wei also said, "Yes. Mom. Dad will wake up for sure. Ruofei is here." Fang Liyun looked tired and said, "Ruofei, thank you for your hard work." Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei looked at each other. Song Wei's family did not know about their relationship, and Song Qiming and Fang Liyun also knew that Xiao Ruofei's girlfriend was Ling Qingxue. They even had a meal together, so their current relationship was a bit subtle. Song Wei glanced at Xiao Ruofei without a trace. Xiao Ruofei said awkwardly, "Auntie, you're welcome. This is what I should do." Fang Liyun suddenly changed, so she did not notice that something was wrong. She only asked with concern, "Ruofei, when can we go see Qiming?" "Yes. Ruofei, I want to see Dad." Song Wei said quickly. Song Wei felt that the sky was falling when he heard the news of his father's car accident. Until now, he still felt like he was in a dream. At noon, he was still quietly doing research on the campus of Capital University, but now he was in Sanshan, and his father was still unconscious. Xiao Ruofei said, "Auntie Fang, Song Wei, Uncle Song has been sent to the intensive care unit, but he is now in a coma. If you go to see him, he won't feel it. I suggest that you don't go see him for the time being." Xiao Ruofei also considered that Song Qiming's current appearance was a bit scary. He did not want to cause any psychological trauma to Fang Liyun and Song Wei. Anyway, the injury was now under control. The most important thing now was to let Song Qiming regain consciousness. Of course, from Fang Liyun and Song Wei's point of view, they were naturally eager to see Song Qiming, so the two of them were hesitant to speak. Xiao Ruofei quickly said, "Auntie Fang, I see that you don't look very good," and Song Wei also rushed all the way back. "I suggest that you rest first. I believe that Uncle Song would not want to see you like this. I will keep an eye on things here. No matter what happens, I will inform you immediately, okay?" Chao Guangji also advised, "Auntie, listen to Ruofei. Go and rest first. Boss Xia and I will stay here." Fang Liyun thought about it, and finally nodded and said, "Okay, but I don't want to leave the hospital. Arrange a ward here." "No problem." Chao Guangji quickly said, "I'll ask someone to arrange it right away." For a tertiary grade A hospital like the General Hospital, which was one of the top hospitals in the province, the resources of the ordinary wards were definitely more limited. However, this military hospital had set up a ward for senior officials. Military leaders above the level of division and local leaders above the level of department could enjoy the treatment of senior officials. The resources of the senior officials' wards were redundant, so it was not difficult to arrange a ward for Fang Liyun. And strictly speaking, this was not a privilege. Leaders of a certain level would enjoy the corresponding treatment. For people like Song Qiming, housekeepers, chefs, and other service personnel were all taken care of by the organization. Fang Liyun and Song Wei stayed in the hospital to take care of Song Qiming, which was completely in line with the regulations. Chao Guangji quickly arranged for a female staff member of the Municipal Party Committee to accompany Fang Liyun and Song Wei to the floor where the senior officials' wards were. Before Song Wei left, he looked at Xiao Ruofei again. Xiao Ruofei quickly gave her a reassuring smile and made a phone call gesture. Song Wei nodded slightly and left the operating floor with his mother. Xiao Ruofei was not in a hurry to return to the ward. Instead, he pulled Chao Guangji aside and asked in a low voice, "Brother Chao, what happened? How did such a serious accident happen?" At Song Qiming's level, although he did not have to arrange for police cars to clear the way everywhere, his safety was still guaranteed. It was extremely rare for a leader of this level to have such a serious traffic accident. Chao Guangji let out a long sigh and said, "Today, Secretary Song went to Songping City to do research. On the way back, the accident happened." After listening to Chao Guangji's explanation, Xiao Ruofei finally had a general understanding of Song Qiming's car accident. It turned out that every provincial leader had to contact a poverty-stricken county to provide comprehensive guidance on the poverty alleviation work of that county. Songping City and Sanshan City happened to be the corresponding support cities. As the head of Sanshan City, Song Qiming contacted one of the poverty-stricken counties under Songping City, Jingtong County. This morning, Song Qiming personally introduced a project and signed a contract in Jingtong County. If this project was successfully implemented, it would greatly promote the economic environment of Jingtong County. Moreover, it would also increase a large number of employment opportunities. Therefore, Song Qiming was very happy and decided to attend the signing ceremony in person. He set off from Sanshan City early in the morning with only his driver and secretary Chao Guangji. He drove all the way to Jingtong County for more than 3 hours. The signing ceremony went smoothly. Because he still had to attend a meeting in Sanshan City in the afternoon, Song Qiming didn't even have lunch before he got in the car and rushed back. Halfway back, the sky began to drizzle and the surface of the highway was quickly wet. The driver was very careful and didn't drive too fast. However, some things couldn't be avoided. When he was about an hour away from returning to Sanshan City, an accident still happened. It was a highway exit ramp. The light truck in front of him was relatively slow, but it occupied the leftmost lane of the highway. Therefore, Song Qiming's driver decided to overtake from the right. Then, just as the speed of the car increased, the light truck seemed to suddenly realize that it had missed the highway exit. It slammed on the brakes and suddenly swerved to the right, trying to force its way into the ramp. Song Qiming's car was accelerating to overtake on the right. The driver didn't have time to react at all. He just subconsciously swerved to the right, but he was still hit by the light truck. The car suddenly skidded and spun on the highway. At this time, a heavy truck behind them couldn't stop in time and crashed into Song Qiming's car. It directly slammed the car into the guardrail between the highway and the ramp. The car was seriously deformed and was scrapped on the spot. Because the car was spinning and skidding at the time, the part of the car that was hit by the truck was located at the back of the car, where Song Qiming was sitting. Although Song Qiming also fastened a seat belt, it was useless in that situation. The entire back half of the car was twisted into scrap metal. Song Qiming, who was sitting inside, was also seriously injured and went into shock on the spot. As for the driver and Chao Guangji, because they were sitting in the front row, they only suffered some superficial injuries, which were not serious. Chao Guangji couldn't care about anything else at that time. He crazily tried to stop other cars on the highway. In the end, a passing military vehicle stopped and sent Song Qiming to the hospital. After Xiao Ruofei heard this, he couldn't help but say, "So, it was just a normal traffic accident?" Chao Guangji said, "So far, it seems like there are too many road killers on the highway now. People who change lanes and reverse at will, who don't care about other people's lives, should be shot. The most infuriating thing is that the initiator of this accident, the light truck, actually fled the scene immediately." Speaking of this, Chao Guangji couldn't help but clench his fists angrily and say, "He can't run away. There are surveillance cameras at the exit of the highway, so it's easy to check." At this time, Chao Guangji's phone rang. Chao Guangji took out his phone and said, "Boss Xia, I'm sorry. Let me take this call first." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. Chao Guangji didn't avoid it, and directly picked up the phone in front of Xiao Ruofei. "Inspector Li, have you found out?" "What? Fake license plate? How?" "Oh. Oh. I know. You guys have worked hard. Please continue to think of other ways, we must catch this person." After hanging up the phone, Chao Guangji's face was a little ugly. He angrily put his phone back into his pocket, then said to Xiao Ruofei, "The highway traffic police sent news. They checked the surveillance cameras first, but unfortunately, it was a fake license plate. This lead is most likely lost. Now, the highway traffic police are urgently looking at the surveillance cameras of other roads, hoping to find some clues." Xiao Ruofei asked, "Did the surveillance cameras capture the driver's face?" Chao Guangji said gloomily, "Normally, there are high-definition cameras installed on the highway, so they should be able to see very clearly, but the driver of that car was wearing a mask, and the highway traffic police checked the surveillance cameras of several intersections, and found that this person was wearing a mask the whole time, so they couldn't see his face clearly at all." Xiao Ruofei felt that something was wrong. He thought carefully and said, "Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Brother Chao, I think there's something fishy about this. Maybe it's not an accident." Chao Guangji was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Boss Xia, are you suspecting that this was a deliberate attack?" Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "I suggest that we immediately investigate the truck that crashed into us and the driver. Maybe there'll be some unexpected results." The Gentle in the Steel Gun said, "Thank you to Qidian readers Alblis and Xianxia readers User Book Coins for their support. If this was just a traffic accident, it would be fine. However, if it was really planned, then the two cars in front and behind must have cooperated with each other. The truck in the back might have been aiming to kill Song Qiming." Chao Guangji's expression immediately became serious. He said quickly, "I see. I'll contact the police right away." After that, Chao Guangji took out his mobile phone and was about to call the police. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Wait. Brother Chao, the most important thing now is to arrange for people to protect Aunt Fong and Song Wei. If someone really wants to assassinate Uncle Song, Aunt Fong and Song Wei may be in danger." Chao Guangji looked serious and immediately said, "It's really possible. Boss Xia, thank you for your reminder." In fact, with Song Wei's current cultivation, ordinary enemies really couldn't threaten him. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't want Song Wei to know that Song Qiming's car accident might not be a simple accident. Without Song Wei's knowledge, Xiao Ruofei was also worried that there would be an accident. If there really was an accident, it would be too late for regrets. If there was really someone plotting this in the dark and they wanted to attack, it would be easy to dodge a spear in the open but hard to defend against a stab in the dark. If the other party was crazy enough to use firearms, Song Wei would not have experienced life and death situations like Xiao Ruofei and had a natural sense of danger. She might really fall for it. Therefore, it was necessary to carry out a certain amount of protection. Xiao Ruofei said, "Brother Chao, in order to avoid making Aunt Fong and Song Wei nervous, I think it's better to protect them secretly. Don't let them know." "Okay, I understand," Chao Guangji said. He immediately contacted the Public Security Bureau and asked the police for help. One was to immediately investigate the driver of the truck behind them. The other was to arrange a police force near the hospital and secretly protect Feng Liyun and her mother. Chao Guangji went to make a call. Xiao Ruofei was worried about Song Qiming, so he went to the intensive care unit. With Professor Chen's permission, Xiao Ruofei was able to enter the intensive care unit without a hitch. However, he still disinfected himself according to the regulations and put on a sterile gown, shoe covers, mask, and so on. The fully armed Xiao Ruofei was led into Song Qiming's ward by a doctor on duty. The doctor on duty had obviously received instructions. She led Xiao Ruofei to the ward and left. She even closed the door for Xiao Ruofei. The ICU was very quiet, with only the occasional beeping sound of the equipment. Xiao Ruofei walked to the bed and took a look. Song Qiming was lying there quietly, relying on a ventilator and other medical equipment to keep him alive. Xiao Ruofei reached out and placed his hand on Song Qiming's wrist. His mental power silently penetrated Song Qiming's body. He did not set up another array because he did not plan to carry out any other treatment for the time being. Even if he used his spiritual power to check, he used the traditional Chinese method of taking the pulse. It did not matter even if it was recorded by the surveillance camera. In fact, the effect was the same no matter which part of Song Qiming's body Xia Ruofei touched. In a short while, Song Qiming's body had absorbed the remaining components of the spirit heart flower's petals. Moreover, Xia Ruofei had also performed acupuncture on him, so his recovery was much better than when he was in the operating room. Xia Ruofei could sense that Song Qiming's brain injury had basically healed. Even the swelling on his face had decreased a lot. The wound from the craniotomy hadn't healed yet, but based on his physical indicators, there shouldn't be any major problems. However, the strange thing was that he didn't show any signs of waking up. It was as if his soul had fallen into a deep sleep and was completely sealed off. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei's mind suddenly flashed. Could it really be a problem with his soul? He immediately recalled that when Song Wei was infected by the peach blossom miasma, he also fell into a deep sleep and didn't react to external stimuli. At that time, Song Wei's soul was damaged. But this time, Song Qiming's head was seriously injured. Moreover, when Xia Ruofei arrived, his brain tissue was basically necrotic. If he had arrived a little later, he would have really died. Once all the brain tissue was necrotic, it was a completely irreversible state. Even if the spirit heart flower's petal had a miraculous recovery effect, it wouldn't be able to do anything. Fortunately, when Xia Ruofei arrived at the operating room, although 99% of Song Qiming's brain tissue was necrotic, there were still a few remaining cells and nerves that were still alive. It was this pitifully small spark that allowed the spirit heart flower's petal to bring the dead back to life. What Xia Ruofei was considering now was whether such a serious injury would damage the soul. Or from another perspective, if the soul sensed that the body was in a state of near death, would it have a self-protection or emergency function and seal itself off? Xia Ruofei didn't have any clue about this. After all, his research on the brain and soul wasn't very deep. But no matter what, Song Qiming's current state was indeed very strange. His injuries were obviously not serious, and his brain cells, tissues, and neurons had basically recovered, but he didn't have any reaction to external stimuli. He didn't even have a conditioned response. This went against medical common sense. In fact, Song Qiming's current state was similar to that of a vegetative person. However, a vegetative person only lost the function of the cerebral cortex, and some primitive reflexes still existed. They also had a defensive response to strong stimuli such as pain. However, Song Qiming didn't even have these basic reflexes. From this perspective, it was really very close to brain death. But his brain injury had already recovered, and his blood circulation was normal. He just didn't have any reaction to external stimuli. Xia Ruofei had a feeling that Song Qiming's situation might really be a problem with the soul, and the possibility was very high. Could it be that he should try some methods to nurture the soul? Xia Ruofei muttered in his heart. He looked at Song Qiming on the hospital bed and decided to wait and see what happened. At the very least, he had to wait for the acupuncture to be completed, and it was best to move to another ward. There were cameras everywhere in the ICU, and it was very inconvenient to go in and out. According to Xia Ruofei's idea, it was best to go home for treatment, but he also knew that Feng Liyun would definitely not agree, and the organization would definitely have a lot of concerns. For the time being, he could only trouble himself a little and stay in the hospital for treatment. Once Song Qiming regained consciousness, Xia Ruofei could take the opportunity to bring him home for follow-up rehabilitation. Xia Ruofei silently planned in his heart. He didn't have many methods to deal with soul damage. The spirit pregnancy soup was one option, but he estimated that the effect wouldn't be very good. Song Wei had taken a lot of it, but it was basically useless. Moreover, the spirit pregnancy soup had to be taken 7 days apart, and Xia Ruofei couldn't use the formation flag openly in the hospital. Obviously, it was not very suitable. Of course, he could take a dose to try his luck. In addition to the spirit pregnancy soup, he could only use the heart coagulation grass. This kind of spiritual herb was very precious in the cultivation world. There was no doubt that it had a nourishing effect on the soul, and it could even improve one's soul talent, so that people who couldn't cultivate before could embark on the path of cultivation. After Ling Xianxia took the heart coagulation grass, her talent and physique changed, and she began to cultivate the Taichu questioning heart sutra smoothly. At that time, Song Wei's soul was seriously damaged, and he only woke up after taking the medicine made from the heart coagulation grass. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was more or less confident. Of course, the heart coagulation grass was very precious. If he wanted to use the time formation to cultivate it quickly, he would have to pay a very high price. At least 4 to 5 spiritual crystals were enough to provide the energy needed to grow it. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't use the heart coagulation grass rashly. At least, he had to be sure that Song Qiming's deep coma was caused by his soul. Xiao Ruofei sat quietly and thought a lot. Unknowingly, it was almost time, so he stood up and checked Song Qiming's condition first. Then, he methodically withdrew the silver needles. There were many things to pay attention to when withdrawing the needles. Which acupoint to withdraw the needles first and which acupoint to withdraw the needles after. Otherwise, it might backfire and even cause danger. Moreover, withdrawing the needles wasn't as simple as pulling them out. It also required a series of complicated techniques, such as plucking, twisting, and flicking. Xiao Ruofei was very familiar with it. After a while, he easily withdrew the silver needles. He didn't know that in the command hall opposite the operating area, Professor Chen had a panoramic view of this scene. Professor Chen was an expert in neurosurgery. He majored in Western medicine, so he didn't have much reaction to Xiao Ruofei's method of withdrawing the needles. However, when the silver-haired old man next to him saw Xiao Ruofei's skillful technique, his pupils couldn't help but shrink, revealing an extremely shocked expression. The silver-haired old man gasped and cried out involuntarily, "This technique, is it the cloud contact 6 needles? How could it be? No. He used 8 silver needles. This. Seeing the silver-haired old man lose his composure, Professor Chen hurriedly asked, "Uncle Go, is there a problem?" The silver-haired old man murmured, "Little Chen, this young man's acupuncture technique is very special. Although I only saw the process of withdrawing the needles, I felt a sense of déjà vu." As an expert in neurosurgery and a civilian major general who enjoyed a special allowance from the State Council, Professor Chen regarded himself as a junior in front of this silver-haired old man. Moreover, this silver-haired old man also called him Little Chen naturally, which showed that he had a powerful background. In fact, this silver-haired old man was indeed Professor Chen's elder. Professor Chen came from a family of doctors. When his father was still alive, he was a very skilled traditional Chinese medicine doctor. This silver-haired old man, Gu Jun, was also a traditional Chinese medicine master. He was a close friend of Professor Chen's father, and they had always called each other brothers. Although Professor Chen didn't follow his father's wish to inherit his legacy and instead studied Western medicine, he was influenced by what he saw and heard since he was young. He was full of reverence for the extensive and profound traditional Chinese medicine. He also respected the world-famous doctor, Gu Jun, from the bottom of his heart. This time, Gu Jun came to Sanshan to visit an old friend and relax. Since his father's best friend came to Sanshan, Professor Chen naturally had to receive him warmly. He originally planned to invite Gu Jun to dinner tonight, but he didn't expect to encounter Song Qiming's sudden situation. As the most authoritative neurosurgery expert in the general hospital, Professor Chen naturally couldn't leave. He didn't even have time to say anything before he rushed into the operating room. After the surgery was completed and Song Qiming was sent to the intensive care unit with Xiao Ruofei, Professor Chen finally had time to call Gu Jun and cancel the dinner tonight with deep regret. Gu Jun was also a doctor, so he naturally understood this profession very well. He didn't get angry because of this, but instead asked Professor Chen about the rescue today with a trace of concern. Although Song Qiming's identity was special, Gu Jun was one of the top traditional Chinese medicine masters in Huaxia. He was also a member of the high-level healthcare team, so Professor Chen didn't have to deliberately hide it from him. Professor Chen briefly explained Song Qiming's injury and his own judgment. At the same time, he also mentioned Xiao Ruofei's little episode. In fact, as a top neurosurgery expert, Professor Chen believed that Xiao Ruofei's efforts must be futile, and even a little ridiculous. However, when Gujun heard that someone in such a serious condition actually tried to use traditional Chinese medicine to treat the patient, his curiosity was aroused, and he couldn't help but ask a few more questions. Although Professor Chen studied Western medicine, after all, he had been influenced by a traditional Chinese medicine family for many years, so he wasn't completely unfamiliar with traditional Chinese medicine. However, Xiao Ruofei used a formation to interfere with the camera, so Professor Chen didn't have much information about the treatment process. Therefore, he only told Gujun what he knew. The key was naturally Xiao Ruofei's acupuncture technique. After all, when Song Qiming was transferred to the ICU, the silver needles were still in his body. Gujun carefully asked about the specific acupuncture points of the silver needles. After listening to the explanation, his interest grew because he could roughly determine the purpose of Xiao Ruofei's acupuncture. In Gujun's opinion, this young Chinese medicine practitioner's skill was quite good, and such a critical injury was rare. Gujun's occupational disease couldn't help but act up, so he decided to come and see for himself. The hotel he was staying at wasn't far from the general hospital. Although Professor Chen had to stay at the hospital, it was easy for him to arrange a car to pick him up. Therefore, after a short while, Gujun had already arrived at the general hospital. He was led by Professor Chen into the monitoring hall of the surgical area, and just happened to see the scene of Xiao Ruofei removing the needles. When Professor Chen saw that Gujun was so interested in Xiao Ruofei's acupuncture technique, he couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. At this time, Gujun said excitedly, "Xiao Chen, I want to meet this young man. Can you arrange it?" Professor Chen hesitated for a moment, then said, "Uncle Gu, this young man isn't a doctor from our hospital. Also, his intervention in Secretary Song's treatment was ordered by the chief from Beijing. I don't know where he came from. How about this? I'll ask for his opinion first." If Xiao Ruofei was just an ordinary young man, even if he was not a doctor of the general hospital, Professor Chen would not be so uncertain. However, the reality was that Xiao Ruofei was someone who the head of the Joint Logistics Support Force had personally instructed the general hospital to fully cooperate with. Therefore, Professor Chen was not sure whether Xiao Ruofei would give him face. Gujun smiled and said, "Chen, be more sincere. I just want to talk to him about his acupuncture technique." Gujun had been immersed in Chinese medicine all his life. When he saw Xiao Ruofei's strange acupuncture technique, on the one hand, he was deeply interested and couldn't help but want to discuss it. On the other hand, he also appreciated talents. Nowadays, there were fewer and fewer young people who were willing to learn Chinese medicine, and there were even fewer young doctors who were skilled in Chinese medicine. Today, he finally met one, and Gujun didn't want to miss it. Although it was just a glimpse, Gujun even had a feeling that Xiao Ruofei's level of Chinese medicine, or acupuncture, might not be inferior to some famous doctors, which made him even more curious about Xiao Ruofei. It must be known that the older a doctor of Chinese medicine was, the more popular it was because Chinese medicine was so broad and profound that it had to be settled over time to gradually mature. It was rare to see a young and skilled doctor of Chinese medicine like Xiao Ruofei. Professor Chen nodded and said, "Uncle Gu, please wait here for a moment. I'll go and ask." Gujun nodded with a smile. Professor Chen stepped out of the monitoring hall and went directly to Song Qiming's ward from the corridor between the operating area and the intensive care unit. After Xiao Ruofei put away the silver needles, he looked at his watch and found that it was almost time for dinner. He decided to go out to eat something first and talk to Song Wei and Fang Liyun about Song Qiming's situation. As soon as he walked out of the ward, he saw Professor Chen coming towards him. Xiao Ruofei smiled and greeted, "Professor Chen." Today, Professor Chen was very cooperative with Xiao Ruofei, and Xiao Ruofei was also very polite to him. After all, this was his territory, and Song Qiming's follow-up treatment also required the cooperation of the general hospital. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei was just like that. If people respected him, he would respect them tenfold. Previously, Professor Chen still had some complaints about Xiao Ruofei's interventional therapy, but he did not voice them out. Now, his attitude was much more enthusiastic because even Gujun highly praised Xiao Ruofei's acupuncture technique. Moreover, he needed Xiao Ruofei to give him face and meet Gujun, otherwise, he would not be able to complete the task entrusted to him by his elders. Therefore, Professor Chen also showed a friendly smile and said, Mr. Xia, how is Secretary Song? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, overall, he's stable, but he hasn't regained consciousness yet. Professor Chen was very familiar with Song Qiming's injuries. He already had a preconceived notion that Song Qiming was basically brain dead and would not wake up at all. Therefore, he was not surprised by Xia Ruofei's answer. Professor Chen said, Mr. Xia, one of my elders happens to be in the general hospital today. He's a famous Chinese medicine master in our country. He heard that you're trying to use Chinese medicine to treat Secretary Song, so he wants to meet you and discuss the treatment plan. Xia Ruofei was stunned when he heard this. Then, he smiled and said, Professor Chen, please thank that Chinese medicine master for me. But I'm afraid I don't have time at the moment. You know Uncle Song's current situation. Professor Chen hurriedly said, Mr. Xia, my elder's name is Gujun. He's the director of the Chinese Medicine Association in Huaxia, and he's also a recognized Chinese medicine master. He specializes in providing medical and healthcare services to leaders in Beijing. His Chinese medicine skills are very high. If he can participate in the discussion of the treatment plan, it will definitely be helpful for the treatment. Professor Chen thought that Xia Ruofei would definitely be tempted by Gujun's titles. After all, he could also see that Xia Ruofei was very concerned about Song Qiming's situation. Moreover, he was a Chinese medicine practitioner. If he could get the guidance of a Chinese medicine master like Gujun, who would refuse, what Professor Chen did not expect was that Xia Ruofei did not even think about it. He said directly, Professor Chen, thank you for your kindness, but my only thought now is to cure Uncle Song as soon as possible. I really don't care about anything else. Please convey my apologies to your elder. We'll talk about it after this matter is over. This? Professor Chen was dumbfounded. Xia Ruofei did not wait for him to persuade him again. He said directly, I'm sorry, Professor Chen. If there's nothing else, I have to go first. I need to talk to Aunt Fong and Song Wei about Uncle Song's condition. Excuse me. After that, Xia Ruofei gave Professor Chen an apologetic smile and walked toward the exit of the intensive care unit. When Professor Chen came back to his senses, Xia Ruofei had already disappeared around the corner of the corridor. Professor Chen could not shamelessly chase after him and could only shake his head with a bitter smile. He thought to himself, Uncle Ge finally asked me to do something for him, but I didn't expect to screw it up. Professor Chen walked back with a disappointed expression, while Xia Ruofei changed out of his isolation suit and left the intensive care unit. As soon as Xia Ruofei came out, he saw Chao Guangji pacing back and forth outside. When Chao Guangji saw Xia Ruofei, he immediately walked up to him and asked, Boss Xia, how's Secretary Song? Chao Guangji was really concerned about Song Qiming's condition. After all, he was Song Qiming's personal secretary. As the saying goes, if Song Qiming really had an accident, even if it was not his responsibility, he would definitely be replaced by a new leader. No one would use a secretary left behind by a previous leader. Furthermore, this secretary and his leader had died in a car accident. How unlucky, Chao Guangji hadn't been in this position for a long time, so he didn't meet the requirements for a promotion. In addition, he had gotten into a car accident. If Song Qiming couldn't be saved, then Chao Guangji would most likely be assigned to an idle position. If things went wrong, he might just waste half of his life. Of course, in addition to his own political interests, Song Qiming also cared about Chao Guangji. Personally, Chao Guangji did not want anything to happen to Song Qiming. Xia Ruofei said casually, it's still the same. I don't think his life is in danger. It's just that it's troublesome that he hasn't woken up yet. We still need to think of another way, Chao Guangji quickly said, of course, of course. Boss Xia, please take care of this. Nothing must happen to Secretary Song. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, you're treating me like an outsider. How can I not take care of Uncle Song's matters? Chao Guangji came back to his senses and quickly said, look at my mouth. Boss Xia and Secretary Song are on the same side. How can you not take care of them? Boss Xia, please don't take it to heart. I'm just worried about them. Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand and said, Brother Chao, I'm not that stingy. By the way, how's the arrangement with the police? Chao Guangji said, it's all arranged. The provincial office has arranged for the special police to be in charge of the safety of Aunt Fong and Song Wei. They've followed your instructions and are protecting them in secret. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, what about the truck driver? The police will focus on the investigation, Chao Guangji said. He should still be under the control of the highway traffic police. However, things were like this. Before Chao Guangji could finish speaking, his phone rang. He walked aside to answer the call for a while, and then walked over with a very serious expression. Xiao Ruofei looked at his expression and knew that it must not be good news. Sure enough, Chao Guangji said, Boss Xia, the driver ran away. Ran away? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but raise his voice. Isn't he under the control of the police? Why did he suddenly run away? Chao Guangji said with some frustration. The highway traffic police said that the driver was also injured, but his life was not in danger. After they made a simple statement, they sent him to the hospital for treatment. The hospital was very busy today, so it took a long time. After receiving my news, the police were worried that there would be problems, so they sent a few more policemen to reinforce him. The purpose was to keep an eye on him, but they didn't expect this guy to be so alert. When he saw the reinforcement police, he probably realized that something was wrong, so he ran away in the hospital. Xiao Ruofei felt that it was a little unbelievable, but he couldn't comment on the police's ability to work. He could only shake his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and then immediately asked, what about his car? Are there any clues? Chao Guangji smiled bitterly and said, it's the same car with the same license plate. And it's exactly the same as the original car with the same license plate. The police didn't notice at first, but after he ran away, the police retrieved the car's information and found the owner. Then they realized that something was wrong. Xiao Ruofei said decisively, looking at it, there's at least an 80% chance that it was a premeditated attack, and not an accident. Chao Guangji nodded in agreement. Xiao Ruofei then said, Brother Chao, we have to strengthen the security. Although we can't be completely sure now, the possibility of it being a premeditated attack is higher. And the enemy is in the dark, while we are in the open. If we're not careful, it's easy to have problems again. Chao Guangji was slightly stunned, and said, that makes sense. If it really was a premeditated attack, then the enemy in the dark is really too scary. Assassinating a leader of Song Qiming's level, and at the same time, the family Song factor, was definitely a big deal. Those who dared to do such a big thing were definitely outlaws, and the people behind them were likely to be directly related to some big families. If the attack didn't succeed this time, no one knew when there would be the next one, and who the target would be. I have to report this to the higher-ups right away. Chao Guangji said. Xiao Ruofei nodded in agreement, and said, it's very necessary, and this time, we have to be fully prepared. There can't be any safety issues. Chao Guangji said, Boss Xia, I'll take my leave first. I'll have to trouble you to take care of Secretary Song. Don't worry. Xiao Ruofei said, with me here, Uncle Song will be fine. Chao Guangji looked dignified and left in a hurry, while Xiao Ruofei took the elevator to the floor where Feng Liyun and Song Wei were resting. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he found several plainclothes policemen hiding in the dark. He thought to himself that the police's efficiency was quite high, but when faced with those experienced outlaws, their ability seemed to be lacking. Mr. Xia, the female staff member sent by the municipal committee to take care of Feng Liyun, was sitting on a bench in the corridor of the ward. When she saw Xiao Ruofei, she immediately stood up and greeted him. Hello, are Aunt Fong and Song Wei still resting? Xiao Ruofei asked. They're not asleep, they're talking in the room. Okay, thank you. Xiao Ruofei said politely. Then he came to the door of the ward, knocked on the door, and shouted, Aunt Fong. It's me. The whispers in the room immediately stopped, and then Feng Liyun said loudly, Ruofei. Come in. Come in. Xiao Ruofei pushed the door open and walked in. Feng Liyun and Song Wei were already waiting for him. Feng Liyun couldn't wait to ask, Ruofei, is Qiming awake? Xiao Ruofei shook his head slightly and said, not yet. He saw the deep disappointment in Feng Liyun's eyes, so he quickly said, but don't worry too much, Aunt. I think Uncle Song's life is not in danger. It's just that his injury is on his head, so I can't be sure when he'll wake up. Feng Liyun said tiredly, thank you, Ruofei. This result is already very good. After all, even Professor Chen couldn't do anything. Even if Qiming doesn't wake up, you've done your best. Song Wei quickly said, Mom. Don't say such unlucky things. Dad will wake up soon, Ruofei will definitely have a way. After that, Song Wei looked at Xiao Ruofei with hopeful eyes. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, yes. Auntie. My main task today is to stabilize Uncle Song's injury. After all, it's life-threatening. As for his unconscious state, I have some ideas, but it's not mature yet. I need to think about it again before I can formulate the best treatment plan. Don't worry too much. I know, thank you, Ruofei. Fang Liyun said. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, don't mention it, Auntie. By the way, it's almost time for dinner. What do you want to eat? I'll ask someone to send it over. Because of the possible danger outside, Xiao Ruofei didn't plan to take the mother and daughter out to eat. After all, the situation outside was more complicated. Relatively speaking, the hospital ward was set up with a lot of energy, so it was safer. Fang Liyun waved her hand and said, Ruofei, I don't have any appetite now. You and Weiwei can go eat. Auntie. Humans are iron, rice is steel. If you don't eat or drink, your body will collapse soon. Xiao Ruofei said, how will you take care of Uncle Song then? Mom. Listen to Ruofei. Song Wei said, at least eat something. Fang Liyun sighed, then nodded slightly and said, all right then. Let's just have something light. I really don't have any appetite. Okay. I'll arrange it. Xiao Ruofei said. Then, he winked at Song Wei. Song Wei immediately said, Mom. Lie down and rest for a while. I'll go out too. Fang Liyun said tiredly, okay, you guys go. Be careful. Okay. Xiao Ruofei nodded at Fang Liyun, then walked out of the ward with Song Wei. He first called a female staff member of the municipal party committee over and asked her to prepare dinner. Of course, they weren't that particular in the hospital, and Fang Liyun also asked for light food, so Xiao Ruofei asked the female staff member to go to a nearby restaurant to buy some preserved egg and lean meat porridge, a few steamed buns, and a few side dishes for a simple meal. He thought that if they were going to stay in the hospital for the next few days, he might as well ask Ling's restaurant to prepare food for them and send it over every day. It was clean, safe, and tasted better. After the female staff member went to prepare dinner, Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei sat down on the bench outside the ward. Song Wei was very smart, so he immediately asked in a low voice, Ruofei, is my dad's condition not very good? Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, Weiwei, Uncle Song's external injuries are not serious. Although Professor Chen and the others think it's very dangerous and can't do anything about it, I can still cure it with the help of some cultivators. In fact, Uncle Song's external injuries just look scary, but the internal injuries in his brain have basically healed. Song Wei breathed a sigh of relief and said, I knew you would have a way. Did you ask me to come out because my dad is unconscious? It's so easy to talk to smart people. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Weiwei, I now suspect that Uncle Song's situation may be related to his soul. Song Wei pondered for a moment and nodded. It's very possible. After all, the injury is in his head. As you said, his external injuries are not serious, but he can't wake up for a long time. It's really possible that his soul is injured. After all, Song Wei had been cultivating for so long, and the advanced mode of the questioning heart sutra of Genesis was the joint cultivation of two people's souls, so she knew a lot about the soul. When Xiao Ruofei reminded her, she immediately had her own analysis. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, do you remember when you were almost possessed by the spirit in the ancient tomb of Mount Jiu? Of course. Song Wei said with lingering fear, now that I think about it, it's really scary. I didn't know what happened at that time. When I woke up, I was in the hotel. Xiao Ruofei gently patted the back of Song Wei's hand and said, in fact, Uncle Song's situation was quite similar to yours. His soul was injured, or it triggered a self-protective reaction, so he completely sealed off his external perception and even lost the most basic reflex function. Xiao Ruofei saw the worry on Song Wei's face and immediately comforted her, Weiwei, don't worry too much. After all, I have experience, right? I could save you back then, and I can definitely save Uncle Song this time. Song Wei asked, Ruofei, the cost of repairing the damaged soul must not be small, right? Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, Wei Wei, Uncle Song is your father. No matter what price I have to pay, I won't even frown. Song Wei was touched. He gently leaned his head on Xiao Ruofei's shoulder and said, Thank you. Xiao Ruofei was shocked and quickly said, Wei Wei, there's someone. Song Wei straightened his body as if he had been electrocuted. He looked around nervously, and then said coquettishly, Where is anyone? You're teasing me again. Xiao Ruofei didn't want to tell Song Wei that there were many plainclothes policemen nearby. He could only laugh dryly. I mean, this is the hospital corridor. Someone could appear at any time. We have to be careful. Song Wei burst into laughter and said, You know how to be afraid. In the eyes of Xianxia and I, you are extremely daring. Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Wei's faint smile and knew what she meant. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Strictly speaking, the subtle relationship between him, Song Wei, and Ling Xianxia was caused by Song Wei's insistence on removing the peach blossom miasma when his cultivation was not high enough. If it hadn't been for that accidental soul cultivation, how could there have been so many things in the future? Of course, even if Xiao Ruofei didn't know the ways of the world, his EQ couldn't be so low. If he said this directly, it would be embarrassing for the girl. What's more, the reason why Song Wei had been infected by the peach blossom miasma was that she had accompanied him to explore the ancient tomb of Mount Yu. So the root was still on his side. In this case, Xiao Ruofei's only choice was to change the topic. He laughed dryly and said, Wei Wei, your task now is to take good care of Aunt Fong and tell her not to worry too much. It's not easy to tell her about the soul. You have to find a way to make her feel at ease from another angle. This will test your wisdom. Song Wei nodded and said, Don't worry. I will take good care of my mother. And I have confidence in you. After that, Song Wei smiled sweetly at Xiao Ruofei. The two of them sat in the corridor of the hospital and whispered. With Xiao Ruofei's reminder just now, the two of them didn't do anything intimate. After a while, the female staff member of the municipal party committee came over with the dinner she had prepared. When Xiao Ruofei saw it, he naturally couldn't let a female comrade carry so many things. He immediately got up to greet her, took the dinner from her hand, and said, Thank you for your hard work. This girl had just entered the civil service not long ago. This time, the secretary had such a big accident, and she was arranged to take care of the secretary's family. She was also a little nervous, afraid that there would be a mistake in her work. Xiao Ruofei's kind attitude warmed her heart. She quickly said, You're welcome. This is my job. Xiao Ruofei said, Hurry up and eat something, too. You can't work well if you're hungry. We'll take care of Aunt Fong. No, Mr. Xia, I'm not hungry. If I tell you to go, then go. Go quickly and come back quickly. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Song Wei also persuaded her, and the female staff member gratefully went to eat dinner. In fact, they had shifts, but the person who replaced her wouldn't come until 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. She was already hungry, but when she went to buy dinner just now, she didn't dare to eat first. She even forgot to buy a portion for herself to take back to the hospital. After buying it, she hurried to the hospital. Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei walked into the ward and persuaded Fong Liyun to reluctantly eat some. Xiao Ruofei said that after eating, he would arrange for them to go in and see Song Qiming. Fong Liyun then cheered up. When Fong Liyun got the news and rushed to the hospital, Song Qiming had already been sent to the operating room. She hadn't seen Song Qiming until now. Although Xiao Ruofei said that Song Qiming's injury was under control, she still felt worried because she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. Therefore, when she heard that Xiao Ruofei said that she could see Song Qiming, Fong Liyun seemed to have strength all over her body. She quickly drank a bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge and a steamed bun at the same time, then said, Ruofei, I'm full. Let's go see Qiming now. Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei had only eaten half of their food. Seeing this, they couldn't help but look at each other and smile bitterly. However, they understood Fong Liyun's feelings very well, so they put down their chopsticks without saying anything. Xiao Ruofei took Fong Liyun and Song Wei to the floor where the intensive care unit was located in the elevator. Because Professor Chen had informed them in advance, Xiao Ruofei didn't have to go through many twists and turns to take the mother and daughter into the intensive care unit. After going through the disinfection procedure, they changed into isolation gowns. Song Wei saw that his mother's body was slightly trembling, so he quickly went up to hold her arm and said softly, "Mom. It's okay." Fang Liyun nodded heavily. Both of them were actually a little nervous. They followed Xiao Ruofei and soon arrived at Song Qiming's ward. Through the glass wall outside the ward, Fang Liyun had already seen Song Qiming lying motionlessly on the hospital bed. Her eyes couldn't help but ache, and she couldn't help but quicken her pace. As soon as she entered the ward, she saw that Song Qiming's hair had been shaved. His eyes were tightly shut, and there was a trace of swelling on his face. There was also a circle of horrible knife wounds on his head. Fang Liyun couldn't help but burst into tears. She threw herself in front of the bed and gently called out, "Old Song Qiming. Wake up. It's me, Liyun." Song Wei also couldn't help but have his eyes turn red. He bit his lower lip and tried hard to stop his tears from dripping down. Xiao Ruofei saw that Fang Liyun was completely focused on Song Qiming, so he quietly pulled Song Wei's hand and gently squeezed it. Song Wei's eyes had a trace of mist as he turned to look at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei gently nodded to him, then let go of his hand and walked to the bed. He said softly, "Auntie. Although Uncle Song is unconscious now, his life isn't in any danger. You don't have to worry too much." Fang Liyun let go of Song Qiming's hand and nodded slightly. Then she choked and asked, "Ruofei, then Qiming. When will he wake up?" Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, "I'm not sure about the exact time. I need to do a further check on him. But don't worry, I'll do my best." Thank you for your concern," Fang Liyun said. Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Wei and said, "Auntie Fang, you stay here with Uncle Song for a while. Song Wei and I will wait for you outside." Song Wei knew that his mother must have a lot to say to his father. It wasn't appropriate for her and Xiao Ruofei to be present, so he immediately said, "Mom. I'll go out first." Fang Liyun gently nodded her head. So, Xiao Ruofei left the intensive care unit with Song Wei, leaving Song Qiming and Fang Liyun alone. The two stood in the corridor outside and spoke softly. Through the glass curtain wall, they could see Fang Liyun sitting at the head of the bed, gently holding Song Qiming's hand and talking to him. "Ruofei, do you think what my mom is saying now, Dad can hear it?" Song Wei suddenly asked. Xiao Ruofei was stunned and said, "I'm not sure. I heard that people in a vegetative state sometimes have a reaction to their relatives talking to them. But Uncle Song's state is completely different from a vegetative state. He seems to have completely sealed off his perception of the outside world." Song Wei nodded and didn't speak again. Even if she knew that Song Qiming couldn't hear what Fang Liyun said, she wouldn't spoil the fun. Now, Fang Liyun must have a lot to say to Song Qiming. This was a kind of confiding. It didn't matter whether Song Qiming could hear it or not. After about 10 minutes, Fang Liyun came out of the ward. Her eyes were a little red and swollen. When she walked to the door, she said, "Ruofei, Weiwei, let's go." After saying that, she turned back to look at Song Qiming in the ward, then walked out of the room. Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei quickly followed. After walking out of the ICU, Xiao Ruofei sent Fang Liyun and Song Wei to the elevator. The mother and daughter were going to stay in the hospital tonight. Xiao Ruofei didn't go upstairs with them. He was going to go back to the ICU to see if he could check Song Qiming's sea of consciousness. For an ordinary person who hadn't cultivated at all, the sea of consciousness was very fragile. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei's spiritual cultivation hadn't reached the level where he could check other people's sea of consciousness at will. Therefore, he had to be very careful during the process and couldn't be disturbed. If he felt that something was wrong, he had to give up immediately. Just as Xiao Ruofei walked to the door of the ICU, an old man with silver hair stopped him with a smile and asked, "Are you Mr. Xiao Ruofei?" The silver-haired old man was the Chinese medicine master, Gu Jun. His request for a meeting was rejected by Xiao Ruofei, but he was not discouraged. Instead, he became more interested in Xiao Ruofei. Just now, Gu Jun had casually eaten dinner in Professor Chen's office, so he simply went to the intensive care unit to wait. When Xiao Ruofei and Feng Liyun came out together, Gujun did not disturb them. Instead, he waited for Xiao Ruofei to send Feng Liyun and Song Wei into the elevator and return to the intensive care unit. Then, Gujun came over to talk to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei's mind was full of thoughts about how to safely investigate Song Qiming's sea of consciousness. He could not help but frown slightly when he was suddenly blocked. However, the silver-haired old man in front of him was very old and his attitude was very polite. Xiao Ruofei could not be cold to him, so he just nodded slightly and said, "I'm Xiao Ruofei. Sir, what can I do for you?" With a kind smile on his face, Gujun said, "Mr. Xia, let me introduce myself. My name is Gujun, and I work in the field of traditional Chinese medicine in Beijing." Xiao Ruofei immediately understood. It turned out that the old man in front of him was Gujun, the master of traditional Chinese medicine that Professor Chen had mentioned. Working in the field of traditional Chinese medicine in Beijing. This old man was also low-key. He provided healthcare services for the high-level leaders in Beijing, so he was definitely a national treasure. However, the old man was really persistent. Xiao Ruofei had already declined, but he still directly came here to intercept him. Xiao Ruofei could not help but feel a little helpless. He did not know why this Chinese medicine master was so interested in him, so he could only laugh and say, "So it's Mr. Ge. Nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you. Haha. I'll just call you Little Xia, is that alright?" Gujun acted like they were close. What could Xiao Ruofei say? He could only nod and say, "Of course. I just don't know what you want from me, Mr. Ge." Gujun said with a smile, "Xia, I accidentally saw your acupuncture technique in the afternoon, and I think it's not simple. I was just excited to see you, so I took the liberty to come here and talk to you." Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, "Mr. Ge, you're a master of traditional Chinese medicine. My acupuncture technique is not worthy of your attention. Moreover, one of my elders is still in the intensive care unit, and I need to go in to take care of him. So I don't have extra energy, I'm sorry." Gujun immediately said, "I'll go in and have a look with you. Xiao Xia, I have some knowledge in the treatment of external injuries in Chinese medicine. Maybe I can help." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He still couldn't shake her off. However, the person in front of him was a highly respected Chinese medicine master. Moreover, his attitude was very amiable from beginning to end. As the saying goes, don't slap a smiling face. Xiao Ruofei did not want to forcefully reject him and could only reluctantly nod. Xiao Ruofei originally wanted to use the night to study how to safely investigate Song Qiming's mind, but it seemed that he could not do it for the time being. He had to send this old man away first. Xiao Ruofei and Gujun successfully entered the intensive care unit. When they came to Song Qiming's ward, Professor Chen was patrolling with the doctor on duty. At this moment, they were checking on Song Qiming's condition. Seeing someone come in, Professor Chen looked up and saw Gujun coming in with Xiao Ruofei. He quickly straightened up and greeted them, saying, "Uncle Ge, why are you here?" Xiao Ruofei looked at Professor Chen speechlessly and did not say anything. Gujun said with a smile, "I came in with Xia to take a look." "Chen, is this the patient? How is his condition?" Professor Chen's face became a little serious, and he said, "Uncle Ge, I'm afraid there's nothing we can do. I just checked some of his reflexes, and it's basically the same as a few hours ago. I'm afraid we can say that he's brain dead." Professor Chen also knew that saying these words in front of Xiao Ruofei might hurt his self-esteem, but Gujun asked him personally. Professor Chen's strict professionalism made him unable to say anything. In Professor Chen's opinion, Song Qiming's condition was irreversible. The only reason he was still breathing and heartbeat was that he was being maintained by equipment such as the ventilator. This was a waste of medical resources, and there was no other meaning to it. For the patient, this was also an inhumane torture. Although the patient could no longer feel it, this was the objective situation. If Feng Liyun heard Professor Chen's words, she would probably faint. Xiao Ruofei clearly said that Song Qiming's life was no longer in danger, and that he was just temporarily unconscious. Why did Professor Chen come to a completely different conclusion? Professor Chen was an authoritative expert in neurosurgery. Was his words more convincing than Xiao Ruofei's? Anyone who encountered such a situation would feel a little nervous. Gujun looked at Xiao Ruofei with some surprise, then looked at Song Qiming on the bed and said, "Can I go over and take a look?" His question was obviously directed at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei did not agree with Professor Chen's conclusion. Of course, he did not doubt Professor Chen's professionalism, but if Song Qiming's condition was really related to his soul, Professor Chen would not be able to tell the difference between this condition and brain death. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei did not take Professor Chen's conclusion to heart. At the same time, he did not think that Gujun would be able to tell anything. After all, this was not within the scope of traditional Chinese medicine. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei readily nodded and said, "Of course, no problem." Gujun nodded and walked to the bed. Then, he skillfully put his fingers on Song Qiming's wrist and closed his eyes slightly. When the doctor on duty saw a Chinese medicine doctor taking someone's pulse in the ICU, she suddenly felt that it was very ridiculous. However, this Chinese medicine doctor was Professor Chen's elder. As an ordinary doctor who was many levels lower than Professor Chen, she naturally did not dare to say anything. She just watched quietly. After a long time, Gujun opened his eyes. He was not in a hurry to say his conclusion. Instead, he asked with interest, "Xiaoxia, what do you think?" "I think you should disagree with Xiao Chen's judgment, right?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Of course. Otherwise, wouldn't what I do be meaningless? Obviously, Uncle Song is not in a state of brain death. I'm very sure." Professor Chen could not help but raise his eyebrows. If Xiao Ruofei's words were spread out, it would be quite a big blow to him. It must be known that the announcement of death was a very strict and cautious matter. Even if it was an ordinary person, it would require a very strict procedure to declare him dead, let alone a senior cadre like Song Qiming. It was a big mistake to declare a person who was not in a state of brain death. If the patient died after the extubation, who would be responsible for it? Strictly speaking, the doctor who made this conclusion was killing someone. However, before Professor Chen could refute, Gujun said with a smile, "I also agree with your conclusion. Uncle Gu." Professor Chen was shocked and could not help but cry out, "Uncle Gu, you can't say this casually." Gujun smiled and waved his hand. "Xiao Chen, calm down. Xiaoxia and I made our judgment from the perspective of traditional Chinese medicine. The patient's vitality is very strong. If he wasn't unconscious, he would be no different from a healthy person. I don't think he's in a state of brain death." As a national healer, Gujun had come in contact with countless cases, and there was no lack of cases of brain death. So he could easily tell that Song Qiming's state was different from all the other cases of brain death that he had dealt with. After hearing Gujun's words, Xiao Ruofei looked at him in a new light. From the perspective of a cultivator, it wasn't hard to understand why the patient would fall into a coma due to the damage to his soul. But from a medical perspective, it was inevitable that Professor Chen would make a different conclusion. As a TCM master, Gujun was indeed skilled to be able to tell the difference between Song Qiming and a brain-deaf patient in such a short period of time. Professor Chen was left speechless. It wasn't that he didn't want to refute, but he couldn't. Meridians, acupoints, yin and yang, vitality. These terms were common in TCM, but they were difficult to explain in Western medicine. This was also the reason why TCM was treated as a witch doctor for a long time. Furthermore, Gujun was Professor Chen's elder, so Professor Chen couldn't argue with Gujun like he usually did. Gujun smiled and said to Xiao Ruofei, "Xiaoxia, if I've guessed correctly, the reason why you performed acupuncture on the patient was to seal his vitality, right?" Although Gujun had only seen the process of removing the needles, it was easy for him to deduce the effect of this acupuncture with his TCM skills. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "That's more or less the case. Also, I hope to use acupuncture to stabilize the patient's brain injury." Professor Chen couldn't help but feel speechless. Before, it was only Xiao Ruofei who was doing what seemed to be a futile effort. But now, even Gujun was on Xiao Ruofei's side. It seemed that it was impossible to declare brain death according to the procedure for the time being. Professor Chen thought for a moment and said, "Uncle Gu, Mr. Xia, you guys talk. I have to go to the next ward." Gujun waved his hand and said, "Go ahead. Don't worry about us. I'll talk with Xiaoxia here for a while." "Okay." Professor Chen walked out with the doctor on duty and went to the next ward. Gu Jun said with a hint of enthusiasm, "Xiaoxia, your acupuncture technique is amazing. You can control such a serious injury. I'm ashamed of my inferiority." "You're flattering me," Xiao Ruofei said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Gu Jun then said, "Xiaoxia, may I ask, the acupuncture technique you used this afternoon, was it the Mayan 6 needles?" Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned. He was not surprised that Gu Jun could see his acupuncture technique, because he knew very well that there were also surveillance cameras in the intensive care unit. Moreover, he did not deliberately avoid the cameras when he collected the needles. That was a pure Chinese medicine method, and there was nothing to avoid. Xiao Ruofei didn't react for a while when he heard Gu Jun say 6 needles of cloud contact. However, he quickly remembered that the acupuncture technique he used came from an ancient medical book that had been lost for a long time. Moreover, the name was similar to what Gu Jun said. However, it wasn't called 6 needles of cloud contact, but 9 needles of cloud contact. Moreover, this acupuncture technique didn't always use 9 silver needles. The exact number of needles used and the technique used depended on the actual situation. For example, Xiao Ruofei used 8 silver needles this time. Xiao Ruofei was sure that the 6 needles of cloud contact mentioned by Gu Jun had a deep relationship with the 9 needles of cloud contact that he inherited from ancient medical books. Gu Jun saw that Xiao Ruofei was a little hesitant, so he quickly explained, "Xiaoxia, I may be a little abrupt, but this 6 needles of cloud contact is really important to me. I don't know if you have time, but I'll tell you slowly." Gu Jun obviously misunderstood. He thought that he rashly asked about Xiao Ruofei's ability to eat and made Xiao Ruofei unhappy, so he hurriedly and sincerely explained. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Mr. Gu Jun, I'd like to hear more." Gu Jun sighed and said, "Actually, I'm not sure if the acupuncture technique you used is the 6 needles of cloud contact, but some of the techniques you used to collect the needles, including the choice of acupuncture points, gave me a strong sense of familiarity." Xiaoxia. "I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but in fact, this 6 needles of cloud contact is a secret technique passed down in my family." Gu Jun began to speak tirelessly. So it turned out that Gu Jun came from a family of physicians. His family had been practicing TCM for generations, and almost every generation would produce a famous physician. Tracing back to Gu Jun's ancestor, Gu Hong, a famous physician in the Eastern Jin dynasty who was conferred the title of Marquis. Gu Jun's ancestor was not only a legendary doctor, but also an alchemy master. He was also a famous Taoist scholar. It could be said that he was very famous. Gu Jun's medical skills were passed down from generation to generation. However, the inheritance of Chinese medicine was mainly passed down by word of mouth. It was the traditional way a master taught his disciple. Although Gu Hong had many classic medical books, many of them had been lost over the years. During the Eastern Jin dynasty, after many years of war, many years was passed down. And was a famous master was a doctor's ancestor T be a doctor's doctor T a doctor to doctor S a doctor. The 6 cloud contact needles he spoke of was said to have been passed down from his ancestor, Gu Hong. However, Gu Hong's medical books had been completely lost. What Gu Jun learned was also passed down through the efforts of his father and ancestors. It was just that in the traditional way of a master taking in a disciple, there was bound to be a situation where everyone's focus was different and the direction they were good at was also different. Once the inheritor of a certain direction lost their medical skills due to various reasons, then this inheritance would be missing a piece. The 6 cloud contact needles was such a situation. Gu Jun's current acupuncture technique was quite brilliant, but this was something he learned from the words left behind by his ancestors and combined with the strengths of each family. According to Gu Jun, the name 6 cloud contact needles was summed up by a generation of ancestors based on the incomplete inheritance. Gu Jun's generation only had a superficial understanding of it. Even so, Gu Jun still had a deep impression of the 6 cloud contact needles described by his ancestors. This was also why he immediately felt a sense of familiarity when he saw Xiao Ruofei's acupuncture technique, and why he was so excited. Nowadays, Chinese acupuncture rarely used such complicated techniques. Gu Jun only took a glance and was already amazed. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei's acupuncture technique was so similar to his family's 6-cloud contact needles. How could Gujun remain calm? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but secretly nod after listening. In fact, when he heard Gujun say that he was Gohong's descendant, he already believed most of it. Moreover, Gujun could say 6-cloud contact needles, so it was obviously not a coincidence. This was because Xiao Ruofei was very clear in his heart that the 9-cloud contact needles technique he used this time came from a lost ancient medical book called 3-cloud contact scrolls. The author was the famous Gohong. Moreover, according to the introduction in the Inheritance Jade Talisman, although these 3 medical books were not as famous as Gohong's Golden Chamber Prescription and Behind the Elbow, in fact, the 3-cloud contact scrolls was written by Gohong in his later years to pass down his medical skills to his descendants. It could be said that it was the culmination of his life's legendary medical skills, and was the essence of his work. It was a pity that it was already lost in the Song dynasty. The medical skills that the Gu family grasped now were probably only the superficial knowledge in the 3-cloud contact scrolls. It was already not easy for Gujun to say the inaccurate name 6-cloud contact needles. Of course, this didn't mean that the medical skills of the Gu family were getting worse with each generation. In fact, the descendants of the Gu family were constantly learning the medical skills of other famous medical experts. Moreover, there was no lack of outstanding talents in the long years. They also had their own understanding and achievements in medical skills, which were passed down from generation to generation. Take Gujun for example. In terms of understanding of the 3-cloud contact scrolls, he couldn't catch up to Xiao Ruofei. However, did this mean that his medical skills were worse than Xiao Ruofei's? Not entirely. Xiao Ruofei's medical skills were indeed high, and he was much better than the current national healers in some aspects. However, he lacked practical experience after all, and he definitely couldn't be compared to Gujun in terms of comprehensive knowledge. After Gujun finished explaining the ins and outs of the matter, he looked at Xiao Ruofei and sincerely said, "Mr. Xia, I hope that you can understand the fervent desire of a descendant of the Gu family. If the acupuncture technique you've grasped is really the 6-cloud contact needles, I'm willing to be your disciple and learn from you." Gujun changed the way he addressed Xiao Ruofei back to Mr. Xia, and after he finished speaking, he bowed deeply to Xiao Ruofei with respect. Xiao Ruofei was startled. He immediately helped Gujun up and said, "Old Mr. Gu, aren't you trying to kill me? Please don't do this." Gujun didn't say anything, but he looked at Xiao Ruofei with anticipation. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment before he said, "Old Mr. Gu, you have a good eye. The acupuncture technique I used is indeed from the 3-cloud contact scrolls of Senior Bao Puzi, but it's not called the 6-cloud contact needles. Its real name is the 9-cloud contact needles." When Gujun heard this, he suddenly froze like a clay statue. After a long while, he murmured, "There really is a cloud contact needle technique, and it's the inheritance of our ancestor." "I see. I knew it. You used 8 silver needles before. And I always thought that the 6-cloud contact needles were incomplete. 9 is the limit, so there really is a 9-cloud contact needles." The more Gujun spoke, the more excited he became. Finally, he looked at Xiao Ruofei and said in a trembling voice, "Mr. Xia, I beg you one thing, please accept me as your disciple. From now on, I'm willing to follow you and serve you. I only hope that you can teach me the peerless medical skills of the 3-cloud contact scrolls." After that, Gujun's knees went soft, and he was about to kneel down and kowtow to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei was already prepared. He quickly held Gujun and said, "Old Mr. Gu, you can't. You can't. You are the leader of the Chinese medicine community in Huaxia. How can I dare to accept you as my disciple?" Gujun said eagerly, "That's just a false reputation. In the apricot forest, we also pay attention to the seniority of learning. Sir, your medical skills must be far better than mine. You are definitely qualified to accept me as your disciple." This time, he didn't even use the word Xia and directly called him Mr. For a long time, Mr. meant more like a teacher. Gujun was determined to take Xiao Ruofei, this young man, as his teacher. Gujun couldn't be blamed for losing his composure. If this was a brilliant medical skill of another school, Gujun might hesitate because of his identity. However, the 9 cloud contact needles was passed down by his ancestor, Guhong. And according to Xiao Ruofei's words, there might be more than just the 9 cloud contact needles. It was very likely that Xiao Ruofei had mastered the complete 3 cloud contact scrolls inheritance. How could Gejun remain calm? Xiao Ruofei said. With a wry smile, Mr. Ge, it's not good if this spreads out. How about this? Let me think about it first. I really don't have much energy to think about other things in Uncle Song's current situation. Gejun also knew that he couldn't force Xiao Ruofei too much. After all, it was a matter of mutual consent to be apprenticed. A melon that was forcefully picked was not sweet, therefore, Gejun could only nod and say, okay. Sir, please consider that I am a descendant of the Gu family. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, I will seriously consider it. Then, Xiao Ruofei no longer mentioned this matter. Instead, he discussed medical skills with Gejun with great interest. On one hand, he really wanted to have a good exchange of Chinese medicine theories. After all, he had been self-taught all this time. On the other hand, he also had the intention of testing. Although the possibility of Gejun being an impostor was very low, it was necessary to have an exchange. At least Xiao Ruofei could see if Gejun's medical skills really came from Guhong as he said. Although Xiao Ruofei was still hesitating, Gejun had already regarded Xiao Ruofei as his teacher. Therefore, for some of Xiao Ruofei's questions, he didn't hold back and answered them respectfully according to his own understanding. Xiao Ruofei raised a few questions from time to time, and at the same time expressed his own opinions. The exchange between the two was very smooth, and the conversation was very congenial because their ideas on Chinese medicine were very similar. With such exchanges, Gejun's admiration for Xiao Ruofei grew stronger and stronger. Gejun had been so determined to worship Xiao Ruofei as his teacher because Xiao Ruofei had mastered the traditional Chinese medicine inheritance passed down by the ancestors of the Gu family. However, after this exchange, Gejun's thoughts changed again, and his determination to worship Xiao Ruofei as his teacher became even firmer. It was because Xiao Ruofei's insights had broadened his horizons. Often, a simple sentence or two could enlighten him. Even if they were just discussing an ordinary prescription, Xiao Ruofei's understanding gave Gejun a refreshing feeling. Unconsciously, Gejun began to really put himself in the perspective of a scholar, and he also admired Xiao Ruofei from the bottom of his heart. Through this exchange, Xiao Ruofei was completely sure that Gejun was not lying. He was indeed a descendant of Guhong. Their blood relationship had long been impossible to verify, but at least in terms of medical skills, Gejun's learning revealed traces of Guhong's school. Chinese medicine was also divided into many schools. Although different paths led to the same goal, and everyone's goal was to cure diseases and save people, different schools had differences in the concept of Chinese medicine. When it came to the specific treatment of a specific case, there would also be subtle differences. Xiao Ruofei had inherited many theories of Chinese medicine from many schools in the inheritance Jade Talisman, so he could completely judge Gejun's school of Chinese medicine through his inadvertent performance. This was also impossible to fake, unless Gejun's knowledge of Chinese medicine was more comprehensive than Xiao Ruofei's, and his level was much higher than Xiao Ruofei's. In the process of communication, Xiao Ruofei gradually came to a decision. He thought for a moment and said, Mr. Ge, aren't you curious about where I learned my medical skills? Gejun laughed and said, Sir, I've wanted to ask for a long time, but I'm also worried about being rude. In fact, it was a coincidence. When I was young, I met a Taoist surnamed Go. All my medical skills were taught by Taoist Go. Xiao Ruofei said, in the beginning, I didn't know what I was learning. I just memorized a lot of it. Later, I slowly began to master it. Especially after some practice, I realized how amazing the medical skills that Taoist Gu imparted to me were. This Taoist Gu was, of course, made up by Xiao Ruofei. He was a fictional character. The purpose of him saying this was to find a legitimate origin for his medical skills. At the same time, it was also to pave the way for his next suggestion. When Gejun heard the words Taoist Gu, his eyes immediately lit up. Their ancestor Guhong himself was a necromancer. Not only was he proficient in Chinese medicine, but he was also obsessed with alchemy. Many of Guhong's descendants had become monks. When Xiao Ruofei said that her medical skills were taught by a Taoist with the surname Gu, and coincidentally, Xiao Ruofei also knew the cloud contact needle technique. Wasn't the answer obvious? Gu Jun said excitedly, Mr. Xia. The Taoist who taught you medical skills is very likely to be a member of the Gu family. The Gu family had been passed down from the Eastern Jin dynasty. After so many generations, there were countless descendants. It was impossible for all of them to know each other, especially after several generations. There was basically no contact between them. Gu Jun's branch had always maintained the inheritance of Chinese medicine from generation to generation. It was not impossible for the other members of the Gu family to inherit the medical skills, and it was a relatively complete inheritance. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "It seems very possible now. It's just that I didn't think about it when I was young. I only knew that the cloud-rubbing 3 scrolls was written by my ancestor Bao Puzi, but I didn't connect the Taoist surnamed Gu with Mr. Gu Hong." Gu Jun asked excitedly, "Mr. Xia, what's the name of the Taoist Gu who taught you medical skills? I'll go back and check the family tree. Maybe I can find it." Xiao Ruofei shook his head and said, "I don't know. I only know that he called himself Taoist Gu. He never mentioned his name, so I didn't ask." Gu Jun said regretfully, "Why didn't he even say his name? Then, Mr. Xia, where is this Taoist Gu now? He's very likely to be a member of my family. I want to visit him." Xiao Ruofei pretended to be sad and dejectedly said, "When I was 15, Taoist Gu had already passed away. I remember that he didn't have any illness or pain. In his words, his time was up and he passed away very peacefully." Gu Jun couldn't help but be stunned. Then wouldn't it be impossible to find out? Of course, the so-called investigation didn't mean that Gu Jun doubted Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei's medical skills, especially the technique of the cloud-rubbing 9 needles, had made Gu Jun completely trust him. Gu Jun thought that since Taoist Gu had inherited such a complete version of the cloud-rubbing 3 scrolls, it meant that their branch was very likely to have very high attainments in traditional Chinese medicine. As a member of the Gu family, Gu Jun naturally wanted to get to know and communicate with him. However, he didn't expect that just as a glimmer of hope rose, the clue would be cut off again. Xiao Ruofei looked at the depressed Gu Jun and said with a smile, "Mr. Gu, since I can basically confirm that my Chinese medicine teacher is a member of your family, and the medical skills I learned were passed on by Gu Hong, I naturally won't refuse you if you want to learn." Gu Jun's eyes widened when he heard this. Just now, he was wringing his hands and sighing that he might have missed the opportunity to learn from a member of his family with a complete inheritance. He didn't expect to hear such heavenly news immediately. Gu Jun couldn't even believe his ears. After a long while, he said dumbfoundedly, "Mr. Xia, you mean you agree to accept me as your disciple and teach me the cloud-rubbing 3 scrolls?" It was no wonder that Gu Jun lost his composure. In many traditional industries, there was a concept of self-preservation, and the Chinese medicine industry was the same. It was not a joke that a master would starve to death if he taught his disciple. Many people would habitually keep a trump card even when teaching their disciples or even their nephews. This was also a very important reason why the Gu family's medical skills were incomplete until now. Therefore, even if it was confirmed that the cloud-rubbing 3 scrolls was the work of Gu Hong, Gu Jun didn't dare to have too much hope in becoming his disciple, because what Xiao Ruofei had mastered was undoubtedly the lost knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. Why would he give it to him without reservation just because he was a descendant of Gu Hong? What's more, the identity of Gu Hong's descendant couldn't be verified at all. Therefore, after hearing Xiao Ruofei's words, Gu Jun was suddenly surrounded by great joy. He even suspected that he was dreaming. Xiao Ruofei smiled slightly and said, "I'm not the one accepting you as my disciple. I think it seems more appropriate for me to accept you as my disciple on behalf of my master." Li Yifu, who was old enough to be his grandfather, already called him martial granduncle. Xiao Ruofei didn't want to have another white-haired disciple. After all, the cultivation world was somewhat special. Everyone's lifespan was longer than that of ordinary people. Most of the time, strength was the most important factor. It was very simple. Would a 120-year-old foundation establishment cultivator dare to put on airs in front of an 80-year-old nascent soul cultivator? However, the Chinese medicine industry was obviously not the same. Moreover, Gu Jun was a well-known national healer. If he accepted a young man in his 20s as his master, it would definitely cause an uproar. It wouldn't do any good to Gujun or Xiao Ruofei. However, at the same time, after the exchange just now, Xiao Ruofei had a good impression of Gujun. In addition, the cloud contact 9 needles that he inadvertently used was the work of Gujun's ancestor. Returning this inheritance to the descendant of Gujun's family could be regarded as thinking of the source. Every sip and peck, perhaps there was a predestined fate in the unseen world. As for the things that Gujun was worried about, Xiao Ruofei didn't exist at all. Because the inheritance that was extremely precious in the eyes of Gujun and other Chinese medicine practitioners was actually not too important for Xiao Ruofei, a cultivator. Imparting it to Gujun could also bring traditional Chinese medicine to greater heights, so why not? Hearing this, Gujun couldn't react for a while. After a long while, he said, accepting a disciple on behalf of my master? This is not appropriate, is it? Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked, why is it not appropriate? I think it's quite appropriate. Gujun awkwardly said, Mr. Xia, I can basically confirm that your master is a member of my Gu family. But after so many years, the Gu family has spread out, and there are many people in the family. Now that I can't confirm your master's name, in terms of seniority, Gujun hesitated for a moment before he said, our Gu family is good at preserving our health. Most of the people in our family live a long life. Furthermore, after so many generations, your master's seniority is probably much higher than mine. So. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Mr. Gu, since you can't confirm it, why bother? You also said that there are many branches in your Gu family. After so many years of development, there will definitely be a big gap in seniority. Then, my master might be your junior in the family. If you raise him, he will be taking advantage of you. Of course, Xiao Ruofei was only joking. That Taoist Gu was simply a fictional character, so the issue of seniority was even more impossible to talk about. Xiao Ruofei saw that Gujun was still a little hesitant, so he said seriously, Mr. Gu, I also respect your diligent pursuit of traditional Chinese medicine, so I decided to take you as my disciple on behalf of my master. As far as I know, my master has no descendants, and I am his only disciple. Basically, I can be sure that I am the only one who has mastered the exquisite traditional Chinese medicine inheritance of the Gu family. Do you think the continuation of the traditional Chinese medicine inheritance of the Gu family is more important, or the so-called seniority problem? Gujun's expression suddenly became serious when he heard this, as if he had been enlightened. He said emotionally, Mr. Xia, you are a man who has woken up from a dream. Since you've already put it this way, it would be disloyal and unfilial of me to decline. I can only accept your good intentions with shame. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, that's right. Then. I will call you Brother Gu from now on. Brother. Gujun said with a touched face. Of course, he also knew that the reason why Xiao Ruofei proposed to take him as his disciple on behalf of his master was entirely for his sake. Then, Gujun asked eagerly, Brother, do you know where my master's memorial tablet is? I have to go to his memorial tablet and kowtow to him. Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and immediately said, Master was a Taoist master who was as free as the clouds and wild crane. He didn't adhere to the customs of the secular world. Before he died, he strictly ordered me not to set up a memorial tablet and not to worship him. He even ordered me to scatter his ashes into the river, meaning ashes to ashes and dust to dust. Gujun was stunned when he heard this. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Brother, the most important thing in taking a master is sincerity. Why do you have to be so formal? Master will definitely be able to see it from the western pure land of ultimate bliss. Why don't you kowtow to him 3 times while facing the west? Gujun quickly said, yes, yes, yes. Brother's suggestion is very good. After that, Gujun did not say anything else and knelt down towards the western paradise. Without hesitation, he kowtowed 3 times. Xiao Ruofei saw that when he straightened up, there were red marks on his forehead. It could be seen that these 3 kowtows were very sincere. Xiao Ruofei smiled and helped Gujun up. He said, Brother Gu, this ceremony is considered complete. From now on, I will represent my master and impart the cloud scraping 3 scrolls to Brother. I will not hide anything from you. Gujun said seriously, Thank you, Brother Xia. Then, Gujun asked, brother, back then, Master's ashes were scattered in the Min River? Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and nodded. Yes. Is there anything, brother? Gujun said, today's ceremony is a little simple. It can be considered as an emergency. I plan to go to the Min River tomorrow to pay my respects to him. At the same time, it can be considered as an official report of my apprenticeship to him. After Gujun said this, he quickly explained, although Master told junior brother not to pay respects to him, and not even to leave his ashes, but acknowledging a master is a very serious matter. I think that is a special case, there will be no next time. If Master's spirit in heaven is watching, he will definitely not take offense. Xiao Ruofei did not know whether to laugh or cry. Sure enough, telling a lie required a few lies to cover it up. Since he had already said this much, Xiao Ruofei could only go along with it. Alright then. But senior brother Ge, I can't leave Uncle Song's side right now. As for paying respects to Master, I can go myself. Gujun quickly said, you can treat Secretary Song in peace. Master is a benevolent doctor. If he knows that you can't go because you are saving lives, he will definitely not be offended. Xiao Ruofei let out a sigh of relief. He nodded and said, okay then. Tomorrow, I'll have to trouble brother Ge to bring me some paper money and burn it for Master. Don't worry. Gujun smiled and nodded. Following that, Gujun and Xiao Ruofei exchanged contact information. Xiao Ruofei realized that this old man also used WeChat and couldn't help but sigh. With the development of the mobile internet, instant messaging tools like WeChat really covered all ages. Gujun added Xiao Ruofei's WeChat and saved Xiao Ruofei's phone number. He looked at the unconscious Song Qiming on the bed and said with a smile, brother Ge, I won't disturb you anymore. Tomorrow, after I pay my respects to Master, I will come to you. As for Secretary Song's condition, we can sit down and discuss it. We will definitely find a way. Thank you, brother Ge, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Xiao Ruofei personally sent Gujun out of the ward. Then, he went to the doctor's office and said a few words before returning. He couldn't help but sigh. In such a short time, he actually had a new brother Ge. Moreover, this brother Ge was a leading figure in the Chinese medicine industry in Xianxia. More importantly, although the two of them were brother Ge in name, he could see that Gujun still regarded him as a teacher and respected him from the bottom of his heart. If Li Yifu knew that he had accepted a brother Ge, what would he think? Xiao Ruofei thought to himself mischievously. In fact, they were two different things. Li Yifu was a martial nephew in the cultivation world, while Gujun was a brother Ge in the Chinese medicine world. The two were not related at all. It was just like some Sui actors, crosstalk, storytelling, or even the Big Drum sect. They all had different master and disciple relationships, and even their seniority was different. Xiao Ruofei put these messy thoughts aside and went to Song Qiming's bed to sit down. Now that there was no one to disturb him, he could finally try to explore Song Qiming's sea of consciousness. Exploring the sea of consciousness needed to be very careful, especially since Song Qiming was still a mortal who had never cultivated at all. Therefore, he needed to be even more careful. A moment of carelessness could cause permanent damage to the sea of consciousness. Therefore, when Xiao Ruofei sent Gujun out, he specially went to the doctor's office and said a few words. He mainly said that he was going to treat Song Qiming with Chinese medicine and that no one should disturb him during the process. He also asked the doctor on duty not to go in and disturb him before he left the ward. If it were any other patient's family member who made such a strange request, the doctor on duty would probably scold him to death. However, Xiao Ruofei's situation was special. In terms of Song Qiming's treatment, he had a superior position. Director Chen had already told him this, so even though the doctor on duty was dissatisfied, he reluctantly agreed. Xiao Ruofei did not immediately make a move. Instead, he sat by the bed and closed his eyes. After a long time, he felt that he had adjusted his state to the best, so he put his finger on Song Qiming's pulse with a solemn expression. A wisp of vigorous mental strength steadily penetrated Song Qiming's meridians. Because Xiao Ruofei had practiced soul-body fusion with Song Wei and Ling Qingxue many times, he was very familiar with the location of the human body's meridians and sea of consciousness. He precisely controlled his mental strength to follow Song Qiming's meridians and go straight in the direction of Sea of Consciousness. After all, Song Qiming was over 50 years old. Furthermore, he had been working at a desk for a long time and lacked exercise. Therefore, his meridians were very narrow and even blocked in some places. This also made it difficult for Xiao Ruofei to push his mental strength forward. After all, he carefully condensed his mental strength into a thin line and shuttled it forward in Song Qiming's meridians. Although mental strength was invisible and intangible, if a huge amount of mental strength went out of control, it would definitely damage the meridians. More importantly, if the mental strength ran amok in Song Qiming's body, there was a high probability that it would cause irreversible damage to Sea of Consciousness. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei did not dare to be careless. Fortunately, his control of mental strength was already at the point of perfection. After a while, Xiao Ruofei sensed that his mental strength had already reached the periphery of Song Qiming's Sea of Consciousness. Although he had only probed the outermost part of Song Qiming's knowledge sea, Xiao Ruofei still sucked in a breath of cold air. At the same time, he did not hesitate to withdraw his mental strength. This was because he had discovered that Song Qiming's knowledge sea was already extremely damaged. If his mental strength rashly entered, it was very likely that his knowledge sea would directly collapse. If that really happened, then Song Qiming would really never wake up. Xiao Ruofei withdrew his mental strength and sat in front of the bed with lingering fear. He was stunned for a long time before he recovered. Although it was only a glimpse, Xiao Ruofei still obtained very valuable information. First of all, the reason why Song Qiming was unconscious was already confirmed to be due to a problem with his soul. This was because even if it was an ordinary person, the knowledge sea would at most be relatively small. Compared to cultivators, the knowledge sea would be more fragile and not very stable. However, it would definitely not be like what Xiao Ruofei had sensed just now. His entire knowledge sea had become extremely damaged. This was clearly a sign that his soul had been damaged. Secondly, Xiao Ruofei was more gratified to confirm one point, and that was that Song Qiming was definitely not brain dead. This was because although his knowledge sea was riddled with holes, it was not the kind of ruin where there was no trace of life. On the contrary, Xiao Ruofei could faintly sense a trace of weak soul fluctuations in the depths of his knowledge sea. If a person was brain dead, then their soul would dissipate in a very short period of time. The knowledge sea would also become completely lifeless and become a desolate land of death. This clearly did not match the situation Xiao Ruofei had probed. Xiao Ruofei sat and pondered for a long time. Then, he used his mind to directly contact Xia Qing in the space. Xia Qing, put down the work at hand first. Go to the spirit map world and boil a bowl of spirit-nourishing soup for me. Xia Qing was busy expanding the area of the herb garden in the space like a hard-working bee. After receiving Xiao Ruofei's order, he immediately put down the work at hand and stood up. Yes. Master. As the owner of the Ring 2 space, Xiao Ruofei had the highest authority. Xia Qing would definitely execute his orders without hesitation. Xiao Ruofei then said telepathically, also, get ready to cultivate the heart-congealing grass. I need it urgently in the outside world. If the spirit-nourishing soup doesn't work, I might need the heart-congealing grass anytime. Although Xia Qing felt that it was not worth it to use precious spiritual crystals to cultivate the heart-congealing grass, Xiao Ruofei's words were in order. He immediately said without thinking, understood. Master, I'll prepare the spirit crystals and the array formation first. When you need it, you can come in and activate the array formation. All right. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Ruofei said telepathically. After arranging everything, Xiao Ruofei looked at his watch. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. He decided to use the spirit-nourishing soup tomorrow to see if it could heal Song Qiming's damaged soul. If the spirit-nourishing soup didn't work, Xiao Ruofei would immediately choose to use the heart-congealing grass. Although spirit crystals were extremely precious, based on his relationship with Song Wei, as long as he could save Song Qiming, he would not even frown, no matter what price he had to pay. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei now had crystals with a higher concentration of spiritual energy. In comparison, he didn't mind using a few spiritual crystals. Xiao Ruofei tidied up and prepared to rest here. The ICU was different from other wards. This was because there were strict requirements for visiting hours. Usually, they would avoid the time when the doctors were doing their rounds. In addition, the patient's family members couldn't stay here for a long time. At most, they would have to leave after a few hours. Therefore, there were no accompanying beds. Actually, with Xiao Ruofei's current cultivation, he wouldn't feel tired even if he stayed up all night. Perhaps he could just meditate and cultivate. It was only one night, and sitting down to cultivate would feel like the blink of an eye. However, Xiao Ruofei also knew that there were surveillance cameras in the ICU. He didn't want to appear too unconventional. Therefore, he went to the on-call room and borrowed a camp bed from the doctor on duty. He went to the ICU and lay down on it. Soon, he fell asleep. The next morning, Fang Liyun and Song Wei went to the ICU to visit Song Qiming before the doctors started their rounds. Although it wasn't visiting hours in the morning, Song Qiming's identity was different. Moreover, the hospital had already made a special case for Song Qiming's treatment. Therefore, the two were allowed to enter the ICU smoothly. As soon as they arrived at Song Qiming's ward, Fang Liyun and Song Wei saw Xiao Ruofei curled up on the narrow camp bed and sleeping soundly. The mother and daughter couldn't help but feel a lump in their throat. Their hearts were also full of gratitude. Especially Song Wei. She knew that Xiao Ruofei did so much for her father mainly because of her. When she saw Xiao Ruofei curled up on the camp bed, her heart suddenly trembled, and her eyes were suddenly covered with a layer of mist. Fang Liyun and Song Wei both walked lightly at the same time, afraid that they would wake Xiao Ruofei up. However, how alert was Xiao Ruofei? As soon as Fang Liyun and Song Wei pushed the door open, he immediately woke up. Xiao Ruofei rubbed his sleepy eyes and saw Fang Liyun and Song Wei. He quickly got up from the camp bed and said, "Auntie." "Song Wei. You're here." Fang Liyun said apologetically, "Ruofei, did we wake you up?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "No, I wake up around this time every day. I went to bed early last night, so I got enough sleep." In fact, before Fang Liyun entered the room, she saw Xiao Ruofei lying on the camp bed through the glass wall, sleeping soundly. Of course, she didn't really think that Xiao Ruofei just happened to wake up naturally when they entered the room. In addition, the camp bed was a little short, and Xiao Ruofei had always been curled up in an awkward position to sleep. When Fang Liyun saw this scene, her heart was full of gratitude, and her impression of Xiao Ruofei became even better. If Xiao Ruofei knew that his future mother-in-law's impression of him had improved a lot because of this small detail, he would definitely be happy. Sleeping on this kind of camp bed was nothing to him at all. Fang Liyun asked, "Ruofei, why don't you go back to sleep? There are doctors on duty 24 hours a day in Qiming. You don't have to stay overnight." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Auntie, I'm still worried about Uncle Song's body. I'm afraid that if something happens at night and I'm not in the hospital, I won't be able to deal with it in time. Besides, I'm so young. Accompanying him for one night is nothing, and it's not like I didn't sleep." Fang Liyun nodded and said, "Ruofei, I won't say any more words of gratitude. No matter how much I say, it will seem pale and powerless. In the future, we will be a family. No matter how much Qiming recovers, our family will owe you a huge favor." When Song Wei heard this, he subconsciously stole a glance at Xiao Ruofei, and his pretty face became slightly hot. Xiao Ruofei was naturally overjoyed, but of course, he didn't show it. He only said with a trace of humility, "Auntie, don't be so polite. Actually, when we set off from Beijing, Master Song even specially called me and instructed me to save Uncle Song's life at all costs. Besides, you and Uncle Song have taken care of me so much. Now that Uncle Song is in trouble, it's only right for me to help." Fang Liyun was a little touched and said, "The chief really cares about Qiming. Isn't that right? Last night, Master Song even called me to ask about Uncle Song's situation." Xiao Ruofei said, "And he repeatedly told me that I must do everything I can to wake Uncle Song up as soon as possible." Song Qiming was a very important person in the family Song camp. Although he was only a distant relative of Master Song, he was an orphan of the revolution. When he was in school, he was sponsored by Master Song. Master Song's feelings for him weren't any worse than his own son's. Originally, Song Qiming was lucky to be able to survive in such a situation, but now that Xiao Ruofei was here, Master Song naturally hoped to see a better outcome. After all, Song Qiming's position at the provincial and provincial levels was very important, especially in Sanshan. Such a position couldn't be empty for a long time. If Song Qiming didn't wake up, it was very likely that the organization would appoint someone else to take over this position. This was obviously something that Master Song didn't want to see happen. Therefore, after learning about Song Qiming's situation on the phone last night, Master Song also told Xiao Ruofei that he hoped Xiao Ruofei could try different methods as soon as possible to help Song Qiming wake up as soon as possible. Xiao Ruofei chatted with Fang Liyun and Song Wei for a while, then said, "Auntie Fang, Song Wei, you two stay here and take care of Uncle Song. I'll go wash up." "Go ahead." Fang Liyun said quickly, "I asked Xiaoli to prepare breakfast. She'll send it to this floor in a while. Come back for breakfast after you wash up." Xiaoli was the female staff member responsible for taking care of Fang Liyun. "Okay." Xiao Ruofei said, "Auntie, don't take too long. Wait outside in a while." When Xiaoli delivered breakfast, he would definitely deliver it to the hall outside. This intensive care unit was not a market where people could enter and leave as they pleased, let alone eat in here. That was absolutely not allowed. Fang Liyun nodded with a smile. Xiao Ruofei left the intensive care unit and went to a blind spot. He took out his toiletries directly from the space and found a sink outside the bathroom. He simply washed up and put his toiletries back into the space. When he returned to the intensive care unit, Fang Liyun and Song Wei had already come out. The female staff member, Xiaoli, also brought breakfast that she had just bought. Xiao Ruofei and the other two ate on the bench in the hall. Outside the intensive care unit, many patients' family members ate their meals like this. When they were in the hospital, they didn't pay so much attention. After eating, Xiao Ruofei said, "Auntie, I'm going out in the morning to prepare some medicinal materials. My phone is always on. If anything happens, please call me immediately. I'll come back as soon as possible." Fang Liyun nodded with a smile and said, "I think Qiming's condition is quite stable. Ruofei, you don't have to rush back. Go home, take a shower, change your clothes, and then rest. You're already exhausted from yesterday's work." Before Xiao Ruofei could speak, Song Wei, who was next to him, had already reacted. He asked excitedly, "Ruofei, have you found the direction of treatment?" Fang Liyun came back to her senses and looked at Xiao Ruofei expectantly. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Last night, I made a further diagnosis for Uncle Song. Basically, I have a general direction of treatment. The medicinal materials I will buy later are for the next stage of treatment. Since Aunt Fang said so, I will go home after buying the medicinal materials and bring the decoction back." In fact, Xiao Ruofei said this mainly to deceive others. He couldn't make a bowl of spirit pregnancy soup out of thin air in the hospital. Fang Liyun happened to be concerned about him and asked him to go home, so he simply followed Fang Liyun's words. Whether he went home or not was secondary. The main thing was to say hello to Ling Qingxue. This time, he came back in such a hurry. As soon as the plane landed, he rushed to the hospital without stopping. Then, there was the urgent treatment. He didn't even have time to tell Ling Qingxue. Fang Liyun smiled and said, "That's good. Ruofei, go back and have a good rest. I will ask Wei Wei to call you if anything happens here." Song Wei also nodded and said, "Don't worry and go back. I will take care of Dad." Therefore, Xiao Ruofei chatted with Fang Liyun and her mother for a while to reassure them. Then, he sent them to the intensive care unit and left the general hospital. Xiao Ruofei called Ling Qingxue as soon as he left the hospital. At first, Ling Qingxue teased him that he was too happy in Beijing, especially when Song Wei was also in Beijing. Given the delicate relationship between the three of them, Ling Qingxue couldn't help but think more about it in her heart, although she didn't say it out loud. When Xiao Ruofei told her that Song Qiming had a serious car accident and that he had rushed back yesterday, Ling Qingxue was shocked. She didn't even think that Song Wei and Xiao Ruofei had returned to Sanshan on the same plane. She quickly asked about Song Qiming's situation without hesitation. Xiao Ruofei told Ling Qingxue briefly and said, "Qingxue, Uncle Song's current situation, I may have to stay in the hospital most of the time. So I wanted to let you know, although I went back to Sanshan." "Ruofei, don't to say no more," Ling Qingxue said directly, "I'm not an unreasonable person. Besides, I'm an adult. Do I still need you to accompany me every day? As for Wei Wei, I'm very worried about her. You have to accompany her and comfort her. She must be at her weakest at this time. Xiao Ruofei was also moved and said, I will. Ling Qingxue asked again, by the way, should I come to the hospital to see Uncle Song? Xiao Ruofei originally wanted to decline, but after thinking about it, she said, let's see if you can arrange it. There's nothing I need to help with here, but you can come and see him if you want. I see. Ling Qingxue said, then I'll arrange it myself. You just focus on treating Uncle Song and don't worry about anything else. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said, then I'll hang up first. Bye. Ling Qingxue said, and then said, you have to take care of yourself. I know. My wife is still the one who cares about me. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. How dare you? Ling Qingxue said coquettishly, and then hung up the phone. After Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue finished talking, he stopped a taxi at the entrance of the hospital and went straight back to the Jiangbin Villa district. If it was just a cover, Xiao Ruofei didn't have to come back. He could just find a place where no one was around and take out the spirit pregnancy soup that Xia Qing had prepared. Then, he could go back to the hospital. However, Fang Liyun reminded Xiao Ruofei just now that he hadn't taken a shower for the whole day. Moreover, he had gone through a long flight yesterday. He was very nervous in the hospital and his body was almost rotten. Therefore, he decided to go along with the flow and prepared to go home. Xiao Ruofei returned home to take a look. Although she had not been home for a few days, the windows were clean and the furniture was spotless. He couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He knew that Ling Qingxue must have arranged for someone to come and clean the house. She might have even cleaned it herself. Ever since he revealed the relationship between the three of them, Ling Qingxue's attitude towards him was obviously not so close. There was a faint sense of distance between them. Although it might be because of her promise with Song Wei, Xiao Ruofei knew that Ling Qingxue wouldn't be able to completely get rid of the grudge in her heart in a short time. When he entered the house and saw that Ling Qingxue had taken care of the house, Xiao Ruofei knew that she still cared about him after all. Xiao Ruofei went upstairs to his master bedroom. After taking a shower and changing into a set of clean clothes, he suddenly felt much more refreshed. He wasn't in a hurry to go back to the hospital, so he simply threw the changed clothes into the washing machine. While washing the clothes, he sat on the deck chair on the balcony and rested for a while. Since yesterday, Xiao Ruofei's nerves had been tense the whole time. Now, he could finally relax a little. After Xiao Ruofei finished drying the clothes, he took out the spirit pregnancy soup that Xia Qing had brewed from his storage space. He went to the kitchen on the first floor and heated it up in the microwave. Then, he poured it into a thermos. Half an hour later, Xiao Ruofei drove the Night 15 off-road vehicle back to the Military General Hospital. After parking the car, he carried the thermos and went straight to the inpatient building. He took the elevator and went straight to the intensive care unit. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, Xiao Ruofei revealed a look of surprise. He saw that Ling Qingxue was also here. She was talking to Fang Liyun and Song Wei. Although Ling Qingxue's back was facing him, he recognized her tall and sexy figure at a glance. Qingxue! Xiao Ruofei shouted. Ling Qingxue heard him and turned around. She smiled sweetly at Xiao Ruofei and said, "You're back. I was just talking about you with Auntie and Wei Wei." As Ling Qingxue spoke, she walked over and held Xiao Ruofei's arm. Fang Liyun knew that Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue were a couple. Ling Qingxue came this time as Song Wei's good friend. Fang Liyun also said, "Ruofei, why did you tell Qingxue? She's so busy with work. It's troublesome for her to make a special trip here." Ling Qingxue said with a smile, "Auntie, you're treating me like an outsider. Wei Wei and I are best friends. Uncle Song is injured. As a junior, I should come and visit him." In fact, the news of Song Qiming's car accident was tightly sealed. Not many people in the municipal party committee knew about it. The provincial party committee also issued the strictest gag order. Otherwise, there would have been a long line of people coming to visit him. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Auntie, I suddenly came back from the capital. I have to report to my wife." When Xianxia heard about Uncle Song's accident, she said that she wanted to come and see him. I can't stop her, right? You guys. Fang Liyun shook her head with a wry smile. Song Wei saw Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue standing together, and he was very envious. When she thought about her future with Xiao Ruofei, she couldn't help but think about it. She sighed in her heart. I don't know when I can appear in front of my parents hand in hand with Ruofei like this. Xiao Ruofei was very careful. He had been secretly paying attention to Song Wei. He also felt that she was a little depressed, so he said, by the way, Auntie Fang, I prepared the Chinese medicine. There's no time to lose. I'll go in first. Okay. Okay. Fang Liyun said quickly, Ruofei, thank you so much. Don't worry. Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. You guys wait outside for the news. After that, Xiao Ruofei pressed the doorbell and quickly walked into the intensive care unit. When the doctor on duty saw Xiao Ruofei come in with a thermos flask, she thought that it was Xiao Ruofei who had brought her some water to drink. Although it was not allowed to be brought into the intensive care unit according to the regulations, Xiao Ruofei was specially approved. The leader had specifically ordered it, so she didn't ask much. After seeing that Xiao Ruofei had strictly disinfected and changed into a sterile isolation suit, she turned and went back to the doctor's office. Xiao Ruofei knew that there were surveillance cameras everywhere in the intensive care unit, so after he entered Song Qiming's ward, he waved his hand and scattered a few pieces of jade that he had used yesterday to form a simple interference array. The reason for this was very simple. According to common sense, Song Qiming shouldn't be able to eat in his current state, even if it was liquid food or water. This was because his swallowing reflex had disappeared. He wouldn't be able to swallow on his own when he was unconscious, so it would be easy for him to suffocate. Xiao Ruofei naturally had a way to feed him the soup of pregnancy, but he didn't want the scene of him feeding the medicine to be recorded. This was because it was difficult to explain how a patient who had lost his swallowing reflex could have taken liquid Chinese medicine when he was unconscious. This went against medical and scientific knowledge. After setting up the array, Xiao Ruofei opened the thermos flask and poured the soup of pregnancy into a cup. Xiao Ruofei noticed yesterday that although Song Qiming was on a ventilator, he was using a nasal tube. Although he couldn't eat in this state, Xiao Ruofei only needed to make sure that Song Qiming's mouth could open normally. He walked forward and carefully avoided the tube. He gently pinched Song Qiming's chin and opened his mouth slightly. Then, he picked up the cup of soup of pregnancy on the bedside table with his other hand and poured it directly into Song Qiming's mouth. In fact, when the soup of pregnancy left the cup, it was already bound by Xiao Ruofei's mental power. It condensed into a line and entered Song Qiming's mouth. Then, Xiao Ruofei used his mental power to directly send the soup of pregnancy into Song Qiming's stomach. Now that Xiao Ruofei's mental power cultivation had improved greatly, it was naturally a piece of cake for him to complete this operation. Then, Xiao Ruofei also injected a small stream of warm vital energy into Song Qiming's body to help him absorb the soup of pregnancy as soon as possible. Xiao Ruofei sat quietly by the bed and waited for a while. He felt that part of the soup of pregnancy should have been absorbed, so he grabbed Song Qiming's wrist and a majestic mental power surged into his meridians, heading straight for his sea of consciousness. Xiao Ruofei's mind power lingered around the periphery of Song Qiming's sea of consciousness, carefully probing it. The results were both good and bad. The good news was that Song Qiming's sea of consciousness showed signs of recovery after consuming the spirit-pregnant soup. However, the recovery speed was very slow. Although the medicinal properties of the spirit-pregnant soup had not been completely absorbed, Xiao Ruofei estimated that the recovery rate of Song Qiming's sea of consciousness would only be about 1% at most. Xiao Ruofei retracted his mind power and his expression became somewhat solemn. He had been mentally prepared for the effects of the spirit-pregnant soup not to be obvious, but he had not expected the effects to be so poor. Based on this recovery speed, Song Qiming's sea of consciousness would need hundreds of servings to recover, even without considering the fact that repeated consumption would weaken the effects of the soup. Most of the herbs used to brew the spirit-pregnant soup were not particularly precious, but one of them was the spirit heart fruit. Although the amount used to brew the soup each time was small, only a small piece was needed. Xiao Ruofei was afraid that the spirit heart fruit that he had stored would be used up if hundreds of servings were made. Of course, Xiao Ruofei did not feel bad about using up the spirit heart fruit because as long as the spirit heart tree existed, the fruit would eventually bear fruit. He was troubled by another problem that was even more troublesome. The spirit pregnant soup had to be consumed 7 days apart. If hundreds of servings of the spirit pregnant soup were consumed, the treatment period would be equivalent to more than 700 days. Song Qiming naturally could not wait for 2 years, which was equivalent to directly announcing the end of his political life. Furthermore, Xiao Ruofei definitely did not want to drag things out for so long. It was not that he had not considered using the time formation flag. Aside from the trouble of deceiving others, this matter alone was very troublesome. When Song Qiming was in the formation, he had to constantly replenish his energy to maintain his life. Although the time formation flag could shorten the treatment period, it also reduced the workload of taking care of a patient for 2 years to a few days. Moreover, Song Qiming could not breathe on his own and had no consciousness. He could not leave the ICU at all. He was mainly relying on nutrient fluids to sustain his life. The nutrient fluids that he had consumed over the past 2 years had been used up in just a few days. There was no way to explain it. In other words, it was impossible for Xiao Ruofei to open so many nutrient solutions. Even if these problems could be solved, Xiao Ruofei did not want to use this method. This was because the time array flag changed the flow of time, but the Song Qiming in the array formation would take 2 years. Song Qiming was already so old. This was equivalent to stealing 2 years of his life. This plan obviously had a huge flaw. Xiao Ruofei sat at the head of the bed, frowning. He was puzzled. How could Song Qiming's sea of knowledge be so severely damaged? He had suffered external injuries. After thinking about it, Xiao Ruofei felt that the only possible answer was that Song Qiming's soul was in a state of extreme tension and despair at the critical moment of life and death. The powerful energy that burst out damaged his sea of knowledge from the inside out. At the same time, his soul had sealed itself. Of course, this was only Xiao Ruofei's guess. There was no point in investigating the cause of the damage to his sea of knowledge. The most important thing now was to find another way to repair the damage as soon as possible. Xiao Ruofei sighed and made a decision in his heart. He directly said to Xia Qing telepathically, "Xia Qing, the effect of the spirit-nourishing soup is very poor. It seems that we have to use the heart-coagulating grass. Prepare to transplant it immediately." "Master, are we really going to transplant it?" The loyal Xia Qing could not help but ask. "The cost of cultivating a heart-coagulating grass is too high. The spirit crystals consumed are enough to buy 2 or 3 heart-coagulating grass." Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said telepathically, "There has to be a place to buy it. Now that there are almost no cultivators on Earth, those spirit herbs and spirit medicines can't grow in an environment at all." Then, Xiao Ruofei said again, "Xia Qing, saving people is more important. Don't worry about the spirit crystals. Cultivate the heart-coagulating grass immediately." "Yes, master." Xia Qing did not hesitate and said directly, "After your last order, I have already made some preparations. Now we just need to transplant the heart-coagulating grass. However, you still need to activate the array and set up the time array flag." Xiao Ruofei said, "No problem. I will find a safe place and enter the space to set it up as soon as possible." "Yes, master." Xiao Ruofei left the intensive care unit with a trace of disappointment. Fang Liyun and Song Wei were waiting anxiously outside. Ling Qingxue also held Song Wei's hand and waited with them. Seeing Xiao Ruofei come out, Song Wei couldn't wait to ask, "Ruofei, how is it?" Xiao Ruofei had already adjusted his mood when he came out. Even if he was disappointed, he would certainly not show it in front of Fang Liyun and Song Wei. He knew very well that as long as he showed a trace of embarrassment, Fang Liyun and her daughter would definitely be frightened. They were afraid that Song Qiming's condition would relapse or that he would never wake up again. Xiao Ruofei said with a relaxed smile on his face, "I have found a way to feed him the medicine, but Rome wasn't built in a day. Uncle Song's injury is so serious that it won't be easy for him to wake up in a short time." Fang Liyun nodded and said, "Ruofei, we are not in a hurry. As long as Qiming's life is not in danger, and the overall situation is developing in a good way, it's fine. Ruofei, don't put too much pressure on yourself." "Don't worry, Auntie. Xiao Ruofei said with a grin, I know what to do. But you don't have to worry too much. I already have some clues about Uncle Song's condition. Fang Liyun nodded heavily and said with emotion, Ruofei, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, we really don't know what to do, Ling Qingxue said with a smile, Auntie, you don't have to be polite to Ruofei. This is what he should do. After that, Ling Qingxue glanced at Xiao Ruofei. Fang Liyun naturally didn't understand what she was implying. However, Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei both looked a little unnatural. Fortunately, Fang Liyun didn't notice. After everyone chatted for a while, Ling Qingxue said, Auntie, Wei Wei, I still have some things to do at the company. I'll go back first. If Uncle Song needs me to do anything, you can call me at any time. I'll come back to visit Uncle Song in 2 days. Fang Liyun said, Qingxue, hurry up and do your work. There's nothing else here, so don't come back again. Xiao Ruofei said, I'll send Qingxue off. Then, he said to Song Wei, it's almost time. You and Auntie can have lunch first. I'll eat out at noon and do something on the way. I'll come back in the afternoon. Ruofei, you've been busy for more than a day. Don't come over today. Rest well at home tonight, Fang Liyun said. Xiao Ruofei grinned and said, it's okay. I'll take care of Uncle Song myself. At this time, Ling Qingxue said, oh right, Ruofei mentioned lunch. I just remembered. Auntie, Wei Wei, I've already talked to Ling's private kitchen. They'll prepare the food in a few days and send it to the hospital on time. Fang Liyun quickly said, Qingxue, it's not so troublesome. Xiaoli can just go to the entrance of the hospital to buy some food. Ling Qingxue laughed and said, Auntie. It's not troublesome at all. My family does this, so I'll just send someone to send it over. After all, it's healthier and more hygienic. Now, you and Wei Wei have to take care of yourselves. Don't get sick again. Xiao Ruofei also said, Auntie, this is Qingxue's goodwill. Please don't reject it. Fang Liyun then said, all right then. Thank you, Qingxue. Ling Qingxue smiled sweetly and said, you're welcome, Auntie. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue said goodbye to Fang Liyun and her mother, then took the elevator downstairs together. Ling Qingxue smiled and asked, shouldn't you be with Wei Wei now? I'm already an adult, why would I need you to send me off? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, you're such a beautiful wife. Of course, I have to protect you well. What if someone kidnaps you? Ling Qingxue blushed and glanced at Xiao Ruofei coquettishly and said, you're such a smooth talker. Wei Wei was also tricked by you, wasn't she? Xiao Ruofei immediately complained, Qingxue, don't you know about the situation between Wei Wei and me? It was purely an accident. My character is not. Your character has long been ruined. Ling Qingxue said coquettishly, Wei Wei told me that she had been in love with you for a long time before the two of you practiced the questioning heart sutra together. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, then I really didn't know. And I don't think you can blame me for this, right? Of course it's your fault. Who told you to flirt with other girls for no reason? Ling Qingxue said matter-of-factly. Xiao Ruofei realized that he really couldn't reason with women, so he wisely chose to shut up. In fact, Ling Qingxue wasn't really that jealous. It was just that when she thought about Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei, she couldn't help but want to argue with Xiao Ruofei. Seeing that Xiao Ruofei took the initiative to admit defeat, she didn't continue to talk about this matter. Ling Qingxue's EQ was actually not low, so she knew what to do. The two of them came to the parking lot, and Ling Qingxue said, I drove here, so you don't have to send me, Xiao Ruofei said shamelessly, then you can send me back. I'll go back to the Jiangbin Villa area. Ling Qingxue looked at Xiao Ruofei and asked, didn't you drive? I did. Xiao Ruofei said, but I just want to stay with you for a while. Ling Qingxue laughed and said, you're so shameless. In the end, she didn't reject Xiao Ruofei and finally let Xiao Ruofei sit in her car. Along the way, Xiao Ruofei kept talking sweet nothings, which made Ling Qingxue tremble. Soon, they arrived at the villa area where they lived. The car stopped in front of Xiao Ruofei's villa. Xiao Ruofei unbuckled his seatbelt and said, Qingxue, if the company's business isn't very urgent, you might as well not go today. Ling Qingxue looked at Xiao Ruofei warily and said, what are you up to now? Xiao Ruofei said innocently, how could that be? I want to say. We haven't cultivated together for a long time. I'm worried that your cultivation will regress. I cultivate by myself every day, Ling Qingxue said. I know the soul-searching sutra of Genesis too well. If one cultivates it alone, the most he can do is maintain his cultivation. It's impossible to improve. Xiao Ruofei said, we just happen to have time today. We can practice together. Ling Qingxue looked a little tempted, but she quickly said, not today. Let's wait until Uncle Song gets better. When the time comes, we can ask Wei Wei to come with us and cultivate together. Xiao Ruofei was helpless. When he was in Beijing, Song Wei didn't want to meet him alone. If it weren't for the accident that happened to Song Qiming, Song Wei definitely wouldn't have taken the initiative to contact him. After returning to the Three Mountains, Ling Qingxue had the same attitude. Do we have to maintain this strange combination of a threesome in the future? Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly in his heart and muttered. Although many men would be envious of Xiao Ruofei, they definitely didn't know the pain he was suffering at the moment. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said helplessly. Then, he pushed open the door and got out of the car. He said, drive safely. Ling Qingshua's eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation. Finally, she nodded and said, I know. Go in quickly. I want to watch you leave before I go in. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Childish. Ling Qingxue said as she glared at Xiao Ruofei coquettishly. However, she still waved at Xiao Ruofei. Then, she stepped on the accelerator and drove away from Xiao Ruofei's house. As Ling Qingxue drove forward, she saw Xiao Ruofei standing at the door of the villa through the rearview mirror. He looked a little lonely. She couldn't bear to see him like this. Suddenly, she felt that she had gone too far. However, she thought about it again and said to herself, I told Wei Wei not to be soft-hearted. This guy is too despicable. I have to teach him a lesson. Poor Xiao Ruofei didn't know that Ling Qingxue and Song Wei had been keeping a respectful distance from him recently. It was all planned by them. He watched as Ling Qingshue's car turned a corner and disappeared from his sight. Then, he shook his head with a bitter smile and turned to walk into the villa. Xiao Ruofei went straight to his bedroom and quickly scanned his surroundings with his mental strength. Then, he locked the doors and windows. He took out the spiritual map scroll from his body and entered the space with a thought. Master. Xia Qing immediately greeted him. Is everything ready? Xiao Ruofei asked. Everything is ready. Xia Qing said. Xiao Ruofei nodded. Together with Xia Qing, he teleported to the primordial realm. Xia Qing had already transplanted the heart-condensing grass to the site of the pool. Furthermore, he had set up a spirit-gathering array formation around the heart-condensing grass. At the same time, he had embedded 7 or 8 spirit crystals at the nodes of the array formation. When Xia Qing saw the spirit crystals in the array formation, he still felt that it was a pity. He felt that such an action was too wasteful. However, Xiao Ruofei had made a decision. As a loyal soul puppet, Xia Qing couldn't object. He said, Master, please set up a time array formation and activate the spirit gathering array. Xiao Ruofei nodded and waved his hand. The time array flags were instantly arranged around the array. At the same time, the spirit gathering array was activated. Within the spirit map space, Xiao Ruofei could do anything as easily as an extension of his arm. Moreover, as the space leveled up, his control over the space became more and more smooth. Xiao Ruofei also gained more and more space authority. For example, only Xiao Ruofei had access to the Mountain Sea Realm's cave and the Realm Heart Island. After the space leveled up, he was able to give Xia Qing temporary authority. This time, it was Xia Qing who went to the Realm Heart Island to transplant the heart-congealing grass. Xiao Ruofei said to Xia Qing, take good care of it. If it doesn't have enough spirit crystals, you have the authority to use it. You don't need to ask me. Also, when it matures, you can directly harvest the medicinal parts. Once it's refined into spiritual medicine, inform me. Yes, Master. Xia Qing said respectfully. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, you've worked hard. Xia Qing was indeed working very hard. Xiao Ruofei had said this to Xia Qing countless times. If Xiaoqing wasn't a puppet but a human with flesh and blood, according to the intensity of his work, even if he didn't die from exhaustion, his mind would have collapsed. After all, no one could work without rest and sleep. However, Xiao Ruofei's current mental cultivation wasn't enough. He couldn't create a new puppet to help Xiaoqing. Everything in the space required Xiaoqing to take care of. This was something that couldn't be helped. Xiaoqing bowed to Xiao Ruofei and said, "Master, you're too polite. This is your subordinate's duty." Xiao Ruofei nodded and gently patted Xiaoqing's shoulder. Then, with a thought, he left the space. The heart-congealing grass's growth cycle was more than 10 years. Even in a situation where spirit qi was abundant, it couldn't be shortened by much. Now, Xiao Ruofei was using the primordial realm and the time array flag to allow the heart-congealing grass to grow in an environment with a time acceleration of about 2,000 times. At the same time, he used precious spirit crystals to provide the energy needed for the heart-congealing grass's growth. Even so, it would take 2 to 3 days for the heart-congealing grass to mature. Xiao Ruofei basically couldn't do anything for the next 3 days. Song. There was also the possibility that there were enemies in the dark. And there. So, he didn't delay. Because Xiao Ruofei had shamelessly hitched a ride with Ling Qingxue, he was now caught in a trap of his own making. His car was parked in the hospital parking lot. Therefore, he could only walk to the entrance of the neighborhood to hail a taxi. After Xiao Ruofei walked for a while in the neighborhood, he unknowingly arrived at Feng Jing's townhouse. Actually, this wasn't the only way to the entrance of the neighborhood. Xiao Ruofei was thinking about something just now, so he habitually took a slightly longer route. He looked up at Feng Jing's townhouse and couldn't help but be stunned. The townhouse seemed to be almost done renovating. From the outside, he could see that the outer walls had been cleaned. On the balcony, he could faintly see some green plants and grape trellis made of preservative wood. The renovation waste at the entrance had also been cleaned up. The renovation speed is quite fast. Xiao Ruofei muttered to himself. As he continued walking to the entrance of the neighborhood, he took out his phone and called Feng Jing. "Comrade Chairman, why didn't you show your face at the company after coming back from Beijing?" Feng Jing teased. "You're getting lazier and lazier." Xiao Ruofei was stunned and said embarrassedly, "Sister Jing, how did you know I was back?" Feng Jing chuckled. "This CEO can predict." "Whoa. I didn't expect our Sister Jing to have this ability." Xiao Ruofei teased. "Then, can you predict where I am now?" Feng Jing said coquettishly, "You're always elusive. How can I predict where you are? I won't tease you anymore. When I went back to the neighborhood, I saw that your car wasn't in the courtyard. I knew you must have come back." "Ah? You're in the neighborhood?" Xiao Ruofei said. "I don't think there's anyone in your house. I just came out." Feng Jing said. "The renovation is done, and the house is being ventilated now. The weather forecast said it would rain in the afternoon, so I quickly went back to close the doors and windows." "What a coincidence. Which location are you at? Did you drive?" Xiao Ruofei asked quickly. "Of course I drove." Feng Jing said. "I just left the neighborhood." "You're not in the neighborhood, are you? Isn't that right? Sister Jing, turn around and pick me up." Xiao Ruofei said. "Sure." Feng Jing said quickly. "Where are you?" "I'm walking to the entrance of the neighborhood. I just passed by your house. You can see me if you drive back along this road." Xiao Ruofei said. "Wait for me." Feng Jing hung up the phone. Xiao Ruofei put away his phone and continued to walk forward. After a while, he saw Feng Jing's orange Volkswagen Beetle coming from the opposite side. He quickly waved at the car. Feng Jing was now considered a rich woman. Although the shares of the Taoyuan company couldn't be cashed out, Xiao Ruofei gave her an annual salary of 1,000,000 yuan. Plus, she wasn't used to using the company car everywhere, so she bought this car for personal use. Feng Jing stopped the car beside Xiao Ruofei. She stuck her head out and said to Xiao Ruofei, "Ruofei, get in." Xiao Ruofei laughed and opened the door to the front passenger seat. He said as he fastened his seat belt, "Sister Jing, thanks to you. Otherwise, I would have to walk to the entrance of the neighborhood to get a taxi. The villa neighborhood was very big. Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing's villas were close to the river. It was quite far from the entrance of the neighborhood. Feng Jing glanced at Xiao Ruofei and said, "How can the chairman be so pitiful? Why don't you call the company and ask them to send a car over?" Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "I don't like to make a big fuss. Besides, it's just a few steps away." Feng Jing understood Xiao Ruofei's character. She didn't say much, but asked, "Going to the company?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "That. I'm not going to the company today. Sister Jing, if you're not busy, take me to the Military General Hospital. If you're in a hurry, just drop me off at the entrance of the neighborhood. I'll take a taxi myself." Originally, Feng Jing heard that Xiao Ruofei wasn't going to the company. She was a little dissatisfied, but when she heard that Xiao Ruofei was going to the hospital, she immediately asked with concern, "Going to the hospital? What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Xiao Ruofei quickly said, "No. No. You misunderstood. An elder is in the hospital. I have to go and see. In fact, I came back from Beijing because of this matter." Originally, the matter in Beijing wasn't over yet. Song Qiming's identity was sensitive, so Xiao Ruofei didn't say it too clearly. It wasn't that he didn't trust Feng Jing. It was just that the fewer people who knew about this matter, the better. Moreover, it had nothing to do with Feng Jing. Naturally, there was no need to make it clear. Feng Jing smiled and said, "You're the boss. You don't have to explain to me. By the way, is your elder okay? Is there anything you need help with? It's not a problem for the company to provide manpower." No need, no need. I can handle it myself." Xiao Ruofei said, "You'll help me a lot by straightening out the big mess in the company." Feng Jing said with a smile, "Don't worry about that. Even if you don't say it, everyone will do their own jobs because we're used to it." Xiao Ruofei touched his nose a little embarrassedly and asked, "By the way, how's the company recently?" Feng Jing shrugged and said, "Everything's normal. All the businesses are very prosperous. As the CEO, I'm also a lot more relaxed. By the way, although you rarely appear as the chairman a few times a year, you always make a big move." Xiao Ruofei knew that Feng Jing was talking about the acquisition of Yuanda Pharmaceutical Group. He smiled and said, "Of course. It's my own company. How can I not care? So a lot of things can't be seen on the surface." Stop. Stop. Others don't understand you, but don't I?" Feng Jing said, "But the acquisition of Yuanda Pharmaceutical Group was really well done. Not only did the company's net worth double, but the most important thing was that it made up for the limitations of its own development. It greatly promoted the company's most competitive business development. Everyone is like a shot in the arm. They're very motivated. Especially the pharmaceutical factory, their morale is unprecedentedly high." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "That's good. By the way, how's the acquisition of Yuanda Pharmaceutical Group going?" After Xiao Ruofei gave this task to Dong Yun, he didn't ask about it personally. When he was in Beijing, he would call occasionally to find out about it. These 2 days, he was busy with Song Qiming, so naturally, he didn't have time to care about other things. Feng Jing said, "Overall, it's quite smooth. The external help you hired is very capable. Plus, Boss Dong is personally overseeing it, so it's not a big problem. The asset inspection will be completed soon. Boss Dong will come up with a plan to take over the company. Some of the management team of Yuanda Pharmaceutical Group is a team sent by the original shareholders. They will all resign, and the rest will need to be inspected and screened. In short, it's a very tedious job." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "This job is quite complicated, but it must be done well. I don't have a time limit for the acquisition of Yuanda Pharmaceutical Group. The only thing I want is safety. As for the personnel, especially the management team, they must not be involved." Feng Jing naturally knew how important the pharmaceutical factory's business was. She also knew how serious the consequences would be if people with ulterior motives were to mix in. So, she immediately said seriously, "Understood. Ruofei, don't worry. I've already emphasized this to Boss Dong. She's taking it very seriously." Also, I'm going to put aside the work at hand and fly over to follow up on it personally for a few days. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, Sister Jing, then I'll leave it to you. You don't have to be so polite with me. Feng Jing said as she glanced at Xiao Ruofei coquettishly. A woman in her early 30s exuded a mature charm. Xiao Ruofei saw Feng Jing's coquettish look and couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He quickly looked away and said, It's all good news. Is the company facing any difficulties at the moment? Sister Jing, don't just tell me the good news without the bad news. Feng Jing said with a smile, speaking of difficulties. Of course, there are some. The biggest difficulty is the lack of manpower. Originally, the company had been expanding at a high speed and all the teams were basically in a state of shortage of manpower. Now that you've let out such a big satellite and bought such a big pharmaceutical company without saying a word, and many of the original management team can't be retained. We have a shortage of manpower, especially management talent, on our side. Xiao Ruofei said, I don't have any good ideas for now. You'll have to overcome it on your own. I still say the same thing. If you don't have enough manpower, go hire. If you can't, contact the headhunting company. The company doesn't lack that little bit of salary. We can't let everyone be overworked all the time. Feng Jing said, that's the theory. But the current situation is that our recruitment speed can't even keep up with the company's expansion speed. The HR department has been working overtime all year round because there are too many people going through the application process. Speaking of this, Feng Jing couldn't help but smile bitterly. She said, as soon as I received the news that we bought Yuanda Group, besides arranging for Boss Dong to be in charge of the handover, I also immediately asked the HR department to start recruiting. But it's easy to recruit normal employees, but not middle management. But don't worry, the difficulties are temporary. I've already told the pharmaceutical company that after taking over Yuanda Group, they have to be mentally prepared to work hard. After this difficult period, things will be much better in the future. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, everyone has worked hard. We can't let the employees' hard work go unrewarded. Let's increase the year-end bonus this year. This is a big year for the company's development. We have to let the employees enjoy the benefits of the company's rapid development. Okay. I'll think about the year-end bonus plan later and send it to your email, Feng Jing said. Xiao Ruofei continued, as for the problem of the talent shortage, other than external recruitment, I think we should also look for talent internally. The old employees have all grown up together with the company. We have to increase the talent training. When Xiao Ruofei said this, he couldn't help but let his thoughts wander. He continued, also, our company isn't a nobody now. We can contact some well-known universities. As long as it's a profession that matches our business, we can jointly train them. As long as they sign an employment agreement with us, our company will give them a certain amount of financial aid while they are still in school. Also, I think we can imitate other companies and set up a management trainee system internally. We'll select some employees with potential and give them priority training. We'll consciously let them experience multiple positions to speed up the growth of talent. Management trainees were management trainees. In foreign companies, it was a special program with the main goal of training the company's future leaders. Now, many young executives of internet companies grew up as management trainees. Feng Jing nodded and said, Ruofei, I was just about to report to you. A lot of your ideas coincide with mine. Now that our company has developed to such a scale, it's time to build a talent pool. Feng Jing was very excited to talk to Xiao Ruofei about her ideas on talent training. Sure enough, many of her views coincided with Xiao Ruofei's. The two of them also had a very heated discussion in the car. Unknowingly, the car had already driven to the military general hospital. Feng Jing was still a little unsatisfied. She said, Ruofei, after we go back, I will write these ideas into text and send them to your email. You must take a look when you have time. This is related to the sustainable development of our company, especially some of the talent training mechanisms. They have reached the point where they have to be implemented. It can't be delayed. Xiao Ruofei said seriously, understood. Sister Jing, you have to work hard on this. The century-long plan is based on talent. This is a job to strengthen the foundation. Feng Jing nodded heavily and said, Ruofei, go do your work first. As for the talent strategy, I will contact you as soon as I finish the report. Xiao Ruofei nodded, pushed open the door and got out of the car. He waved at Feng Jing and then walked in the direction of the inpatient building. He walked forward for a short distance, and suddenly, his keen perception made him aware that there seemed to be a trace of something wrong in the east. Xiao Ruofei did not move. Not only did he not turn his head to look to the east, but he also did not even change the frequency and amplitude of his footsteps. However, his spiritual power had unknowingly radiated to the east. On the east side of the inpatient building was the outpatient building. The floor was slightly lower than the inpatient building. From this point of view, the outpatient building was not the best sniping position. However, other than this building, there were no other commanding heights around. In addition, if it was an experienced veteran, they could still find a good sniping and observation position in the outpatient building. They just needed to disguise themselves. Xiao Ruofei seemed to be walking toward the inpatient building as if nothing had happened. In fact, his spiritual power had already locked onto a middle-aged man in a gray jacket in the outpatient building opposite. This middle-aged man did not look amazing. He was the kind of person who could not be recognized in a crowd. Moreover, he was not on the roof of the outpatient building, but by the window of the corridor on the 16th floor. He was holding a number in his hand. Anyone who saw him would think that he was a patient waiting to be treated. People came and went in the hospital every day. People like the man in gray could be said to be everywhere. However, Xiao Ruofei could feel a dangerous aura emanating from the man in gray from afar. This aura was very subtle, and even an experienced top agent might not be able to sense it. But Xiao Ruofei was different. With the growth of his cultivation, his 5 senses were many times sharper than an ordinary person's. He almost instinctively felt that this direction made him a little uncomfortable, and under the scan of his spiritual energy, the gray-clothed man was like a torch in the dark night. It was very difficult to ignore him. Xiao Ruofei also noticed that the man in gray was standing at a position where he could see the intensive care unit on the 15th floor of the inpatient building. As for the senior staff ward where Feng Liyun and Song Wei were staying, it was on the 13th floor. It just so happened that it was facing the outpatient building. The man in gray's position could also be easily monitored. In addition, Xiao Ruofei also found that the man in gray was wearing a pair of rimless glasses. Obviously, they were not as simple as ordinary glasses. Xiao Ruofei could even faintly detect that there seemed to be a lot of sophisticated components inside the glasses. However, he could not detect them clearly because he was too far away. With so many suspicious points gathered together, it would be strange if Xiao Ruofei could not detect them. Xiao Ruofei walked into the inpatient building as if nothing had happened. He could feel the man in gray's gaze on him for a few seconds. However, Xiao Ruofei did not show any abnormalities during the whole process. After entering the inpatient building, Xiao Ruofei went straight to the elevator as usual. He took the elevator to the 8th floor of the inpatient building. Between the inpatient building and the outpatient building, there were 2 corridors connected to each other. One of them was on the 8th floor and the other was on the 16th floor. After Xiao Ruofei arrived on the 8th floor, he did not go directly to the corridor. Instead, he took a few steps in the opposite direction and flashed into the washroom on the 8th floor. After a minute or two, when he came out of the washroom again, he had taken out another set of clothes from the dimension and changed into it. At the same time, his appearance had changed. Even if Ling Qingshui or Song Wei were standing in front of him, if he did not pay special attention, it was very likely that he would not notice them. The reason why Xiao Ruofei went through so much trouble was to prevent the man in gray from having accomplices in other places. He thought that the possibility of this was quite high. Also, Xiao Ruofei knew very well that if this group of people had been watching the hospital, they must have known what he looked like. Changing his appearance and changing his clothes was to prevent the other party from discovering him. When Xiao Ruofei passed by the nurse's station, he picked up a list that someone had discarded from the trash bin. Then, as if nothing had happened, he walked towards the sky bridge that led to the outpatient building. He walked through the bridge at a leisurely pace and arrived at the outpatient building on the opposite side. Throughout the entire process, his spiritual power was locked onto the man in gray on the 16th floor of the outpatient building. The man in gray changed his position a few times and even sat on the long bench by the corridor for a while. However, Xiao Ruofei knew that the man in gray's gaze had never left the building on the opposite side of the street. After arriving at the outpatient building, Xiao Ruofei walked into the elevator again. However, he did not go directly to the 16th floor. Instead, he took the elevator to the 14th floor and walked out. Then, he turned to the emergency escape stairs and began to climb up. Just as he reached the 15th floor, Xiao Ruofei's expression changed slightly. The speed of his footsteps increased by a lot. His spiritual power was locked onto the man in gray. Just now, he noticed that the man in gray was quickly leaving his previous position. He sensed danger just like that? Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows. He thought to himself, it seems that this group of people is not simple, only people who have gone through countless life and death situations would have an almost instinctive sense of danger. Xiao Ruofei was sure that he did not reveal any flaws during the entire process. It was basically impossible for the man in gray or his accomplices to detect it in advance. The only possibility was that the man in gray felt uneasy. Although he was not clear about the situation, he knew that it was very likely that danger was coming, so he decisively retreated. Xiao Ruofei often had this feeling himself. It was this intuition of danger that saved him several times on the battlefield in the past. Could it be that the other party was also a special forces soldier who had gone through life and death situations? A thought popped up in Xiao Ruofei's mind. Who on earth did Uncle Song offend? Xiao Ruofei muttered to himself. Then, he added, no matter who you are, since you've been targeted by me, don't even think about running away. Although his mind was racing, Xiao Ruofei's footsteps never slowed down. In fact, they were getting faster and faster. Almost in the blink of an eye, he had climbed to the 16th floor. However, he did not rush out directly. Instead, he continued to climb up. Because the man in gray did not escape the lock of his mental power, he found that the man in gray had reached the emergency escape on the other side and was running up the stairs, so he simply chased up this side. Xiao Ruofei's speed was much faster than the man in gray. He used his mental power to lock onto the man in gray from afar as he ran up quickly. After a while, he came to a door that led to the roof. For safety reasons, the door was naturally locked, and it was a very thick iron lock. Xiao Ruofei did not hesitate at all. He reached out and grabbed the iron lock. With a slight exhale of true qi, he directly tore the iron lock off as easily as crushing dry weeds. He believed that the door lock on the other side of the rooftop must have been destroyed in advance. As he expected, the man in gray did not stop all the way and went straight to the rooftop. The corners of Xiao Ruofei's mouth curled up slightly. He pushed the door open and walked up to the rooftop. On the other side of the stairs, the man in gray ran up the stairs quickly while pressing the headset hidden in his ear. He said in a hurried tone, everyone, evacuate immediately. Number 6, go to position B to support me. This was obviously a well-trained team. No one said a word of nonsense, and no one asked why they were evacuating. Soon, a crisp reply came from the man in gray's headset. Number 6, understood. Number 3, Roger. Number 2, Roger. Number 5, evacuating. The man in gray was slightly out of breath as he rushed to the door of the rooftop. He reached out and twisted the lock that had been opened in advance and hung on the door was immediately unscrewed. The man in gray pushed the iron latch, opened the door of the rooftop, and flashed out. He had obviously already checked the points. After arriving at the rooftop, he rushed in one direction without any hesitation. However, the gray-clothed man had only run 2 steps when he came to a sudden stop, forcibly halting his steps. There was a look of disbelief on his face as he stared straight ahead. On the edge of the rooftop directly opposite him, there was a young man with a harmless smile on his face. The man in gray did not know this young man, but there was a huge warning in his heart. It seemed that this young man was quite dangerous. The person who came here in advance to block the man in gray's path was naturally Xiao Ruofei, who had changed his appearance. He maintained a smile, reached out and put his hand on a thin line on the edge of the rooftop, and asked, I guess, you are looking for this? This line was very thin, and it was so high up on the roof, so it was impossible for people below to find it. One end of the thin line was firmly fixed on the rooftop, and the other end extended to the rooftop of the laboratory building not far away, which was much lower than the outpatient building. Xiao Ruofei knew that this thin wire looked like it could be broken with a gentle tug, but in fact, it was made of a high-strength carbon fiber material. It also seemed to have used carbon nanotechnology. Not to mention bearing the weight of an adult, even if an elephant was hung on it, it could not be broken. Xiao Ruofei knew about this special warfare equipment when he was serving in the army. At that time, it was still a concept product and was not used in the army. He did not expect that the people who wanted to harm Song Qiming would use such high-end equipment. This also confirmed Xiao Ruofei's judgment. This group of people was not simple. The man in gray's eyes narrowed. He saw Xiao Ruofei turn his palm, and a shiny dagger appeared in his hand like a magic trick. Then Xiao Ruofei gently waved his hand, and the high-strength carbon fiber rope suddenly broke and fell down lightly. This kind of carbon fiber rope was very light. Even if there were people below, they would not be hurt. What's more, this was a spot that they had scouted beforehand. There were not many people on the side that the man in gray found, and there were many trees planted between the outpatient building and the laboratory building. So if he slid down quickly from here, he would not attract attention. After the carbon fiber rope was cut by Xiao Ruofei, it would most likely fall on the top of the tree. The man in gray did not say a word. After looking deeply at Xiao Ruofei, he turned around and ran without hesitation. The man in gray had obviously undergone rigorous training. Compared to the average person, his speed could be said to be quite fast. But this kind of speed was not enough in front of Xiao Ruofei. When the man in gray rushed forward at full speed, he saw a flash in front of his eyes. Then, he saw Xiao Ruofei standing in front of him with his arms crossed with a smile, as if he had been standing there waiting for him. The man in gray had a look of horror in his eyes. He stopped abruptly. If he rushed forward, he would undoubtedly be walking into a trap. "Where can you run to?" Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. The man in gray had a look of despair on his face. But soon, his look of despair turned into a trace of determination. He even showed a trace of a smile. Xiao Ruofei frowned. His figure flashed and rushed toward the man in gray. He grabbed his chin. However, he was still a step too late. A trace of black blood flowed out from the corner of the man in gray's mouth. His eyes quickly lost their light. Xiao Ruofei's face became very ugly. He let go and the man in gray fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open as he looked at the sky. He was clearly dead. Although he was dead, the man in gray still had a smile on his face. He seemed to be laughing at Xiao Ruofei. He's actually a death warrior. Xiao Ruofei clenched his fist in regret. He was still a bit careless. If he didn't have the mentality of a cat playing with a mouse, he would have had time to restrain the man in gray. He wouldn't have given him a chance to commit suicide. This method of hiding a highly toxic substance in the mouth and biting the poison sac without hesitation once it was confirmed that there was no escape was the standard death warrior style. Xiao Ruofei's moment of carelessness caused this clue to be cut off. Xiao Ruofei stared at the man in gray's glasses. He slowly approached him and said with a cold face, "Wait. I'll catch you soon." With that, Xiao Ruofei's mind moved. He put the man in gray's body into the Ring 2 space. Then, he rushed to the edge of the rooftop and swept out with his mental power. Opposite the inspection building, a gray van was parked quietly. Xiao Ruofei's mental power quickly enveloped it. In the next second, his eyes emitted a cold light. The van had already started and was driving out of the hospital. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and 3 black shadows appeared out of thin air. They were 3 huge hornets. After they appeared outside, they quickly flapped their wings and shot toward the van. The 3 wasps flapped their wings and quickly caught up with the van. Top point X23 US. There was only one driver in the van. It was a middle-aged man with a gloomy face. He was the number 6 mentioned by the man in the gray shirt. He was responsible for picking up the man in the gray shirt. But just now, he heard his companion's urgent call in his headset. "Number 1 is dead, number 6, evacuate quickly. Evacuate quickly." Number 6 didn't have time to think. He immediately started the car and drove out of the hospital. His face was very ugly. He kept thinking about how number 1 got into trouble in such a short time. He didn't even have time to escape. Number 6 didn't notice that 3 wasps were chasing from behind. One of the wasps landed on the roof of the van. It was very smart and dropped a black object the size of a button battery. Then it flapped its wings and left the van. It stopped on a tree by the roadside. When the black button battery touched the roof of the van, it immediately attached to it. The other two wasps got in through the gap in the window and quietly hid in the gap of the back seat. On the rooftop of the outpatient building, Xiao looked at the van that was almost at the entrance of the hospital. His eyes showed a trace of coldness. He said to himself, "This time, I'll kill my way to your nest." After he finished speaking, he stepped toward the door that led to the rooftop stairs. The two-button battery-like things were trackers. The straight-line tracking distance was 30 kilometers. Moreover, the high-energy battery was enough to support the tracker for more than 2 hours. This was the last time Xiao Ruofei used the wasps in the space to solve the problem of Lin Xiao. He felt that the wasps were very good as surprise troops. Therefore, he got them through some special channels on the black market. The performance was quite good. The wasps had lived in the space for a long time. Compared to when Lin Xiao had just finished the college entrance examination, their intelligence had improved a lot. In order to prevent the tracking target from changing cars halfway, Xiao Ruofei released 3 wasps at once. One of them dropped the tracker, and the other 2 hid in the car. Once the person in the car changed cars or walked, the 2 wasps would immediately track them. They also had trackers. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was not very anxious. After he entered the staircase, he saw that there were no surveillance cameras, so he immediately changed his appearance. At the same time, he took out another set of clothes from the space and quickly changed as he went downstairs. After changing his clothes, Xiao Ruofei walked out of the stairwell and took the elevator to the first floor. Then, he quickly walked to the parking lot under the inpatient building, took his Night 15 off-road vehicle, and drove towards the entrance of the hospital. While driving, Xiao Ruofei took out a large-screen mobile phone from the space. It was used together with the tracker. After the screen lit up, Xiao Ruofei opened the app dedicated to the tracker. A map appeared on the screen. At the same time, there were 3 red dots on it. They were still moving. These 3 red dots represented 3 trackers. Now that he saw the 3 red dots together, it meant that the target was still in the car and had not abandoned it. Xiao Ruofei put the mobile phone on the magnetic stand and drove to catch up with the van. Because the Night 15 off-road vehicle was very eye-catching and was the only one in the entire Xianxia city, Xiao Ruofei didn't know if there were other people watching the hospital. Therefore, she didn't chase after the van directly. Instead, she purposely took another route. Anyway, the signal reception range of the tracker was about 30 kilometers. Xiao Ruofei was not worried that he would lose the target. He drove in circles on the road while paying attention to the red dots on the screen. He always kept a distance of about 5 kilometers. Based on today's details, Xiao Ruofei felt that this group of people was very professional. At least the man in gray who he met face to face must have had his hands stained with blood. Obviously, this group of people was very dangerous. Xiao Ruofei felt like there was a thorn in his heart when he thought of such a dangerous group of people hiding in the dark every day, ready to harm Song Qiming's family at any time. He had to eliminate this hidden danger as soon as possible. He also had to find the power behind this group of people. Otherwise, there would be no guarantee that this would not happen again in the future. In the gray van, a middle-aged man with a gloomy face drove skillfully through the streets and alleys of Xianxia City. He was also paying attention to the rear at all times. This group of people were all experts in tracking. If someone was following them, it would be difficult to escape their eyes no matter how stealthy the method was. The middle-aged man drove in 2 circles. He was more or less sure that he was not being followed. It seemed that the person who dealt with number 1 did not catch up. The middle-aged man thought to himself. Number 4. What's the situation on number 1's side? The middle-aged man asked through the earpiece. Number 4's serious voice soon came through his earpiece. According to the image sent back by number 1's glasses, he immediately prepared to evacuate from the rooftop when he realized the danger. However, when he reached the rooftop, the other party was already there. Number 1 tried to escape, but the other party's speed was obviously much faster than number 1's. They blocked number 1's way again. Then, Number 1 should have directly activated the poison sac. Number 4 was in charge of communication. He was in another car and could see the images sent back by everyone's glasses in real time. The pair of glasses worn by the man in gray was actually quite high-tech. In addition to being able to shoot in real time like Google Glass and use the eye tracking function to perform simple operations, it also had positioning and other functions. It could even project a map onto the lens for navigation. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He asked, "Number 4, are you sure?" According to the analysis of the images sent back, the possibility is very high. Number 4 said in a low voice. The last image captured by the glasses was of the young man who blocked Number 1's way. He had obviously noticed that Number 1's glasses were different. At that time, he said to the camera that he would catch us soon. Then, Number 1's glasses and the locator on his body lost signal at the same time. I don't know how he did it. Number 4 naturally did not know that the body of the man in gray, along with the glasses, had been sent by Xia Ruofei into the Ring 2 space that was completely isolated from the outside world. The middle-aged man slammed the steering wheel hard and then gripped the steering wheel so tightly that his knuckles were a little white. His face became even more ferocious. At this time, Number 4's voice came through the earpiece again. Number 6, if you confirm that there is no tail, immediately gather at Hideout C. Number 1 has failed, we must come up with a new plan immediately. If necessary, we must immediately ask for instructions from the higher-ups. Number 1 was actually the person in charge of their team. He had always been in control of the overall situation. Now, the team was in a state of being without a leader. Understood. The middle-aged man, Number 6, gasped and said, "Number 4, you'd better save the footage recorded on Number 1 today." His voice was full of murderous intent because Number 6 had another identity, which was Number 1's brother. He and Number 1 were biological brothers. The two of them had carried out many missions together and had gone through fire and water together. He did not expect that this time in the 3 mountains of Huaxia, a mission that did not seem difficult, would lead to the death of Number 1. Number 6 could not accept this reality no matter what. Number 4 said calmly, "Number 6, come back first. In our line of work, there will be a day like this sooner or later. You can't solve any problems by being hot-headed. Everything will be according to the instructions from the higher-ups." Number 4 was resourceful and was the resourceful star of the team. Now that the captain was dead, he had secretly become the temporary core of the team. Number 6 said, "Got it. I'll be there in 10 minutes. After that, he turned the steering wheel and drove the car to the west. Xia Ruofei followed the tracker's display and kept a distance of 10 kilometers from the gray van. He moved very carefully around the periphery and did not approach rashly. He also noticed that the gray van seemed to be going around in circles, so he found a parking spot on the side of the road and parked the car. After a while, Xia Ruofei, who had been staring at the phone screen, suddenly sat up straight. He saw that the 3 red dots on the phone screen had stopped moving. "They're done going around in circles?" Xia Ruofei muttered to himself and started the car at the same time. At this time, he saw that one of the red dots had stopped moving. The other 2 red dots began to move slowly again, but their speed was obviously much slower than before. Obviously, the other 2 hornets had begun to follow his instructions and began to track the target. Moreover, the target was probably walking, so that was why their speed was so slow. Xia Ruofei stepped on the accelerator and drove the Night 15 in the direction of the red dots. He parked the car about 2 kilometers away from where the gray van was parked, then he got out of the car and walked directly. His steps did not seem to be fast, but his speed was not slow at all. It was comparable to the speed of an ordinary person's jog. As he walked forward, Xia Ruofei took a look at his phone from time to time. At this time, the other 2 red dots had completely stopped moving. It was estimated that the target they were tracking had reached the hiding place. Xia Ruofei spent about 10 minutes and saw the gray van quietly parked by the side of the road. The red signal was about 500 meters away from here. When Xia Ruofei passed by the gray van, he did not even look away. He just walked straight past it. In fact, he had already scanned the van several times with his psychic energy and confirmed that there was no one in the gray van. According to the phone screen, the red signal was located in an ordinary residential area across the road. Xiao Ruofei held the phone and walked into the residential area as if nothing had happened. He did not look at the residential building where the target was hiding. Instead, he walked directly into a residential building with white tiles on the outside. This kind of relatively old residential area was generally semi-open, including the unit door of the residential building, which was basically open. Xiao Ruofei walked straight in. There was no elevator in the old building, so he walked up the stairs until he reached the rooftop. This building was adjacent to the building where the red signal was located. The distance between the two buildings was only about 5 or 6 meters. There was also a protruding heat-insulating panel on the rooftop, so the actual distance was even shorter. Xiao Ruofei rubbed his hands, ran up to the edge of the rooftop, and then jumped up. He landed lightly on the heat-insulating panel on the top floor of the opposite building. This kind of heat-insulating material was not able to bear weight. If an ordinary person stepped on it, it would easily collapse. However, Xiao Ruofei stepped on it lightly as if it was weightless. Then, he supported himself with one hand and flipped over onto the rooftop. He had already used his mental power to conduct a thorough reconnaissance of the rooftop, so after he flipped over onto the rooftop, he did not stop at all. He quickly moved toward the other side. Not far away, a figure hidden at the top of a water tower was observing the situation on the opposite side through a sniper scope. He did not notice Xiao Ruofei approaching him from behind. 5th floor of the residential building. 4 people were sitting in the living room with solemn expressions. One of them was the middle-aged man named number 6. They did not notice at all that 2 wasps were hiding motionlessly in the mezzanine of the ceiling plasterboard. The miniature trackers they carried were constantly emitting radio frequency signals. The middle-aged man named number 6 had a gloomy face. The video player on the laptop in front of him was paused. The image displayed in the video window was Xiao Ruofei's face. Of course, this was Xiao Ruofei's face after changing his appearance. The middle-aged man asked, "Number 4, have you found out the identity of this person? Where did he come from?" Number 4 shook his head and said, "When we were on the way here, I sent a screenshot back to the headquarters. After comparing it with the database, there is no information about this person's identity." Their database was naturally not Huaxia's domestic household registration database. It was built by their organization. The database collected some experts in the industry, as well as some experts in the government and military of various countries. There was no matching identity information. This could only mean that the person who forced number 1 to use his last resort was either in disguise or had never been exposed to the public before. How is that possible? The middle-aged man snorted and said, "How could someone who could make Qian Guiyu unable to escape be a nobody?" Number 6, "We're sorry about what happened to number 1. Number 4 said, "But I think our top priority is the mission." "Now, we're only half of the mission." The middle-aged man's face turned sullen. "I've already said it before. Under that level of impact, the target is dead for sure. There's no need to confirm it." Number 6. "It's our rule to stay and confirm the results of the mission." Number 4's face darkened. And number 1 agreed to this. Plus, all the signs show that the target is not dead. This is not consistent with your judgment. Logically speaking, so much time has passed. That's Huaxia's trick. They just blocked the news. The middle-aged man roared. At this time, a pale-faced man of about 26 or 27 years old said, okay, number 4, number 6, stop arguing. Number 1 has basically been confirmed dead. We shouldn't fight among ourselves. Otherwise, we can't even guarantee our own safety. I suggest that we immediately ask the headquarters if we should evacuate. Our whereabouts have been exposed. Huaxia's people are very likely to conduct a carpet search. After all, our target's identity is not simple. Number 4's face softened. He said, "Number 6, we understand your relationship with number 1. But in our line of work, we should have been mentally prepared. Now that we're in the middle of a mission, if you keep being so emotional, God knows if you'll drag the team down." Okay, I'll immediately ask the headquarters. Before we get a clear order from the headquarters, no one is allowed to go out. At least this hiding place is safe for the time being. After that, number 4 stood up, picked up his laptop, and walked towards the coffee table. He bent down to put down the laptop. Just as he was about to sit down, his body suddenly froze. His eyes widened as he looked in the direction of the balcony. It turned out that there was another person on the balcony. No, to be precise, there were 2 more people. In addition to the young man with a teasing smile on his face, there was also an unconscious bald man lying at his feet. The bald man was number 5 of their team. When they were on a mission, number 5 was usually responsible for long-range sniping. When he returned to the hiding place, he was responsible for the peripheral security mission. The 4 people in the house were all outlaws who had lived for many years on the edge of a knife and blood. Their perception of danger could be said to be quite sharp. However, this young man had appeared on the balcony with the unconscious number 5 on his back without anyone noticing. None of the 4 people in the living room had noticed. This was what made number 4 feel the most incredulous. Although his mind went blank at that moment, many years of training in life and death situations had already formed muscle memory for him. Therefore, although number 4 was stunned for a moment, he still subconsciously reached for his waist. However, at this moment, number 4 felt as if many places on his body had been gently bitten by ants. Then, he was shocked to find that he could not move at all. This was not the feeling of being injected with an anesthetic needle. To be precise, it was as if every inch of his muscles was bound by an invisible rope. Now, he could not even move a finger. This kind of restraint was omnidirectional, so number 4 still maintained a look of horror on his face. Almost at the same time, the other 3 people in the living room also reacted at once. They subconsciously reached for their weapons, but at the same time, they also felt as if several parts of their bodies were being bitten by ants. Then, as if they were being immobilized, they were completely fixed in place, unable to move at all. This young man was naturally Xiao Ruofei, who had changed his appearance again. He had learned his lesson in the hospital. Although he jumped directly onto the balcony with the unlucky sniper on his back, he was already prepared. Taking advantage of this group of people's momentary confusion, he did not hesitate to make a move. With a wave of his hand, he sealed the main acupoints of these 4 people, completely preventing the flow of blood. The weapons he used were just a few ordinary acupuncture silver needles. The silver needles that were infused with true qi, the few acupoints that were carefully selected, and the stable and accurate technique made this group of vicious outlaws seem so weak in front of him. Xiao Ruofei walked slowly from the balcony into the living room. His gaze swept across the faces of number 2, number 3, number 4, and number 6 in succession. This method of sealing the acupoints only limited the flow of blood. These people were actually very conscious. This kind of sobriety also caused the horror in their hearts to reach its peak at this moment. Xiao Ruofei first used his mental power to check the whole house and found that there were indeed miniature video recording devices in the living room. One was installed in the TV set-top box, and the other was installed in the keyhole of the balcony door. The positions were very clever. Xiao Ruofei went straight to the 2 miniature video recording devices and removed them. He threw them on the ground and stepped on them fiercely, completely crushing them. As for the images just now, Xiao Ruofei did not know whether the video recording device had captured them or whether it had been transmitted to a certain place in real time. However, he came in with a changed appearance, so he was not worried about whether he would be exposed. Under normal circumstances, he would never use this appearance again. For the people who were looking for him everywhere, this was tantamount to directly vanishing from the face of the earth. Then, Xiao Ruofei came to number 4's side and directly pried open number 4's mouth violently. He reached in and took out a small poison sac. At such a close distance, under the scan of his mental power, nothing could hide. Xiao Ruofei did the same and took out all the poison sacs hidden in the mouths of these 4 people. Then, Xiao Ruofei walked to number 4 and raised his hand to pull out 2 silver needles. Number 4 suddenly felt that he seemed to be able to speak. Although there was still no way to move his body, at least he could move his mouth. If Xiao Ruofei had not taken out the poison sac in advance, number 4 would have bitten it open without hesitation. Number 4 said coldly, "Don't expect to get any information from me. I think you'd better kill us quickly." Xiao Ruofei smiled and leaned over to number 4, saying, "Is that so? I thought you would definitely cooperate with me. Don't even think about it." Number 4 said coldly. Xiao Ruofei laughed, and then a majestic mental power rushed toward number 4. Although mental power was invisible and intangible, Xiao Ruofei could use a massive amount of mental power to attack number 4. At that moment, number 4 was still dazed. Then, he could not help but look at Xiao Ruofei's eyes. At this time, Xiao Ruofei's eyes were like the deep space in number 4's eyes, and the two eyeballs were more like terrifying black holes that sucked everything in. Number 4 just felt as if he suddenly floated up at that moment, and then entered a muddle-headed state. What they witnessed in the next few minutes was inexplicably horrifying to the other 3 people who were also completely unable to move. They watched as number 4 seemed to have lost his soul. Like a marionette, he answered whatever Xiao Ruofei asked without any hesitation. He even revealed some of the top secrets of their organization without any struggle. Xiao Ruofei asked one question after another with a calm face. For the remaining 3 people, it was simply a huge torture. After a while, Xiao Ruofei withdrew his spiritual power and number 4 woke up from his daze. He could clearly remember the whole process just now, but he did not know why he answered all the questions without any resistance. These people had all undergone harsh anti-interrogation training. Their tolerance for torture was far higher than that of ordinary people. Even if some psychotropic drugs were used, they would still have a certain level of resistance. It could be said that conventional interrogation methods had no effect on them at all. However, number 4 was completely unable to believe what had just happened. He looked at Xiao Ruofei as if he was looking at a devil. Number 4 asked in a trembling voice, "You. What did you do to me?" Xiao Ruofei curled his lips and directly left number 4 behind. He got up and walked to the next person. His target this time was the middle-aged man number 6. Number 6 watched Xiao Ruofei walk over with his eyes wide open. However, he could not even move a finger. When he thought of number 4's performance just now, there was a deep fear in his eyes. This was because he knew very well how miserable the consequences of revealing the organization's secrets would be. However, Xiao Ruofei would not be soft-hearted just because of the pleading in his eyes. He reached out and pulled out 2 silver needles. Then, his majestic spiritual power immediately enveloped them. The pleading and fear in number 6's eyes instantly turned into confusion. Xiao Ruofei asked without any emotion, "What's your name?" "Xianxia." Number 6 said in a dull tone. Xiao Ruofei continued to ask, "Tell me about your background." A few minutes later, Xiao Ruofei left the old residential area with a calm expression. The rental apartment where number 4 and the others were previously in was already empty. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei had cleaned up the rental apartment and left nothing behind. It was as if number 4 and the others had never been here. After asking the 4 people and verifying each other, Xiao Ruofei was already clear about the origins of this group of people. These 4 people, together with the dead man in gray and the sniper on the roof, were all from an African mercenary organization called MOD. 6 people of them formed a combat team. Without exception, the people in this team were all from Asia. Basically, they all had yellow faces. This was probably one of the reasons why they were sent to Xianxia to carry out the mission. The man in gray who was blocked by Xiao Ruofei on the hospital rooftop was the person in charge of this team. His name was Xianxia. He and the middle-aged man number 6, Xianxia, were both from Japan. The 2 of them were brothers. Among the other 4, number 4 was from Xianxia. The remaining 3 were also from Xianxia's neighboring countries. When Xiao Ruofei served in the army, he also had some understanding of some foreign armed forces. In his impression, the headquarters of this MOD organization was in Alur, a small country in Africa. The MOD organization with people and guns was basically the local tyrant of Alur. It could also be said that this organization was notorious internationally. To put it simply, as long as they could afford the price, they would accept any mission. Moreover, they absolutely had no moral integrity and no bottom line. It could be said that they were unscrupulous in carrying out missions. The reason why they came all the way to Xianxia and carefully planned this attack was naturally because they were entrusted by the buyer. However, this team was responsible for the specific execution, so they did not know the specific information of the buyer. Perhaps the person in charge of the team, Xianxia, would know a little bit of information. Unfortunately, when he realized that there was no way to escape from Xiao Ruofei's palm, he resolutely bit the poison sac and whimpered. It could be said that Xiao Ruofei did not find any useful clues. However, this trip could not be said to be fruitless. First of all, by interrogating Qian Guiyu and the others, Xiao Ruofei could confirm that the mod organization had only sent 6 of them to Huaxia to carry out the mission. This time, they had all been caught in one fell swoop, at least temporarily eliminating the potential danger of Song Qiming's family. In addition, according to Xiao Ruofei's understanding of the mod organization, after they failed this mission, it was very likely that they would not send any new people over. Moreover, the remuneration they received in the early stages would not be refunded at all. This was also a very important reason why the mod organization received the evaluation of no integrity. Of course, the combat strength of the mod organization was still very strong. Moreover, once they accepted the mission, they would not deliberately fool their customers. They would do their best to complete it. In addition, the success rate of their missions was relatively high, so although their integrity was a little less, their business had always been good. Of course, Xiao Ruofei also specifically asked Qian Guiyu and the others. The answer they gave was similar to what Xiao Ruofei had learned. Basically, if this team disappeared while carrying out a mission in Huaxia, then the mod organization would not send anyone over. After confirming this point, Xiao Ruofei also felt a lot more at ease. Although he didn't know who the financier behind Song Qiming was for the time being, and he didn't know if the mastermind behind the mod organization would continue to find other underground organizations to harm the Song Qiming family after the failure of the mod organization, this at least gave Xiao Ruofei a period of stability. When Song Qiming's treatment was almost done, Xiao Ruofei would naturally have a way to find the financier behind this when he was free. Xiao Ruofei left alone, so Qian Guiyu and the others naturally couldn't disappear into thin air. In fact, they were all taken into the Ring 2 space by Xiao Ruofei. By doing this, he naturally had no intention of letting these people out. The hands of these professional mercenaries were all stained with blood, which Xiao Ruofei had confirmed during the interrogation. It could be said that each of the 5 of them deserved to die, and it would not be an exaggeration to shoot them 100 times. Considering that the labor shortage in the space was getting more and more serious, Xiao Ruofei directly took them into the Ring 2 space based on the principle of recycling waste. These people were all bound by Xiao Ruofei with silver needles. When he was collecting them, he released a little of his spiritual power, causing them to be in a state of absent-mindedness. In this state, they did not know how to resist at all. Xiao Ruofei easily took all 5 of them in one breath. Xiao Ruofei used the power of space to casually set up a cage in the mountain sea realm of the spirit map realm. He threw the 5 people inside and then ignored them. Xiao Ruofei was going to wait until he was free to enter the space to properly train them. Xiao Ruofei didn't have any psychological burden to use these free workers in the space. As for safety, there was even less to worry about. Unless Xiao Ruofei died and the spirit map scroll became an ownerless object again, forget ordinary people like Qian Guiyu and the others, even Bai Qingqing, who had a very thorough understanding of the law of space, could not escape from the small space of the spirit map world without Xiao Ruofei's permission. In addition, when Xiao Ruofei was not inside the space, Xia Qing could also use a certain amount of the power of space. Although this amount of power was far inferior to Xiao Ruofei's control of space, it was more than enough to deal with ordinary people inside the space. Let alone 5 people, even if there were 50 or 500 of them, Xia Qing would be able to control them all with a single thought. Even if they took advantage of Xia Qing's inattention to launch a sneak attack on Xia Qing, there was no need to worry. Before putting them into the space, Xiao Ruofei had placed all their weapons in a special space in the spirit map world. Without Xiao Ruofei's permission, not even Xia Qing could take those weapons. As a high-level spirit puppet, Xia Qing's body was also very strong. Even a first-layer qi refining cultivator could not compare to a few ordinary people. Even if a sneak attack succeeded, it would be impossible to cause him any harm. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei considered all possible problems before making a decision. After leaving the residential area, Xiao Ruofei walked directly to where he parked his car. On the way, he took a detour to a shopping mall and changed his clothes in the bathroom. At the same time, he changed his appearance. After taking the car, Xiao Ruofei drove back to the main hospital. Fang Liyun, Song Wei, Song Qiming's secretary, Chao Guangji, and the others were all in the hall outside the intensive care unit. Xiao Ruofei did not mention the mod organization to them because he knew that this kind of foreign mercenary organization could not be dealt with by some special forces arranged by the province. After saying it, it would only increase his uneasiness. Xiao Ruofei, Fang Liyun, and the others exchanged a few words and went straight to the intensive care unit to check on Song Qiming's condition. He found that his vital signs were relatively stable. In addition, Xiao Ruofei also used his mental power to penetrate the periphery of Song Qiming's sea of consciousness and carefully checked it. The situation was similar to what he expected. Song Qiming had basically completely absorbed the medicinal properties of the spirit-pregnant soup. However, the recovery of his sea of consciousness had only reached a little more than 1%. If he relied on the spirit-pregnant soup alone, Song Qiming's recovery would be an extremely long process. After all, the spirit-pregnant soup could only be taken once in 7 days. Xiao Ruofei left the intensive care unit and Fang Liyun and the others in the hall immediately came up to greet him. He found that Professor Chen, who was the chief surgeon for Song Qiming's craniotomy, was also there. Because Song Qiming's identity was special, Professor Chen would come over to check on the situation after he finished his work. After all, with such a big leader lying in the intensive care unit, although the general hospital could not do much, they at least had to show their importance. Fang Liyun asked, "Ruofei, how is Qiming?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Aunt Fang, don't worry. Uncle Song's physical condition has always been relatively stable. It is unlikely that the injury will recur." "Then when will he wake up?" Fang Liyun asked. At this moment, a voice came from behind Xiao Ruofei, "Junior brother Xia, I knew you were still here." Xiao Ruofei looked back and saw that it was the senior brother Gu, who he accepted as a disciple on behalf of his master yesterday. "Senior brother Gu. You're back." Xiao Ruofei responded with a smile, "Did everything go well today?" He knew that Gu must have gone to the Min River to pay his respects to his non-existent master. "Everything went well." Gu smiled and said, "Of course, this is just for peace of mind. I don't know if master will be able to accept my sincerity." "Definitely." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said. Then, Xiao Ruofei said to Fang Liyun and the others, "Aunt Fang, Song Wei, let me introduce you. This is senior brother Gu. Senior brother's attainments in traditional Chinese medicine are quite high. He is a leading figure in Huaxia's traditional Chinese medicine field. Usually, he is in Beijing providing healthcare services for the leaders. Senior brother Gu will also participate in Uncle Song's treatment, so don't worry. Uncle Song will definitely be fine." Gu name was quite well known. At least, Fang Liyun, Song Wei and the others had heard of him. Therefore, Fang Liyun immediately showed a surprised expression and said, "That's great. Dr. Gu, I'll have to trouble you with Qiming's matter." Fang Liyun's mind was all on Song Qiming, so she didn't notice that Xiao Ruofei's address of Gu was a little strange. However, Professor Chen, who was standing at the side, was already stunned. He didn't even consider that Xiao Ruofei was introducing both parties. He couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Gu, you and Mr. Xia are..." Gu smiled and said, "Oh. Xiao Chen. Yesterday, I talked to junior brother Xia and found out that we are from the same school in traditional Chinese medicine. In terms of seniority, junior brother Xia and I are of the same generation. I'm a few years older, so naturally, I'm his senior brother." Professor Chen couldn't help but be stunned after hearing this. How could this be? So, this young man in front of him, in terms of seniority, was his senior? Professor Chen was also born in a traditional Chinese medicine family. Naturally, he knew that traditional Chinese medicine was also very particular about inheritance, and this kind of inheritance was even recognized by the country. In addition to passing the national full-time traditional Chinese medicine education and passing the examination, there was another way to get the qualification in traditional Chinese medicine, and that was to inherit traditional Chinese medicine. Even if you didn't go to medical school for even a day, as long as you were a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner and this kind of inheritance was recognized by the industry, you could still get the qualification certificate. Xiao Ruofei also noticed Professor Chen, and he felt a little funny in his heart. However, he quickly said, Professor Chen, senior brother Ge and I are in the inheritance of traditional Chinese medicine. Even if you didn't go to medical school for even a day, as long as you were a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner and this kind of inheritance was recognized by the industry, you could still get the qualification certificate. Xiao Ruofei also noticed Professor Chen, and he felt a little funny in his heart. However, he quickly said, Professor Chen, senior brother Ge and I are in the inheritance of traditional Chinese medicine. Truth be told, Ge Jun had seen it all. He knew that it was too much for Professor Chen to address Xiao Ruofei as martial uncle. After all, Xiao Ruofei was only in his 20s, while Professor Chen was already old. Furthermore, he was also an authority in the field of neurosurgery in the country, and he was also a figure in the medical industry. Furthermore, Professor Chen might be born in a TCM family, but he did not inherit his family's medical skills. Instead, he switched to Western medicine. Furthermore, the Chen family and the Ge family were only old friends, and there was no actual relationship between them. Thus, after a brief pondering, Ge Jun smiled. Little Chen, let's do as junior brother Xia said. There's no need to be so particular in modern society. Truth be told, Professor Chen wasn't a successor of the Ge family. Otherwise, Ge Jun wouldn't allow him to mess up the seniority, regardless of how old he was. Letting out a sigh of relief in his heart, Professor Chen immediately replied, All right. All right. Although there was no need for him to address Xiao Ruofei as uncle, Xiao Ruofei had become Ge Jun's junior brother. In Professor Chen's heart, Xiao Ruofei's weight was naturally different from before. After this small episode, Ge Jun looked at Feng Liyun with a pleasant expression. Mrs. Song, I'm only here to observe and learn. With junior brother Xia around, Mr. Song will definitely recover, so you don't have to worry about it. Feng Liyun was stunned. Isn't this national healer's attitude a little too low? Although she knew that Xiao Ruofei's medical skills were miraculous, Ge Jun was a titan in the TCM industry. Even he had to observe and learn from Xiao Ruofei, Feng Liyun thought that Ge Jun was just being humble. Then again, Professor Chen had the same thoughts as her. However, they had no idea that Ge Jun was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Ge Jun had personally examined Song Qiming's condition and had also learned from Professor Chen about Song Qiming's condition when he was admitted to the hospital. He thought that even he would not have any effective methods when faced with such a critical injury. However, Xiao Ruofei had successfully stabilized the injury and the vitality in Song Qiming's body was getting stronger and stronger. He knew that Xiao Ruofei's medical skills were better than his based on this point alone. Xiao Ruofei smiled. Senior brother, you're too humble. In terms of medical skills are comprehensive, I'm not comparable to you. It's just that I know a little, I have some experience in external injuries. Xiao Ruofei. After that, Xiao Ruofei turned to Feng Liyun and said, Auntie Feng, I prepared another treatment plan, but I need to wait for 2 days to get the medicine. Uncle Song's condition is very stable at the moment. We'll observe his condition for the next 2 days, and then I'll try the new treatment plan in 2 or 3 days. I believe he'll wake up soon. Professor Chen was a little stunned after hearing this. In his opinion, Song Qiming was simply relying on the expensive equipment in the ICU to maintain his vital signs. Even his primitive reflexes had disappeared. It could be said that his brain had completely lost its function. How could his condition be stable? However, even Ge Jun didn't agree with his conclusion. In addition, Xiao Ruofei was still his junior uncle, so Professor Chen naturally didn't dare to refute him. Anyway, regarding Song Qiming's treatment, the head of the headquarters had already spoken. The general hospital didn't have much say, so Professor Chen simply kept silent. After hearing this, Feng Liyun immediately said, Okay, everything about the treatment is up to you. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Auntie, Song Wei, let's do this for the time being. I won't be here for the next 2 days. You guys should also get some rest. Uncle Song is in the ICU 24 hours a day, and my phone will always be on. If anything happens, I'll be able to rush back as soon as possible. Feng Liyun nodded and said, Yes, yes. Ruofei, you've worked hard these 2 days. Go home and have a good rest for 2 days. Although Song Wei didn't say anything, there was a hint of tenderness in his eyes when he looked at Xiao Ruofei. It already explained everything. Ge Jun walked out of the inpatient building with Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei asked, Brother Ge, when are you going to return to Beijing? Gu Jun said with a smile, I've been out for a few days this time. Let's see how it goes after you treat Secretary Song next time. If there's nothing else, I'll return to Beijing around that time. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, after I'm done with Uncle Song's matter, I'll take some time to sort out the content of the 3 scrolls of cloud scraping. At that time, I'll have a good talk with you. Gu Jun quickly said, there's no hurry. Xiao Ruofei said. With a smile, since I've accepted you as my disciple on behalf of my master, I naturally have to take the corresponding responsibility. Brother Ge, the 3 scrolls of cloud scraping originally came from the Ge family. This can be considered as returning the jade to its original state. I believe that the inheritance of Patriarch Ge Hong's traditional Chinese medicine will definitely be carried forward in your hands. Gu Jun was slightly moved and said, thank you. Brother Xia. As Gu Jun had an appointment with a friend for tea, the two said goodbye in front of the inpatient building. Xiao Ruofei drove the Night 15 off-road vehicle back to the Jiangbin Villa district. He went straight to his bedroom as soon as he got home. After locking the doors and windows, he took out the spirit map scroll and flashed into the space. Ring 2 Space, Mountain Sea Realm. A small spatial cage was suspended above the vast grassland. Inside the cage were Qian Guiyu and the other 4. They had been trapped here for 1 or 2 hours, but they were still in a state of confusion. They were still in the rented house in the old residential area just now. They only felt that their minds were in a trance for a while, and then the scenery in front of them completely changed. They found themselves in a place with green grass and fresh air. This experience was like the passage of time and stars, and it was absolutely subversive for them. What made their hearts tremble even more was that they were actually suspended in the air. The small spatial cage only restrained them in a very small area, but it didn't block their vision. Qian Guiyu and the others found that there was nothing under their feet, but they didn't fall. They were just suspended in the air for more than 10 meters. After fumbling around, they found that although there was no cover around them, their range of movement was only a few meters. It was as if they had bumped into an invisible wall, and they couldn't walk out no matter how hard they tried. They looked at each other as if they had seen a ghost. In the past hour or so, they had discussed for a long time and tried many methods, but they couldn't get out of this place. Qian Guiyu and the others knew that this was the doing of that demonic young man. In their eyes, Xiao Ruofei was using the methods of a demon. He could freeze people with a few needles, make them completely lose control of themselves with a single glance, and answer any question. All of this was too inconceivable to them. In the end, they couldn't help but have a frightening thought. That young man couldn't be thinking of trapping them in this strange place and starving them to death, right? Thinking of this, Qian Guiyu and the others couldn't help but shudder. At this moment, they suddenly felt their bodies sink. Although there was nothing under their feet, they felt as if they were on solid ground. But now, that feeling was gone. They began to free fall, falling straight down from a height of more than 10 meters. Qian Guiyu and the others instinctively screamed. The green grass quickly enlarged in their field of vision. Although it was grass below them, falling from a height of more than 10 meters would break their bones and tendons even if they didn't die. Just as their faces were about to touch the grass, they suddenly felt a gentle force supporting them, and then they slowly landed on the ground. Qian Guiyu and the others gasped for breath, feeling as if they had just survived a disaster. At this moment, a voice sounded. Welcome to Ring 2 Space, everyone. How did it feel to ride the drop tower for free? Qian Guiyu looked up at once. When he saw Xiao Ruofei's face, he couldn't help but exclaim, it's you. You're Xia. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, you've done your homework. Yes, I'm Xiao Ruofei. At the same time, I'm also, as he spoke, he changed his appearance. Qian Guiyu and the others once again witnessed a strange scene. Under their gaze, the muscles and bones on Xiao Ruofei's face began to slowly change. After a while, it was as if he had turned into another person. And this person, even if he turned into ashes, Qian Guiyu and the others wouldn't forget. It was the young man who had subdued them while talking and laughing in the rented house over an hour ago. You. Qian Guiyu was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. After seeing Xiao Ruofei's magical ability, he immediately realized something. He couldn't help but shout, "You're the one who killed Xianxia, aren't you?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and changed his appearance again. Soon, he looked like the person Xianxia had taken a picture of with his glasses. I knew it. Xianxuo's body trembled slightly. He knew that he had no hope of avenging his brother in this life. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, I have to correct you. Your brother bit his own poison sac and died. I didn't want to kill him. Take you guys for example. Although you all deserve to die, aren't you all still alive? If Xianxia hadn't stupidly chosen to commit suicide, he would be in the same situation as you. Number 4 was a Huaxia citizen named Bao Guijun. He couldn't help but ask, Mr. Xia, where is this place? How did we appear here in the blink of an eye? How? How did you do it? Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, you don't need to know that. You just need to remember one thing, and that is, the 5 of you are now my captives. Bao Guijun couldn't help but smile bitterly. He already had a premonition of his fate. Xiao Ruofei looked down at the 5 of them and said, I don't like to force people to do things, so even though you are my captives, I've decided to give you a chance to choose. Xiao Ruofei paused and looked at the 5 of them one by one. He then said, I'll give you 2 choices. First, you can choose to die for your motor organization like Xianxia. I won't stop you. If you don't want to commit suicide, I have another choice, and that is to work for me. You can use your contribution to exchange for survival supplies to ensure that you can continue to live. Bao Guijun asked carefully, Mr. Xia, if we work for you, you won't be able to rest assured, right? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, since I dared to keep you alive, I naturally wouldn't worry about you betraying me. How about this? I can give you a chance to escape. As long as you can run out of my sphere of influence, I can let you go. Xianxia raised his head and asked, is that true? Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, your lives are in my hands. Do I need to lie to you? After that, Xiao Ruofei looked at Bao Guijun and asked, how about it? Do you want to try your luck? Bao Guijun exchanged glances with his companions and said, since Mr. Xia is so generous, we thank you in advance. May I ask, how do we play this game? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, there are no rules, and no time limit. From now on, you can run. If you can run, you can get freedom. Deal. Bao Guijun gritted his teeth and said. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. It's a deal. Bao Guijun and the others whispered a few words. Xiao Ruofei didn't join in the fun. He walked to the side and sat on the ground with a playful smile on his face. Bao Guijun and the others quickly came to a decision. They were trapped in the space cage, which was more than 10 meters high. They used the high vantage point to observe their surroundings, so they quickly came to a consensus, run toward the sea. They felt that even if Xiao Ruofei set up an iron bucket formation in this area, the sea was so vast that it wouldn't be easy for Xiao Ruofei to catch them if they ran into the sea. They even saw a small yacht floating on the sea near the land. If they could get that yacht, their chances of escaping would be higher. So, after exchanging glances, they quickly rushed toward the sea. Bao Guijun didn't forget to look in Xiao Ruofei's direction. He felt that Xiao Ruofei was like a cat playing with a mouse. He was afraid that Xiao Ruofei was playing with them. As soon as they started running, hundreds of people would rush out and surround them. Bao Guijun saw that Xiao Ruofei didn't even bat an eyelid. It didn't look like there was an ambush around them. Bao Guijun made up his mind and rushed toward the sea with Xianxia and the others. The journey was unusually smooth. There were no obstacles at all. Xiao Ruofei didn't even move. They rushed to the sea just like that. From afar, the small yacht was still moving with the waves. Xianxia shouted, everyone, let's go. We'll be free once we get out. Xianxia took the lead, while Bao Guijun lagged behind. The 5 of them rushed to the beach. Top Point X-23 USA stepped on the soft and wet sand, and a glimmer of hope began to appear in their hearts. Because up until now, everything had been unusually smooth. They believed that as long as they could get the yacht, they would have a high chance of escaping. The cold water reached their ankles, and Xianxia and the others rushed to the yacht. After a while, the water reached their waists, and they began to swim. The small yacht was swaying gently with the waves, and it was already very close. "Come on!" Xianxia cheered everyone on. They didn't know that even if they could get the yacht, the most they could do was go around in circles in the space ocean. They were like turtles in a jar, and where could they go? Of course, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't let them get close to the small yacht. He was a bit of a clean freak. So, when Xianxia and the others swam to the yacht, they were horrified to find that no matter how hard they swam, they couldn't move forward even a little bit. The yacht was right in front of them, but it was just a little bit away. "What's going on?" Xianxia shouted angrily. But what made them feel even worse was that in the next moment, they were pulled out of the water by an invisible force and suspended in midair. Then, under the horrified eyes of Qianguiyu and Baoguijun, Xiao Ruofei appeared in front of them out of thin air. It was as if he had teleported. 1 second, there was no one there, and the next, he was there. And Xiao Ruofei was standing in midair, more than 10 meters above the sea, like an immortal standing in the air. Xiao Ruofei had a playful smile on his face, and he said, "Can the game end now?" Qianguiyu and the others were stunned, because what they saw was far beyond their understanding. How could a person not step on anything and just float in the air? Then they thought about how Xiao Ruofei could change his appearance at will, and their hearts were filled with despair. This made them think of the mysterious legends of the East. Could this young man be an immortal? What happened next seemed to confirm their guesses. Xiao Ruofei casually waved his hand, and the originally calm sea water suddenly became extremely violent. In the blink of an eye, it formed a giant wave that was dozens of meters high. Under the fearful gaze of Qianguiyu and the others, the giant wave came crashing down on them. In front of the power of nature, the humans were so small. The fear that came from the heart couldn't be suppressed, and Qianguiyu and the others couldn't help but scream. However, just as the huge wave was about to touch them, it suddenly stopped. It was as if it was frozen, maintaining its original shape. Qianguiyu and the others had almost completely lost their ability to think. They looked up at the terrifying waves and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Xiao Ruofei then waved his hand again, and the wave that was strong enough to overturn a giant ship disappeared into thin air, turning into dense water vapor and returning to the sea. Then, Qianguiyu and the others felt their vision blur, and they found themselves back where they had been a moment ago. The green grass and the faint smell of the earth made them feel as if they hadn't been running for their lives. They hadn't entered the sea, and they hadn't encountered the terrifying wave. It was as if what they had experienced was a dream. But their clothes were still wet, and they stuck to their skin. It was very uncomfortable. This made them realize that it hadn't been a dream. They had been teleported by the god of Huaxia. Qianguiyu and the others looked at Xiao Ruofei in a completely different way. They were full of respect from the bottom of their hearts. These mercenaries were all desperados, but no matter how rebellious they were, when faced with a power that was on a completely different level, they couldn't resist. Even Qianguiyu, who had a grudge against Xiao Ruofei for killing his brother, was full of despair. He knew that revenge was impossible. The 5 of them looked at Xiao Ruofei in silence. Xiao Ruofei's eyes swept over them one by one. Qianguiyu from Japan. Baoguijun from Huaxia. Sniper Wang Zhongyuan from Annan. Park Taezhou from South Korea and Huang Rujue from Luzon. Xiao Ruofei didn't say anything for a long time. Baoguijun and the others felt even more pressure. It was as if the air had frozen, and the 5 of them didn't even dare to breathe loudly. After a long time, Xiao Ruofei finally said, "You can make a choice now. Either you stay and work hard, or you sacrifice yourself for your mod organization. I won't interfere." Xiao Ruofei didn't tease them. After all, if they wanted to commit suicide, he couldn't watch them all the time. Moreover, these people deserved to die. If they wanted to commit suicide, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't stop them. If they were willing to work hard here, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't mind making use of them. This choice was not difficult, especially after witnessing Xiao Ruofei's ability to topple mountains and overturn seas. Making this choice was even easier. After all, it was better to live than to die. With Xiao Ruofei's strength, even if they used all the power of the mod organization, it was impossible to shake him. Moreover, they were professional mercenaries and didn't have a strong sense of belonging to the organization. The reason why Qian Guiyu chose to commit suicide so decisively was more because he knew that once he fell into the hands of the enemy, he would definitely suffer if he didn't confess. If he betrayed the organization's information, it would be difficult to escape the organization's revenge no matter where he fled to. This kind of revenge was 100 times more terrifying than death. Bao Guijun and the others had already involuntarily revealed all the secrets of the mod organization. In fact, they had already betrayed the organization. Why would they foolishly sacrifice themselves for this organization? Moreover, they all thought that working for Xiao Ruofei would ensure their safety. In this paradise, the probability of being found by the mod organization would be very low. Even if he lost his freedom, being able to survive was a huge temptation in itself. Of course, they did not know that Xiao Ruofei's terrifying strength was only limited to the space. Although Xiao Ruofei was also very strong in the outside world, it would take a long time for him to reach the level just now where he could create a monstrous wave with just a thought. After exchanging glances with each other, Bao Guijun quickly said, "Mr. Xia, we are willing to work for you." "Thank you, Mr. Xia, for sparing our lives. You know what's good for you." Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "Actually, the work I want you to do is not complicated. I believe you can all do it." Let the people who are in charge of you say it." After saying that, Xiao Ruofei sent a telepathic message to Xia Qing. "Xia Qing, come here for a moment." "Yes, master." Before Xia Qing's voice had even died away, he had already appeared beside Xiao Ruofei. Bao Guijun, Qian Guiyu, and the others were shocked again. It was teleportation again. It seemed that this person was also a very powerful person. Xiao Ruofei said faintly, "From now on, this person will be your supervisor. You can call him Supervisor Xia Qing." Bao Guijun and the others hurriedly called out respectfully, "Supervisor Xia Qing." Xia Qing was absolutely loyal to Xiao Ruofei. Since it was arranged by Xiao Ruofei, he naturally wouldn't have any objections. Therefore, he nodded at Bao Guijun and the others. Xiao Ruofei said to Xia Qing, "These people will be under your control in the future. You can arrange for them to do some work that is not very technical but is more physically demanding." "Yes, master." Xia Qing said respectfully. "You can tell them the specific work arrangements." Xiao Ruofei said. Xia Qing thought for a moment and said, "Currently, the most work is to open up the herb garden. During this period of time, you will mainly be doing this work. I will arrange the specific work for you. In the future, after the expansion of the herb garden is completed, I will adjust the work for you." Ever since acquiring the Yuanda Pharmaceutical Corporation, Xiao Ruofei had immediately arranged for Xia Qing to expand the scale of the herb garden. After acquiring the Yuanda Pharmaceutical Corporation, the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory's demand for raw materials and herbs would increase by several folds. Just relying on centralized purchasing and signing contracts with farmers to plant on behalf of them would not be enough to satisfy the demand. To expand the herb garden, which was already not small, by several times, even if Xia Qing could do it without sleep. Moreover, most of the work was repetitive physical labor. This kind of work was best left to Bao Guijun, Qian Guiyu, and the others. "Understood, Manager Xia Qing." Bao Guijun and the others replied. Xiao Ruofei said indifferently, "Xia Qing will give you a quantitative evaluation based on your work performance. The higher the score, the better your living conditions. If your performance is average, you will only receive the minimum amount of resources. If you are lazy or deliberately sabotaging, I don't mind throwing you into the sea to feed the sharks." Xiao Ruofei's tone was very indifferent. Bao Guijun and the others did not doubt that if they dared to have any evil thoughts, Xiao Ruofei would immediately kill them without hesitation. In their eyes, Xiao Ruofei was an omnipotent god. In fact, in the Ring 2 space, such an evaluation was not too exaggerated. We wouldn't dare." Bao Guijun and the others quickly said. Xiao Ruofei's tone softened a little, and he said, "In here, except for the lack of freedom, it is much better than being a mercenary. This is an immortal's paradise. Even if you don't do anything and just stay here, your body will become very healthy. If you live here for a long time, you will definitely live a long life. So, before you make any bad plans, you'd better weigh the pros and cons among the 5 of them." Bao Guijun was from Huaxia, so he was the first to react. Wasn't this the legendary paradise? No wonder the air here was so fresh. When he took a deep breath, he felt as if his bones were loosened, and there was an indescribable feeling of relaxation in his body. These people had chosen to be mercenaries, and they were basically people who did not have families to worry about. Except for the lack of freedom and entertainment in this place, it was actually quite good in comparison. At least they could live, and live very healthily. This was already an extravagant hope when they set foot on that bloody road. So, Bao Guijun immediately said, "Mr. Xia, thank you for your reminder. We won't dare to have any disloyalty. From now on, we will work for you wholeheartedly." Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "I don't mind if you have any disloyalty, as long as you don't take any action. Don't blame me for not reminding you, Xiaqing's ability is on par with mine. Your every word and action, your every move, he can know with a thought. No matter how far you run, he can bring you back with a thought." So. Xia Ruofei did not continue, but his meaning was self-evident. Yes, yes, yes. Bao Guijun and the others quickly nodded and said. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and set up a soundproof barrier around himself and Xiaqing. Then, he said, "Xiaqing, these people deserve to die in the outside world. I have no intention of letting them go after capturing them. You can use them as you wish. If they dare to cause any trouble, it doesn't matter if you kill them directly. You just need to make sure that the precious crops in this space are not touched or destroyed by them. That's enough." "Understood, Master," Xiaqing said. "That's enough. Take them to work. You must keep a close eye on them at the beginning." Xia Ruofei said, "In addition, you have to keep an eye on the cultivation of the heart-congealing grass. Don't let anything go wrong." The heart-congealing grass was cultivated in an environment where the time flow was 2,000 times faster. If any problems were not discovered and dealt with in time, the consequences would be very serious. If it were only jade stones and spiritual crystals, Xia Ruofei could afford to lose them. However, he only had one heart-congealing grass. If he lost it, no matter how many spiritual crystals he had, he would not be able to get them back. So, he had to be very careful. "Okay, Master, don't worry," Xiaqing said. Xia Ruofei removed the barrier and warned Bao Guijun and the others. Then, he handed them over to Xiaqing and asked him to take Bao Guijun and the others to work in the herb garden. With a thought, Xia Ruofei left the space directly. He looked at the sky and saw that it was getting late. So, he went downstairs to cook some noodles for himself. After dinner, Xia Ruofei drove out for a while. When he came back, his Night 15 off-road vehicle was followed by a small truck. The trunk of the off-road vehicle was also stuffed to the brim. In the small truck, he bought an iron frame bed from a nearby furniture store. It was the cheapest type, with a total of 3 bunks and 6 bunks. In addition, he also went to a small supermarket and bought 5 sets of bed sheets, quilts, pillows, and so on. They were all very ordinary, but they were cheap. In addition, he bought a batch of instant noodles, mineral water, and other daily necessities. He stuffed them all in the trunk of the Night 15. Xia Ruofei asked the workers to unload the iron frame bed in the villa's living room. Then, he let them leave. The iron frame bed was packed in boxes. Originally, it was installed by the workers, but Xia Ruofei did not need this service. With a thought, he stored the metal frame bed and the daily necessities into the spirit map space. Then, he went upstairs to his bedroom, locked the door and windows, took out the spiritual map scroll from his body, and flashed back into the space. Xia Ruofei went directly to the mountain sea territory and saw Bao Guijun, Qian Guiyu, and the others digging a ditch in the herb garden under the guidance of Xiaqing. Everyone was sweating profusely and seemed to have been working for a while. Xia Ruofei clapped his hands and said, "Stop." Xiaqing immediately came over with Bao Guijun and the others. Xiaqing respectfully called out, "Master." Bao Guijun and the others also bowed and called out, "Mr. Xia." Xia Ruofei waved his hand, and several large boxes containing the parts of the iron beds were directly lifted by the invisible force of the space. Bao Guijun and the others had already seen Xia Ruofei's magical means, so when they saw this scene, they were not surprised, but their eyes were still full of awe. Xiao Ruofei said, put these beds up first and rest for today. Later, I will appropriately improve your living environment. Xia Qing, give them a set of tools. Bao Guijun and the others thanked him repeatedly. They were ready to sleep on the ground, but they did not expect Xiao Ruofei to be so benevolent. Xia Qing took a set of tools and gave them to Bao Guijun and the others. Then, they simply flattened a small area next to the herb garden that Xiao Ruofei had marked out, and then began to install the iron beds there. Xiao Ruofei was not in a hurry to leave the space. Instead, he gave the living materials he had purchased to Xia Qing and said, these things are in your hands. Give them according to their performance. In the future, you can refine the standard, such as how many points you can get for completing the work, and then use the points to exchange for living materials. Xiao Ruofei also planned to buy some more advanced materials for basic survival, which was equivalent to a certain degree of enjoyment on the basis of survival. Of course, these things required a very high number of points to exchange, so that Bao Guijun and the others would be more motivated to work. Xiao Ruofei spent so much effort to do this, of course, not just for the 5 free labor. He had a rough plan in his mind. The Ring 2 space was getting bigger and bigger, and Xia Qing would definitely not be able to manage it alone. It was imperative to increase the manpower. On the other hand, the Ring 2 space was Xiao Ruofei's absolute secret. He couldn't even reveal it to his closest friends, which created a contradiction. But this time, Emoda's assassination team gave Xiao Ruofei a new idea. There were many sinful people in this world who could die 100 times without any regrets. In the past, Xiao Ruofei didn't think that these people had anything to do with him. This time, in order to not leave any traces, he directly moved Bao Guijun and the others into the Ring 2 space, which gave him an idea. He could use this method to increase the number of people in the Ring 2 space, which would greatly speed up the construction of the space. Moreover, there was no psychological burden at all. As long as he did not randomly rob ordinary people and specifically look for those assassin organizations and mercenary organizations, it could even be said that he was doing good deeds, not to mention anything else, just this Emoda organization. In order to dig deeper into the mastermind behind this attack, Xiao Ruofei was bound to have a head-on collision with them. Then, it would be very easy to take in another batch of free labor. When there were more people, they naturally needed to establish rules. Now, Xiao Ruofei had actually already started to work on this matter. Xia Qing nodded and said, yes, master. In any case, he would do whatever Xiao Ruofei said. There was no need to think too much about it. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, by the way, these people are ordinary people. They can't work continuously like you. They still have to have a certain amount of rest time. You have to arrange it well. After saying that, he found an electronic clock in the pile of materials and said, in the future, their management will follow the time on this. This was an electronic clock with Arabic numerals. As long as it was used in the Mountain Sea territory, it would be synchronized with the outside world. There was no distinction between day and night in this space. Without preparing such a clock, it was really difficult to arrange a work and rest time. As for the Arabic numerals above, they were not complicated. Xiao Ruofei taught them a little, and Xia Qing had already grasped them. In fact, it was just dividing 1 hour into 2 hours, and then dividing each hour into 60 minutes. In addition, using Arabic numerals to replace Chinese characters was no different from the ancient time method. As for the dry batteries used by the electronic clock, Xiao Ruofei had already bought a lot of them. A pair of batteries could be used for several months, and that pile of batteries could be used for several years. Xia Qing looked at the electronic clock with some curiosity and nodded, Master, I understand. Get up at 6:30 every day and start work at 7 o'clock. Rest from 12 to 1 o'clock, then work from 1 to 6 o'clock. What do you think? Xia Qing quickly got used to the new way of time, and his expression was very accurate. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, okay. Also, look at their work performance. If they are very active, they can rest for half a day every 7 days. I can also tell them this and let them have some hope. Such a work and rest arrangement was naturally very harsh. It was calculated that they would have to work 10 hours a day, and all of it was heavy physical work. However, Bao Guijun and the others were originally Xiao Ruofei's captives. To put it bluntly, there was no difference between them and slaves. There was no such thing as an 8-hour workday, 2 days off, and so on. Yes, master. Xiaqing secretly remembered Xia Ruofei's instructions in his heart. Xia Ruofei also had nothing to do, so he watched Bao Guijun and the others in the space as they hurriedly assembled the iron frame bed. Although this group of people had never done this kind of work before, the iron frame bed was a standard production part, and there were also blueprints. Ordinary people could also assemble it according to the blueprints. Not to mention, Bao Guijun and the others had been receiving high-intensity military training all these years. It could be said that each and every one of them was full of vigor and strength. This kind of simple work was naturally not difficult for them. After the iron frame bed was assembled, it was placed in the open space next to the herb garden. Now that the space had such conditions, it was already very good to have a bed for them to sleep on. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and called Bao Guijun and the others over. Then, with a thought, he moved the mattresses, quilts, pillows, summer mats, and so on that he had purchased over. Xia Ruofei pointed to the supplies and said, 1 set per person. Come and get it yourselves. Although they were all cheap goods, it was an unexpected surprise for Bao Guijun and the others. Bao Guijun even imitated the way Xiaqing addressed him and said gratefully, "Thank you, master." Qian Guiyu and the others also came back to their senses and hurriedly said, "Thank you, master." "Thank you, master." Xia Ruofei was too lazy to correct them. He just smiled faintly and said, "Today is the first day, so we won't calculate the workload. Each of you go and get a bowl of instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water from Xiaqing. After eating, rest early. From tomorrow onwards, the points will be officially calculated according to the workload." "Yes, master." Bao Guijun and the others responded loudly. According to the time outside, it was already 10 o'clock at night. They hadn't even eaten dinner, and after working for so long, their stomachs were already rumbling with hunger. After receiving the instant noodles and mineral water with gratitude, they even abandoned the coal stove and kettle that Xiaqing had provided for them to boil water and directly chewed on the mineral water. Xia Ruofei didn't feel that there was anything harsh about doing this. He knew that these people were all scoundrels and hooligans. If you gave them some face, they would do whatever they wanted. On the contrary, the stricter and harsher they were, the less they would dare to resist. Of course, the most important thing was that nothing could be accomplished without rules. In the future, if the space wanted to increase the number of people, these rules had to be established first and strictly enforced. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and set up a spatial cage where Bao Guijun and the others had placed their metal beds, enveloping them within. Xiaqing still had to go to the primordial realm to take care of the heart-condensing grass, so Xia Ruofei naturally had to restrict the movements of Bao Guijun and the others. After all, he couldn't let them wander around the mountain sea realm without restrictions. Of course, Xia Ruofei also gave Xiaqing the authority to open the spatial cage. This time, the spatial cage was no longer colorless and transparent. Instead, it had a faint halo, showing clear boundaries. Bao Guijun and the others were already somewhat immune to Xia Ruofei's magical methods. At the same time, they didn't have any objections to restricting their freedom. Instead, they felt that it was natural. They tidied up their beds in the spatial cage and prepared to rest. Xia Ruofei gave Xiaqing a few more instructions before leaving the space. He returned to the outside world to take a bath and sleep. The next day, Xia Ruofei went to a factory in the 3 mountains that specialized in manufacturing prefab houses used on construction sites and bought 2 prefab houses. Xia Ruofei didn't have any requirements for comfort, so he bought a relatively cheaper prefab house and got the factory to send it to his warehouse in the city. Xia Ruofei also didn't ask for any installation services. After the goods were sent to the warehouse, he paid the bill without any hesitation. Then, he ran to the farm tool store to buy a few sets of commonly used farm tools. At the same time, he also bought some coarse clothes, gauze gloves, and so on. He also got the factory to send them to the warehouse in the city. Xia Ruofei then went on to purchase some miscellaneous gadgets. Just this matter alone took him an entire day. When he drove back to the riverside villa, the sky was already dark. When he got home, he first cooked a few dishes to reward himself. He also poured himself 2 cups of the highest grade Zue Ba Xian. After cleaning up the dishes, Xiao Ruofei returned to his bedroom and locked the door and windows. He took out the spiritual map scroll and entered the space with a thought. In the Mountain Sea territory, the iron frame bed that was placed yesterday had been moved to the side. Bao Guijun, Qian Yu, and the others were energetically installing the prefab house. Before Xiao Ruofei returned home, he put all the things he bought in the warehouse into the space. Then, he sent a telepathic message to Xia Qing and asked him to organize Bao Guijun and the others to start building the prefab house. The construction of the prefab house was naturally not as simple as installing the iron frame bed. Not to mention the complexity, just the heavy components alone couldn't be installed without the help of engineering equipment. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei had bought a 2-story prefab house. However, in the Ring 2 space, with Xiao Ruofei's help, this wasn't a problem. After Bao Guijun and the others put the scattered components together, Xiao Ruofei directly used the invisible power of the space to grab the heavy components and place them in the corresponding positions. Bao Guijun and the others immediately climbed up to fasten them. They didn't even use safety ropes, so they weren't afraid of accidentally falling down. Of course, even if they really slipped and fell, Xiao Ruofei could guarantee their safety. After all, the free labor hadn't been done for 2 days. Xiao Ruofei wouldn't just stand by and watch something happen to them. With Xiao Ruofei's cooperation, the installation progress was greatly accelerated. By 10 o'clock in the evening, 2 prefab houses had been erected next to the herb garden. One of them was for Bao Guijun and the others, as well as those who might be caught later, to rest. Xiao Ruofei was going to use the other as a material warehouse. He had hoarded some living supplies here. In the future, Bao Guijun and the others would earn points through labor, and then use the points to exchange for supplies from Xia Qing. Some of these supplies were necessities like rice, flour, oil, and so on. At the same time, there were also some low-grade liquor, cigarettes, and other consumables. Xiao Ruofei's principle was that the necessities of life were relatively cheaper, while the consumption of cigarettes, alcohol, and drinks was relatively higher. After all, they belonged to a higher level of enjoyment. The prefab house that Bao Guijun and the others lived in was also 2-story. At present, the space was very spacious. The 5 of them lived in one of the rooms on the 2nd floor, and the other rooms were temporarily empty. On the 1st floor, there were some living facilities, including a simple kitchen, shower, and so on. These facilities had a common characteristic, which was that there was absolutely no equipment that used electricity. Whether it was a range hood, an air conditioner, or even an electric fan, they were all not equipped. Because electricity was a scarce resource in the space, they couldn't always use a small portable generator to generate electricity. In addition, it was necessary to set up a toilet. Regarding the toilet problem, Xiao Ruofei was still a little conflicted. In the past, no one lived in the Ring 2 space, so there was naturally no such problem. Now that there were 5 more free labor, and there might be more in the future, the toilet problem became a realistic problem. Fortunately, he communicated with Xia Qing, and this problem was easily solved. The solution was also very simple, which was to directly use a dry toilet. In the room that was used as the toilet on the 1st floor, a 2-meter deep pit was dug, and 2 pieces of pre-cut steel plates were put in, and a simple dry toilet was made. The reason why this method was used was because Xia Qing told Xiao Ruofei with certainty that the Ring 2 space's self-purification function was very strong. The excrement would be degraded in a very short time, and part of it would be converted into normal soil components, while the other part would be directly discharged into the boundless chaotic space. In this case, the matter was simple. After Bao Guijun and the others dismantled the bed into several large pieces, carried it into the prefab house, and installed it, the living problem was basically solved. Xiao Ruofei rearranged a permanent space cage, enveloping the entire prefab house, and then he left the space and returned to the outside world. The next day, Xiao Ruofei went to the hospital to check on Song Qiming's health. He also chatted with Fang Liyun and Song Wei for a while and comforted them. Then, he quickly left the hospital and returned home. This was because Xia Qing told him via telepathy that the heart-condensing grass had matured. Xiao Ruofei immediately instructed Xia Qing to remove the time array flags and the spirit gathering array. Then, he cut out the medicinal ingredients of the heart-condensing grass and immediately began brewing the medicinal soup. This work was done in the Archean realm, so when Xiao Ruofei returned home, the heart-condensing grass that Xiao Ruofei had paid a huge price to cultivate had already turned into a bowl of brown medicinal soup that emitted a rich medicinal fragrance. Xiao Ruofei carefully poured the precious medicinal soup into the thermos flask. He even used the power of space to transfer all the remaining medicinal soup from the walls of the bowl into the thermos flask. It could be said that not a single drop was left. He was looking forward to it, but at the same time, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. If the heart-congealing grass didn't achieve the expected effect, then he really had to prepare for a long battle. Taking the spirit pregnancy soup every 7 days would be a very long process. Then, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't be able to fulfill his promise to Master Song. Xiao Ruofei put the thermos flask into his shoulder bag and told Xia Qing to transplant the heart-congealing grass to Realm Heart Island as soon as possible. He then left the space and returned to the outside world. Xiao Ruofei drove back to the military general hospital. He arrived at the intensive care unit with his shoulder bag slung over his shoulder. After greeting Feng Liyun and Song Wei, he went into Song Qiming's ward alone. Xiao Ruofei didn't tell Feng Liyun and Song Wei that he was going to use a new medicine on Song Qiming today. This was to prevent the two of them from worrying about their gains and losses and feeling uneasy outside. Anyway, if this bowl of medicinal soup worked, Song Qiming might wake up today. Then, it would be a surprise for Feng Liyun and Song Wei. If it didn't achieve the expected effect, it would be useless to tell them in advance. The intensive care unit was very quiet. Only the rhythmic beeping of the medical equipment could be heard from time to time. The equipment showed that Song Qiming's vital signs were very stable. Of course, all of this was under the premise of the equipment. If there wasn't a ventilator and other medical equipment, Song Qiming might not even be able to live for more than 5 minutes. Xiao Ruofei walked to the bed, took out the thermos flask from his shoulder bag, and placed it on the bedside table. Then, he turned his gaze to Song Qiming. Song Qiming was lying on the bed with his eyes closed. However, the swelling on his face and head had basically subsided. The wound on his head was still clearly visible. His body was covered with wires of various colors. The ventilator tube was inserted through his nose and connected directly to his trachea. It was obvious that Song Qiming's condition was very critical. However, Xiao Ruofei knew very well that Song Qiming's body was fine. The main reason he was unconscious was because his knowledge sea was damaged. Modern medical methods had no way of dealing with damage to the soul. Xiao Ruofei first sat down and put his hand on Song Qiming's wrist. His spiritual power penetrated his body and went straight to his sea of consciousness. Ever since the medicinal properties of the spirit-pregnant soup were completely absorbed, his sea of consciousness had not improved any further. However, the situation had not worsened either. From the outside, it was still in a terrible state, which was a shocking sight to behold. Xiao Ruofei withdrew his spiritual power, then took out the jade stones used to set up the array and threw them out. Under the support of his mental power, each piece of jade quickly and accurately landed in the corresponding position. When the last piece of jade was in place, the formation was instantly activated. At this time, whether it was the doctors on duty or the monitoring hall in the operating area, the image of the ward would become very blurry. However, this was not the first time this had happened. Moreover, the higher-ups had specifically instructed that even if the doctors on duty found out, they would not interfere, let alone find someone to check if the monitoring system was faulty. After setting up the formation, Xiao Ruofei stood up and opened the thermos flask. Then, he gently pinched Song Qiming's chin. At the same time, he used his spiritual power to extract the medicinal liquid from the thermos flask. It drew an arc in the air and fell into Song Qiming's slightly opened mouth. Xiao Ruofei used his spiritual power to wrap the medicinal liquid and directly send it into Song Qiming's stomach. It was no exaggeration to say that this medicinal soup was almost priceless because the resources used to make it were enough to cultivate several high-level qi refinement cultivators. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei treasured it very much. He did not even let go of the few remaining drops of medicinal liquid. He used his spiritual power to wrap them all up and sent them all into Song Qiming's stomach. Then, Xiao Ruofei used the cloud contact 9 needles technique to perform acupuncture on Song Qiming to promote the release and absorption of the medicinal liquid. After finishing the acupuncture, Xiao Ruofei waited for a while. Then, he directly reached out and gently placed his hand on Song Qiming's wrist. With a hint of nervousness, he penetrated his spiritual power into Song Qiming's meridians and probed in the direction of his sea of consciousness. When his spiritual power reached the periphery of Song Qiming's sea of consciousness, he could not help but show a hint of joy on his face. The medicinal soup made from the heart-congealing grass was effective. He could clearly feel that Song Qiming's broken sea of consciousness was slowly recovering under the effect of the spiritual medicine. Although the speed was not fast, it was much faster than when he took the spirit-pregnant soup. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei could feel that the medicinal power of the heart-congealing grass was obviously more vigorous. According to this speed of recovery, it should take a long time for it to be completely absorbed. Xiao Ruofei withdrew his spiritual power. He was very happy. This time, Song Qiming's chances of recovering his consciousness were higher. He first took back the jade stones that were arranged around the bed. After removing the formation, Xiao Ruofei was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he sat down in front of the bed. Every once in a while, he would go over to take Song Qiming's pulse. In fact, he was using his spiritual power to check on the recovery progress of Song Qiming's sea of consciousness. Xiao Ruofei stayed in the intensive care unit for more than an hour until it was almost noon. He got up again and used his spiritual power to check on Song Qiming's sea of consciousness again. For more than an hour, Xiao Ruofei used his spiritual power many times to check on Song Qiming's sea of consciousness and found that it was slowly recovering. This time, when his spiritual power came to the periphery of Song Qiming's sea of consciousness, he clearly felt a slight difference. Originally, Song Qiming's sea of consciousness was lifeless, like a silent land of the dead. But this time, Xiao Ruofei felt a trace of vitality. Although it was very weak, there was a very obvious feeling of spring returning to the earth, a feeling of withered trees being rejuvenated. Xiao Ruofei could not help but feel excited. He knew very well that this was the precursor to the recovery of consciousness. The dead sea of consciousness had recovered its vitality. Correspondingly, Song Qiming's brain activity should gradually be reactivated. At least some of the primitive reflexes should be restored. Xiao Ruofei did not hesitate to withdraw his spiritual power. He then stood up and carefully opened Song Qiming's eyelids. He reached into his pocket and took out a small flashlight from the space. After turning on the flashlight, Xiao Ruofei shone it into Song Qiming's eyes. Sure enough, Song Qiming's pupils instinctively avoided the bright light. This was the simplest way to check that the light avoidance reflexes had recovered. This meant that Song Qiming's brain was no longer in a completely silent state. Xiao Ruofei let out a long sigh of relief. He then pressed the call bell at the bedside. Soon, the doctor on duty's slightly nervous voice came from the intercom. What happened? This was also because the doctor on duty could see the situation in the ward. In addition, the patient's vital signs would also be summarized on the monitoring screen in the duty room. If Song Qiming had been alerted by a certain indicator, the doctor on duty would not have had time to ask about the situation and would have rushed over directly. Xiao Ruofei said, "Please ask Professor Chen to come over. The patient may be regaining consciousness soon." "Ah. That's impossible." The doctor on duty blurted out subconsciously. Then, he quickly said, "I'm sorry. I'll inform Professor Chen immediately." After a while, Professor Chen hurried over with 2 neurosurgeons. What surprised Xiao Ruofei was that Gujun had also followed Professor Chen to the ICU. Gujun nodded slightly at Xiao Ruofei as a greeting, but did not say anything. However, Professor Chen could not wait to ask, "Mr. Xia, I heard from the doctor on duty that you told him that Secretary Song may be regaining consciousness soon?" Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Professor Chen, Uncle Song has recovered some of his basic reflexes. It seems that my treatment was right. I believe that he will regain consciousness soon." "How is that possible?" Professor Chen was dumbfounded. However, he quickly reacted. He strode over to the bed and began a preliminary examination of Song Qiming. As Professor Chen examined him, he subconsciously let out a gasp of surprise. Pain reflexes, light avoidance reflexes. If Professor Chen had thought that Song Qiming was brain dead before, then he had come to a completely different conclusion now. Even if Song Qiming had not regained consciousness yet, it was obvious that his brain was not dead. In fact, it seemed to be gradually recovering. When the EEG was done, Professor Chen was finally completely shocked. He stammered, This is too miraculous. The patient's brain activity is already very active. After the surgery on the day of the accident, Song Qiming's EEG was almost a straight line. Although it still showed some abnormalities now, it was very close to a normal EEG. Xiao Ruofei stood calmly to the side. He was already past the point of excitement. He knew very well that as Song Qiming's sea of consciousness regained its vitality, Song Qiming's brain would naturally start working normally. There was no suspense about this. The only suspense was how long it would take for Song Qiming to wake up. After all, the soul was in the consciousness. Not only was Song Qiming's consciousness withered, but his soul had also fallen into a deep sleep to protect itself. The equipment in the intensive care unit was very complete. Most of the examinations could be carried out at the bedside. Professor Chen was busy at Song Qiming's bedside in high spirits, repeatedly carrying out various examinations. Professor Chen was surprised to find that Song Qiming's condition was still improving during the examination. This could no longer be described as a miracle. It was simply a miracle. Gujun stood beside Xiao Ruofei and said with a smile, Junior Xia, I admire you. It seems that Secretary Song will be fine. Xiao Ruofei said modestly, I was just lucky. It just so happens that I have some experience in treating brain injuries. In terms of comprehensive medical skills, I can't compare to you, Senior Gu. Gujun laughed and said, I don't think so. Junior Xia, seeing that you're so outstanding, I feel that I've really lived to. He originally wanted to say that he had lived to the point of being a dog, but on second thought, it didn't seem appropriate to describe himself like that, so he suddenly stopped. Xiao Ruofei felt a burst of laughter. He glanced at Gujun and said, Senior Gu, don't belittle yourself. If you're so modest, then 99% of the Chinese medicine doctors in Huaxia would probably find a piece of tofu and kill themselves. Just as the two of them were praising each other, a burst of suppressed cheers came from the bedside. Xiao Ruofei and Gujun looked in the direction of the sound and saw Professor Chen's face flushed with excitement. He murmured, Incredible. It's incredible. His breathing and heartbeat have all recovered. Oh my God, Xiao Ruofei and Gujun looked at each other, and a smile appeared on their faces. At this time, Xiao Ruofei's cell phone in his pocket vibrated. Xiao Ruofei took it out and saw that it was Song Wei calling, so he walked to the door and answered the call. It turned out that Fang Liyun and Song Wei had been waiting in the hall outside the intensive care unit. They saw that Xiao Ruofei had been in there for so long, and it was almost lunchtime, so they couldn't help but feel a little worried. Then they saw Professor Chen walk in with several doctors in a hurry, and they became even more worried. Fang Liyun and Song Wei had been waiting anxiously outside the door. They wanted to call Xiao Ruofei to ask about the situation, but they were also worried that something might have happened to Song Qiming and that they would disturb Xiao Ruofei if they called at this time. After hesitating for a while, Song Wei decided to call Xiao Ruofei because she couldn't help it. Besides, she knew Xiao Ruofei's ability very well. She knew that even if Xiao Ruofei was in the middle of saving Song Qiming, he wouldn't be disturbed by a phone call. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh when he heard the reason. He said, Wei, wait a minute. Then he covered the phone's receiver, walked back to the bed, and said to Professor Chen, Uncle Song's family is outside and they are a little worried. Can you let them in? I promise they won't interfere with the treatment. Song Qiming's identity was very special, and Xiao Ruofei was his elder in theory, so Professor Chen couldn't refuse such a small request. He nodded without hesitation and said, No problem. Then he turned to one of his graduate students, who was also participating in the examination, and said, Shaoli, go and bring Secretary Song's wife and daughter in. Yes, sir, the graduate student Shaoli said immediately, then walked to the door of the ward. Xiao Ruofei let go of the phone's receiver and said with a smile, Wei, Professor Chen has already sent someone to pick you up. Come in and talk. Don't worry. Uncle Song is fine. Oh. Okay. Song Wei's voice was trembling. Xiao Ruofei could tell that she was a little nervous. Not long after hanging up, Professor Chen's student Xiaoli came in with Fang Liyun and Song Wei, who had changed into isolation suits. Fang Liyun asked nervously as soon as she came in, "Ruofei, what happened? Why are there so many people here?" Fang Liyun was confused because she was concerned. In fact, Xiao Ruofei had already told Song Wei that Song Qiming was fine. However, when Fang Liyun came in and saw so many doctors bustling around the hospital bed, she couldn't help but feel nervous. Song Wei, on the other hand, believed Xiao Ruofei's words without a doubt. If Xiao Ruofei said that he was fine, then he must be fine. Her gaze fell on the hospital bed. Before Xiao Ruofei could explain, she exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? The ventilator has been removed? Ruofei, did my father regain his ability to breathe on his own?" Song Qiming had been lying in the ICU for the past few days. As his family, Fang Liyun and Song Wei were naturally anxious. They had also done a lot of research on brain trauma and brain death. Therefore, even though it wasn't a long-term illness, Song Wei had at least some common sense. She immediately saw that Song Qiming's nasal tube had been removed. Huh? Fang Liyun couldn't help but be stunned. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Auntie Fang, Song Wei, I have good news for you. Uncle Song's condition has improved greatly. Currently, his breathing and heartbeat have recovered, and his nerve reflexes have returned. From the results of the electroencephalogram, he has basically returned to normal. I think, if nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to wake up soon." "Really?" Fang Liyun couldn't believe her ears. Professor Chen, who had been busy in front of the hospital bed, also straightened up and said, "Mrs. Song, Mr. Xia is right. Secretary Song's condition has improved a lot. As for him regaining consciousness, we are also optimistic." Professor Chen didn't dare to be too confident. After all, Song Qiming was now in a vegetative state. Although he could breathe on his own and his nerve reflexes were normal, the human brain was too complicated. In today's era of medical prosperity, research on the brain was very limited. According to previous cases, some people might wake up on the same day, while others might lie in bed for more than 10 years. However, even if it was cautious optimism, to Fang Liyun, it was already like the sound of nature. She couldn't help but cover her mouth as tears welled up in her eyes. Song Wei held his mother's arm tightly and comforted her softly, "Mom. It was a good thing that her father's health was getting better. She should be happy. Why are you still crying?" Fang Liyun wiped her tears and said embarrassedly, "I'm just too excited." Then, she hurriedly thanked Professor Chen. Professor Chen said guiltily, "Mrs. Song, to be honest, I really didn't do anything regarding Secretary Song's treatment. With our current medical standards, Secretary Song's situation was indeed quite dangerous, and we basically had no idea what to do. This is all thanks to Mr. Xia, so, if you want to thank someone, you should thank my junior uncle." This was the first time Professor Chen had personally called Xiao Ruofei junior uncle. Although it was half joking, it was because he was truly impressed by Xiao Ruofei's miraculous medical skills. Fang Liyun looked at Xiao Ruofei and said emotionally, "Ruofei, any words of thanks are too weak. Our family owes you too much. Last time it was Weiwei, this time it was Qiming. If it weren't for you, our family might have been broken up." Xiao Ruofei quickly said, "Auntie, you and Uncle Song are both dear and respectable elders in my eyes. My parents passed away early, and I treat you like my own parents. Please don't treat me like an outsider." Xiao Ruofei's words made Song Wei's pretty face blush slightly, but Fang Liyun didn't hear anything wrong with it. Because of Master Song's relationship, Song Qiming usually took good care of Xiao Ruofei, and Xiao Ruofei's relationship with their family had always been very close. In addition, Xiao Ruofei said that his parents passed away early, which immediately evoked Fang Liyun's maternal instincts. Children without parents were always particularly lovable, and this time, Xiao Ruofei used his own strength to forcibly pull Song Qiming back from the gates of hell. This kind of closeness was needless to say. Therefore, when Fang Liyun heard this, she immediately said, "Ruofei, when Qiming and I were young, we always wanted to have another son. It was just that the national policy at that time didn't allow it. If you don't mind us being husband and wife, why don't we recognize each other as godparents?" Xiao Ruofei was dumbfounded. He originally wanted to get closer to both sides, but he didn't want to recognize godparents. After recognizing them as godparents, how could they turn godparents into father-in-law and mother-in-law? Song Wei was originally a little shy, but now he couldn't help but laugh, mainly because Xiao Ruofei's stunned expression was too funny. Song Wei secretly glanced at Xiao Ruofei, then said to Fang Liyun, "Mom, how can you recognize godparents in the intensive care unit? Let's talk about this later. Dad hasn't woken up yet. You have to discuss this with Dad, right?" Fang Liyun also smiled a little embarrassedly and said, "Yes. I was a little anxious." "Auntie, Song Wei is right. We should focus on Uncle Song's matter now," Xiao Ruofei said as if he had been granted amnesty. In order to change the topic, he immediately asked, "Professor Chen, how is Uncle Song's current situation?" Professor Chen said excitedly, "His situation is very good. The dynamic electroencephalogram shows that Secretary Song's brainwaves have basically returned to normal. According to various indicators, everything is going well, and it's still getting better." "That's great." Fang Liyun couldn't help but murmur. She had been under a lot of pressure these past few days. Ever since she knew that Song Qiming had an accident and rushed to the hospital, she hadn't stepped out of the building. Every day, she was in fear. You could say that she didn't eat or drink, and she didn't even change her clothes. If this had happened in the past, it would have been unimaginable for someone as graceful as her. Xiao Ruofei said, "Professor Chen, if that's the case, do you think you can transfer Uncle Song to a normal ward? It'll be more convenient for family members to visit and take care of him." There were rules in the intensive care unit. Normally, there was only about half an hour of visiting time per day. Although Fang Liyun and Song Wei could get some extra care, they definitely couldn't stay there for a long time. After all, there were other critically ill patients in there. Professor Chen hesitated and said, "Mr. Xia, how about a few more days of observation? The equipment in the intensive care unit is more complete, and the response is faster in case of an emergency. If he's transferred to a normal ward." Next to every bed in the intensive care unit was advanced life support equipment and monitoring equipment. In addition, emergency equipment such as defibrillators were always available. There were even examination equipment such as an X-ray machine beside the bed. The cost of every bed, including the standard equipment, was hundreds of thousands. This was something that a normal ward couldn't compare with. Even if it was a ward for senior officials, at most, the living conditions were better, but the medical equipment wasn't much better than a normal ward's. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "It's okay. I'll always be by Uncle Song's side. Also, I believe that Uncle Song will wake up soon. There's no need to take up medical resources." If someone else said that, Professor Chen would definitely refute them severely. However, Xiao Ruofei was personally greeted by the head of the headquarters. More importantly, he was his own junior uncle. Professor Chen didn't dare to show his face in front of Xiao Ruofei. Also, Xiao Ruofei's treatment of Song Qiming really shocked Professor Chen. It could be said that it was an eye-opener. With this layer of halo, Xiao Ruofei's words more or less carried a bit of the authority of an expert. Therefore, Professor Chen hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "If that's the case. Okay. But before we transfer Secretary Song to another ward, we need to do a comprehensive examination and evaluation to make sure that his physical condition is good enough to be transferred to a normal ward." Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "No problem. Then I'll leave it to you, Professor Chen." It was estimated that the examination would take a long time. After all, it was related to Song Qiming's safety. The hospital didn't dare to delay. It was time for lunch. For doctors, it was common for them to work overtime and miss meals. However, considering Gujun's age and seniority, Professor Chen arranged for a student to take Gujun, Xiao Ruofei, Fang Liyun, and Song Wei to the hospital cafeteria for lunch. When they returned after lunch, the examination had already been completed. It was done by Professor Chen himself. The result of the examination was naturally that Song Qiming was ready to be transferred to a normal ward. Not only that, Professor Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that Song Qiming's external injuries, especially his brain injuries, were recovering much faster than expected. In fact, the hospital hadn't taken any substantial measures in terms of treatment over the past few days. It was nothing more than using instruments to maintain breathing and heartbeat. The drops were also the glucose and nutrient fluids needed to maintain life energy. Now, not only was Song Qiming's brain injuries recovering at an incredible speed, but even some of his external injuries such as bone fractures and contusions were recovering much faster than normal. Professor Chen naturally attributed all of this to Xiao Ruofei and was even more amazed. Under Professor Chen's arrangement, Song Qiming was soon transferred to a senior staff ward on the 15th floor. It was a small suite. In addition to the patient's room, there was also a room for the caregivers to rest. This way, Fang Liyun and Song Wei could take care of Song Qiming nearby. Although they couldn't be of any help in terms of treatment, they were completely different in terms of psychology. If a family member had been treated in the intensive care unit, they would be able to understand this feeling. On the one hand, the patients who were admitted to the intensive care unit were generally in critical condition. On the other hand, the door of the intensive care unit was closed most of the time. People outside didn't know what was going on inside at all. Moreover, the daily visiting hours were very short, which intensified the anxiety. Now that Fang Liyun and Song Wei could stay by Song Qiming's side, they knew that his condition had improved greatly. It was much better than before. Professor Chen also specially transferred some emergency medical equipment that normal wards weren't usually equipped with, in case of an emergency. After Song Qiming was settled on the bed, Xiao Ruofei went over to check his pulse again. Then he stood up and asked, "Professor Chen, there should be a Chinese medicine pharmacy in the hospital, right?" "Of course," Professor Chen said. "I'll write a prescription. Can you please arrange for the Chinese medicine pharmacy to brew it for me?" Xiao Ruofei asked. Professor Chen thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "No problem." Of course, Xiao Ruofei couldn't write a prescription for the procedure. However, since it was a procedure, there was a way around it. With Professor Chen's prestige, it was very easy to deal with this kind of thing. He just needed to take Xiao Ruofei's prescription to the Chinese medicine pharmacy, find a familiar doctor, and write a prescription in the doctor's name. Then the prescription would be sent directly to the Chinese medicine pharmacy, and the pharmacy would also have the decoction service. "Thank you," Xiao Ruofei said. A clever graduate student had already handed Xiao Ruofei a pen and paper. Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly to thank him, then began to write the prescription directly. As a Chinese medicine master, Gujun was naturally very interested. Anyway, Xiao Ruofei's prescription was going to be given to the Chinese medicine pharmacy, so there was no problem of confidentiality. Therefore, he stood behind Xiao Ruofei and watched with interest. The expression on Gujun's face kept changing. In the end, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wonderful. Junior Xia, your prescription will be very effective in nourishing the mind and nourishing the brain. Junior Xia, you are really a genius." Xiao Ruofei finished writing the prescription in a few strokes and handed it to Professor Chen. Then, he said with a smile, "Senior brother Gu, you are flattering me. In fact, this is a prescription. I just made some adjustments to the ratio of the medicine." "A prescription?" Gujun looked surprised. "I've never heard of it before. Could it be?" A prescription referred to a relatively mature prescription that had been proven in clinical practice. However, Gujun had never seen this prescription before, so he subconsciously thought that it was a prescription recorded in the lost 3 scrolls of Moyun in his family. Xiao Ruofei said, "I saw this in another medical book. I can't remember the specific name, but I'm sure this is a prescription." "I see." Gujun suddenly said, "It seems that Junior Xiao's knowledge is far more profound than I thought." Then, Gujun said to Professor Chen, "Little Chen, I'll go with you. When you decoct the medicine, I'll watch from the side so as not to ruin such a good prescription." Professor Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How little confidence did he have in the hospital? This was a class A hospital, after all. Although the TCM department wasn't as good as the Chinese medical hospital, it wasn't to the extent of making mistakes. However, Gujun was his elder, and he also attached great importance to this prescription. Hence, he didn't dare to say anything and could only nod with a bitter smile. Professor Chen left the ward with Gujun and the other doctors, and the ward suddenly quieted down. Xiao Ruofei smiled and explained to Fang Liyun, "Auntie Fang, the prescription just now is to nourish the mind and nourish the brain. It's good for Uncle Song's body. Even if Uncle Song wakes up, he can still take it for a period of time. Even Professor Chen and Gujun respected Xiao Ruofei so much, so Feng Liyun naturally believed in Xiao Ruofei's words without a doubt. She smiled and said, Ruofei, you're the actual doctor in charge of Qiming's treatment. I'll listen to your arrangements for the treatment. Xiao Ruofei's prescription wasn't really a secret. It was just one of the many lost prescriptions that he had mastered, and it just so happened that it was helpful for Song Qiming's subsequent recovery. He just checked on Song Qiming's condition. The heart coagulation grass's medicinal properties hadn't been completely absorbed, but Song Qiming's sea of consciousness had already recovered by more than half. Hence, he was very optimistic and had already begun to arrange for the follow-up recovery and recuperation. At this moment, Song Wei, who was facing the hospital bed, suddenly widened her eyes. Then, she rubbed her eyes and said in a trembling voice, Mom. I think I saw Dad's eyelids move. Full book. Xiao Ruofei and Feng Liyun turned their heads at once. Song Wei couldn't help but rush to the bed and call out, Dad. Dad. Feng Liyun asked worriedly, Wei, are you sure you didn't see wrongly? Song Wei said with certainty, I'm sure I'm not mistaken. Xiao Ruofei didn't doubt it. Song Wei was also a cultivator. Even if he was emotional, it was basically impossible for him to be mistaken. Besides, Song Qiming's sense of perception had recovered very well. Even if he woke up, it wouldn't be a surprise. Feng Liyun couldn't help but turn to look at Xiao Ruofei and ask, Ruofei, what do you think? Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Qiming on the bed and said, Auntie, Uncle Song's current situation. I feel that he might wake up at any time, so we'd better observe first. Xiao Ruofei's voice stopped abruptly at this point. Because he also saw Song Qiming move. This time, it wasn't his eyelids, but his fingers. Although it was only a very slight movement of his little finger, Xiao Ruofei was still keenly aware of it. I don't think we need to observe anymore. Uncle Song will wake up soon. Xiao Ruofei said excitedly, if I'm right, he should be able to hear our voices now. Feng Liyun trembled slightly, showing a surprised and happy expression. Her reaction was the same as Song Wei's. She rushed to the bed and called Song Qiming's name with tears in her eyes. Song Qiming opened his eyes, but he still looked a little weak. He felt like he had a very long dream. In the dream, he kept walking through a seemingly endless maze, but he couldn't find the exit no matter how hard he tried. After a long time, Song Qiming seemed to see a light. In the dream, he rushed toward the light without hesitation. Then, he felt as if his consciousness had returned to his body. The pain all over his body, the smell of disinfectant in the ward, and the calls of his loved ones in his ears, this vivid feeling made Song Qiming feel that he was still alive. He heard his wife and daughter calling out to him. He tried hard to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt as heavy as a mountain. After much effort, his eyelids trembled as they opened. When the light shone in, he couldn't help but squint his eyes, and it took him a while to adjust. When he opened his eyes again, the first thing he saw was Liyun and Song Wei crying tears of joy, as well as Xiao Ruofei standing behind the mother and daughter. What had happened on the highway a few days ago flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. Song Qiming only remembered that he was sitting behind the driver, resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the car came to a sudden stop, and then the world spun. The last thing he saw was the driver's screams of fear and despair. Then, he began the long and dull dream. Song Qiming felt that he had gone through many reincarnations in the dream, but it also felt like it was just a blink of an eye. When he opened his eyes and saw the familiar world and familiar people, Song Qiming couldn't help but feel as if it was a lifetime ago. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Uncle Song, your body is still very weak. It's best if you don't talk. Feng Liyun quickly said, yes. Qiming, listen to Ruofei. This time, it's all thanks to Ruofei. You were seriously injured at that time, and the medical experts in the province couldn't do anything about it. It was Ruofei who pulled you back from the brink of death. Song Qiming's weak eyes looked at Xiao Ruofei with a trace of gratitude. A few minutes later, Song Qiming's ward was almost full. Of course, they were all medical staff. Professor Chen, who had just gone out, immediately rushed back with several of his students after receiving the news that Song Qiming had woken up. Gujun also didn't care about the decoction of Chinese medicine. He also rushed back to the ward. His legs were more agile than Professor Chen and the others. Professor Chen and the others did various examinations on Song Qiming, who had woken up, while Gujun and Xiao Ruofei whispered to each other. This was also because the news of Song Qiming's accident had been kept confidential and limited the scope of knowledge. Otherwise, the door of the ward would have been flattened. Of course, the ward didn't have a door. Song Qiming's secretary, Chao Guangji, had been staying in the hospital for the past few days. As soon as Song Qiming woke up, he immediately reported the news directly to the leaders of the provincial party committee. Soon, Master Song in Beijing also received the news. Xiao Ruofei was still talking about Chinese medicine with Gujun when Master Song called. Xiao Ruofei excused himself to Gujun, then walked out of the ward with his mobile phone. Only then did he answer the call. "Grandpa Song," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Ruofei. Well done." Master Song's voice was a little excited. "You've done a great job." "Please don't say that," Xiao Ruofei said. "Uncle Song is also my elder. It's my duty to do something for him." Master Song said with a smile. "Ruofei, no matter what, family Song owes you a big favor. Qiming owes you 2 lives. I guess I won't be able to pay it back in this lifetime." Xiao Ruofei quickly said. "Not at all. Not at all. You're treating me like an outsider." Master Song then asked, "Ruofei, I want to ask. With Qiming's current situation, how long will it take for him to return to work?" Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Uncle Song's most serious injury is his brain injury. It shouldn't be a big problem at the moment. However, his body has many fractures. According to common sense, it will take about 100 days to recover from the injuries to the bones and tendons." Master Song said with a smile, "You child, don't keep me in suspense. I know you must have a way to make him recover faster, right?" Song Qiming's position was very important. It was unlikely that it would be vacant for 3 months. If the recovery period was really that long, then a new leader would have to be appointed to replace him. By the time his body recovered, it would be too late. Although he wouldn't be idle at home, he would definitely be reassigned to another position. At this level, Song Qiming's current position was already the best. Moreover, there weren't many positions at the top of the pyramid. It was impossible to arrange a position of similar importance for him. It was very likely that he would be transferred to a relatively leisurely department to enjoy the corresponding level of treatment. Xiao Ruofei laughed and asked, "Grandpa Song, how long do you want him to recover?" "Oh. So if I want him to be able to go to work tomorrow, you can do it too?" Master Song asked jokingly. However, he was only joking. After thinking for a while, he said seriously, "If you can control the recovery period to about a month, I should have room for coordination in all aspects." In fact, Master Song didn't know that as long as Xiao Ruofei was willing, Song Qiming could even immediately become lively again. This was because the problem that troubled Xiao Ruofei wasn't the external injuries, but the damage to his soul and sea of consciousness. Now that this problem was easily solved, so what if the external injuries were serious? It was just a few more petals of the spiritual heart flower. Compared to the precious spiritual crystals, Xiao Ruofei didn't feel any heartache for the spiritual heart flower petals that could be regenerated. Of course, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't do that. It would be difficult to use traditional Chinese medicine to justify the recovery of a serious fracture in such a short period of time. On the contrary, a more serious brain injury wouldn't arouse suspicion. After all, modern medicine's research on the human brain was limited. There were too many unknowns, so it wouldn't be surprising if something like this happened. Therefore, after hearing Master Song's words, Xiao Ruofei said without hesitation, "No problem. I can guarantee that within a month. No. 25 days. I'll give you a healthy Uncle Song within 25 days. That's great." Master Song couldn't help but say excitedly. Xiao Ruofei continued, "Grandpa Song, but I have a request." "Say it." "As long as it's within my capabilities and doesn't go against my principles, it's not a problem." Master Song said without hesitation. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, it's not that serious. My request is that after Uncle Song's condition stabilizes in 2 days, arrange for him to be discharged from the hospital and receive treatment at home. Xiao Ruofei's request was naturally for the sake of keeping a low profile. Master Song immediately understood Xiao Ruofei's intention and said without hesitation, no problem. I'll personally coordinate this matter. Then, I'll leave Qiming's follow-up treatment to you. Being discharged early didn't seem to be a big deal, but Song Qiming's identity was different after all. Moreover, he had such a serious external injury, so it was necessary for Elder Song to personally mediate. He also needed to greet the leaders in Southeast Province and Beijing. Don't worry. I guarantee that I'll complete the task, Xiao Ruofei said confidently. Then I'll wait for your good news. Master Song said with a smile, then asked, oh right, old Lu's side is still being ignored by you. When will you return to Beijing? Can you take care of both sides? Xiao Ruofei said, let them wait a few more days. Anyway, he won't die anytime soon. After I'm done here, I'll make a trip back. It's not a problem to take care of both sides. It's just a few more trips back and forth. Don't worry. Ha ha ha. Master Song couldn't help but laugh. That's good. That's good. After Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone, he turned around and saw that Song Wei had also arrived outside the ward and was looking at him in a daze. Xiao Ruofei stuffed his phone into his pocket and walked over with a smile. He said, Wei Wei, why are you in a daze? Song Wei looked at Xiao Ruofei in a daze and said, Ruofei, thank you. Xiao Ruofei looked around and saw that there was no one in the corridor. The attention of the people in the ward was also focused on Song Qiming. So, he secretly hugged Song Wei, then quickly separated. What are you talking about? Xiao Ruofei said dotingly, why are you being so polite with me? Song Wei blushed slightly and said, Previously, Xianxia and I ignored you. Don't be angry. Actually, when you contacted me, I couldn't be happier. It's not good for me. After all. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, silly girl. Why would I blame you? Speaking of which, the two of you should be the ones who are wronged. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Let's go in. Uncle Song just woke up, so we should be happy. Okay. Song Wei nodded gently and followed Xiao Ruofei into the ward. Professor Chen personally did a lot of examinations for Song Qiming, and then according to Song Qiming's situation, he developed a detailed rehabilitation plan. Looking at the excited and busy Professor Chen, Xiao Ruofei didn't have the heart to tell him that all the rehabilitation plans would soon be scrapped, because Song Qiming wouldn't be receiving rehabilitation treatment at the hospital. The medical staff was busy for a while, and the ward was finally quiet again. In order to let Song Qiming get enough rest, Professor Chen and the others quickly went out. Even Chao Guangji went out to wait outside the ward. Only Feng Liyun, her daughter, and Xiao Ruofei were left behind. Xiao Ruofei got up and poured a glass of water. He walked to the bed and said with a smile, Uncle Song, drink some water first. You've been relying on 4 drips for the past few days, so your mouth must be dry by now. After that, Xiao Ruofei signaled Song Wei to come over and feed Song Qiming the water. In fact, Xiao Ruofei had secretly put a few drops of concentrated spirit heart flower petal solution into the cup. Even the pot of water was filled by Xiao Ruofei himself. He only filled half the pot, and the other half was filled with spirit pool water from the dimension. There were no surveillance cameras in the water room, so Xiao Ruofei found a place where no one was around and finished the job without anyone noticing. The spirit heart flower petal was very effective in healing external injuries, and the spirit pool water itself could refresh the mind. In the past, whenever Xiao Ruofei's mental strength was exhausted, he would use the spirit pool water to speed up his recovery. For Song Qiming now, this cup of water was exactly what his body needed. Sure enough, after Song Qiming drank the cup of water, his mental strength was obviously much better. He said weakly in a hoarse voice, Ruofei, our family owes you a life again. Song Qiming's words were exactly the same as Master Song's. Xiao Ruofei quickly said, Uncle Song, don't mention it. I just happened to be in time. I know some medical skills, and it's mainly because your body is in good condition. If it were someone else, they might not have been able to pull through. Then, Xiao Ruofei briefly explained to him that during the past few days when Song Qiming was injured, Master Song had called him several times to ask about the situation. This included Master Song's first call, as well as their discussion to let Song Qiming be discharged from the hospital in 2 days and go home for rehabilitation treatment. Xiao Ruofei also informed Song Qiming in advance. After Song Qiming heard this, he nodded slightly and said, "Chief's concern for me is really something I can't repay." With his political wisdom, he naturally understood Master Song's intention of asking Xiao Ruofei to shorten the recovery time as much as possible. Naturally, he was very touched. Song Qiming then said, "As for the treatment, I'll listen to you completely. I'll cooperate with whatever you arrange." Since Song Qiming had just woken up, his body was still weak. Xiao Ruofei could not directly give Song Qiming a spiritual heart flower petal in such a crowded place like the general hospital. Therefore, he only chatted with Song Qiming for a short while before telling him to have a good rest. Then, he stood up and said goodbye. Song Wei knew that her mother, Fang Liyun, must have a lot to say to her father. Therefore, she also left the ward in the name of sending Xiao Ruofei off. Fang Liyun looked at the backs of the two people leaving together. At that moment, she suddenly felt that the scene was quite beautiful. She could not help but have a thought in her heart, if only Ruofei did not have a girlfriend. A son-in-law like him is hard to find. However, Fang Liyun also knew that Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingshui had a good relationship. Therefore, this thought flashed through her mind and was quickly dismissed by her. Xiao Ruofei only asked Song Wei to send her to the elevator. He then instructed Song Wei to pay attention to her rest. Then, he took the elevator downstairs. He also specially called Chao Guangji and instructed Chao Guangji to keep the possibility of a deliberate attack behind the car accident a secret from Song Qiming for the time being. Anyway, the crisis had been temporarily resolved. The most important thing for Song Qiming now was to recover. Knowing these things would only add to his worries. For the next 2 days, Xiao Ruofei did not appear in the general hospital. He directly disappeared in the name of organizing medical books. The main reason was that he did not want to see the sad expression on Professor Chen's face when he learned that Song Qiming was going to be discharged. Even if no one said it explicitly, Professor Chen would definitely be able to guess that if Song Qiming was going to be discharged under such circumstances, Xiao Ruofei would definitely take over the full treatment. Under Master Song's arrangement and coordination, Song Qiming stayed in the VIP ward of the general hospital for 2 days. After his physical indicators stabilized, he successfully went through the discharge procedures. The hospital sent an ambulance to send Song Qiming back to the municipal committee family quarters. Although Song Qiming was a provincial leader, he still chose to stay in the Sanshan Municipal Committee family quarters. According to Xiao Ruofei's instructions, Song Qiming's family declined the kindness of the medical staff in the hospital. After settling down at home, they let the medical staff escort him back with the ambulance. Not long after the ambulance left, Xiao Ruofei's Black Knight 15 off-road vehicle appeared in front of Song Qiming's small villa. He also brought a large bag with a change of clothes, toiletries, and some things he had prepared for the past 2 days. Yes, Xiao Ruofei was going to live together with Song Wei. To be precise, he was going to stay at Song Qiming's house for 2 days to arrange his rehabilitation treatment. After that, he was going to return to Beijing. Fang Liyun and Song Wei personally came out and warmly welcomed Xiao Ruofei into the house. Song Wei was about to live under the same roof as Xiao Ruofei for a few days. At the same time, because it was in front of her parents, she felt somewhat guilty. This feeling, thinking about it, is quite exciting. Song Wei thought to himself. Wei, take Ruofei to his room first. Fang Liyun said, I'll go up and see your father. He's been talking about Ruofei all morning, asking when he's coming. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, No need, auntie. I'll go see Uncle Song directly. I haven't seen him for 2 days, I have to quickly check on him. Okay then. Fang Liyun really did treat Xiao Ruofei as her own junior. She didn't bother to be polite with Xiao Ruofei. She agreed readily and personally took Xiao Ruofei upstairs. Song Qiming was arranged to stay in the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. He couldn't get out of bed yet, so Fang Liyun took care of him personally. She didn't even hire a caregiver. It was obvious that the relationship between the two of them was very good. When Xiao Ruofei entered the door, Song Qiming was leaning against the headboard and reading the newspaper. Because of the craniotomy, his head was shaved, and his hair had grown short. He looked quite energetic. In order to make it easier to take care of him, Song Qiming slept in a bed that was directly transported from the hospital. It was placed side by side next to the big bed in the master bedroom. This way, when needed, he could directly raise the head of the bed and put up a small table so that he could eat directly on the bed. As soon as Xiao Ruofei entered the door, Song Qiming heard the noise. He looked up, then immediately put down the newspaper in his hand and took off his glasses at the same time. Song Qiming smiled and said, "Ruofei, you're here. You've worked hard all the way. Come and sit down. Uncle Song seems to be in good spirits." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "How have you been these 2 days?" Song Qiming said half-jokingly, "I feel very good. I've reached out my hand for clothes and opened my mouth for food. It's just that I'm not used to being idle all of a sudden." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Then you can slowly get used to it. But I reckon that after you get used to it, you'll start to get busy again. By then, you won't be used to it." Xiao Ruofei's words naturally meant that Song Qiming could recover in a relatively short time. Song Qiming was actually very eager to go back to work. After all, he had reached his current level at this age. His future could be said to be very bright. He was also full of enthusiasm in his work. He simply didn't want to steal half a day of leisure. So when Song Qiming heard this, he couldn't help but smile happily and said, "Then I'll be counting on your auspicious words." After a few words of greeting, Xiao Ruofei sat down and examined Song Qiming. The external injuries were mainly a few fractures. There was nothing to say about this. Xiao Ruofei's next stage of treatment was also the focus of this. He was mainly concerned about Song Qiming's soul and sea of consciousness. So after a simple examination of the external injuries, his mental power directly probed in the direction of Song Qiming's sea of consciousness. Although the heart coagulating grass's medicinal power was strong, after a few days of absorption, it was basically exhausted. Xiao Ruofei found that Song Qiming's sea of consciousness had almost recovered to normal. Compared to a few days ago when it was riddled with holes and filled with a gray aura, it was as if it had been reborn. This also made Xiao Ruofei feel relieved. Although the sea of consciousness had not completely recovered and the heart coagulating grass's medicinal power had been exhausted, the remaining small damage could slowly recover with the passage of time even without any intervention. After all, a person's self-healing ability was still very strong. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei still had the spirit-pregnant soup and the spirit pool water, 2 sharp tools for nourishing the soul. For the small remaining damage, it was enough to have them. Just as Xiao Ruofei's heart relaxed slightly and was about to withdraw his mental power, he suddenly made a new discovery. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Then, he used his mental power to investigate carefully. Only then did he withdraw his mental power and open his slightly closed eyes at the same time. Song Qiming, Feng Liyun, and Song Wei had been paying attention to Xiao Ruofei's expression. Seeing Xiao Ruofei open his eyes, Song Wei immediately asked, "Ruofei, how's the situation?" Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Qiming without batting an eyelid. Then, he smiled and said, "You've recovered well. It seems that Uncle Song's physique is very good. I'm more confident in the next stage of treatment." "That's good." Song Wei looked at Xiao Ruofei and said. Song Qiming also breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Ruofei, then I'll leave it to you." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Uncle Song, we'll start the treatment after lunch. These 2 days, I've made some preparations in advance. Later, I'll refine the treatment plan according to your specific situation. In general, it's still acupuncture and external medicine to treat external injuries. At the same time, you'll also need to take Chinese medicine orally." "Okay." Song Qiming said, "Your Auntie Feng has prepared a lot of good dishes. Let's eat first. Liyun and Weiwei, please give a toast to Ruofei for me." Xiao Ruofei quickly said, "Let's not drink first. After Uncle Song recovers, we'll drink together." After that, Xiao Ruofei said to Song Wei, "Song Wei, I still have some things in the car. Come with me to get them." "Okay." Song Wei said. Xiao Ruofei nodded to Song Qiming and then walked out of the room with Song Wei. When the two of them went downstairs, Song Wei suddenly asked, Ruofei, I saw that your expression was a bit strange just now. Could it be that my dad? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh and said, our Weiwei is quite observant. That's right, Uncle Song's situation is somewhat beyond my expectations. When Song Wei heard this, he couldn't help but exclaim. Then, he couldn't wait to ask, what's wrong? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, don't worry. It's not a bad thing, and it won't affect his recovery. It's really a bit beyond my expectations. Song Wei couldn't help but hit Xiao Ruofei playfully and said, why are you keeping me in suspense? What's going on? Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, Weiwei, do you remember what I told you before? Uncle Song was unconscious at that time, and his situation was very similar to the last time you came out of Mount Yu's ancient tomb. Of course I remember, and you also determined that his sea of consciousness was damaged. Song Wei said. Yes. I tried relatively conventional treatment, but it didn't work. Xiao Ruofei said, later, I could only pay a price and use a precious medicinal herb. This medicinal herb was the same as the one I used for you, but the effect was quite good. Uncle Song woke up on the same day. I know, in order to save my dad this time, you must have paid a great price, Song Wei said softly. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, that's not the point. Then what are you trying to say? Song Wei asked, somewhat puzzled. Xiao Ruofei reminded him, think about it carefully. What changes have happened since you woke up that time? Song Wei came back to her senses when she heard this, and an idea flashed through her mind. She couldn't help but ask, Ruofei, are you trying to say that, my dad can also, that's right? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, when I examined Uncle Song just now, I noticed the changes in his body. To be precise, it should be that his affinity with spiritual energy has greatly increased, and his soul has become much stronger. If he were 30 years younger, he would definitely have achieved great success on the path of cultivation. Oh my God! This is incredible. Song Wei covered her mouth after saying this, and her eyes revealed a look of disbelief. Song Wei wasn't completely clueless about the path of cultivation. At the very least, she knew that there weren't many people who had the physique to cultivate. It could be said that 90% of the people were ordinary people. Only a very small number of people who had a stronger affinity with spiritual energy and a stronger soul could go far on the path of cultivation. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to cross the threshold of cultivation. Song Qiming had a cultivation physique after being seriously injured. This was simply like winning the lottery. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, I don't know why either. The medicinal herb I used can indeed improve the user's cultivation talent, but the effect is not so great, and many people don't have obvious effects after taking it. In order to forcibly change Ling Qingshua's talent and allow her to embark on the path of cultivation, Xiao Ruofei also tried to use the heart-coagulating grass. However, the effect was not obvious after the first use. Later, he gritted his teeth and continued to cultivate the heart-coagulating grass at a huge cost. After several attempts, Ling Qingshua's physique was completely improved. Xiao Ruofei paused and then said, I think it might have something to do with Uncle Song's serious injury. He was injured in the head, and according to my inspection, his knowledge sea was severely damaged. His soul was completely sealed off to protect itself. This time, the recovery of his knowledge sea seemed to be very compatible with the situation of destruction and reconstruction. In short, this kind of small probability event happened just like that. Ling Qingxue heard this and could not help but have a glimmer of hope in her eyes. She could not help but ask, Ruofei, do you think it's possible for my father to cultivate? Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and then said, it's hard for me to say. After all, with his age, he has already missed the best time. I think even if he cultivates, the after effects may not be very great, I see. Song Wei said with a slight disappointment. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Weiwei, don't be disappointed. Nothing is absolute. However, let's talk about this later. The most important thing now is to let Uncle Song recover. What you said makes sense. Song Wei said, I'm still too greedy. In my father's situation, it's already a blessing that he's still alive. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, after the treatment is over, I'll pick a suitable cultivation method for Uncle Song and find a suitable opportunity to teach it to him. Don't worry. I still have a lot of cultivation methods. I'll find a suitable one for Uncle Song. However, before that, don't mention this to him. I understand. Song Wei said with a smile, even if I tell him now, he won't believe me. Yes. Xiao Ruofei said. As they spoke, the two had already arrived at the courtyard downstairs. Xiao Ruofei opened the trunk of the Night 15. Song Wei could not help but say after taking a look, You. Why did you bring so many things? Did you move your whole family here? Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Wei with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, I'd like to move over. I'm looking forward to it even in my dreams. Song Wei blushed. Of course, she understood what Xiao Ruofei meant. Song Wei had been with Xiao Ruofei for a long time, so she was immune to this level of teasing. She just blushed subconsciously and immediately retorted, I don't have any objections. I'm sure my parents don't have any objections either. Why don't you go in and tell them now? You and Xianxia have broken up, and now you want to be our son-in-law. I think they might actually agree. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He smiled bitterly and said, Let me off. Song Wei rolled her eyes at Xiao Ruofei, then couldn't help but burst out laughing. Then, she pointed at the spacious trunk of the Night 15 and said, Speaking of which, you have too many things. Such a wide trunk was almost filled to the brim, and this did not include the similarly bulging backpack that Xiao Ruofei was carrying with her. There were large and small bags of medicinal herbs in the trunk, as well as some bags of unknown items. In addition, there was a small plastic sealing machine. There were even a few barrels of water piled up in the corner of the trunk. It really looked like they were about to move. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, These are all for Uncle Song's rehabilitation. Don't talk so much, let's start moving. You can just take the lighter ones. After Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, he stepped forward and lifted the heaviest plastic sealing machine with ease. Song Wei also quickly took a few bags of medicinal herbs. As a cultivator, this little bit of weight was nothing to her. It took the two of them 3 trips to move most of the things to Xiao Ruofei's room on the first floor. In the end, there were only 4 buckets of water left in the car. Song Wei was a little speechless as he asked, Don't tell me you're going to move this too? We have bottled water at home. And they can deliver it just by making a phone call. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Of course we have to move. This was no ordinary water. I specially prepared this for Uncle Song. Wei, you don't have to do this manual labor. I'll take care of the rest of the things in 2 trips. In terms of weight alone, he could easily move 4 buckets of water by himself, but it was not easy to carry, so 2 buckets at a time was the most suitable. Song Wei pouted and said, Are you looking down on me? How can such a little weight hinder me? After that, she took the lead and walked to the back of the car. She easily carried 1 bucket with each hand and then walked into the house. Xiao Ruofei quickly moved the remaining 2 buckets of water out of the car. After closing the trunk, he carried the 2 buckets of water and quickly chased after her. Fang Liyun happened to be coming down from upstairs. When she saw Song Wei and Xiao Ruofei carrying 2 buckets of water in, she couldn't help but be stunned. Her first reaction was, Did the family call for water? But Fang Liyun immediately thought, even if they did call for water, they wouldn't let them carry it themselves. And even Song Wei, who looked like a delicate young lady, rolled up her sleeves and went to do it herself. What was going on? Where did the water come from? Fang Liyun quickened her pace down the stairs and said, Put it down, put it down. You 2 kids, why are you doing manual labor by yourselves? Wei, did you order Ruofei around? Song Wei put down the 2 buckets of water and said with an aggrieved face, Mom. Why are you so biased? He was the one who ordered me around, okay? Xiao Ruofei put down the buckets of water with a smile and said, Auntie, Song Wei was helping me. I specially prepared this water for Uncle Song. It's good for his recovery. I originally wanted Song Wei to help me carry some small things. I didn't expect her to be so strong. After that, Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Wei with a smile. Fang Liyun couldn't help but look at her daughter and said, Yeah. Wei, when did you become so strong? Didn't you used to ask your dad to help you open a can of drink? Song Wei was embarrassed and anxious when her mother exposed her dark history in front of her sweetheart. She said in a low voice, "Mom. What kind of history are you talking about? When I was in college, I kept working out, okay?" Fang Lian said with a smile, "Okay. I didn't know my baby daughter well." She looked at Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei and thought of the scene of them carrying the water together. The more she looked at them, the more she felt that they were a good match. Fang Lian couldn't help but shake her head and nip this dangerous thought in the bud. She changed the topic and asked, "Ruofei, is this water specially prepared for your Uncle Song?" Xiao Ruofei had already said it just now. She was just trying to find something to talk about. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "I specially made this with mountain spring water. Although it's colorless and tasteless, it actually has many medicinal ingredients. It has a certain promoting effect on the recovery of brain injuries." These buckets of water were actually the spiritual pond water in the Ring 2 space. Xiao Ruofei had specially bought a few buckets of water. After pouring out the drinking water inside, he filled them with spiritual pond water in the space. The spiritual pond water in the space had a promoting effect on the recovery of mental strength. Xiao Ruofei believed that long-term drinking should be helpful for Song Qiming to completely recover his soul sense. Since Fang Liyun asked about the buckets of water, Xiao Ruofei simply explained it clearly. He said, "Auntie, from today onwards, the water Uncle Song usually drinks will be replaced by the buckets of water I brought. This can be drunk directly or heated to make tea. Just treat it as your daily drinking water." Fang Liyun nodded and said, "Okay, I'll remember it." Song Wei said, "Mom, Ruofei moved a lot of things here." "I was just saying. I thought he moved his house here. I'll take you to see it." After that, Song Wei pulled Fang Liyun to the guest room arranged for Xiao Ruofei. Fang Liyun said reproachfully, "This child." Although Fang Liyun's tone was a little reproachful, she was indeed a little curious. In addition, the things Xiao Ruofei brought must be related to Song Qiming's rehabilitation, so she really wanted to see them. So, she followed Song Wei into the room. Seeing the big and small bags piled up in the corner and the conspicuous small plastic sealing machine, Fang Liyun couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then she said with a smile, "There are a lot of things." Xiao Ruofei smiled and explained, "Auntie, these are all useful for the treatment. And I'm going to Beijing in 2 days. Before I leave, I have to decoct the medicine that Uncle Song has been using during this period of time. Isn't that right? I even brought the plastic sealing machine. After the medicine is sealed, it can be stored in the refrigerator for 10 days to half a month." Xiao Ruofei had told Song Qiming and Fang Liyun about going to Beijing in advance. Song Qiming knew the reason, and although Fang Liyun wasn't too clear, she also knew that it had something to do with Master Song. So, although she was a little worried that Xiao Ruofei's departure at this time would affect Song Qiming's recovery, she didn't have the nerve to object. Fang Liyun saw that Xiao Ruofei had arranged the treatment in advance after he went to Beijing. She was very gratified and said, "Ruofei is so thoughtful." Then she said, "Ruofei, you rest for a while. I'll go see your Uncle Song. He can't get out of bed now, and he can't leave his side." Xiao Ruofei quickly said, "Go ahead. Don't worry about me. It just so happens that I need to prepare in advance. After lunch, I'll start the treatment for Uncle Song." Fang Liyun nodded and said to Song Wei, "Wei, you stay here and see if Ruofei needs any help. You can also help." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but cheer in his heart. His favorable impression of his future mother-in-law rose sharply. Song Wei secretly glanced at Xiao Ruofei. He knew that under his serious appearance, he must be secretly happy. She couldn't help but blush slightly. She quickly pretended to be calm and said, "I know." Fang Liyun said goodbye to Xiao Ruofei and left the guest room. Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei looked at each other. Song Wei couldn't help but burst out laughing and said, "What are you up to?" Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, "What can I do? I just think that my mother-in-law is so cute." Song Wei snorted and said, "Don't call me that." "Who's your, that?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "That's right. If I get used to calling her that and say it in front of her, then it'll be bad. Okay. I'll keep this respectful title in my heart." "You're not allowed to call me that in your heart." Song Wei looked like a little girl throwing a tantrum at this time. She looked very cute. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but go over and hold her in his arms. Wei Wei, Song Wei let out a soft groan from her nostrils. She leaned her head on Xiao Ruofei's broad chest and said as if she was sleep-talking, if only time could stop. Xiao Ruofei was also a little intoxicated by the beauty of this moment. He gently stroked Song Wei's soft hair and said, Wei Wei, everything will be fine. In the future, your parents will definitely accept me. I won't let you live like this forever, Song Wei frowned slightly and said, it's too difficult. With Xiao Ruofei's excellence, he was definitely worthy of Song Wei. The problem was that he had two women at the same time. This kind of thing was really unacceptable in today's society. What's more, Song Qiming was a high-ranking leader. If this was exposed, it would definitely be a big family scandal. How could they accept it? Song Wei didn't even dare to think about it. Xiao Ruofei said with a firm gaze, people come up with ideas, and I always believe that strength determines status. If I can't let you be with me openly for the time being, it must be because I'm not strong enough. I believe that one day, we'll be able to ignore all secular etiquette. Song Wei was also affected by Xiao Ruofei's emotions. She nodded heavily. Xiao Ruofei then laughed and said, you just said that you want time to stop. I can't do that for the time being, but I can make time flow slower. How about it? I'll set up the formation flag? Then you can hug me for as long as you want. Song Wei's pretty face blushed. She broke free from Xiao Ruofei's arms and said coquettishly, who wants to hug you? Let's get down to business. You're not being serious. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, hugging my Wei Wei is the most important thing. You're still talking about it. Song Wei pretended to hit him. After the two of them laughed for a while, Xiao Ruofei began to work. This time, Xiao Ruofei had brought everything. Not only did he bring enough medicinal herbs, but he also prepared the tools for decocting medicine and even charcoal. The guest room that Feng Liyun had prepared for Xiao Ruofei had a door that directly connected to the small garden at the back. It was the best room on the first floor. This also made it easier for Xiao Ruofei. He directly put the decoction work outside. If he started a fire in the room, the smell would not go away for a long time. Xiao Ruofei was preparing for the treatment at noon, so there was not much work to do. After he started the fire, he skillfully picked out the medicinal herbs and put them into the clay pot to boil. The water was also from the spatial spirit pool. He used a large 2.5L bottle of mineral water to prepare a full bottle. Xiao Ruofei had already thought about finishing the work in the family song, so he prepared everything he could think of in advance. He tried not to use the ring too space here. Song Wei helped by the side. Of course, she mainly helped Xiao Ruofei by passing things to him and fanning the fire. It was not tiring for a man and a woman to work together, let alone a couple who were in love. Therefore, the two of them enjoyed the boring process of decocting medicine. In the end, the pot of medicine produced a small bowl of paste. Xiao Ruofei took out a small mineral water bottle from his bag and poured some water into it. He mixed it evenly and then sealed the mouth of the bowl with plastic wrap. The small mineral water bottle was naturally filled with the solution of the spirit heart flower's petals, and the concentration was not low. It's done, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Song Wei took out a tissue and wiped the sweat on Xiao Ruofei's forehead. Thank you for your hard work. Xiao Ruofei laughed and reached out to grab Song Wei's hand. Then give me a reward. Song Wei blushed and asked in a low voice, what reward? Xiao Ruofei pointed to his cheek and winked at Song Wei. Song Wei was a little shy. At the same time, she nervously looked in the direction of the door. Finally, she plucked up her courage. She tiptoed and slowly moved her lips to Xiao Ruofei's cheek. Although the two of them had tried all kinds of embarrassing positions when they were cultivating, Song Wei rarely acted intimately with Xiao Ruofei in the outside world. Moreover, they were in her own home. She was more or less shy and couldn't help but close her eyes tightly. Originally, Song Wei wanted to kiss him lightly, but she didn't expect that Xiao Ruofei would turn his face naughtily. Then, the two of them kissed firmly. Song Wei felt that something was wrong and opened her eyes. Song Wei's beautiful face suddenly turned red. She subconsciously wanted to retreat and escape. However, the experienced Xiao Ruofei had already grabbed her delicate waist and hugged her tightly in his arms. A moment of confusion and infatuation. Both of them were cultivators, so their hearing was naturally much better than that of ordinary people. When they heard footsteps coming from outside the door, they separated in time. However, Song Wei's face was still a little red, and the look on his face made him look like a child who had done something bad. He looked very guilty. The next moment, the two of them saw Fang Liyun appear at the door. She smiled and said, "Ruofei, Wei, come and have lunch first." "Okay." Xiao Ruofei replied. When Song Wei thought of the scene just now, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. At the same time, he faintly felt like he had done something bad under the eyes of his parents. He didn't dare to look at Fang Liyun, so he lowered his head slightly and followed Xiao Ruofei out of the room. However, Fang Liyun took another look at Song Wei. She couldn't help but ask curiously, Wei, why is your face so red?" Song Wei was a little confused for a moment. He didn't know how to explain it. Xiao Ruofei reacted quickly and immediately said, "Oh. Auntie, Song Wei was helping me look after the fire just now. I guess he got too close and roasted it, right?" "Oh." Fang Liyun didn't suspect him and said casually, Wei, remember to put on a mask later. You're not young anymore, so you have to take care of yourself. Be careful that you won't be able to get married in the future." Song Wei couldn't help but secretly roll his eyes. This was too hurtful. Xiao Ruofei held back his laughter and said, "Auntie, you're worrying too much. I think Song Wei is born beautiful. Why would he worry about marriage? Whose child would worry about her?" Fang Liyun sighed. "When she was in high school and university, we didn't want her to fall in love because we were afraid that it would affect her studies. But when she started her master's degree, we started worrying about her finding a partner." "Mom. I'm not worried." "Why are you worried?" Song Wei blushed and couldn't help but say, "It's because you're not in a hurry that I'm in a hurry." Fang Liyun's words were like a tongue twister, but it was quite reasonable. Xiao Ruofei saw that Song Wei was about to go berserk. He also thought that this topic was caused by him. In order to avoid Song Wei getting even with him, he decided to quickly change the topic. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei said, "By the way, Auntie, I will prepare the medicine that will be used in the next 2 days. You have to empty the fridge first." The change of topic was a little stiff, but as long as it was related to Song Qiming's rehabilitation, Fang Liyun was very attentive, so Xiao Ruofei successfully diverted Fang Liyun's attention. Fang Liyun thought for a moment and said, "There's an ice bar in the living room. Your Uncle Song usually uses it to store tea leaves. It should be okay to store Chinese medicine, right?" Xiao Ruofei said, Yes. The three of them chatted as they walked to the restaurant. Lunch was very sumptuous. Although Fang Liyun didn't want to let the caregivers take care of Song Qiming, she basically did it herself. Occasionally, she would ask Song Wei to help, but other things were basically left to the housekeeping staff. For example, cooking, cleaning, and so on. Today, knowing that Xiao Ruofei was coming, Fang Liyun specially ordered the chef to prepare a good meal. Although it wasn't made by Fang Liyun herself, it was still full of her heart. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei ate with relish and praised her from time to time. Fang Liyun saw that Xiao Ruofei was eating so happily. In the blink of an eye, he had finished 3 bowls of rice and a lot of vegetables. She was very happy in her heart. Xiao Ruofei had done so much for their family. Fang Liyun couldn't think of many ways to repay Xiao Ruofei. This time, Xiao Ruofei lived in her house because of Song Qiming's treatment. Naturally, she wanted to be meticulous in her life. Only in this way could she feel at ease. After lunch, Xiao Ruofei went back to his room to pick up the ointment that he and Song Wei had brewed together. At the same time, he carried his small medicine box and went upstairs to treat Song Qiming. The small medicine box was filled with some of the things that Xiao Ruofei often used, such as a set of acupuncture needles, a pot for cupping, a horn for scraping, and so on. When he came to Song Qiming's room, Xiao Ruofei first massaged Song Qiming to relax. Of course, he didn't use a simple massage technique. It was a massage technique from a lost medical book combined with true energy. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if he was willing to become a physiotherapist, he would have a steady stream of business with this unique skill alone. Song Qiming felt that Xiao Ruofei's hands seemed to have magic. Wherever they passed, there was a very warm feeling. This kind of tipsy feeling even made him start to feel drowsy. After the massage, Xiao Ruofei began his first acupuncture. He still chose the cloud contact 9 needles technique that he was most familiar with. When used with true energy, the effect was quite good. Whether it was massage or acupuncture, the purpose was to relax the muscles and activate the meridians. It would relieve Song Qiming's blocked or damaged meridians from external injuries to a certain extent, which was conducive to the absorption of the medicine. The first part was all auxiliary work. The real effect was the ointment that he had specially formulated. The ointment itself was very effective in treating external injuries. In addition, he added the concentrated solution of the spirit heart flower petal, which made the effect even better. After the acupuncture was completed, Xiao Ruofei rested for a while. Then, he put on disposable gloves and began to apply the ointment on Song Qiming. There wasn't a lot of ointment. Most of it was applied to Song Qiming's fracture. Xiao Ruofei was very serious as he applied the ointment evenly. The remaining ointment on the gloves wasn't wasted. Most of it was applied to Song Qiming's injured head. Although Song Qiming's body and head were black and looked a little funny, as long as the treatment was effective, Song Qiming didn't mind at all. Right now, he was most concerned about his work. If he could recover within a month or even 20 days like Xiao Ruofei had promised, then the impact of this accident on him would be minimized. Because Xiao Ruofei had specifically instructed Qiao Guangxi and the other insiders not to report the details of the accident to Song Qiming still thought that it was an accident and all kinds of coincidences. Song Qiming was now wholeheartedly focused on his rehabilitation. He was still full of confidence in Xiao Ruofei. At the same time, he also had unreserved trust in Xiao Ruofei when it came to treatment. He would cooperate with Xiao Ruofei's instructions. After Xiao Ruofei applied the ointment on Song Qiming, he took off his gloves and threw them into the trash can. Song Qiming smiled and said, "Ruofei, thank you for your hard work." Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, "You're too polite. Uncle Song, I'll treat you twice a day for the next 2 days. You just need to keep changing your medicine on time. In addition, from today onwards, you'll need to take some Chinese medicine in addition to physical therapy." Song Qiming nodded and said, "We'll listen to you about the treatment. We'll cooperate with whatever you arrange." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Then you should rest for a while. After dinner, you'll have physical therapy again and change your medicine at the same time. In addition, you'll need to take the Chinese medicine orally after dinner tonight." After half a day, the spirit heart flower's petals in the ointment must have been completely absorbed. Therefore, it was more appropriate to apply the medicine twice a day. If the density was higher, Song Qiming might be able to fully recover in a week according to the spirit heart flower's terrifying recovery ability. This was also something that Xiao Ruofei didn't want to see. If he recovered in a month, it could more or less be explained by his superior medical skills. However, if he could heal such a serious injury in a week, it couldn't be explained by his medical skills. "Okay." Song Qiming readily agreed. "Then I'll sleep for a while. I'll rest well for the rehabilitation treatment." After Xiao Ruofei came out of Song Qiming's room, he went straight to his guest room and began to prepare the Chinese medicine. This task was quite heavy. He had to prepare at least 10 days' worth of medicine, including the ointment with the spirit heart flower's petals, the Chinese medicine to aid in the recovery of external injuries, the spirit pregnancy soup, and so on. Song Qiming's sea of consciousness hadn't fully recovered yet. If he relied on himself to recover, it would be too slow. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei prepared to prepare 2 portions of the spirit pregnancy soup. After all, the spirit pregnancy soup's consumption period was at least 7 days. When he was treating Song Qiming, Fang Liyun and Song Wei didn't follow him in. They were also worried that they would disturb Xiao Ruofei. After Xiao Ruofei returned to the guest room and began to prepare the Chinese medicine, Song Wei immediately came to help. With an assistant, Xiao Ruofei's speed of decoction increased by a lot. In the evening, the curtain of night had just fallen. Xiao Ruofei finally finished this tedious task. The ointment with the spirit heart flowers petals solution filled a large enamel soup bowl. There were 2 whole spirit heart flowers petals in it. Xiao Ruofei believed that Song Qiming's fractures and other external injuries would basically be healed after the ointment was used up today. In addition to the ointment, Xiao Ruofei also decocted a large pot of Chinese medicine to aid in the treatment of external injuries, as well as 3 portions of the spirit pregnancy soup. The small plastic sealing machine that he brought along also came in handy at this time. Xiao Ruofei packed the supplementary medicine and the spirit pregnancy soup into small bags. After vacuum sealing them, he carefully labeled them. As usual, dinner was quite sumptuous. After Xiao Ruofei finished his dinner, he immediately returned to Song Qiming's room on the 2nd floor. He found that the ointment on Song Qiming's body had been wiped off. It must have been done by Feng Liyun. As usual, Xiao Ruofei was very familiar with the procedures of massage, acupuncture, and topical application. After that, Xiao Ruofei brought Song Qiming a bowl of Chinese medicine and watched him consume it. Only then did the treatment for the day basically complete. For the next 2 days, Xiao Ruofei performed physical therapy for Song Qiming once in the morning and once in the evening. At the same time, he combined the Chinese medicine with topical application and internal administration to help Song Qiming complete the treatment as soon as possible. Although only 2 days had passed, Song Qiming could clearly feel that his external injuries were getting better, especially his fractures. A few days ago, Song Qiming often couldn't sleep well because of the pain. After 2 days of treatment by Xiao Ruofei, the pain lessened a lot. Moreover, Song Qiming could often feel a tingling sensation coming from his injured bones. It was obvious that Song Qiming's physical condition was constantly improving. Because of this, Song Qiming's confidence and affection for Xiao Ruofei increased by a lot. On the morning of the 3rd day, Xiao Ruofei finished his breakfast and prepared to leave. 2 days ago, he had brought many bags of things. Most of the medicinal herbs had been converted into Chinese medicine for external injuries and the spirit pregnancy soup that were stored in the refrigerator. Although there were a lot fewer things, the trunk of the Night 15 off-road vehicle was still full, except for the small plastic sealing machine. The rest of the space was stuffed with cigarettes, tea leaves, wine, and other gifts that Feng Liyun had prepared for Xiao Ruofei. They definitely couldn't repay Xiao Ruofei's kindness, so Feng Liyun expressed her gratitude whenever she had the chance. Xiao Ruofei wasn't a pedantic person. He didn't refuse Feng Liyun's kindness, but only expressed his gratitude respectfully. After all, he didn't dare to refuse a gift from an elder. In contrast, Xiao Ruofei was more concerned about Song Qiming's follow-up treatment after he left. Therefore, he instructed Feng Liyun and Song Wei about everything, no matter how big or small. He told them to wear gloves when applying the ointment and not let the ointment come into direct contact with the skin. For example, the 3 servings of spirit pregnancy soup had to be taken 7 days apart. Xiao Ruofei had repeatedly told him to strictly follow his doctor's instructions. Otherwise, it would be fine if the medicinal properties of the cream were lost, but if Song Qiming had to take the soup of pregnancy twice in 7 days due to a lack of control over the usage cycle, it could very well lead to unknown dangers. Feng Liyun didn't dare to neglect. She wrote down Xiao Ruofei's instructions in a notebook and showed it to Xiao Ruofei for confirmation. Only then did she feel relieved. Xiao Ruofei waved goodbye to Feng Liyun and Song Wei, then drove the Night 15 off-road vehicle and left the municipal party family compound. He drove straight back to the Jiangbin Villa district. After putting everything in the car into the Ring 2 space, Xiao Ruofei went home and took a shower. He changed into a clean and fresh set of clothes, then simply packed his luggage and carried a small bag, mainly for show. Not long after, a black Mercedes-Benz sedan that he had specially called from the company in advance had arrived at the Jiangbin Villa district. The veteran driver of the small fleet sent Xiao Ruofei to the private jet building of Chongping International Airport. Xiao Ruofei had already asked the flight crew to apply for a flight route in advance yesterday and was ready to return to Beijing. It was very urgent when he came back, but when he went to Beijing, it was much easier to make arrangements. Originally, Feng Liyun wanted Song Wei to take Xiao Ruofei's flight back to Beijing to continue her studies. However, Song Qiming couldn't get out of bed now, so how could Song Wei rest assured? Feng Liyun couldn't persuade Song Wei no matter how hard she tried. In the end, she had no choice but to agree to let her stay for a few more days. However, Xiao Ruofei wasn't flying back to Beijing alone. There was another passenger on the Haven business plane today. A white Buick G8 commercial car was parked on the side of the road outside the private jet building. When Xiao Ruofei got out of the car, the electric door of the Buick G8 commercial car slowly opened, and a silver-haired old man stepped out of the car. This man was Gejun, the senior that Xiao Ruofei had accepted as a disciple on behalf of his master at Sanshan. Gejun had come to Sanshan to visit a friend. If he hadn't met Song Qiming by chance and accepted Xiao Ruofei as his junior, he would have returned to Beijing a few days ago. Hearing that Xiao Ruofei was going to Beijing, Gejun quickly decided to go back with Xiao Ruofei. Of course, he didn't know that Xiao Ruofei was taking a business jet. His original intention was to buy the same flight ticket as Xiao Ruofei, but he didn't expect that Xiao Ruofei would tell him not to buy a ticket and directly arrange a time to meet at the private jet building. Junior Xia. Gejun greeted him with a smile. Xiao Ruofei took the suitcase that the company's veteran driver took out from the trunk and told him to go straight to the city. Then, he smiled and said to Gejun, "Senior Go, I'm sorry. I'm a little late." "You're just in time." "I'm early," Gejun said with a smile. Professor Chen from the Military General Hospital also arrived at the airport with Gejun. When he saw Xiao Ruofei, he also greeted him very politely, "Hello, Mr. Xia." Professor Chen's attitude even had a trace of respect. In addition to Xiao Ruofei's seniority, a large part of the reason was that he was impressed by Xiao Ruofei's magical medical skills. If it weren't for his superior, who said that the process of Xiao Ruofei's treatment of Song Qiming must be strictly confidential and not publicized, Professor Chen wouldn't have been able to resist the urge to analyze this case in various academic settings with his peers. However, the head of the headquarters in Beijing had given direct instructions, so he could only bury this matter in his heart. He also had to repeatedly remind the doctors who had come into contact with this matter and the few graduate students he had brought over to keep this matter a secret. "Professor Chen, you're here to see me off?" Xiao Ruofei nodded at Professor Chen. Professor Chen said, "Yes. Now that Uncle Gu has returned to the capital, I don't know when I can meet him again. I wanted him to stay for a while longer, but when he heard that you were going to the capital, he couldn't stay any longer." Professor Chen smiled bitterly as he spoke. Gejun laughed and said, "Little Chen, I've been here for a long time. If you have the chance, you can also come to the capital to visit me." An expert at Professor Chen's level usually had a lot of opportunities to participate in various academic exchanges. In addition, the Joint Logistics Force often had various meetings, so he had a lot of opportunities to go to Beijing. Professor Chen nodded and said, "That's the only way. I can't keep you here either." After that, Professor Chen couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Xia, how's Secretary Song's recovery?" Although his superiors and the people in Southeast Province didn't say anything, he knew very well that Song Qiming had been discharged under such circumstances. It must have been Xiao Ruofei who had taken over the follow-up treatment. Professor Chen was very concerned about this special case, but his superiors didn't allow him to get too involved. It was like a child who saw a favorite toy but couldn't get it. The feeling was as uncomfortable as being scratched in the heart by a cat. Therefore, when he saw Xiao Ruofei, Professor Chen couldn't help but ask about Song Qiming's situation. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "It's quite smooth. The follow-up will be done step by step. I've already arranged everything, so there's no point in continuing to stay in Sanshan. It just so happens that there are still some things in the capital that I haven't finished, so I left Sanshan early this time." They talked for a while in front of the private jet building. Then, Xiao Ruofei said, "Brother Go, I think it's about time. Let's go in." "Okay." Gejun smiled and said, "Xiao Chen, you can stop here. I'll see you in the capital next time." "Okay, Uncle Go." Professor Chen said respectfully, "I wish you a safe trip." Xiao Ruofei and Gejun waved at Professor Chen, then walked into the private jet building together. After a while, Xiao Ruofei and Gejun arrived at the tarmac. Seeing the haven shining under the sun, Gejun couldn't help but sigh. "I knew that Brother Xiao's business was very successful, but I didn't expect you to even have a private jet. I'm basking in your glory this time." Xiao Ruofei said modestly, "This jet isn't actually mine. Strictly speaking, it's my friend's property." It's just that I'm the one using it most of the time. As the two talked, they stepped onto the gangway and stepped into the cabin. Gujun was also a person who had seen the world. He had even accompanied the leader on a visit as a medical expert. He had even sat in Huaxia's Air Force One, so when he saw the luxurious furnishings in the cabin, he wasn't too surprised. Of course, Huaxia didn't have the so-called Air Force One. In fact, the leader's private jet was usually used for civil aviation. It was only when there was a visit that it would undergo internal modifications in advance. Then, the senior pilots of the Air Force would be responsible for flying it. Today, the weather in Xianxia was good. The sky was clear and the traffic at the airport was normal. So, after the two boarded the plane, it didn't take long for the plane to be allowed to taxi. The Gulfstream business jet quickly left the parking spot and slowly taxied all the way to the runway. After a Sichuan Airlines Airbus landed, Xiaoruofei's Haven was allowed to enter the runway and take off. The plane accelerated on the runway, and finally, with a light leap, it flew into the blue sky. After a while, the plane climbed to cruising altitude and the seatbelt indicator light was quickly extinguished. The flight attendant came over to ask Xiaoruofei and Gujun what they wanted to drink. Xiaoruofei asked for Gujun's opinion and asked for 2 glasses of red wine. The whole flight was about 2 hours, so Xiaoruofei didn't plan to eat on the plane. After the red wine was served, Xiaoruofei asked the flight attendant to return to the front cabin. He opened the backpack beside him and took out a manuscript that still exuded a trace of ink. He smiled and handed it to Gujun. Gujun had already vaguely guessed what Xiaoruofei gave him, but when he really saw the words 3 Scrolls of Mayun on the cover, he couldn't help but feel agitated. His hands holding the manuscript couldn't help but tremble slightly. Gujun said in a trembling voice, "Junior Xia, is this the 3 Scrolls of Mayun?" Xiaoruofei smiled and said, "To be precise, it's the first volume of the 3 Scrolls of Mayun. Senior Ge, I've been treating Uncle Song for the past 2 days. When I'm free at night, I've been copying this manuscript. I've only finished the first volume for now. I'll give the other 2 volumes to you when I have time." The 3 Scrolls of Mayun was naturally written in classical Chinese. Typing on a computer might not be as fast as writing by hand. Moreover, there were many diagrams in the medical book that were difficult to draw with a computer. So Xiaoruofei simply chose to write by hand. He even specially used a brush. "No rush. No rush," Gujun said with some excitement. "Junior Xia, you didn't forget to copy the manuscript when you were treating Secretary Song. It's really too hard." Xiaoruofei waved his hand and said, "Actually, I have a lot of free time at Uncle Song's house." "Senior Ge, you don't have to be so polite. This medical book originally belonged to your Ge family. I'm just returning it to you intact." "Thank you, Junior Xia," Gujun said sincerely. Xiaoruofei said with a smile, "You're really welcome. If this medical book stays in my hands, it will at most improve my medical skills. But if it comes to Senior Ge, it may be able to carry forward ancestor Ge Hong's medical skills. I can pass it on to my disciples and clansmen?" Gujun asked. "Of course." Xiaoruofei shrugged and said, "Chinese medicine is declining day by day. In addition to some objective factors, many Chinese medicine practitioners cherish their own skills. Many Chinese medicine inheritances are gradually lost because of this idea of keeping the skills at the bottom of the box." Gujun said seriously, "Junior Xia, don't worry. I will certainly not repeat the same mistakes, but I will also carefully examine the character of my disciples and clansmen to ensure that such precious medical skills are passed on to those who really love Chinese medicine and want to carry it forward." Xiaoruofei nodded and said, "I'm naturally assured of you." In fact, Xiaoruofei's original intention of accepting disciples on behalf of the master was to carry forward the 3 Scrolls of Cloud Contact. After getting the first volume, Gujun couldn't wait to open the manuscript and read it on the plane. During the 2-hour flight, Gujun didn't even raise his head. His eyes didn't leave the manuscript. He was completely immersed in it. In fact, although the 3 Scrolls of Cloud Contact was lost, some of its contents were passed down generation by generation through word of mouth. These contents also formed the theoretical support of the Ge family's Chinese medicine. Therefore, although it was the first time Gujun studied the 3 Scrolls of Cloud Contact, he had a feeling of déjà vu. Moreover, this was the original medical book created by ancestor Gu Hong. It was a great promotion and transformation for the Chinese medicine knowledge he had learned before. There were many problems caused by incomplete inheritance in the past. When reading this manuscript, he felt like the clouds had been lifted and the sun had been seen. Therefore, Gujun was immersed in it and didn't realize the passage of time at all. It wasn't until the plane began to descend and the seatbelt indicator light lit up that Gujun got out of the state of immersion with Xiao Ruofei's reminder. He woke up from a dream and said, "We've arrived so soon?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Senior, if I didn't remind you, maybe you wouldn't notice that we all left after the plane landed." Gujun said with some embarrassment, "This medical book is really attractive." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "At first glance, I can tell that Senior Gu is a person with high concentration." The plane was about to land soon. Gujun didn't study the medical book anymore. He put the manuscript in his bag carefully, as if he was taking care of a family heirloom. In a sense, this medical book was really the family heirloom of the Gu family. After a short while of hovering and waiting, the Gulfstream business jet was soon allowed to land blindly. When the plane touched the ground lightly and began to glide, Gujun said with a smile, "Junior Xia, the enjoyment of rich people is really different. Look at this private jet. Compared with it, ordinary flights are simply beggars. We not only save time, but also don't have to line up. The flight process is so smooth, it's as if the plane is parked on the ground and hasn't started." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "The cruising altitude of the Gulfstream business jet is much higher than that of ordinary civil aircraft. At that altitude, the airflow is generally more stable, so it's rare to encounter such situations as turbulence." While the two were chatting, the plane had passed the taxiway and stopped at a distant seat. The flight attendants quickly opened the cabin door and lowered the gangway ladder. Xiao Ruofei and Gujun took their carry-on luggage and stood up to get off the plane. Walking out of the restricted area of the airport, Xiao Ruofei saw Wu Cheng in the crowd at a glance. Xiao Ruofei met up with Wu Cheng and handed over the luggage in his hand. At this time, Gujun also met up with the people who were picking him up. He was picked up by a Hongqi car sent by the Health Bureau. A group of people walked out of the airport departure hall. Xiao Ruofei said, "Senior Gu, let's part here. You're welcome to visit my house when you're free." Gujun asked, "Junior Xia, you really don't want to go back with me? I want to introduce you to a few friends in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. Moreover, those good-for-nothing disciples of mine should also pay their respects to their martial uncle." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand with a smile and said, "I really can't today, I still have something to do. Bring my martial nephews and nephews to my place some other day. My house is in Luhai Lane. It's easy to find from Dishengate Inner Street." Gujun nodded and said, "Okay. Then I'll visit you some other day." Xiao Ruofei nodded and parted ways with Gujun outside the airport hall. The two got into their respective cars and left the airport. The car that Wu Cheng drove today was the Toyota Alpha commercial car. To be honest, the Alpha was claimed to be incomparably comfortable. Xiao Ruofei didn't feel anything special about it. He had only been on the plane for more than 2 hours, which was much more luxurious than the first class. In his opinion, it was just a means of transportation that was more comfortable than ordinary cars or off-road vehicles. To be honest, the Alpha was claimed to be incomparably comfortable. Xiao Ruofei didn't feel anything special about it. He had only been on the plane for more than 2 hours, which was much more luxurious than the first class. In his opinion, it was just a means of transportation that was more comfortable than ordinary cars or off-road vehicles. To be honest, the Alpha was claimed to be incomparably comfortable. Xiao Ruofei didn't feel anything special about it. He had only been on the plane for more than 2 hours, which was much more luxurious than the first class. In his opinion, it was just a means of transportation that was more comfortable than ordinary cars or off-road vehicles. Wu Cheng saw Xiao Ruofei's displeased expression through the rearview mirror and said, "Boss, this car wasn't parked at the entrance when I came out." Xiao Ruofei said indifferently, "I know, Wu Cheng. Let's go straight in." "Yes, boss." Wu Cheng didn't say anything else and calmly replied. He pressed a button on the remote control, and the back door of the courtyard house slowly slid open. Then, he started the car and drove into the courtyard. On the other side of the Mercedes-Benz, when Xiao Ruofei's Toyota Alpha appeared at the entrance of the alley, the people in the car had already seen it. But it wasn't until the car reached the entrance that the rear door of the Mercedes-Benz opened and a middle-aged lady dressed in jewelry stepped out of the car. The driver of the Mercedes-Benz trotted to the back and opened the trunk. He carried some gifts and stood behind the middle-aged lady. The middle-aged lady still had a reserved smile on her face as she nodded slightly in the direction of the Toyota Alpha. But in the next moment, the smile on her face froze because the Alpha didn't stop at all. It drove straight into the courtyard and ignored her. The middle-aged lady was still raising her hand to greet Xiao Ruofei in the car in what she thought was an elegant manner, but her hand froze in place. Her elegant style instantly became comical. By the time she came back to her senses, Xiao Ruofei's Toyota Alpha had already driven into the courtyard house and the electric door was slowly closing. The middle-aged lady's face suddenly darkened. Her dark eyes stared at the electric door for a few seconds before she coldly said to the driver, "Open the door." The voice was extremely cold, as if it had floated from an iceberg that would never melt. The driver, who had served the middle-aged lady for many years, naturally knew how angry his employer was when she spoke in such a tone. He couldn't help but shudder. He quickly put down the gifts in his hand and trotted to the courtyard house's entrance. In the courtyard house, the electric door of the Alpha slowly slid open. Xiao Ruofei got out of the car and walked toward the owner's courtyard in the middle. Behind him, Wu Chang took Xiao Ruofei's simple luggage and quickly followed. Wu Chang had seen everything that had happened at the entrance of the Sihiyuan. However, he was very clear that he should not ask what he should not ask. The good habit he had developed in the army should be maintained. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Wu Chang subconsciously stopped in his tracks. "Let sister-in-law Xiaojuan deal with it," Xiao Ruofei said indifferently. "Yes, boss," Wu Chang replied. Then, he called out to his sister-in-law, Wu Xiaojuan, and asked her to go and see who was outside. In fact, he knew very well that the person who rang the doorbell must be the person in the car just now. But since the boss said so, he just did as he was told. Xiao Ruofei's footsteps did not stop as he walked straight to the master's courtyard in the middle. Xiao Ruofei recognized the black Mercedes-Benz at first sight. It was Family Lu's car. To be precise, it was the car of Mr. Lu's daughter, Lu Lifeng. During the period when he was treating Mr. Lu's children came to visit from time to time. Lu Lifeng came in this car every time. With Xiao Ruofei's memory, he would never forget it as long as he saw it once. What made him unhappy was that Family Lu's people were already waiting here when his plane had just landed and he had not yet returned home. Lu Lifeng's intention was self-evident. She wanted to ask Xiao Ruofei to continue treating Mr. Lu. However, Xiao Ruofei did not like this aggressive attitude. He had reached a verbal agreement with Family Lu and gained some benefits by treating Mr. Lu. However, this did not mean that he sold himself to Family Lu. Strictly speaking, the relationship between Xiao Ruofei and Mr. Lu was between a doctor and a patient. The verbal promise he got from the pharmaceutical group and Family Lu to Family Song was just a consultation fee. How could a doctor who had just landed after a long flight and had not yet returned home, and the patient's family came to ask for a doctor? At least let him rest, right? This was not asking for a doctor, this was forcing him to abdicate. Xiao Ruofei would not tolerate their bad habits. Xiao Ruofei had just arrived at the middle courtyard when Xiao Xiaolan, who was working in the backyard, quickly walked over and said, "Boss, someone is looking for you outside." "It's Lu Lifeng, the senior vice president of Lu's group." Xiao Ruofei said lightly, "Help me refuse. Say that I'm tired from the journey and will not receive guests today." Xiao Xiaolan was stunned. Wu Chang said, "Xiaolan, don't be stunned. Do as the boss says." "Oh." Xiao Xiaolan came back to her senses and said, "Okay, I'll go now." She did not know why Xiao Ruofei, who had always been easygoing, would refuse a guest who had already arrived at the door. However, she did not need to guess the boss's decision. She just had to do as he said. After Xiao Xiaolan left, Wu Chang put down Xiao Ruofei's luggage and said, "Boss, you take a rest first. I'll go down too." Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and said, "Well, call me when it's time to eat. No matter who comes, block them for me." "Understood." Wu Chang said concisely. Then, he bowed slightly to Xiao Ruofei and turned to leave the middle courtyard. Xiao Ruofei casually put his mobile phone aside, then found a set of home clothes and went into the bathroom to take a bath. He enjoyed the jacuzzi tub and unknowingly soaked for more than half an hour. When he changed his clothes and came out, he picked up his mobile phone and glanced at it. He found that there were several missed calls. These calls were all from the same person, Mr. Lu's eldest son, Lu Chuanfeng. Xiao Ruofei curled his lips and threw his mobile phone aside. He took out a cigarette and crossed his legs on the sofa. He had no intention of returning the call. However, after a while, the mobile phone rang again. It was still Lu Chuanfeng calling. Xiao Ruofei calmly took 2 puffs of the cigarette. After putting out the cigarette, he picked up the phone. "Hello, Minister Lu," Xiao Ruofei said in a flat tone. On the other end of the phone, Lu Chuanfeng seemed to be relieved. He said, "Mr. Xia, did I disturb your rest?" Xiao Ruofei did not comment. Then, he asked, "What's the matter, Minister Lu?" Lu Chuanfeng could not do anything about Xiao Ruofei's pretense. Moreover, he did not call to criticize Xiao Ruofei. On the contrary, he wanted to explain what happened today to Xiao Ruofei. Lu Chuanfeng said awkwardly, "Mr. Xia, I heard that my sister came to your house to look for you, really?" Xiao Ruofei directly interrupted Lu Chuanfeng and said, "I'm not sure. Minister Lu, I'm tired from the journey today. When I got home, I went straight to bed. I also told my subordinates to reject any visitors. So, I'm not sure what happened." Lu Chuanfeng was suddenly speechless. He did not know how to respond to Xiao Ruofei's words. Xiao Ruofei continued, "Oh right, Minister Lu, you said that Mr. Lu came to visit just now? I just entered the house. Mr. Lu is really well informed. Could it be, you're monitoring my whereabouts?" When Xiao Ruofei said this, his tone became a bit unfriendly. Actually, this was also what made him the most unhappy. He hadn't even entered the house yet, and Lu Lifeng was already swaggering at the door waiting for him. Wasn't this clearly saying that their Lu family had complete control of his whereabouts? Although with family Lu's power, it was easy for them to know the flight plan of the haven, this approach made Xiao Ruofei quite disgusted. Lu Chuanfeng was also secretly complaining. He smiled bitterly and said, "Mr. Xia, you misunderstood. We wouldn't dare to monitor you. It's like this. My sister just came back from overseas today. She saw you at the airport, but before she could say hello, you got in the car and left. My sister is also concerned about my father's condition. She thought that since you were back in Beijing, she wanted to visit and communicate with you about my father's condition. That's the situation." Lu Chuanfeng's words could be said to be full of loopholes. Xiao Ruofei took a business jet back to Beijing. He left the restricted area from the private jet building. He didn't walk out of the ordinary passenger passage. The private jet building and the terminal building were far away. How could Lu Lifeng have seen him, and Lu Lifeng was behind him? How could she have arrived at Luhai Hudong Sihiyuan before Xiao Ruofei? These details couldn't stand up to scrutiny. However, for Lu Chuanfeng to come up with such a big lie, it was quite obvious that he wanted to express his goodwill. In fact, Lu Chuanfeng was also helpless. Lu Lifeng suddenly came to Xiao Ruofei this time, and he didn't even know that Lu Lifeng and a few others had been monitoring Xiao Ruofei's whereabouts. He didn't even know that Lu Lifeng and a few others had been monitoring Xiao Ruofei's whereabouts. He didn't even know that Lu Lifeng had asked for the flight plan of the haven through civil aviation. If Lu Chuanfeng knew, he would have stopped Lu Lifeng. To be able to do this kind of brainless behavior, it could only be said that her EQ was too low. Lu Chuanfeng didn't know what to say about this. There were many people like Lu Lifeng in the family Lu. They were all used to being pampered, and their style of doing things was domineering. If it was an ordinary person, they naturally wouldn't dare to provoke them. However, they didn't need to use their pig brains to think. What kind of person was Xiao Ruofei? Could he spoil their bad habits? They were really stupid. If it wasn't for Lu Lifeng angrily calling Lu Chuanfeng to complain, and even making a scene, Lu Chuanfeng wouldn't have known about this. He also wouldn't have known that Xiao Ruofei had returned to Beijing. He fiercely reprimanded Lu Lifeng, and then pinched his nose to clean up Lu Lifeng's mess. After being ridiculed by Xiao Ruofei, he still had to put on a smiling face. What kind of sin did he commit? After listening to Lu Chuanfeng's explanation, Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "So that's how it is. I really didn't know. I've neglected your sister." Lu Chuanfeng quickly said, "Mr. Xia, you're too serious. It's my sister who doesn't know any better. How could she come to visit like this? It's really too abrupt. I've already severely criticized her. Mr. Xia, please be magnanimous and forgive her." Lu Lifeng was in her 40s. According to her age, she was old enough to be Xiao Ruofei's aunt. However, after listening to Lu Chuanfeng's words, she felt that Lu Lifeng was like a child who hadn't grown up. No matter how she listened to it, it didn't sound right. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a chill when he thought of Lu Lifeng's heavily made-up face. He quickly said, "Forget it, it's not a big deal." "Director Lu, is this why you called me?" "It's not worth your special call to explain. I'm not that petty." Lu Chuanfeng secretly smiled bitterly. He thought to himself, "If I don't make this call quickly, I'm afraid you'll ignore my family for many more days." These days, Mr. Lu had been persistently taking the pills left by Xiao Ruofei. Although his condition didn't improve significantly, there was some improvement. The most important thing was that Mr. Lu's illness was very dangerous. Before Xiao Ruofei's intervention, it had been rapidly worsening. Now, not only did his condition not worsen, but it had also improved. From the results of the examination, the tumor had even shrunk a little. This was undoubtedly a huge hope for the Lu family. Mr. Lu's medicine was almost finished. If Xiao Ruofei delayed for a few more days, once he stopped taking the medicine, no one could guarantee that his condition wouldn't worsen again. Lu Chuanfeng wanted to worship Xiao Ruofei, so he really couldn't understand why Lu Lifeng would do such a stupid thing. Lu Chuanfeng thought for a moment and said, "It's better to explain these things clearly, in case Mr. Xia misunderstands our family Lu. Also, my father misses Mr. Xia a lot. He mentioned Mr. Xia to me many times." Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "I'm just a young boy. What do I have to do? Director Lu, how about this? I still have some personal matters to take care of. There are some things I need to personally take care of regarding the pharmaceutical company's handover. I'll find time to visit Mr. Lu tomorrow and the day after. He really does need a follow-up." Lu Chuanfeng suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, "Thank you, Mr. Xia. Then you rest, I won't disturb you anymore. We'll talk when we meet." "Goodbye, Director Lu," Xiao Ruofei said faintly. After Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone, he squinted his eyes and sat thoughtfully for a while. Then he got up and walked to the computer, turned it on, and checked his email. Xiao Ruofei did have some things to take care of these days. Before he returned to Beijing, he rented a large warehouse in a secluded area on the outskirts of Beijing with Zhao Yongjin's help. In addition, he ordered a batch of supplies online, which would arrive in a few days. These supplies included 30 prefabricated houses, a large number of labor tools, daily necessities, small engineering equipment, and so on. He was preparing in advance for the Ring 2 space to increase manpower in the future. The reason why he rented a warehouse in Beijing was that it was more convenient to transfer goods and order orders faster. In addition, he might live in Beijing often in the future, so it would be more convenient to have a warehouse in Beijing with a transfer function. The warehouse Zhao Yongjun helped him rent was relatively large, so it wouldn't be a problem to store all the supplies. Xiao Ruofei also asked him to temporarily send a reliable subordinate to guard there. In addition, he also sent a list of supplies to that person, who was responsible for receiving the supplies. When all the supplies arrived, Xiao Ruofei would go over and collect them all in one go. Of course, although these things were cumbersome, there wasn't much that Xiao Ruofei needed to do. It also didn't affect his follow-up consultation with Elder Lu. However, he heard from Dong Yun that the takeover of the pharmaceutical group didn't seem to be going well. Although there wasn't much resistance, there were always some small problems. Xiao Ruofei guessed that it was most likely someone in the Lu family stirring up trouble, so he took advantage of this opportunity to knock some sense into them. When he talked to Lu Chuanfeng, he casually mentioned the takeover of the pharmaceutical group. It was up to Lu Chuanfeng to see if Lu Chuanfeng understood the meaning behind his words. If Lu Chuanfeng made a move and the resistance disappeared, then everything would be fine. If the situation with the pharmaceutical group remained the same, then sorry. Tomorrow's visit was a visit, and the day after tomorrow was also a visit. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei could really just visit the old man. He didn't say that he was going for a follow-up consultation anyway. Baidu searched the Cloud Pavilion novel website and let you experience the latest and fastest chapters of novels. All novels were updated in seconds. Lu Chuanfeng's actions were very fast, or it could be said that he was very sensitive. Xiao Ruofei only casually mentioned it on the phone, but he immediately realized that there might be a problem with the handover of the pharmaceutical group. On the night that Xiao Ruofei returned to Beijing, he received a call from Dong Yun. Some of the small problems that he encountered before were easily solved. The attitude of those who were not very cooperative in many things and who made excuses had a 180-degree change. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei heard from Dong Yun that the Lu's group in Beijing had sent a senior executive to lead a team to the pharmaceutical group's management and dismissed them on the spot. Then, the people of the Lu's group temporarily took over their work. In this way, the handover work was much smoother. Xiao Ruofei was well aware that this was Lu Chuanfeng expressing goodwill to him. He encouraged Dong Yun on the phone and encouraged her to make persistent efforts to handle the handover beautifully in one go. This would lay a solid foundation for the next step of the Taoyuan company's expansion. The next day, Xiao Ruofei called Lu Chuanfeng in the evening. Lu Chuanfeng was a little restless the whole day. He learned that there were many problems with the handover of the pharmaceutical group, and they were all obstacles created by a group of people led by Lu Lifeng. According to Lu Lifeng, they deliberately delayed the handover. Why could Xiao Ruofei leave the old master halfway and run back to the Three Mountains? Since the treatment hasn't been completed, then don't even think about getting your hands on the pharmaceutical company. Even if the transfer of shares had been completed, such a huge and complicated handover of assets, if the Lu's group did not cooperate or deliberately obstructed the handover work could really be delayed indefinitely. After Lu Chuanfeng heard Lu Lifeng's simple idea, he almost went crazy. His younger sister had been spoiled since she was a child, and it could be said that she hadn't learned how to deal with people at all. To put it simply, she had a screw loose in her head. Coupled with her status as the eldest daughter of a corporation, those people in the family also let her do whatever she wanted, which led to today's passive situation. Lu Chuanfeng was indeed a little careless when it came to Xiao Ruofei's matter. He thought that Xiao Ruofei had returned to the Three Mountains, and that the treatment here was mainly based on taking medicine. Therefore, he didn't pay too much attention to the situation here. He didn't expect his good sister to almost poke a hole in the sky. Lu Chuanfeng made a prompt decision. On the same day, he sent a trusted senior executive of the family group to the pharmaceutical company with a team to deal with the matter. There were a few management members in the pharmaceutical company who were the fiercest. In fact, they did so under Lu Lifeng's instructions. This time, they died a little unjustly. They were directly used as the rafters to stand up and take the blame for Lu Lifeng. In Beijing, Lu Chuanfeng didn't care about Lu Lifeng's crying. He made up his mind to suspend her work around and let her reflect at home. Although Lu Chuanfeng didn't hold a position in the family group, he was Elder Lu's eldest son. Among the second generation of children, he was also the best on the road of politics. In the family, he was basically the kind of person who kept his word. Especially now that Elder Lu was recuperating, the power of the family was almost handed over to Lu Chuanfeng. Naturally, he could make a decision on this matter. After dealing with these matters, Lu Chuanfeng reported to his father. Elder Lu was silent for a long time, then sighed and said, "The family is unfortunate. It's all my fault for spoiling her too much in the past." Lu Chuanfeng said, "Dad, as the eldest brother, I also have the responsibility. In the past, Li Feng was a little domineering, but I didn't care too much. I thought that the daughter of our family Lu was a little high profile. But now that I'm not in good health, Li Feng and the others are still acting recklessly." Elder Lu said coldly, "Okay, you handled this matter well. Let's leave it at that for now." "Okay, Dad," Lu Chuanfeng said, then asked, "About Xiao Ruofei. Should I?" "You don't have to call him, and you don't have to take the initiative to talk about these things." Elder Lu said lightly, "This young man is not simple. There are some things that we can only do, but not say, otherwise it will be counterproductive. I know, Dad. Lu Chuanfeng said, but what if he doesn't take the initiative to contact me? Your medicine here is. He won't keep pretending to be deaf and dumb. Elder Lu said confidently, although Xianxia is decisive and ruthless, he is still a person who is very particular. There are many things that he doesn't say, but his heart is clear. Hearing his father say this, Lu Chuanfeng could only say helplessly, okay then. So, Lu Chuanfeng waited for the whole day. In the evening, when he received a call from Xiao Ruofei, Lu Chuanfeng couldn't wait to answer the phone and said, Mr. Xia, hello. Xiao Ruofei said lightly, hello, Minister Lu. I want to visit Elder Lu tomorrow. Is it convenient for him tomorrow? Lu Chuanfeng said quickly, of course. Of course. Mr. Xia can come over at any time. He couldn't wait for Xiao Ruofei to stay at Elder Lu's place tonight. Now, Elder Lu was waiting for Xiao Ruofei to provide life-saving medicine. How could it not be convenient? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, okay, I'll visit him tomorrow morning. Okay. Okay. Lu Chuanfeng said excitedly, Mr. Xia, when is it convenient for you? I'll send a car to pick you up. He even used honorifics unknowingly. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, there's no need to pick me up. I know the place. About 9 o'clock tomorrow. I'll go there myself. Okay. Lu Chuanfeng said quickly, Mr. Xia, I'll see you tomorrow. The next day, Xiao Ruofei got up and practiced for a while. After breakfast, he took a leisurely shower. Then, he got into Wu Chang's Toyota Alpha and drove to Elder Lu's house in the southern suburbs of Beijing. Lu Chuanfeng didn't go to work today. He was waiting for Xiao Ruofei at the three-story house in the southern suburbs early. He saw Xiao Ruofei's car from afar and asked the guard at the gate to let him in. The car stopped in the yard. The electric door was only half open when Lu Chuanfeng quickly walked up to him. For a vice-ministerial leader, such a gesture in front of a young man in his 20s was obviously a sign of humility. Mr. Xia, thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your hard work. Lu Chuanfeng greeted Xiao Ruofei warmly. Xiao Ruofei's expression was still calm. He looked like an expert who didn't care about material gains. He smiled faintly and said, I don't deserve to be welcomed by Minister Lu. You're too kind. Lu Chuanfeng said modestly. Mr. Xia, you're my father's savior. No matter how much respect you receive, you deserve it. I'm not your savior. Xiao Ruofei said. Elder Lu's illness is quite tricky. Although I managed to control it temporarily, no one can guarantee that I'll be able to cure it. Lu Chuanfeng laughed dryly and said, of course. Of course. For Mr. Xia to be able to control the illness, his medical skills are already at a superb level. Let's go see Elder Lu first. Xiao Ruofei said. Okay. Mr. Xia, this way please. Lu Chuanfeng said. He personally led the way and led Xiao Ruofei to Elder Lu's room on the second floor. Elder Lu looked quite energetic. His face was still thin, but his complexion was different from before. When Xiao Ruofei first met Elder Lu, his face was full of defeat. It was obvious that he didn't have much time left. But this time, there was obviously more vitality. Xiaoxia. Elder Lu leaned on the bed and greeted Xiao Ruofei with a smile. Hello, Elder Lu. Xiao Ruofei said with a hint of respect. Putting aside the differences in their standpoints and some disagreements with family Lu, this old senior who came from the war years and participated in the founding of the Republic was indeed worthy of Xiao Ruofei's respect. Moreover, from Xiao Ruofei's previous interactions with him, regardless of how the younger generation of the Lu family were like, this old man was very wise and far-sighted. He was not as ruthless as he had imagined. Did everything go well on your return to the Three Mountains? Elder Lu asked with a smile. Thanks to you, I didn't let you down. Xiao Ruofei said with a faint smile. The matter of Song Qiming could be controlled on the internet and could be sealed off from those who knew about it, but it couldn't be hidden from the big families in Beijing. Xiao Ruofei knew that family Lu probably knew about Song Qiming's recovery. That's because your medical skills are amazing. You can do what others can't. Elder Lu said with a smile. To be honest, this old man really did understand the matter of Song Qiming in detail. He even listened to the opinions of medical experts. Elder Lu's conclusion from the experts was that according to Song Qiming's injuries, there was a 90% chance that he would be brain dead in less than 5 hours. The possibility of waking him up or even saving his life was close to zero. Therefore, it could only be explained by the magic of Chinese medicine. After getting such a conclusion, Elder Lu looked forward to Xiao Ruofei's medical skills even more. He knew very well that Xiao Ruofei wasn't just a life-saving straw to him. It should be said that Xiao Ruofei was already a life-saving log or even a lifeboat. Xiao Ruofei said with a faint smile, "You flatter me. Elder Lu, let me give you a checkup first. Let's see how you've recovered during this time." "Okay." Elder Lu said with a smile, "Xiaoxia, when you weren't in Beijing, my heart was in a mess. Now that I see you, I feel at ease. The reason why I can go back without worry is because I have confidence." Xiao Ruofei said, "You should trust the doctor." "Haha. Yes, yes, yes." Elder Lu said with a smile. Xiao Ruofei came to the bedside and sat down, then said, "Elder Lu, please extend your left hand." Although Xiao Ruofei deliberately delayed the treatment process, he was still very serious during the examination. Xiao Ruofei strictly followed the procedure of looking, listening, questioning, and feeling the pulse. He used the methods of traditional Chinese medicine to examine Elder Lu. At the same time, he also used his mental strength to observe the situation of the tumor during the process of feeling the pulse. The results of the examination were similar to what he had expected. Overall, the condition had improved. The specific manifestation was that the tumor had stopped spreading, and the tumor in the main lesion had a slight tendency to shrink. It could be said that the condition was basically developing according to his plan. This also explained why Elder Lu looked much better than before. The cancer cells were suppressed, and their activity was much weaker than before. There was no way for them to spread anymore, so naturally, his spirit was better. When Xiao Ruofei retracted his hand and opened his slightly closed eyes, Lu Chuanfeng couldn't wait to ask, "Mr. Xia, how is my father's condition?" Xiao Ruofei said lightly, "Not bad. It can even be said that, the effect is better than I expected." Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei turned to look at Lu Chuanfeng and said with a faint smile, "If I'm not wrong, the tumor in Elder Lu's body should have stopped spreading, and the tumor in the pancreas should have shrunk slightly, right, Minister?" "Lu?" Lu Chuanfeng nodded and said, "Mr. Xia, your judgment is very accurate." During the period when Xiao Ruofei was not in Beijing, the family Lu could not be completely at ease except for strictly following Xiao Ruofei's instructions and giving Elder Lu the pills on time. Therefore, during this period, he had done 2 comprehensive examinations. The results of the examination were basically the same as Xiao Ruofei's description. Through looking, listening, questioning, and feeling the pulse, he could make such an accurate judgment. It was the same as the results of the examination by sophisticated medical equipment. With this skill, many Chinese doctors in the country could not compare. Elder Lu said with a smile, "This is not strange at all. If Xiaoxia can't even do such a good examination, how would he dare to take over a terminally ill patient like me?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Mr. Lu, although your illness is serious, it is not incurable. Isn't the treatment now developing in a good direction? Therefore, it is impossible to say that he is terminally ill." Lu Chuanfeng also said, "Yes. Dad. Mr. Xia is right. You can't say such ominous things." Old man Lu smiled nonchalantly and said, "Why are you guys more superstitious than me? I've lived for so long, and I've been through mountains of corpses and seas of blood during the war. Why would I care about these things? Besides, I'm a pure materialist. I don't believe in that." Lu Chuanfeng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Elder Lu, it seems that my treatment direction is correct, so the whole treatment plan doesn't need to be adjusted too much. Since the medicine I prescribed is symptomatic, continue to take it." Old man Lu smiled and nodded. "All right. You have the final say in the treatment." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "In addition, I'll give you acupuncture again today. But I need to explain to you that acupuncture doesn't directly work on the tumor, but it stimulates the potential of your body, which is more conducive to the absorption of the medicine. From my examination today, your body functions are much better than last time. This can undoubtedly promote the absorption of the medicine, so the number of acupuncture shouldn't be too much. After all, overdrawing the potential of the body is not a good thing. Old Man Lu nodded slightly and said, I understand. Too much is as bad as too little. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, that's the truth. After that, Xiao Ruofei turned to Lu Chuanfeng and said, Minister Lu, please leave us for a while. I'm going to start the treatment for Elder Lu. Lu Chuanfeng looked at Old Man Lu, and Old Man Lu gestured at him angrily. Only then did he nod slightly and step out of the room. After Lu Chuanfeng left, Xiao Ruofei asked Old Man Lu to take off his shirt and lie down on the bed. Then, he took out the silver needles from the small medicine box he carried with him. After carefully disinfecting them, he began to perform acupuncture on Old Man Lu. He still used the cloud contact 9 needles technique. A few days ago, he copied the first volume of the 3 scrolls of cloud contact and gave it to Gejun. In the process, he had a further understanding of this precious medical book in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. In addition, he had used the cloud contact 9 needles more often during this period, so his proficiency was obviously stronger. Xiao Ruofei moved the needles as if they were flying. Without any hesitation, 8 silver needles were accurately inserted into the corresponding acupoints in the blink of an eye. Then, he followed the cloud contact 9 needles technique, either flicking, twisting, or lifting. At the same time, a wisp of gentle true qi was also injected into Old Man Lu's meridians during the process of acupuncture. Old Man Lu felt that the acupuncture area was slightly sore and swollen. At the same time, he clearly felt a warm current slowly flowing in his body. He was so comfortable that he almost moaned. Xiao Ruofei focused on the acupuncture, while Old Man Lu slightly closed his eyes with a look of enjoyment. Time quietly passed. When Xiao Ruofei used the specific technique of the cloud contact 9 needles to take back all the 8 silver needles, Old Man Lu seemed to have woken up from a dream. He was somewhat unsatisfied as he asked, Is it over? Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, Old Man Lu, your body is still relatively weak, so the acupuncture time shouldn't be too long. Old Man Lu chuckled and said, Understood. Understood. Too much is as bad as too little. Yes, the principle is the same. Xiao Ruofei nodded to Old Man Lu as he disinfected the silver needles. Old Man Lu said with emotion, The things passed down by our ancestors are all good things. Just like this acupuncture, Western medicine will never be able to have such a magical effect. Little Xia, after this acupuncture, I immediately feel that my whole body is much more energetic. Now, even if you want me to jog a few laps, I feel that it won't be a problem. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, Actually, there's nothing mysterious about it. The acupuncture is like a primer that stimulates the potential of your body. However, I completely agree with your point of view. Huaxiao's Chinese medicine is broad and profound, but it's a pity that the inheritance is incomplete. Coupled with the deliberate guidance of the Western public opinion, it has caused many people to have misunderstandings about Chinese medicine. Old Man Lu said thoughtfully, I think that the country should also increase the support for Chinese medicine and related industries. After all, Old Man Lu was once a leader, so naturally, he was inspired by this matter and expanded it to the national level. Xiao Ruofei only nodded to express his agreement and didn't go deeper. After all, this wasn't something that could be done with just a few words. If they really wanted to vigorously promote and support Chinese medicine, there would be many practical problems that needed to be solved. For example, the quality of Chinese medicine practitioners was uneven, the standards of the Chinese medicine industry were unclear, and so on. In fact, why were there so many voices of support for some of the prejudices about Chinese medicine in society? To a large extent, it was because of the existence of quacks that smeared the reputation of Chinese medicine, causing patients to lose their confidence. After Xiao Ruofei finished the acupuncture for Old Man Lu, he took out 2 small porcelain bottles that contained enough pills for Old Man Lu to take for a month. This was something that he got Xia Qing to prepare in the spatial ring yesterday. The main ingredient of these pills was actually honey, along with a few other herbs that had the effect of nourishing the body. The real effect was naturally the spiritual heart flower petal solution that was evenly mixed. After leaving behind the porcelain bottle full of pills, Xiao Ruofei politely declined Elder Lu's invitation to stay for dinner and directly bid him farewell and left. After Wu Chang sent Xiao Ruofei here, he didn't leave. After Xiao Ruofei was done with the materials, he directly took the Toyota Alpha commercial vehicle back to the courtyard house. Lu Chuanfeng personally sent Xiao Ruofei to the car in the courtyard downstairs. After watching the car drive away, he then went upstairs to Elder Lu's room. "Dad." Lu Chuanfeng respectfully called out. Old man Lu nodded and said, "He left?" "Yes." Lu Chuanfeng nodded and said, "He said that for the next month, you only need to take the pills on time and that you don't need any additional treatment. He also said that if there's any situation, we should call him immediately." What he meant was that he might not come over for the next month. Old man Lu smiled and said, "There's nothing wrong with that. He's a doctor, so of course, he has the final say on how to treat you. Moreover, isn't the effect good now? This means that his treatment is in the right direction." Lu Chuanfeng nodded and said, "Understood." "Oh right, Dad. Do you need me to explain to Xiao Ruofei about the little tricks that Li Fang has been playing recently?" Old man Lu waved his hand and said, "There's no need for that. Before he left, I had a simple chat with him and tactfully expressed our attitude. I believe that with his wisdom, he should be able to feel our goodwill." "All right then," Lu Chuanfeng said. However, although Xiao Xiao's side has been pacified temporarily, Lu Lifeng can't be let off easily. Old man Lu said sternly, "From today onwards, she's not allowed to interfere with the company's affairs. Also, freeze all of her credit cards and savings cards. Restrict her allowance every month." "Ah? Isn't this too strict?" Lu Chuanfeng hesitated. "If we don't be strict, how will she learn her lesson?" Old man Lu said, "Just do it. Just say that I personally gave the order. If she's not happy about it, tell her to come to me." "Understood," Lu Chuanfeng said. Then, Lu Chuanfeng hesitated, then said with a worried look, "Dad. Why do I feel that this Xiao Ruofei is deliberately dragging it out, as he doesn't want you to recover so quickly?" Old man Lu chuckled and said, "That's human nature. I'm not as lucky as old Song, to find such a treasure. If it was Master Song who contracted this illness." Lu Chuanfeng creased his eyebrows and said, "Maybe he would recover in a week or two. This Xiao Ruofei." Old man Lu waved his hand and said, "Don't mention this anymore. It's normal for him to do this. If it were me, I would do the same." Lu Chuanfeng nodded dejectedly. Then, he said solemnly, "Dad. I have another worry." Elder Lu chuckled and said, "Why are you so worried? It's not like you to be afraid of the smallest thing." Lu Chuanfeng smiled bitterly and said, "It's related to you, so I have to be careful." Elder Lu nodded slightly and said, "Then tell me. What are you worried about?" Lu Chuanfeng looked worried and said, "Dad, I've been worried about one thing these days, and that is, the medicine that Xiao Ruofei gave you, will you be dependent on it?" Elder Lu raised his eyebrows and asked, "You're saying, you're worried that this pill is like a drug, and once you're addicted, you can't leave it?" Lu Chuanfeng nodded and said, "Yes. After all, his position is still somewhat opposite to our family Lu, and we had some conflicts in the past. Your importance to our entire family is self-evident. If he uses a drug to achieve the goal of controlling you and using it to threaten our family, the consequences will be unimaginable." Elder Lu chuckled and didn't answer Lu Chuanfeng's question directly. Instead, he asked, "Chuanfeng, let's make a hypothesis first. Let's say that your worries become reality, then it means that I will face two choices. First, reject this drug, and I may quickly lose my life. Second, accept this drug, and I will become dependent on it and even lose myself. If you were me, what would you choose?" Lu Chuanfeng couldn't help but smile bitterly. He shook his head and said, "I don't know, it's really hard to choose." Elder Lu looked at Lu Chuanfeng and asked again, "Then stand in your position and think about it. What choice do you think I should make?" Lu Chuanfeng frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, he suddenly felt Elder Lu's thoughtful gaze. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He quickly said, "I think you should choose the second choice. No matter what the situation is, your life must be the number one priority. Even if you have to pay a high price for it, there's nothing to consider. Elder Lu's mouth curved slightly. In fact, Lu Chuanfeng's hesitation was already an answer. If it was really like what he said, and everything was based on Elder Lu's life, then what was there to hesitate about? To put it bluntly, when Old Man Lu suddenly asked this question, Lu Chuanfeng couldn't help but consider his family, and even his personal growth, progress, glory, and wealth. Lu Chuanfeng felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles under Old Master Lu's wise gaze that seemed to be able to see through everything. He knew that he had raised this concern, as well as the hesitation he had shown when answering the old man's question, was actually very inappropriate. Grandpa Lu looked at Lu Chuanfeng for a while before slowly revealing a smile and said, "Chuanfeng, why are you so nervous?" "I'm just asking casually." Elder Lu was not angry. Having lived to this age, he had seen through many things. Even if it was his own son, it was impossible for him to be completely free of selfish thoughts. Moreover, even he himself would often prioritize the interests of his family. This was not a mistake. Lu Chuanfeng awkwardly smiled and said, "Dad. Maybe I'm just worrying for nothing." "You're worrying too much," Elder Lu said calmly. "Put away those inexplicable worries. Xiao Ruofei is not that kind of person." "I know, Dad," Lu Chuanfeng said. Then, he asked curiously, "Dad, why are you so confident in Xiao Ruofei?" Elder Lu chuckled and said, "It's not that I trust him that much. This little guy is Old Song's man. How would I dare to trust him 100%? But the probability of what you said happening is really pitifully small, so it's basically negligible." "Oh? What do you mean?" Lu Chuanfeng raised his eyebrows and asked. Elder Lu said calmly, "I've always taught you that you have to learn to think from the other party's point of view. This matter is the same. As long as you try to think from Xiao Ruofei's point of view, you'll know that he won't do this at all." Elder Lu paused for a moment, then continued, "First of all, it can be said that he already has my life in his hands, and he has the power to decide whether to kill or not. That's not too much to say, right? He can control the rhythm and cycle of the treatment to keep us in check. That's enough for him." "That's the theory," Lu Chuanfeng said. "But a man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. What if he's not satisfied with this kind of control?" Elder Lu smiled faintly and said, "I'm quite a good judge of character. Based on my understanding of Xiao Ruofei, he's not the kind of person who's insatiable. On the contrary, he's always had a good grasp of the situation. Most importantly, if he really uses his strong dependence on drugs to control me, then he's undoubtedly crossed the red line. Once this line is crossed, a lot of things will go out of control. When that time comes, even if Old Song wants to protect him, it'll be very difficult." Lu Chuanfeng showed a thoughtful expression. After a while, he let out a sigh of relief and said, "Dad. You're the one who's so thoughtful. This? I was indeed a little worried for nothing." Just as Elder Lu said, even if Xiao Ruofei deliberately delayed the treatment to keep family Lu in check, all of this was still within the scope of the rules of the game. But once he crossed this line and used his dependence on drugs to control a former leader with students and old friends all over the world, the head of one of the top families in Xianxia, then it wouldn't be just Xiao Ruofei or family Lu's problem anymore. Xiao Ruofei would be under the control of all forces, and the government would never allow this to happen. Everyone would be able to live peacefully within the circle of rules. But once someone tried to break the rules, then everyone in the circle would gang up and attack them. Elder Lu nodded and said, "All right. Chuanfeng, the discussion just now was limited to you and me. Don't spread it out." "Yes, Dad," Lu Chuanfeng said. "Also, during this period of time, you should put more effort into work." Elder Lu said, "Now that my condition has stabilized, and Xiao Ruofei's medicine is very effective, I'll be fine after taking it on time every day. So you don't have to come over here every day. Also, don't arrange the physical checkups so closely. Once a month is enough, there's no need to go back and forth." "I know, Dad," Lu Chuanfeng said, "then you rest well. I'll go back to work now." Old Man Lu slowly closed his eyes and nodded slightly. Lu Chuanfeng saw that the old man didn't have any other orders, and that he had already closed his eyes to rest. He didn't say anything else, but quietly bowed slightly to Elder Lu, then quietly left the old man's room. After Xia Ruofei returned to the courtyard house in Luhai Lane, in the next 2 days, he went to the family Song's old house. When he visited Master Song, he reported the treatment of Song Qiming to him face to face. The accident that happened to Song Qiming was not a real traffic accident, but a deliberate attack that was planned by someone behind it. This kind of thing naturally couldn't be hidden from Master Song. After he saw Xia Ruofei, he naturally asked about the situation in this regard. Xia Ruofei had already wiped out Bao Guijuan's assassination team, and the crisis on Song Qiming's side had been temporarily resolved. Next, he would go to Alur, a small country in Africa where the Mordor organization was located, to destroy the Mordor organization. At the same time, he had to find out the mastermind behind this matter to completely eliminate the danger of Song Qiming. Such an arrangement was naturally inconvenient for Master Song to know, so he did not disclose this information to Master Song. He just said that the southeast province had been under control. Although there were no clues for the time being, there was no problem with the safety of Song Qiming's family. Master Song didn't doubt it. Although he was slightly disappointed, he also knew that he couldn't expect Xia Ruofei to be omnipotent. After all, the enemy was hiding in the dark. In addition to strength, he also needed a little luck to pull them out. In addition to visiting Master Song, Xia Ruofei also took time to go to the Taoyuan Club. First, to see the progress of the construction, and second, to visit the crew of the Life I Yearned For. The program recording has been in progress, with a few days of rest in the middle. Although it will take some time for the recording of the whole season to be completed, Xiangnan Satellite TV has been increasing its publicity efforts. The first episode of this season, that is, the episode Xia Ruofei participated in recording, will soon be available to the audience. Xia Ruofei chatted with He Jiong, Huang Lei, and others for a while during the recording of the program. The director also came over to express his gratitude to Xia Ruofei. He mainly thanked Xia Ruofei for cooperating with the promotion of the program. Xia Ruofei's popularity on the internet is not even inferior to that of some little fresh meat. He posted a Weibo to promote the program, which may have a better effect than 10 times of publicity by the program group in other channels. For the director's gratitude, Xia Ruofei dealt with it with a smile. To be honest, he didn't do anything himself. Most of the time, Qin Yanan led the team to maintain the Weibo account. Including the promotion of this program, Qin Yanan also communicated with the program group. What content was released was discussed by the two sides. Xia Ruofei himself did not participate. After returning to the courtyard house in Luhai Alley from the Taoyuan Club, Xia Ruofei stayed at home for another day, and then received a call from Zhao Yongjun. He had arranged for a reliable subordinate to help Xia Ruofei watch the warehouse in the suburbs of Beijing. Now all the materials ordered by Xia Ruofei have arrived, so he called to tell Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei was very happy when he heard the news. He personally drove the Land Rover to the warehouse that Zhao Yongjun helped to rent. The subordinate that Zhao Yongjun arranged to help was called Xia Wei. He was indeed loyal to Zhao Yongjun. These days, he moved his bedrooms and directly lived in the warehouse, not leaving for a moment. When all the materials arrived, he immediately reported to Zhao Yongjun. Xia Ruofei expressed his gratitude to Xia Wei and specially prepared a red envelope of 10,000 yuan. Xia Wei repeatedly refused, and did not dare to accept Xia Ruofei's red envelope at all. Xia Ruofei persuaded him in every way possible, and finally forced a red envelope into Xia Wei's hands with a straight face. Xia Wei repeatedly thanked him and accepted the red envelope, somewhat flattered. After Xia Ruofei checked the batch of materials, Xia Wei handed the warehouse key to Xia Ruofei and then left. Xia Ruofei waited for Xia Wei's car to drive away before he locked the warehouse door from the inside. As for the windows, when the warehouse was rented, Xia Ruofei had already asked people to put up all the windows with frosted stickers. After locking the warehouse door, Xia Ruofei carefully released his spiritual power to thoroughly check the entire warehouse, including the batch of materials ordered, to prevent people from installing surveillance devices such as pinhole probes. Although he trusted Zhao Yongjun very much, he was not familiar with Xia Wei after all. The Ring 2 space was his most important core secret, and Xia Ruofei absolutely could not allow the slightest risk of it being leaked. After checking with his spiritual power, he did not find any problems. Xiao Ruofei was relieved to put all the materials into the Ring 2 space. The amount of materials ordered this time was very large, just the prefab houses alone were bought, and there were 30 of them. In addition, some of the materials were also very heavy, such as some small construction machines. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei could only collect them in batches. He spent about 10 minutes to put everything into the space. The warehouse suddenly became a lot more spacious. Xiao Ruofei told Xia Qing to take Bao Guijun and the others to separate the batch of materials and store them properly. As for the 30 prefab houses, Xiao Ruofei let Bao Guijun and the others do the preliminary assembly first. When it was time to lift them up, he would enter the space and use the space's invisible force to coordinate. After arranging all this, Xiao Ruofei took out a large lock that he had already prepared from the space. He then opened the door of the warehouse a crack and walked out in a flash. He took off the original lock hanging on the door, threw it into the warehouse, and then locked the warehouse door with his new lock. Of course, this was also to prevent Xia Wei from duplicating the key without permission. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei could only collect them in batches. He spent about 10 minutes to put everything into the space. The warehouse suddenly became a lot more spacious. Xiao Ruofei told Xia Qing to take Bao Guijun and the others to separate the batch of materials and store them properly. As for the 30 prefab houses, Xiao Ruofei let Bao Guijun and the others do the preliminary assembly first. When it was time to lift them up, he would enter the space and use the space's invisible force to coordinate. After arranging all this, Xiao Ruofei took out a large lock that he had already prepared from the space. He then opened the door of the warehouse a crack and walked out in a flash. He took off the original lock hanging on the door, threw it into the warehouse, and then locked the warehouse door with his new lock. Of course, this was also to prevent Xia Wei from duplicating the key without permission. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. An hour later, a Huaxia Airlines flight with the national flag painted on the fuselage took off from Beijing International Airport. Xiao Ruofei was on the plane. His destination was the Shenzhen International Airport, which was a few hundred kilometers away. Of course, Xiao Ruofei's final destination was not Shenzhen. In fact, he only stayed in Shenzhen for an hour. He didn't even leave the airport's restricted area. He took a Eastern Airlines flight directly to Bole Airport in Addis Ababa, the capital of Ethiopia. Xiao Ruofei's final destination was Arulai, a small inland country in Africa. However, there were no direct flights between Huaxia and many countries in Africa. He had to transfer to some small countries in Africa. Bole Airport in Addis Ababa was one of the busiest airports in the African continent. Many employees of Huaxia's companies who went to Africa for business would transfer here. When they returned to China, they would also transfer at Bole Airport. Xiao Ruofei still booked an international flight with Huaxia Airlines. Because the flight was more than 12 hours long, Xiao Ruofei naturally booked a luxurious first-class ticket. In fact, the so-called luxurious first class was just like that. At most, the seats were more comfortable and spacious. In addition, the seats could be flattened into a bed. Of course, it was not as spacious as the bed at home. People who were slightly taller had to curl up to sleep. If it wasn't for the need to change his appearance, Xiao Ruofei would definitely choose a private business jet for such a long flight. Even if he had to refuel on the way, the whole trip would definitely be more comfortable than taking a civil plane. Of course, Xiao Ruofei also came from a poor background. He had been in the army for so many years. Although his conditions were better now, he wasn't so pretentious that he couldn't stand sitting for more than 10 hours. There were still so many people who didn't want to part with the expensive tickets and chose economy class. When the plane took off from Shenzhen, it was already evening. When the plane climbed to cruising altitude and the seatbelt indicator light went off, it was already dark outside the porthole. The stewardesses also began to leave their seats to serve the passengers. The service in the first-class cabin was naturally very considerate. The stewardesses first brought blankets, toiletries, pajamas, headphones, and so on. The first-class passengers each received one. Following that, a menu was sent over. One could order food in the first-class cabin. In fact, Huaxia Airlines even supported ordering online before departure, but Xiao Ruofei didn't want to go through the trouble. After all, there weren't many choices. Moreover, people's appetite would be reduced in the air, and their taste buds would become dull. Whatever they ate would be the same. First-class meals were, in fact, relatively more advanced in-flight meals. Xiao Ruofei ordered a few dishes and a glass of red wine, mainly to sleep more comfortably. Soon, the food he ordered was served. The presentation was quite exquisite, but the portion was a little small. Xiao Ruofei finished his dinner quickly and drank the red wine in small sips. A stewardess quickly walked over and softly asked if he wanted to eat anything else. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "I'm full. Thank you for taking all of these away. By the way, after you're done, please help me lay my seat flat. I'm going to rest." "Okay," the stewardess said and began to clean up quickly. Xiao Ruofei took his toiletries and went to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. He also changed into the cotton pajamas provided by the airline. When he returned to his seat, the stewardess had already made his bed and brought over a small quilt. "If I don't wake up, please wake me up in 7 hours, Xiao Ruofei said. "Okay, sir," the stewardess said respectfully. "Good night." "Thank you." Xiao Ruofei crawled into bed and put on his headphones. He picked a movie from the multimedia system and watched it. After a while, he fell into a deep sleep. About 7 hours later, the stewardess came over to wake Xiao Ruofei up. He rubbed his eyes and sat up. The plane was still flying steadily at cruising altitude. Xiao Ruofei looked out of the porthole and found that it was still dark. He got up and went to the bathroom to wash up and put on his clothes. When he returned to his seat, the stewardess had already restored the bed to its original position. For the next 3 or 4 hours, Xiao Ruofei sat in his seat with some boredom. Because Ethiopia's time was 5 hours slower than Huaxia's, although it was almost early morning in China, it was still midnight here. It was dark outside the porthole and nothing could be seen. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the Huaxia Airlines Airbus Jumbo landed smoothly at Bole Airport in Addis Ababa. Xiao Ruofei picked up his small backpack and got off the plane. The airport in the early morning was not very busy. The frequency of planes taking off and landing was much lower than during the day. There were not many people in the terminal building. Because there were only 2 flights from Bole Airport to Arulai Airport every day, and the earliest flight was around noon tomorrow, Xiao Ruofei had already booked a local hotel in advance and decided to rest for a while before taking the flight. Therefore, in addition to applying for a tourist visa for Arulai, Xiao Ruofei also applied for a transit visa for Ethiopia. Of course, this was all done with the help of Zhao Yongjun in a very short time. When Zhao Yongjun learned that Xiao Ruofei was coming to Africa, he did not ask him what he was going to do. He made thorough preparations for him. In addition to personally helping him with the visa, there were also some trivial details that were taken into consideration. For example, when Xiao Ruofei came out, he learned that he needed an international certificate of vaccination or preventive measures, commonly known as a small yellow book. He looked through his backpack and saw the small yellow book inside. This was naturally prepared for him by Zhao Yongjun. Xiao Ruofei did not go for any vaccines. The environment of the African continent was relatively harsh, and there were some stubborn diseases that could not be eliminated, such as malaria. Once these diseases were contracted, it would even be life-threatening. However, Xiao Ruofei naturally did not need to worry about this. If a cultivator was infected by a disease, it would be a laughingstock. Xiao Ruofei followed the international practice and put a $10 bill in his passport, and quickly passed through the customs. He walked out of the airport, took a taxi directly, and went to the hotel he booked online. In order to facilitate the transfer, Xiao Ruofei booked the hotel near the airport. Along the way, Xiao Ruofei looked out of the car window with some curiosity. This was his first time coming to the mysterious African continent. Ethiopia was a relatively poor and backward country, but Addis Ababa was the capital of Ethiopia after all. The city looked good, at least better than the stereotype in Xiao Ruofei's mind. There were almost no pedestrians on the streets in the early hours of the morning, and the buildings on both sides of the road were shadowy in the dark. Xiao Ruofei did not feel uneasy coming to a foreign country. After the novelty passed, he lazily leaned against the back of the seat and closed his eyes to rest. The hotel was very close to the airport, and it didn't take long to arrive. Xiao Ruofei came to the front desk of the hotel, and a sleepy black girl woke up to receive him. Xiao Ruofei used English and sign language to communicate with the black girl with difficulty and finally completed the check-in procedures. He took the room card and took a creaking elevator to the 5th floor where his room was. Looking at the modeled elevator and the tattered carpet, Xiao Ruofei really doubted that this hotel could reach the 3-star standard. Or is there a difference between Ethiopia's 3 stars and China's 3 stars? Xiao Ruofei felt lucky that he prioritized the location for the convenience of the transfer, so he booked a 3-star hotel. If he booked a 5-star hotel in the city center, the difference would be even greater. After finding his room, Xiao Ruofei opened the door and went in. He inserted the room card into the power outlet, turned on all the lights, and looked around the room. This hotel was indeed a bit old, and the furnishings in the room were quite old. However, what made him more satisfied was that although it looked a bit shabby, at least the sanitary conditions were good, and it was not as messy as he imagined. Xiao Ruofei then used his mental power to check the entire room again. Coming to a strange place, the first thing Xiao Ruofei did was to check the surrounding environment. Fortunately, there were no minuscule cameras, listening devices, or anything of the sort. Xiao Ruofei threw the bag on the bed and went into the bathroom to take a shower. In fact, according to the time in Xianxia, it was already 6 or 7 in the morning. In addition, Xiao Ruofei also slept for a while on the plane, so he was not sleepy at all at this time. He didn't book the hotel to sleep, mainly because he considered the nearly 10 hours of waiting time. If he stayed in the airport all the time, it would be very difficult. It was better to find a hotel, even if it was just to lie down and rest. Xiao Ruofei was in the middle of his shower in the bathroom when the room suddenly became dark. He subconsciously released his mental power and found that the whole hotel was dark. Only then did he realize that there was a power outage. A power outage, these 2 words were a very distant word to the people of Xianxia. Except for power company maintenance or natural disasters, Xianxia basically did not have any large-scale power outages. The days of power shortage were very far away. The water from the showerhead was very cold. Xiao Ruofei did not mind, even if it was ice water, he could still take a shower. As for the darkness, it was even less of a problem. The eyes of a high-level qi condensation cultivator were much better than night vision goggles. At least, they would not see things in black and white like night vision goggles. Xiao Ruofei took a shower step by step, wiped his body, and took out his home clothes from the space to change. Then, he went out to rest on the bed. He was now very energetic, it could be said that he was not sleepy at all. Therefore, he did not force himself to sleep. Instead, he took out his phone and read the news for a while. Before he left, he used the phone number he used this summer to apply for international roaming. Although the network signal here was a bit bad, it could still be used. Xiao Ruofei lay down to rest for a few hours. When it was 9 o'clock in the morning, he went downstairs to find something to eat. In the hotel restaurant, Xiao Ruofei ordered a toast and a cup of milk juice. The taste of the bread was average, it felt a bit baked, with a hint of burnt smell. However, the milk juice left a deep impression on Xiao Ruofei. The fragrance was very strong, it should be quite pure. He finished his breakfast unhurriedly and ordered another cup of fruit juice. After eating, Xiao Ruofei went upstairs to his room, packed his luggage, and went downstairs to check out. Then, he asked the front desk to help him call a taxi. For this, Xiao Ruofei also gave the black girl at the front desk a tip of $50. The black girl's eyes lit up. Xiao Ruofei did not doubt that if he showed a trace of desire, the black girl would definitely not hesitate to come over. It should be known that the local monthly wage was equivalent to a few hundred Xianxia dollars. The $50 tip that Xiao Ruofei gave was almost half a month's salary for the front desk staff. However, Xiao Ruofei did not have such a heavy taste. His aesthetic was relatively traditional. He could accept blondes from Europe and America, but black girls, forget it. Xiao Ruofei took the taxi and went back to Bull Airport. It was the morning local time, and the outside could be seen clearly. Xiao Ruofei found that last night's first impression of Ethiopia was completely based on hazy beauty. Today, when the veil of the night was removed, he found that even the capital of Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, was relatively backward in terms of development. The buildings outside looked a bit dilapidated, and in the short distance from the hotel to the airport, Xiao Ruofei saw several unfinished buildings. After returning to Bull Airport, Xiao Ruofei went to the counter to go through the procedures again and entered the airport's restricted area through security. Bull Airport was actually very small, and Xiao Ruofei quickly found his boarding gate. At this time, there was still more than an hour before his Ethiopian Airlines flight took off. Xiao Ruofei found an empty seat and sat down to wait. He reached into his backpack, took out a book from the dimension, and casually flipped through it. After a while, a hesitant voice sounded next to him. "Are you from Huaxia?" This person spoke Mandarin, but his accent was a bit strange. Xiao Ruofei looked in the direction of the voice and saw a black young man in his early 20s smiling at him. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes, I am from Huaxia." "Hello, hello," the black young man said enthusiastically. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Xianxia." Asked Fadaka. "Well, that's not important. Our African names are really too long, and even I can't remember them sometimes. You can call me Daka." Xiao Ruofei wanted to laugh. "Check in? Is this to remind me not to forget to sign in when I go to work?" Daka grinned, revealing a mouth full of white teeth. He nodded and said, "Actually, it's just a syllable in my name. Because it's easier to remember, my friends call me that. By the way, I have many Huaxia friends, because I studied abroad in the capital of Huaxia for 3 years. My Chinese was also learned at that time." Daka asked, "Sir, how should I address you?" Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "My name is Xia Tian." Xiao Ruofei's identity was originally a cover, and it was recorded in the entry and exit records. Furthermore, Xiao Ruofei had also changed his appearance, so there was no need to keep it a secret. Daka raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, "Xia as in summer, Tian as in summer?" Xiao Ruofei was slightly stunned and said, "Correct." To be honest, seeing a black man speak Chinese in the distant African continent, Xiao Ruofei still felt a sense of closeness. This had nothing to do with national pride or inferiority. The waiting time was a bit boring, so Xiao Ruofei chatted with him for a while. Through the exchange, Xiao Ruofei found out that this black man named Daka was also heading to Arulai. He worked in a Chinese organization in Arulai, mainly in translation and guiding. Although Daka was not from Arulai, he had lived in Arulai for a few years when he was young and knew the local language. At the same time, he was also proficient in English. His Chinese was considered good among foreigners, so the translation job was actually quite suitable for him. Xiao Ruofei asked curiously, "Daka, as far as I know, Arulai and Huaxia are not very close. Why are there Chinese companies there?" Before Xiao Ruofei set off, he had also done some research on the small country of Alur. Of course, this kind of understanding was limited to reading some encyclopedias and not too in-depth. After all, he had come here this time to use thunderous methods to get rid of the Mod mercenary corps in one fell swoop, so he did not need to think too much about it. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei only knew that the relationship between Arulai and Huaxia was not particularly good. Of course, this was because Daka had spent his childhood in Aluri, so it was a little more tactful. In fact, Arulai was a rogue country. When it needed help, it would be very obedient, and when it got the benefits, it would quickly spout nonsense. It had even broken off relations with Huaxia before, and it was only in recent years that diplomatic relations were restored. Daka smiled and said, "Summer, is there any place in the world that doesn't have Chinese companies? Especially in the African continent, as long as there are people, Huaxia companies will be there." It was business. Making money is the most important thing. Xiao Ruofei was slightly taken aback. "Our Huaxia enterprise?" Daka grinned, revealing his big white teeth. He scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "When I was studying abroad in Huaxia, I fell deeply in love with this mystical eastern country. So, I'm considered a citizen of spiritual Huaxia." Xiao Ruofei could not help but laugh. On the internet, there were many exquisite people, elite people, and even spiritual Huaxia people. This was the first time he had heard of spiritual Huaxia, but it sounded pretty good, even if it was said by a poor African brother. Daka continued, "Arulai is a very backward country. It's one of the least developed countries in the world. The average wage there is only 300 to 400 Huaxia dollars. I work in a Chinese company, and my income is at least 20 to 30 times that of the locals. So, I love Huaxia. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "You're honest." After the two chatted for a while, the announcement announced that they could board the plane. Therefore, the two of them stood up, picked up their luggage, and went to the boarding gate to queue. Because Arulai was adjacent to Ethiopia, and the flight distance was not too far, the planes flying from Addis Ababa to Arulai were all ARJ regional jets, and they looked very old. They were at least 10 years old. These regional jets did not have first-class cabins, and they were all economy-class cabins. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei also bought an economy-class ticket. However, the entire flight was only 2 to 3 hours, and it would be over soon. There were quite a lot of passengers on this flight, and there was a long queue at the boarding gate. Xiao Ruofei was mixed in with a group of black people, and he was very conspicuous. He chatted with Daka as he slowly moved forward with the queue. After boarding the plane, Xiao Ruofei quickly found her seat near the wing in the middle of the cabin with the help of the stewardess. It was then that he and Daka realized that the two of them were actually in the same row, and there was only an aisle between them. Daka immediately discussed with Mogentia beside Xiao Ruofei, and Mogentia happily swapped seats with Daka. Daka carried his little bag and sat down beside Xiao Ruofei. He grinned and said, "Hey, brother, this is fate." Xiao Ruofei also nodded with a smile. With the cheerful Mogentia accompanying him, the journey would not be boring. The two of them fastened their seatbelts, and chatted as they waited for the plane to take off. The surrounding passengers saw that Daka was chatting so happily with a Huaxia person in Chinese, and they all looked at them with envy. Nowadays, the whole world knew that the Huaxia people were getting richer and richer, especially in places like Africa. The Huaxia people were like gods of wealth. No, the black brothers did not know about gods of wealth, they were like walking US dollars. Soon, the plane received permission to take off. It taxied to the runway and began to accelerate. As the old regional jet accelerated, creaking sounds came from the cabin, as if everything was shaking. This was especially true after the plane took off. Every time the flaps were retracted, they could be heard clearly. The wings kept shaking as they flew, as if they would break at any time. During this period of time, Xiao Ruofei had been taking the Gulfstream business jet, which was much more comfortable than the large civil aircraft. Now that she had switched to this small regional jet, it was like switching from a sports car to a tractor. She was not used to it for a while. He looked at Daka and the surrounding passengers curiously, and found that they all looked normal. It was as if there was nothing scary about the shaky flight. Xiao Ruofei was not afraid because he was confident. If the plane really crashed, he could still hide in the Ring 2 space. Although it might be troublesome in the end, at least his life would not be in danger. But were the ordinary passengers not afraid at all? Xiao Ruofei was curious and could not help but ask Daka. Daka grinned and said, "Xia, you'll get used to it. I've been on this plane for at least 1 or 2 times a month, sometimes 3 or 4 times a month. It's been more than 2 years. Do you think I'll still be afraid? Most of the passengers on the plane fly this route often, so they're used to it." "I see," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "I've learned a lot." "You're not nervous?" Daka was also curious. He smiled and said, "I remember a friend of mine from Huaxia took this plane for the first time. He was so scared that his face turned pale and his hands and feet were cold. After landing, he swore that he would never take this plane again. When he returned to China, he even took a bus to Ethiopia, then took the train to Addis Ababa." "Isn't that a little too exaggerated?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "I'm not nervous, I'm just not used to it." Fortunately, the turbulence was not constant throughout the flight. When the plane climbed to cruising altitude, the turbulence lessened a lot. The stewardesses even started to push out small carts to serve the passengers. In the past, when the plane was in China, the stewardesses would be asked to stop serving the passengers and sit in their seats with their seatbelts fastened. They would only resume serving the passengers after the plane stabilized. Xiao Ruofei politely declined the food provided by the stewardess. He was not interested in the sticky local delicacies, especially when the food was cooked and reheated on the plane. It looked terrible, and Xiao Ruofei lost his appetite. Daka, on the other hand, enjoyed the food. When he saw that Xiao Ruofei did not want to eat, he asked the stewardess to give Xiao Ruofei's share to him as well. Then, he ate with relish. There was a strange smell in the cabin. Xiao Ruofei did not know how to describe the smell of the food. To put it simply, it smelled like curry and durian mixed together. One could only imagine how touching the smell in the cabin was. Xiao Ruofei even used his qi to temporarily seal his sense of smell. When most of the passengers had finished eating, the smell in the cabin subsided. Xiao Ruofei saw that Daka had finished his lunch and asked with a smile, "Daka, are there any fun places in Alurai? Can you introduce me to some places?" Xiao Ruofei had set himself up as a backpacker. Now that Huaxia's economy had improved, there were more and more people traveling abroad. There were many people like him who traveled alone with simple luggage to non-mainstream destinations. Daka grinned and said, "Brother, you've asked the right person. I'm quite familiar with Alurai." "Oh? Then can you recommend some fun places?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Let me think about it." Daka raised his head and thought for a moment, then said with a bitter smile, "Alurai doesn't have many tourist resources, and there aren't many places to visit. If we're talking about interesting places, the Alurai temple should be one of them. Although it doesn't seem like much to us locals, I think you'll be interested. After all, you can experience a completely different culture from the east there." "Alurai temple?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "A temple that's named after the country? I really want to visit it." Daka pursed his lips and said, "Alurai is very small. It's not even as big as a province in Huaxia. No. Many prefecture-level cities are bigger than it. So it's not really a temple that's named after the country. You'll get used to it after seeing it more. For example, our destination this time is called Alurai City. It's the capital of Alurai, and it's also named after the country." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but chuckle. Daka, this spiritual Huaxia guy, really wasn't just for show. Even the words "our Huaxia" were spoken so naturally that it didn't feel out of place at all. Along the way, Xiao Ruofei and Daka chatted casually, and he gained a better understanding of Daka and Alurai. The Chinese company that Daka worked for was in the construction of roads and bridges, and had contracted many projects in Alurai. There were several construction sites all over the country that were in operation at the same time. Of course, the so-called nationwide wasn't as big as a prefecture-level city in Huaxia. Additionally, the president of Alurai was also a weirdo. He had issued many ridiculous decrees, such as no farting in public. The rules were very detailed, and if no one caught farting, it wasn't considered illegal. However, if someone caught it and reported it, it could even lead to imprisonment. The president also gave himself many titles, such as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Alurai, Honorary Admiral of the Alurai Navy, and so on. In reality, Alurai's armed forces were very weak, and as a small landlocked country, there was no navy at all. Even a mercenary group like Mord could become the emperor of Alurai. One could only imagine how backward the country's armed forces were. With Daka, the spiritual Huaxia guy, by his side, Xiao Ruofei's journey didn't feel so boring. He felt like the flight time seemed to pass faster, and soon, the plane began to descend. The maddening bumps started to appear again. Xiao Ruofei and Daka fastened their seatbelts and calmly waited for the plane to land. Daka saw that Xiao Ruofei's expression was so relaxed, and it was obvious that he was really calm. He couldn't help but give Xiao Ruofei a thumbs up. Although the plane was shaky, the pilot's skills seemed to be good. Alurai's armed forces were very weak, and as a small landlocked country, there was no navy at all. Even a mercenary group like Mord could become the emperor of Alurai. One could only imagine how backward the country's armed forces were. With Daka, the spiritual Huaxia guy, by his side, Xiao Ruofei's journey didn't feel so boring. He felt like the flight time seemed to pass faster, and soon, the plane began to descend. The maddening bumps started to appear again. Xiao Ruofei and Daka fastened their seatbelts and calmly waited for the plane to land. Daka saw that Xiao Ruofei's expression was so relaxed, and it was obvious that he was really calm. He couldn't help but give Xiao Ruofei a thumbs up. Although the plane was shaky, the pilot's skills seemed to be good. The crosswind in Alurai's airport was quite strong today, and the regional jet itself was quite small. Landing in the crosswind was quite challenging, When it finally landed, the plane was almost perpendicular to the runway, using an angle to offset the crosswind. After Xiao Ruofei parted ways with Daka, he took a taxi to the hotel he had booked online. The Binster Hotel was one of the few hotels in Aureliai that accepted online reservations. It was claimed to be a 5-star hotel, but when Xiao Ruofei checked in, he felt that it was about the same as a 4-star or 3-star hotel in China. The key was that the facilities looked old, and the service was even worse. Perhaps it was because Africans were naturally lazy, but Xiao Ruofei did not feel the hospitality of a 5-star hotel. The most obvious manifestation of this was that there was not a single employee at the front desk who could speak fluent English. Xiao Ruofei spoke and gestured and finally managed to communicate with them. After getting the room card, Xiao Ruofei picked up his backpack and took the elevator to the room. He had booked a large executive suite, and the room price was $300 per day. At this point, Xiao Ruofei could not help but complain inwardly. Aureliai's economic development was extremely backward, but the prices here were not as cheap as he had imagined. On the contrary, the cost of living here was much higher than in Xianxia. In fact, it was not just Aureliai. Xiao Ruofei had also noticed this when he was in Ethiopia. Taking a taxi would cost $20 to $30, and a meal would cost at least $100 to $200. Xiao Ruofei had also asked Daka about this out of curiosity. Based on this level of spending, how did the locals who only made $50 to $60 a month survive? After Daka explained to Xiao Ruofei finally understood. It turned out that the locals would not spend like this. The big shops, restaurants, and taxis were mainly used to earn money from foreigners. When the locals needed to buy things, they would not go to the supermarket. There were many roadside stalls here, and the things they bought were much cheaper than in the shops. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei had a lot of USD and Xianxia currency in his space, so it did not matter if the cost was higher. In fact, in many parts of Africa, Xianxia dollars were as strong as the US dollar. It could be said to be a hard currency. You could even use Xianxia dollars to buy things. Merchants were more welcoming of it. After Xiao Ruofei entered the room, he was already mentally prepared for a room that did not meet the standards of a 5-star hotel. He did not care too much about the living conditions. Instead, he released his spiritual power to thoroughly inspect the room. Compared to the comfort of living, Xiao Ruofei obviously paid more attention to safety. Xiao Ruofei was quite satisfied with the results of the inspection. There were no messy things in the room. He hung up the "Do Not Disturb" sign and locked the door. Then, he walked to the window and quickly observed the situation outside. Then, he closed and locked the window and drew the curtains. With a thought, Xiao Ruofei took out several pieces of jade from the space and waved his hand to arrange them in place. This was a very simple formation, and its function was relatively simple. It was an early warning. Once someone opened the door and came in, it would inevitably trigger the formation. At that time, even if Xiao Ruofei was in the space, he would still be able to get an early warning. This way, when he was in the space, he did not need to separate a trace of spiritual power to alert the outside world. After setting up the formation, Xiao Ruofei stepped into the bathroom and locked the door. Generally, when he was outside, Xiao Ruofei tried to avoid entering the space. However, he had to go in today, so he could only be more cautious. According to the current arrangement, even if someone sneaked in or a waiter accidentally broke in, Xiao Ruofei could immediately come out of the space and put away the ring to space. Then, he would create the illusion that he was in the bathroom. Xiao Ruofei summoned the spiritual map scroll from his body and carefully stuffed it into a towel on the towel rack. Then, with a thought, he disappeared from the bathroom. In the next moment, he appeared in the vast space of the spirit map, the Mountain Sea realm. This place was different from a few days ago, especially around the mobile housing where Bao Guijun and the others lived. It was like a construction site. The 30 sets of mobile housing that Xiao Ruofei sent into the space had all been unpacked by Bao Guijun and the others, and some parts were roughly assembled together. However, the remaining assembly work needed Xiao Ruofei's help to complete. Assembling the mobile housing was not a very technical job. Bao Guijun and the others' work efficiency was getting higher and higher. Finally, they finished the preparatory work in the time set by Xiao Ruofei. Under the supervision of Xiaoqing, they also roughly flattened the land around the mobile housing. All that was left was the final assembly work. The reason why Xiao Ruofei was in Alurai and had to come in to complete the assembly work was because these mobile housing might come in handy next. He went to deal with the Emodo organization, not only to completely eliminate future troubles for Song Qiming, but also to add some free labor to the Ring 2 space. The moment Xiao Ruofei appeared in the Mountain Sea mirror in the spirit map space, Xiaoqing immediately sensed it. In a flash, he appeared in front of Xiao Ruofei and respectfully called out, "Greetings, Master." Bao Guijun and the others also came back to their senses and hurriedly trotted over and shouted, "Hello, Master." This group of people had completely given up on resisting. Their flattering appearance was completely different from the death warriors of the Emodo organization. Xiao Ruofei nodded indifferently and said, "Time is precious, so I won't talk nonsense. Hurry up and start assembling the mobile housing." "Yes, Master." Bao Guijun and the others replied loudly. With a slight thought from Xiao Ruofei, the semi-finished parts scattered everywhere slowly floated up. Then, he accurately found a set of mobile housing parts and used the invisible power of space to place them in the corresponding positions. Bao Guijun and the others immediately climbed up the ladder with their tools on their backs and used bolts and nuts to lock these parts one by one. There were still too few people in the space. This was the strong feeling Xiao Ruofei had after completing this work. 30 sets of mobile housing, because of the lack of manpower, could only be assembled one by one. By the time all 30 sets of mobile housing were assembled, more than 10 hours had passed. Bao Guijun and the others were so tired that they almost collapsed to the ground. Xiao Ruofei looked at the results of these 10 hours of work with satisfaction and said, "Everyone has worked hard. Xiaoqing, give everyone more food. Consider it my reward for them. There's no need to deduct points." "Yes, Master," Xiaoqing said without hesitation. When Bao Guijun and the others heard this, they suddenly felt as if their strength had returned. One by one, they rushed to express their infinite gratitude to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Okay, okay. After eating, take the time to rest. Everyone worked overtime today, so you can wake up an hour later tomorrow." "Thank you, Master," Bao Guijun said excitedly. They had already passed the initial stage of fear. Now, it seemed that Xiao Ruofei, as their master, was quite benevolent. Although there was heavy work every day and there was no freedom, at least their lives were not in danger. Moreover, they also clearly felt that living in this environment, even if they were so tired that they didn't want to move their fingers on the first day, they could still be energetic the next day. These days, everyone felt that their physical fitness had become a lot stronger. Xiao Ruofei said, "Remember, as long as you are loyal to me and no longer have any illusions, you will be able to live more and more comfortably. Except for the lack of freedom, you will feel that this is heaven in the future. And soon, you will have new companions. When the time comes, if some of you perform better, I can consider selecting a few managers." Bao Guijun and the others were even more excited when they heard this. Becoming a manager meant that they didn't need to do heavy physical labor, and it would be easier to earn points. Their living conditions would also be greatly improved. Since Xiao Ruofei wanted to get some newcomers, those who had arrived here a few days earlier would have an innate advantage. As long as they worked hard, it was very likely that they would become managers. From this point of view, it seemed that becoming the first batch of free labor was not a bad thing. Xiao Ruofei simply encouraged everyone's morale and took Xiaoqing to walk around the area. Originally, there was only one mobile house here, but now it had become a small village. The 31 mobile prefab houses were arranged in 5 rows, with 6 mobile prefab houses in each row. In addition, the mobile prefab house that Bao Guijun and the others lived in occupied a row at the front of the row. This mobile house community had also planned the roads, drains, and so on in the community. In addition, each mobile house had a toilet, and the basic living facilities were already in place. Xiao Ruofei decided to wait for the newcomers to come in before further remodeling. For example, he could connect a water pipe from the distant river and connect the mobile house community with running water. As for electricity, it was a resource that was temporarily in short supply in the space. Moreover, there was no distinction between day and night here, so electricity was indeed not a necessity. Of course, as more and more people came in the future, this problem would eventually have to be solved. Xiao Ruofei encouraged Xia Qing with a few sentences, and then left the space with a thought. He put the spiritual map scroll back into his body, and then immediately used his mental power to investigate. He didn't find anyone peeping nearby, so he opened the door of the bathroom and walked out. He had been in the Ring 2 space for more than 10 hours, and now it was already about 4 o'clock in the morning outside. Xiao Ruofei simply made some food to fill his stomach, and then lay down on the bed to catch up on sleep. After the baptism of the unique taste of the airplane meal, Xiao Ruofei now had no interest in the local delicacies of Aureliai. He didn't even have the slightest confidence in the hotel's restaurant. Anyway, there were a lot of ingredients in the space, and there were also a lot of supplies stored. For example, things like feces were piled up in the space. Of course, those things were mainly prepared for Bao Guijun and the others. They could use points to exchange for these survival supplies from Xia Qing. Jet lag was not a problem for a cultivator. Xiao Ruofei easily adjusted and wasn't affected at all. As long as he wanted to sleep, no matter what environment he was in, no matter if he was sleepy or not, he could enter a deep sleep state in a very short time. This was also the result of his years of training in the army. Xiao Ruofei slept until 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After waking up, he went to the bathroom to wash his face, and then sat on the bed to cultivate for a while with Yuan Crystal. It wasn't until 5 o'clock that he stood up energetically. Xiao Ruofei took the elevator downstairs and strolled on the streets of Aureliai for a while. With a backpack and a camera around his neck, he looked no different from an ordinary backpacker. But when he went into a public toilet and came out, he changed his appearance. Not only did he change his clothes and appearance, but he also put away his camera and backpack into the space and replaced them with a crossbody bag. In addition, he also used the disguise detection skills he learned in the army to make his skin slightly darker. In addition, he deliberately adjusted his muscles and bones, making him look like a completely different person. Now, Xiao Ruofei didn't have a trace of Huaxiao's characteristics. He looked more like a person from Southeast Asia. He waved down a taxi and asked the driver to take him to the nearest second-hand car dealership. It didn't take him much effort to buy a second-hand pickup truck. This kind of pickup truck was about $10,000 when new. The dealership asked for $7,000. Xiao Ruofei didn't even ask for the price and bought it directly. For such a generous customer, the dealership was naturally very welcoming. Even when Xiao Ruofei asked not to go through the transfer procedures for the time being, the dealership agreed. Xiao Ruofei guessed that the car's origin was not clean. But when he went into a public toilet and came out, he changed his appearance. Not only did he change his clothes and appearance, he also put away his camera and backpack into the space and replaced them with a crossbody bag. In addition, he also used the disguise detection skills he learned in the army to make his skin slightly darker. In addition, he deliberately adjusted his muscles and bones, making him look like a completely different person. Now, Xiao Ruofei didn't have a trace of Huaxiao's characteristics. He looked more like a person from Southeast Asia. He waved down a taxi and asked the driver to take him to the nearest second-hand car dealership. It didn't take him much effort to buy a second-hand pickup truck. This kind of pickup truck was about $10,000 when new. The dealership asked for $7,000. Xiao Ruofei didn't even ask for the price and bought it directly. For such a generous customer, the dealership was naturally very welcoming. Even when Xiao Ruofei asked not to go through the transfer procedures for the time being, the dealership agreed. Xiao Ruofei guessed that the car's origin was not clean. New pickup trucks were about $10,000 when new. The dealership asked for $7,000. Xiao Ruofei didn't even ask for the price and bought it directly. For such a generous customer, the dealership was naturally very welcoming. Even when Xiao Ruofei asked not to go through the transfer procedures for the time being, the dealership agreed. Xiao Ruofei guessed that the car's origin was not clean. It was unrealistic to get detailed information about the upper echelons of the Emodo organization from Bao Guijun and the others. After analyzing the confessions of a few people, Xiao Ruofei found that there was still something to do. The key was in Basoki town. Xiao Ruofei found that when Bao Guijun and the others joined the Mod mercenary organization, they were all sent to a secret training camp in Basoki town for intensive training before they became official mercenaries. On the one hand, it was to cultivate their tactical qualities. On the other hand, it was to brainwash these quasi-mercenaries and make them absolutely loyal to the mercenary group. The person in charge of this training camp was naturally an important figure in the Emodo organization. Bao Guijun and the others did not enter the Emodo mercenary organization at the same time, but Xiao Ruofei found that the person in charge of the secret training camp in Basoki town was the same. This person with the codename Golden Fox, although his real name was unknown, clearly had a high status in the mercenary group. This was also the only high-level figure that Bao Guijun and the others could basically confirm. Xiao Ruofei naturally chose the Golden Fox as a breakthrough point. As long as he could capture this Golden Fox alive, with Xiao Ruofei's methods, he could easily pry open his mouth and follow the vine to find the melon, dealing with the other upper echelons of the Emodo organization one by one. Of course, there was another factor that contributed to Xiao Ruofei choosing the secret training camp in Basoki town. According to Bao Guijun and the others, this secret training camp maintained a scale of about 100 people all year round. Many of these trainees would die during the training process, but new people would quickly fill in. In Xiao Ruofei's eyes, this training camp of more than 100 people was simply more than 100 free laborers. Few of those who would participate in the Emodo mercenary organization were good people. Some of them had committed murders in their own countries, some of them had nowhere to hide from gang vengeance, and some of them liked this kind of bloodthirsty and exciting life by nature. In short, Xiao Ruofei would not have any psychological burden if he captured these people into the Ring 2 space. Xiao Ruofei had already turned into a dark-skinned Southeast Asian. He drove the pickup truck and quickly left the city of Arale. Alyer was located between Ethiopia and South Sudan. It was located in the crevice between the two countries, and its territory was long and narrow. At this time, Xiao Ruofei was driving south from the city of Arulai in the northern part of Arulai. The town of Basoki was located in the central part of Arulai. Of course, because this country was relatively small, the distance between the two places was only 100 or 200 kilometers. After leaving the city of Arale, the road became bumpy, and a car would drive through it and the road would become dusty. This was still the outskirts of the capital, and the roads in the more rural areas would probably be in worse condition. It was evident that Alyer's infrastructure level was low. With one hand on the steering wheel, Xiao Ruofei looked very relaxed. There was still a CD left in the CD player in the car. Xiao Ruofei casually opened it and listened to it. He couldn't tell what song it was, but the rhythm was very clear and had obvious African characteristics. With the bumps of the car, Xiao Ruofei's body gently swayed with the rhythm of the music. Soon, there were fewer and fewer buildings on both sides of the road, and the area outside of Arale was desolate. Xiao Ruofei drove as he searched. Soon, he found a small shrub forest. He drove the car into it and hid. After about half an hour, when the car drove out of the bush again, it had changed a lot. There were a lot of stickers and rough graffiti on the car, almost covering the original color of the car. In addition, the license plate was also cleverly changed. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. After finishing his work, Xiao Ruofei would definitely remove the license plate and throw it away. Xiao Ruofei even removed the frame and engine number. For a cultivator, this kind of work could be done with his bare hands, so it wasn't difficult. Then, Xiao Ruofei continued driving in the direction of the town of Basoki. After changing his appearance several times, Xiao Ruofei had already done the job of hiding his identity to the extreme. Even if the car was found in the end, it would take a lot of effort to find out where it came from. Even if they traced it back to the used car shop, they would at most get the appearance of Xiao Ruofei after he changed into a Southeast Asian. It would be difficult to even find out the identity of Xiao Ruofei, let alone the true identity of Xiao Ruofei. Always plan for failure before planning for victory. This was the principle that Xiao Ruofei always adhered to. Not long after leaving Arale, it was already dark. In addition, the road conditions were very bad, so Xiao Ruofei's speed wasn't fast. Of course, he wasn't in a hurry. As he drove the car steadily, he went through the plan of action in his mind again. The primary target of this operation was naturally the person in charge of the secret training camp in Basoki, the Golden Fox. On the basis of capturing the golden fox alive, Xiao Ruofei would consider expanding the results of the battle. This was because if he wanted to capture the remaining upper echelons of the Mod mercenary corps in one fell swoop, he would have to pry open the mouth of the golden fox. Otherwise, it would take a lot of effort. The Mod organization could be said to be the local tyrant in Arale. Arale's strange president didn't even dare to fart in front of the Mod organization. If it wasn't for the fact that they were worried about the international community's attack, it would have been a piece of cake for the Mod organization to launch a coup d'état and directly control Arale. According to Bao Guijun and the others, the secret training camp in Basoki town was very tightly guarded. It was almost impossible for ordinary people to infiltrate it. After all, the Mod mercenary corps were all valiant and good at fighting. Their combat strength was much stronger than that of the Alur government army. This secret training camp was also a camp that continuously provided the mercenary corps with living strength. With experienced instructors and very good students, it was naturally very professional and strict in terms of defense. Xiao Ruofei formulated several alternative plans based on the descriptions of Bao Guijun and the others. Of course, because he hadn't checked the place and only listened to Bao Guijun and the others' Uncle Su, Xiao Ruofei didn't have an intuitive understanding of the training camp's terrain, troop deployment, and other situations, so these plans were relatively rough. By 10 o'clock in the evening, the navigation showed that they had arrived at the outskirts of Basoki town. Xiao Ruofei drove the car into the preselected forest to hide. According to Bao Guijun and the others, the training camp would release mobile sentries to the outskirts of the town at night. If they were too close to Basoki town, it would be easy to alert the other party. After Xiao Ruofei parked the car, he changed into a set of black clothes and rushed to the edge of the forest. Then, he released his spirit to investigate. It had to be said that a high spirit cultivation was indeed quite useful in this situation. Especially when facing ordinary people, it was equivalent to carrying a high-precision early warning radar that could be turned on at any time. Under the perception of his spirit, Xiao Ruofei had a complete understanding of the surrounding situation. He unhurriedly moved toward Basoki town under the cover of the night. In front of the town, the lights were faintly visible. When Xiao Ruofei touched the edge of the town, he suddenly stopped and hid in the grass by the side of the road. His spirit sensed that there were two people with guns patrolling back and forth at 12 o'clock. Even if he didn't cultivate, Xiao Ruofei was still quite outstanding in individual combat. After he discovered the enemy's mobile sentries, he immediately used the cover of the night to grope his way forward in the underbrush, slowly approaching the two sentries. At the same time, he continuously released his spirit to investigate the situation around the mobile sentries, in case there were other hidden sentries that covered each other. Perhaps it was because this was only the outskirts of the town, the defense was not as tight as imagined. The other party had only set up these two mobile sentries within a 200-meter radius. Moreover, these two mobile sentries were obviously not very vigilant. They casually carried guns on their backs, their muzzles slanted down, and chatted in a low voice as they strolled. The managers of the training camp probably didn't expect that in Arulii, someone would dare to touch the hinterland of the country and attack the training camp organized by Emoda. The range of activity of these two mobile sentries was not large, just patrolling back and forth in the area at the north entrance of the town. Tonight, the clouds were thicker, the moon was covered, and the visibility was very low. In addition to Xiao Ruofei's current skill, the two sentries didn't notice anything at all, and he had already touched behind them. These were two black men. They chatted as they walked forward. Just as they stopped and were about to return to patrol, a black shadow suddenly jumped up from the grass and pounced on them. The two of them only felt a gust of wind behind them. Before they could turn around, Xiao Ruofei had already chopped their carotid arteries cleanly and accurately with two hand knives. The two sentries didn't even groan before their bodies softened. Xiao Ruofei was already prepared. He supported them with one hand and dragged them into the grass beside him. Xiao Ruofei controlled his strength very well. The two of them were only unconscious, and their lives were not in danger. He skillfully trapped the two black men like dumplings, and then directly checked them with his spiritual force to confirm that they did not carry any highly toxic drugs on them. It seemed that only mercenaries sent out on missions would be prepared for the worst. These people were not qualified mercenaries yet, and were only students. Xiao Ruofei gently patted one of them, and the man immediately opened his eyes with a muffled groan. Xiao Ruofei didn't talk nonsense and directly enveloped him with his huge spiritual force. He was already familiar with the technique of using spiritual force to hypnotize people. Before the black mercenary student could show any fear in his eyes, he had already fallen into a state of confusion. Xiao Ruofei faintly asked in English, "Tell me your name." What surprised Xiao Ruofei was that the black mercenary student's face showed a trace of confusion and did not answer his question. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Could it be that the hypnosis didn't succeed? He quickly denied his guess because the black mercenary student's state was obviously in a state of confusion and could only answer questions instinctively. And if the hypnosis didn't succeed, the black mercenary student would have been screaming for help by now. Xiao Ruofei carefully pondered and couldn't help but reveal a trace of a bitter smile. He had already roughly guessed the reason. The black mercenary student didn't understand English. If he didn't understand what you were asking, he naturally wouldn't be able to answer. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and directly increased the pressure of his spiritual force. The black mercenary student immediately fainted. Then he woke up the other person and used spiritual force to hypnotize him. Can you understand English? The black mercenary student also had a face of confusion. Xiao Ruofei was a little dumbfounded. This was an unexpected situation. And he couldn't just put the two black men into the space. On one hand, he needed to ask about the town's defense situation. More importantly, he didn't know when the sentries would change shifts. If he left here and the sentries couldn't find the two people from the previous shift, the whole training camp would immediately be alerted. By then, it would be impossible for Xiao Ruofei to sneak in without anyone noticing. Unless it was a last resort, Xiao Ruofei definitely didn't want to force his way in. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and thought of a way. In the Ring 2 space, in the prefab room shrouded in a space cage, Bao Guijun and the others had finished a day of hard work and were all lying on the bed to rest. At this moment, a voice rang in everyone's ears. Do any of you understand the Arale dialect? Whether it was those lying in bed chatting or those who had already fallen asleep, they all sat up when they heard this voice. This was because they could tell that it was Xiao Ruofei's voice. Bao Guijun and the others quickly looked around. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei's voice rang again, "Stop looking, you can't see me. Answer my question." Bao Guijun quickly said, "Master, I lived in Arale for 2 years. Although I'm not very proficient in the local dialect, I have no problem communicating." Huang Rujue from Luzon also quickly raised his hand and said, "Master, I also know some Arale dialect." Very good. Xiao Ruofei's voice rang out, "I need a translator. If the mission is completed well, you'll be rewarded with a pack of cigarettes." "Master, I'll go." "I can do it, Master, let me go." Bao Guijun and Huang Rujue fought to be the first to speak. As for Qian Guiyu and the others who did not know the Arale dialect, they looked at the two with envy. The few of them were quite addicted to smoking, but in this Ring 2 space, cigarettes were considered a luxury. According to their current situation, it might take them several days of work to exchange for a pack of cigarettes. Before the survival problem was solved, it was impossible for them to exchange their precious points for a pack of cigarettes. Now, all they had to do was take on a bit of translation work in exchange for a pack of cigarettes. Where else could they find such a good deal? In fact, Xiao Ruofei was just giving it a try because he did not know if these two black men were locals of Arale. If they happened to be locals, that would be the best. He would be able to get first-hand information. If not, he would not lose anything. At worst, he would just have to wait here for the guards to come over and deal with them together. Xiao Ruofei was very patient. He thought for a moment and said, "No need to fight. Bao Guijun will go first." After that, he moved his mind and directly moved Bao Guijun out of the Ring 2 space. Bao Guijun only felt that the world was spinning, and then he was shocked to find that he was no longer in the prefab house, and the surroundings were very dark. One had to know that there was no distinction between day and night in Ring 2 space. Ever since they were taken into Ring 2 space, they had not seen the sky turn dark. Even when they were sleeping, it was very bright outside, so Bao Guijun was not used to it for a while. However, he soon found that he was very familiar with the environment here. When he first entered the Mordor organization, he had undergone a long period of demonic training in the training camp in Basoki town. It could be said that the surrounding environment was unforgettable. Don't be surprised. Xiao Ruofei's faint voice sounded behind him, hurry up and get to work. Bao Guijun suddenly turned his head and found that Xiao Ruofei was standing behind him. He quickly bowed respectfully and shouted, Master. At this time, Bao Guijun's heart was surging. In fact, during these days of living in Ring 2 space, they had vaguely felt that the place they were in seemed to be isolated from the outside world. Even though the environment there was more beautiful, it looked no different from the outside world, and there was even an endless sea, they could still feel that it was different from the outside world. For example, there was no distinction between day and night there. In fact, the construction rules of Ring 2 space were definitely different from the outside world. After all, this was a small artificially created space, and the outside world was the work of heaven and earth. It was just that Bao Guijun and the others were ordinary people. They had lived in it for a long time, and they had some faint feelings. However, it was impossible to grasp this feeling and express it accurately. And tonight's experience made Bao Guijun even more certain of this point. He was caught in Sanshan City, Huaxia. In a daze, he had arrived at a place like the Peach Garden Fairyland. After another round of star transposition, he had already arrived at the African continent thousands of miles away. In fact, if Bao Guijun were to shout loudly now, it would definitely alert the other outer sentries, but he did not have such a thought in his mind. Because he had already betrayed the Emodo organization, if he returned to the organization, he would be punished countless times more harshly than death. Just thinking about it would cause his entire body to tremble. Moreover, the various magical methods Xiao Ruofei had displayed had long surpassed the scope of a mortal, causing Bao Guijun to be unable to produce the slightest bit of resistance. Xiao Ruofei pointed to the two black men who had fainted on the ground and said, I'll wake one of them up, and then you can help me get a confession. Only then did Bao Guijun notice the two black men leaning against a tree. Because the visibility was not very high tonight, and the two men had dark skin, it was not easy to notice them if one did not look carefully. Bao Guijun took a closer look and cried out in surprise, Pardo? Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows and asked, You know these two people? Bao Guijun pointed to a black sentry on the left and said, I know this one. His name is Pardo, and he's a permanent guard in the training camp. The other one should be a student. When we were on duty outside, it was also a guard with a student. Can you communicate? Xiao Ruofei asked. Yes. Pardo is a native of Aureliai. I can communicate with them in their native language. Bao Guijun said without hesitation. That's great. Xiao Ruofei said. Then he gently patted Pardo's head, and Pardo immediately woke up. Of course, before he could react, Xiao Ruofei's majestic spiritual power once again rushed over, and he fell into a muddle-headed state again. Let's begin. Xiao Ruofei said indifferently. Ask for his name first. Bao Guijun hurriedly asked in the native language, and at the same time looked at Pardo curiously. He was all too familiar with Pardo's state. At that time, they had watched helplessly as their teammates were interrogated by Xiao Ruofei. Bao Guijun and the others had also guessed that this was a very high-level hypnosis technique. However, after the hypnosis, would it be effective to change to another person? Bao Guijun quickly got his answer. After hearing Bao Guijun's question, Pardo did not hesitate to mumble a long string of strange syllables. Xiao Ruofei looked at Bao Guijun. Bao Guijun said awkwardly, Master, the people here have long names, and their pronunciation is very strange. We called him Pardo back then. Xiao Ruofei nodded. The psychic Huaxia he met at the airport in Ethiopia, Dhaka, also had a very long name. He thought that Bao Guijun would not dare to lie. Xiao Ruofei said indifferently, continue asking. Then, Bao Guijun acted as Xiao Ruofei's interpreter and continued to ask Pardo questions. In this hypnotic state, Pardo spilled everything he knew and didn't hold anything back. After a while, Xiao Ruofei finished asking all the questions he wanted to ask. Then he roused the other Negro and did the same to him. Xiao Ruofei was quite satisfied with the information he received. He nodded and said, Not bad. Old Bao, I hope you didn't lie to me. Master, I promise that I translated word for word. Even if I had the guts, I wouldn't dare lie to you. Bao Guijun quickly said. Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and said, go back and rest first. After you go back, think about what you should say and what you shouldn't say. After saying that, he pulled Bao Guijun back into the space. Bao Guijun felt a familiar dizziness, and then he found himself back in the prefab room. Qian Guiyu and the others looked at him with their eyes wide open. Bao Guijun looked around and asked in surprise, where's Huang Rujue? Qian Guiyu said, Bao Sang. Just now, you suddenly disappeared from the room and then appeared here without any warning. Almost at the same time, he disappeared. Park Tae-soo from South Korea couldn't help but ask curiously, Brother Guijun, where did you go just now? Bao Guijun thought of Xiao Ruofei's last warning and felt a chill in his heart. He quickly said, Park Tae-soo, is master's business something you can ask so casually? Park Tae-soo's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly said, I misspoke. In the prefab room, no matter how curious everyone was, they did not dare to ask what happened when Bao Guijun disappeared. Of course, they were not sleepy anymore and were all waiting for Huang Rujue to appear. Huang Rujue was naturally brought to the outside world by Xiao Ruofei. Although he felt that Bao Guijun did not have the guts to play any tricks, he was cautious and still brought Huang Rujue, who also knew the Arulai dialect, to the outside world. He let Huang Rujue take on the translation work and asked the same question again. Huang Rujue and Bao Guijun definitely did not expect that there would be a temporary mission tonight, so it was impossible for them to know in advance. After confirming the answers from the two questions, they knew that Bao Guijun did not play any tricks. In the end, the answer that Huang Rujue got was almost the same as the answer that Bao Guijun gave him. Some of the expressions were slightly different, but the overall meaning was almost the same. This meant that both of them were not lying. Xiao Ruofei nodded with satisfaction and also warned Huang Rujue before putting him into the space. Ring 2 space, Mountain Sea territory. In the prefab room, Bao Guijun only thought for a moment and understood Xiao Ruofei's intention. Luckily, he did not play any tricks just now, so he did not feel guilty at all. After a while, Huang Rujue also appeared in the prefab room out of thin air. Then, Xiao Ruofei's voice rang out in the space. Xia Qing, Bao Guijun, and Huang Rujue did well. Each of you will be rewarded with a pack of cigarettes. Xia Qing was a spiritual puppet, so he did not need to rest. After sending Bao Guijun and the others into the space cage, he returned to work in the herb garden. After hearing Xiao Ruofei's voice, Xia Qing immediately put down the hoe and bowed slightly. Yes, master. After a while, 2 packs of cigarettes flew in through the window of the prefab room and floated in front of Bao Guijun and Huang Rujue. Bao Guijun and Huang Rujue grabbed the cigarettes in their hands as if they had found a treasure. They shouted, Thank you, master. Thank you, Manager Xia Qing. Qian Guiyu and the others looked at Bao Guijun and Huang Rujue with envy, especially the Korean Park Tae-soo, who also knew some of the Alulai dialect. He regretted it deeply. If he had known that it would be so easy to get the reward, he would have been the first to stand up. It was too late to say anything now. Xiao Ruofei naturally did not have time to care about the thoughts of the people in the space. He raised his hand to look at his watch, then directly sent Pardo and the other black man into the space. When he was asking for their confessions, Xiao Ruofei specifically asked if they had killed anyone, or if they had killed anyone innocent or committed any other crimes. The answer was obviously yes, especially the training camp guard Pardo. After being in Basoki for so many years, he had already killed a few people. Once, he even secretly found a chance to kill a student because he coveted the student's money. The other black man had also killed someone. He was also a native of Alulai. It was precisely because he had killed someone that he came here to become a mercenary. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei did not have any psychological burden at all and directly sent the 2 of them into the space. Xiao Ruofei specially designated a large space prison to lock up the free labor caught in this operation. Just like that, Pardo and the other black student became the first 2 residents of this space prison. After taking in the 2 black men, Xiao Ruofei was not in a hurry to continue sneaking into the town. According to the confessions he had just received, Xiao Ruofei knew that their shift change time was at midnight. Then, there would be a shift of 4 hours. At 4 in the morning, there would be people coming to take over again. Xiao Ruofei decided to wait until he subdued the next batch of sentries before starting the operation. This was because people usually slept the best at 2 or 3 in the morning, and their alertness would also be very low. This way, the success rate of the operation would naturally be higher. Xiao Ruofei was very patient. He sat down calmly and hid behind the shadow of a big tree. He raised his hand to look at his watch from time to time, and at the same time, his spiritual power would sweep out once in a while. Soon, it was close to midnight. In order to prevent missing the target, Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power also began to carry out an uninterrupted investigation. After a while, 2 figures with long spears on their backs appeared within the range of Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power. They were getting closer and closer. It was obvious that they were here to take over the shift. Xiao Ruofei's spirit was roused. He got up from the ground and lightly patted the dirt off his pants. Then, he crouched down and motionlessly stared at the 2 prey that were getting closer and closer to him. His hearing was extraordinary, so when the 2 were still far away, he could hear the voices of the 2 people chatting. This time, they were speaking in English. "Why don't I see Pardo? Our sentry post's activity area is over here tonight. He's probably patrolling in front. Let's go over and take a look. This kid couldn't have taken his students off guard and ran back to sleep, right?" The 2 people didn't notice at all. They whispered as they walked in the direction of Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei also quietly held his breath. When the 2 people walked past him without him noticing, he suddenly jumped out of the bushes. It was still 2 clean hand chops. The 2 sentries didn't even have time to make a sound before they fell to the ground. Xiao Ruofei carried them to the side of the road, 1 in each hand. Then, it was the familiar process of interrogating them. This time, the 2 people understood English. Xiao Ruofei didn't need the help of a translator. He could just go up and ask. After a while, Xiao Ruofei finished asking. With a thought, he put the 2 people into the space. They were locked in the same space cage as the 2 black brothers in front of him. After Xiao Ruofei succeeded, he immediately moved northwest along the small path. Now, all the sentries outside the town should have been changed. Xiao Ruofei had to start cleaning up. In the silent night, Xiao Ruofei's figure was like a ghost. It took him about an hour to subdue the dozen or so sentries outside Basoki town. Every time he caught one, he would first ask for a confession. If he didn't speak English, he would let Bao Guijun and Huang Rujiwei help him translate. If he didn't speak English or Irulii, he would directly put him into the space. Anyway, the probability of wrongly accusing someone was negligible. In the silent night, Xiao Ruofei's figure was like a ghost. It took him about an hour to subdue the dozen or so sentries outside Basoki town. Every time he caught one, he would first ask for a confession. If he didn't speak English, he would let Bao Guijun and Huang Rujiwei help him translate. If he didn't speak English or Irulii, he would directly put him into the space. Anyway, the probability of wrongly accusing someone was negligible. In the silent night, Xiao Ruofei's figure was like a ghost. It took him about an hour to subdue the dozen or so sentries outside Basoki town. After a while, the outline of the camp appeared in front of Xiao Ruofei in the night. This camp was said to be a secret training camp, but in fact, it was not low-key at all. It occupied nearly half of the land in Basoki town. Tall walls, electrified barbed wire fences, searchlights that swept through the night, tall watchtowers that stood tall and erect, everything here made it clear that this was a heavily guarded military fortress. Xiao Ruofei was very calm at this moment. To be honest, this operation was not difficult for him with his current level of cultivation, but he still maintained his cautious habit. A lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Xiao Ruofei quietly touched the edge of the mod training camp. He hid his body in the shadows and released his spiritual energy to investigate. According to the confessions of Pardo and the other captives, the defense of the mod training camp was very tight. Not only were there tall walls with electrified barbed wire, but there were also many infrared cameras installed around them. The training camp was patrolled 24 hours a day by sentries, and with the 10 watchtowers at the commanding heights, it was almost impossible for outsiders to sneak into the training camp without anyone noticing. Of course, for Xiao Ruofei, it was only a little troublesome. He was not troubled by these defensive measures. The results of the psychic power investigation quickly formed a three-dimensional structure in Xiao Ruofei's mind. He already knew every single camera in his heart. Xiao Ruofei continued to patiently use his spiritual energy to investigate, silently memorizing the movements of the mobile sentries in his heart. He calculated a few times in his heart. When his spiritual energy detected that the patrol team had just passed by, he secretly said in his heart, "This is the time." Xiao Ruofei did not hesitate to tap the ground with the tip of his foot. His figure shot out like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at the foot of the training camp wall. The location he chose was also very particular. It just so happened that there was a very small blind spot for the cameras, and the nearest watchtower was about 20 meters away. Under the cover of the trees, as long as he was fast enough, the sentries on the watchtower wouldn't be able to find him easily. Especially at 2 o'clock in the morning, it was the time when people were the most sleepy. In addition, the MO de training camp was famous outside. Under normal circumstances, very few people would dare to cause trouble. Therefore, it was almost impossible for the sentinels to maintain a high level of vigilance at all times without blinking. In fact, Xiao Ruofei estimated that as long as the sentries on the watchtowers didn't doze off, they were already very dedicated. He paused for a moment under the wall and scanned the nearest watchtower with his mental power. As expected, the sentry held his gun lazily and glanced left and right from time to time as if it was official business. Now the sentinel had just turned his back in this direction. Xiao Ruofei no longer hesitated. He tapped the ground lightly with the tip of his foot and soared into the air. When the lifting force was gradually exhausted, he gently tapped on the wall, and his body suddenly became a little taller. In the next moment, Xiao Ruofei's hand grabbed the edge of the wall. With a slight force in his hand, his body nimbly flipped over the barbed wire fence above the wall and directly sank into the dark shadows on the other side of the wall. After Xiao Ruofei landed on the ground, he rolled forward to unload the force. He was as light as a leopard cat. Without making any sound, he easily hid in the shadows under the wall. From the moment he flashed out of his hiding place to the moment he easily crossed the wall and landed on the ground, the entire process only took 2 to 3 seconds. After entering the interior of the MO de training camp, Xiao Ruofei quickly used his mental power to investigate and quickly locked onto a 3-story building. This 3-story building was located on the west side of the training camp. According to the confessions of Pardo and the others, it was where the upper echelons of the training camp and the instructors worked and lived. The person in charge of the training camp, the guy codenamed Golden Fox, was very likely in this building. In addition to rows of single-story bungalows serving as student dormitories, there were also several buildings in the entire training camp. Among them, the 3-story building was located in the middle of these buildings, separated from the student dormitories by a very spacious tactical training ground. There were all kinds of artificial obstacles in the tactical training ground, as well as a 4-story building. The building's appearance was old, especially the mottled walls. It was specially used for the students to train their climbing skills, and there was no one living inside at night. If Xiao Ruofei wanted to reach the 3-story building, he had to pass through the tactical training ground. This was a large open area, and the searchlights on the watchtower would turn around from time to time. It was not easy to pass through. Fortunately, the tactical training ground was not an ordinary playground. There were many obstacles set up here, and in order to simulate the environment of a battlefield in the wild, some grass was planted, which could also block the line of sight. Xiao Ruofei constantly used his mental power to scan the tactical training ground, and at the same time, he silently calculated the pattern of the searchlights on the watchtower turning around. After a while, he took a deep breath, and then jumped out from the shadows under the wall. With lightning speed, he jumped into a pit that was half the height of a person in the training ground. Then, his figure flashed and moved on the training ground. Sometimes, he used the training logs to move forward like a cat. Other times, he jumped into the grass and crawled forward. During this time, he nimbly rolled to avoid the searchlight's illumination. After a while, his figure appeared on the other side of the training ground. Xiao Ruofei's mental power was always in a scattered state, constantly investigating the situation around him. Just as he passed through the tactical training ground, a team of mobile sentries came from not far away. Xiao Ruofei had already discovered the existence of the patrol team through his mental power when they were about to turn around. He accelerated forward without thinking, and just before the patrol team turned around, he hid behind the side of a building. What happened next was simple. Several buildings here were close to each other, and the moonlight tonight was not very good, so the visibility was quite low. He used the street lights and the shadows of the buildings, and in a short while, he quietly crept behind the three-story building. Xiao Ruofei found that there was a half-open aluminum alloy window here. He gently pushed open the window, put his hands on the windowsill, and jumped into the interior of the three-story building. Before he came in, he used his mental power to investigate. This should be an instructor's dormitory. The place he entered was a public living room. On the left and right sides of the living room, there was a room, and in each room, there was a person lying on the bed and sleeping. Xiao Ruofei did not disturb the people in the instructor's dormitory. The primary target he was looking for was the person in charge of the training camp, Golden Fox. According to the description of Pardo and the others, Golden Fox would be on the third floor of this small building most of the time. There was about half a floor there, and it was all Golden Fox's office and rest area. Xiao Ruofei carefully avoided the cameras along the way, and quietly ran upstairs. He almost did not stop. He only stopped when he found a sentry at the entrance of the third floor. He directly knocked him out with a punch, and then casually threw him into the space cage of the spirit map world. Xiao Ruofei had set up a very large space cage in advance. It could be said that using this kind of cage to lock up ordinary people could be said to be foolproof. Moreover, he did not need to worry about the captives waking up, nor did he need to tie them up. As long as he threw them into the space cage, he would not have to worry about them escaping. In this way, Xiao Ruofei's efficiency increased by a lot. Of course, before throwing the captives into the space cage of the spirit map world, Xiao Ruofei would also take the opportunity to find all the poisons and weapons they were hiding. After all, if these captives were to carry guns on them, if there was a conflict between the captives and the space cage, it was very likely that there would be bloodshed and casualties. Xiao Ruofei had gone through a lot of trouble to gather a group of free workers. Naturally, he was not willing to lose any of them because of this. There was also a sentry at the staircase, which meant that Golden Fox was very likely to live here. Otherwise, the security would not be so tight. After Xiao Ruofei arrived on the third floor, he immediately began to use his mental power to investigate. Sure enough, he found a white man of about 40 years old lying on the bed in a large room on the east side of the small building, sleeping soundly. He's Golden Fox? Xiao Ruofei muttered to himself. Soon, Xiao Ruofei felt that something seemed to be wrong. He increased the intensity of his mental power again and investigated the large room on the east side again. Next to that room was a large office, and the office and bedroom were connected. Xiao Ruofei's mental power scanned inch by inch and soon found something strange. There was actually a hidden room between the office and the bedroom. This room cleverly made use of visual illusion and the ingenious design of the structure of the house. Most people would not be able to feel that there was a room in that position. Moreover, the four walls, floor, and ceiling of this room were all covered with metal copper sheets, which could also block the scanning of some electromagnetic equipment to a large extent. Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power was relatively weak in penetrating solid objects, especially metal objects. This was also the reason why he didn't discover this secret room at the first moment. When Xiao Ruofei sensed that something was wrong, he increased his strength and scanned inch by inch with his spiritual power. Finally, the hidden secret room could not be hidden from him. Xiao Ruofei's mental power perceived that there was also a bed in the hidden secret room. There was also a white man of about 40 years old sleeping on the bed. This person's body was almost exactly the same as the one in the bedroom outside. Even the appearance was very similar. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and understood. Needless to say, the one sleeping in the bedroom outside must be the substitute of the white man in the secret room. Xiao Ruofei felt that he was already cautious enough, but today he was still very impressed by this white man who was very likely to be the Golden Fox. It must be known that in such a heavily guarded military camp, the possibility of enemies sneaking in was extremely low. However, this white man still arranged for a substitute to sleep on his bed, and he himself preferred to sleep in the small bedroom. This showed how cautious his personality was. Xiao Ruofei estimated that if he directly attacked the substitute on the bed in the bedroom, the original in the secret room would definitely be the first to notice. After all, the substitute's function was obvious. He's the golden fox? Xiao Ruofei secretly muttered in his heart. Soon Xiao Ruofei felt that there seemed to be a trace of something wrong. He once again increased the intensity of his mental power and investigated the large room in the east again. Adjacent to the room was a large office, and the office and bedroom were also connected. Xiao Ruofei's mental power swept inch by inch and soon found the anomaly. Between the office and the bedroom, there was actually a hidden room. This room cleverly made use of the visual illusion and the ingenious design of the structure of the house. Ordinary people would not be able to sense that there was a room in that position. Moreover, the four walls, the floor, and the ceiling of this room were all covered with metal copper sheets, which to a large extent could also block the scanning of some electromagnetic devices. Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power was relatively weak in penetrating solid objects, especially metal objects. This was also the reason why he didn't discover this secret room at the first moment. When Xiao Ruofei felt that there was a trace of something wrong in his heart, he increased the intensity of his mental power scan inch by inch. Finally, the hidden secret room could not hide from him. Xiao Ruofei's mental power perceived that there was also a bed in the hidden secret room. On the bed, there was also a white man of about 40 years old sleeping. This person's body was almost exactly the same as the one on the bed in the bedroom outside. Even the appearance was very similar. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and understood. Needless to say, the one sleeping in the bedroom outside must be the substitute of the white man in the secret room. Xiao Ruofei felt that he was already cautious enough, but today, he was still very impressed by this white man who was very likely to be the golden fox. One must know that in such a heavily guarded military camp, the possibility of the enemy sneaking in was extremely low. But this white man still arranged for a substitute to sleep in his bed, while he himself preferred to sleep in the small bedroom. This showed how cautious his character was. Xiao Ruofei estimated that if he directly attacked the substitute on the bed in the bedroom, the original body in the secret room would definitely notice it. After all, the substitute's function was obvious. Needless to say, the one sleeping in the bedroom outside must be the substitute of the white man in the secret room. Xiao Ruofei felt that he was already cautious enough, but today, he was still very impressed by this white man who was very likely to be the golden fox. One must know that in such a heavily guarded military camp, the possibility of the enemy sneaking in was extremely low. But this white man still arranged for a substitute to sleep in his bed, while he himself preferred to sleep in the small bedroom. This showed how cautious his character was. Xiao Ruofei estimated that if he directly attacked the substitute on the bed in the bedroom, the original body in the secret room would definitely notice it. From Xiao Ruofei forcibly opening the door of the secret room disguised as a bookcase to him subduing the Caucasian man who was most likely Golden Fox, the whole process took only a few seconds. Almost in a flash, the door of the secret room was opened, and the Caucasian man woke up. Then Xiao Ruofei's figure flashed into the secret room, easily avoiding the Caucasian man's attack. The two passed by each other, and the Caucasian man was knocked down with a simple karate chop. The whole process was easy and comfortable. Of course, it would be difficult for any tactical master to do this because Xiao Ruofei also used the binding function of mental power to directly lock the trigger of the Caucasian man's pistol. Therefore, unless it was a cultivator with good mental power, it would be difficult to stop the Caucasian man from shooting in that situation just now. After all, the Caucasian man was too cautious. He kept the gun with him even when he was sleeping. He was not afraid of accidentally triggering the gun in his sleep. Xiao Ruofei looked at the unconscious Caucasian man on the ground with a relaxed face, and then stepped out of the secret room first. In the bedroom outside, there was still a body double fainted on the bed. Since Xiao Ruofei had confirmed that this guy was a body double, he naturally had no interest in him. He directly put him into the space cage. Although the body double was bloated, he still had hands and feet. He could at least do some work. Xiao Ruofei was also based on the principle of not wasting. Of course, there were also considerations of confidentiality. If possible, he didn't want to leave anyone alive in this training camp tonight. Those who could be put into the space naturally had to be put into the space. After putting the body double into the space cage, Xiao Ruofei stepped back into the secret room. First, he used his psychic power to perform a comprehensive check on the unconscious Caucasian man on the floor of the secret chamber. Then, he took away all the weapons on his body. In addition to the Desert Eagle pistol, the Caucasian man also carried several throwing knives. These throwing knives were blue, and it was obvious that they had been dipped in poison. At the same time, Xiao Ruofei also confirmed that the Caucasian man did not hide a lethal poison for suicide. This was within his expectations. Although the killers sent out by the Emoto organization were all fearless of death, this was the result of brainwashing and strong pressure. As for the upper echelons of the Emoto organization, they all relied on mercenary groups to earn a lot of money, so of course, they couldn't be so decisive. Xiao Ruofei then used his spiritual force to do a carpet scan of the secret room. Unsurprisingly, there was a hidden compartment in the secret room. Xiao Ruofei was not in a hurry to open the hidden compartment. Instead, he walked to the side of the white man and kicked an acupuncture point on his waist. The white man suddenly groaned and opened his eyes. When he saw Xiao Ruofei, his eyes were filled with shock. As if there were springs under his feet, he leaped backward in a flash. Xiao Ruofei crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at the white man like a cat playing with a mouse. He didn't chase after him. Seeing this, the white man was slightly happy and subconsciously reached out to touch his waist. However, the throwing knife that was originally hidden there had long since disappeared without a trace. The white man originally wanted to take advantage of Xiao Ruofei's lax defense to directly use a throwing knife to Xiao Ruofei. In the Emoto organization, this white man's throwing knife skills were also quite famous. At such a close distance, he was completely confident that he could accurately hit Xiao Ruofei's throat. When the white man discovered that the throwing knife had disappeared, his reaction was also very fast. He directly crashed into a corner of the secret room. There was a hidden mechanism there. In an emergency, he could directly open the door of the secret room on the other side, and then he could escape to the office next door. Unfortunately, he met Xiao Ruofei. He had already been blocked in such a small secret room. Escaping or something like that didn't exist. Xiao Ruofei only waved his hand lightly, and the white man immediately felt as if he had hit an invisible wall. He couldn't help but groan, and his entire body was bounced back. Xiao Ruofei walked over calmly and said in English, "All right. I don't want to continue this boring game. Let's get to the point." The white man looked at Xiao Ruofei warily and didn't say a word. He naturally knew that the current situation was extremely disadvantageous to him, but he didn't give up. His mind was constantly spinning as he thought of a way to escape. However, when his gaze met Xiao Ruofei's, his entire body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Xiao Ruofei's black pupils were like an endless dark abyss. They were incomparably deep, and he felt as if his mind was about to be sucked in. Almost instantly, the white man fell into a muddle-headed state after being hypnotized by spiritual force. Xiao Ruofei casually pulled over a chair beside the bed in the secret room and sat down. He asked indifferently, "Tell me your name and code name." The white man did not resist at all. His eyes were dull as he said, "My name is Mirando. My code name is Golden Fox in the Emoto organization." Although he had already made a judgment in his heart, Xiao Ruofei still revealed a happy smile when the white man confirmed that he was Golden Fox. What followed was a round of interrogation. Naturally, Mirando answered every question, and Xiao Ruofei's smile grew wider and wider. The strategy he had formulated was indeed correct. He had started from the training camp and directly captured Golden Fox. Then, he had indeed dug out a lot of useful information from his mouth. Next, as long as he followed the vine and found the melon, it shouldn't be a problem to completely eliminate this Emoto organization. From Mirando's confession, Xiao Ruofei had grasped many secrets of the Emoto organization. The upper echelons of the Emoto mercenary organization were composed of 5 people. They were called the 5-man council internally. In this leadership team, the leader of the Emoto organization, the chairman of the 5-man council, Satan, had absolute authority. The founder of the Emoto organization, who used the devil Satan as his code name, was also quite mysterious. Even Mirando did not know his real name, nor did he know his whereabouts. However, other than Mirando, the information of the other 3 so-called counselors had been unreservedly revealed by Mirando. These 3 counselors were the Ethiopian Boke, codenamed Viper, the Thai bassoon, codenamed Wizard, and the American Douglas, codenamed Boulder. Among them, Viper Boak was the confidant of the leader of the Emoto organization, Satan. Many of Satan's orders were passed down through Boak. He believed that as long as he caught Boak, he would be able to dig out Satan's true identity and hiding place. In addition to the training camp in Basak, the Emoto organization also had a mercenary group of about 200 people. In the war-torn African continent, this mercenary group could be said to be like a fish in water. As long as they paid a sufficient price, the mercenary group could provide armed support. These mercenary groups were all believers of money. As long as the money was in place, they would definitely send troops to solve the problems of their employers. This mercenary group was led by the American Douglas. Douglas, codenamed Boulder, had served in the United States Marine Corps and had participated in many actual battles. He was an out-and-out master of special warfare. Apart from the training camp and the mercenary group, the Emoto organization also had a team of assassins under its command, called the Shadow Squad. The size of this team wasn't very large, and all the members added up to about 100 people. The Shadow Squad mainly carried out various assassination missions. Generally, they acted in small groups. Each group had at least 4 or 5 people, and at most, there were no more than 10 people. They were small and elite. The person in charge of the Shadow Squad was the Thai bassoon, codenamed Wizard. Bao Gue Jun, Xian Gue Yu, and the others were part of one of the assassination teams belonging to the Shadow Squad. Whether it was working for the employer on the battlefield or carrying out assassination missions in the dark world, the danger factor was quite high, and the loss rate of personnel was also very high. That was why the Emoto organization needed to establish such a training camp to continuously provide fresh blood for the mercenary group and the Shadow Squad. Therefore, the importance of the training camp in the Emoto organization was self-evident. As one of the members of the 5-man council, Golden Fox Morendo was also personally overseeing the training camp. Morendo was in charge of the training camp, Douglas was in charge of the mercenary group, and Bassoon was in charge of the Shadow Squad. Only the Ethiopian Boak, codenamed Viper, did not have a specific business. However, Boak was the number 2 figure in the Emoto organization. His authority in the organization was second only to the mysterious Satan. Moreover, Boak had a close relationship with leader Satan. He was basically Satan's spokesperson. Because Satan rarely showed up, most of the orders were conveyed through Boak. After Xiao Ruofei understood the situation of the entire Emoto organization, his eyes revealed a trace of sharpness. He asked coldly, "Some time ago, the Emoto organization received a mission to assassinate Song Qiming, a senior official in the southeastern province of Huaxia. Who issued this mission? I need his specific information." Golden Fox Morendo revealed a blank expression and said, "I don't know. Assassination missions are usually handled by the Shadow Squad. The few of us have our own duties and rarely ask about other people's business." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but frown. Investigating the mastermind behind the assassination of Song Qiming was the biggest goal of Xiao Ruofei's trip. As for collecting some free labor, it was just a matter of convenience. Although the Emoto organization had failed this time, if the mastermind behind the scenes could not be found, the hidden danger would always exist. In the dark world, the Emoto organization was not the only one who could carry out assassination missions. After the other party knew that they could not count on the Emoto organization, it was hard to guarantee that they would not find other assassin organizations through some channels to complete this matter. Song Qiming was Song Wei's father, and Xiao Ruofei definitely could not let anything happen to him again. Looks like I have to deal with that cunning viper first. Xiao Ruofei thought to himself. Up to this point, Xiao Ruofei's questions were basically finished. Most of the things he wanted to know were answered by Morendo. Just as Xiao Ruofei was about to directly put Morendo into the ring to space, his heart suddenly moved slightly and he immediately asked, "Morendo, tell me how to open the secret compartment in the secret room." Actually, when Xiao Ruofei used his psychic power to investigate just now, he had already discovered this secret compartment. However, at the same time, he also discovered that there was a self-destruct device installed in the secret compartment. If he violently broke it open, it would instantly destroy the things inside the secret compartment. Xiao Ruofei did not want to waste time to crack this self-destruct device, so he simply asked Morendo directly. the hypnotized Miranda would definitely not keep any of his secrets. After hearing Xiao Ruofei's words, he immediately pointed to the corner and said, "Count from there to the third floorboard. Press down with both hands on the two ends of the floorboard, and at the same time, push down hard to reveal a password plate. After entering the password, you will be able to open the secret compartment." The password is. Xiao Ruofei followed Miranda's instructions and walked over to the third floorboard. He pressed down with both hands on the two ends of the floorboard, and slightly pushed down. Sure enough, after a light click, the floorboard slowly sank down, and at the same time, an exquisite password plate slowly floated up. Xiao Ruofei entered the password Miranda provided, and sure enough, after a light click, a secret compartment appeared on the floorboard. Xiao Ruofei walked over and took out all the things in the secret compartment with interest. In addition to a few stacks of US dollars, there were also 2 boxes, one big and one small. There were about 100,000 US dollars in cash. Xiao Ruofei naturally did not care about this amount of money, so he casually put it into the dimensional space. Now, all the money spent on this trip was reimbursed by Miranda. Xiao Ruofei then opened the heavy box. It was filled with glistening gold bars. Xiao Ruofei weighed them a little, and each gold bar was about 500 grams. There were 40 bars, which was about 20 kilograms. Africa really is rich in gold. Xiao Ruofei could not help but mutter to himself. These gold bars were all made of high-purity gold. 10 kilograms was worth about 8 to 900,000 US dollars. Actually, with Xiao Ruofei's current wealth, this amount of money was not a lot. It was just that 8 to 900,000 US dollars and dozens of shiny gold bars, although the value was about the same, it gave off a very different feeling. With so many gold bars stacked together, it was still quite visually impactful. Xiao Ruofei admired it for a while, and then put the gold bars back into the big box, and then stored it in the Ring 2 space. Finally, Xiao Ruofei reached out and opened the smaller box. When he saw the contents of the box, Xiao Ruofei could not help but whistle. It was a box full of diamonds. The smaller diamonds were fine, but the one that really attracted Xiao Ruofei's attention was the big pink diamond at the top. This diamond had not been cut, so it had an irregular shape, but this did not detract from its beauty. This diamond was charming pink, and it was very transparent. There were no impurities inside. Even Xiao Ruofei, who did not know much about diamonds, could see that this diamond was extremely high grade. Xiao Ruofei's impression of diamonds was that they were pocket-sized, the kind that could be embedded in rings or pendants. The largest one was like the heart of the ocean in Titanic. The diamond in front of him was bigger than an adult's fist. It was indeed beyond Xiao Ruofei's knowledge. It wasn't that Xiao Ruofei was inexperienced. It was just that as a straight man, he didn't pay much attention to things like diamonds. Xiao Ruofei didn't admire the large pink diamond. He put it back into the box and put it together with the other diamonds. With a thought, he put it into his spatial ring. In the end, Xiao Ruofei locked the golden fox Miranda in a spatial cage. Next, he began to clean up the entire training camp. First, he started with the building where Miranda lived. According to Pardo and the other captives, as well as Miranda's own confession, this building was mainly where the instructors of the training camp lived. They all lived on the second floor. Apart from that, there were guards on duty 24 hours a day at the entrance to the first floor. Xiao Ruofei came out of Miranda's room and went straight to the second floor. He spent some time interrogating Miranda. It wasn't even 3 in the morning yet. At this time, everyone was in deep sleep. The entire building was quiet. Xiao Ruofei stealthily activated his spiritual power to investigate. He began to clean up the first room at the end of the corridor. He didn't even need to do anything. As long as he entered the room, he would be able to absorb everything. The sleeping instructors couldn't resist at all. They were directly thrown into the spatial cage by Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei's speed was very fast. He swept through the rooms one by one along the corridor. In a short while, more than 20 instructors on the second floor were all thrown into the spatial cage by Xiao Ruofei. He used his spiritual power to check again and confirmed that there was no one left on the second and third floor. In this 3-story building, there was only one guard on duty at the entrance to the first floor. Xiao Ruofei didn't stop. After cleaning up the last room on the second floor, he went straight to the first floor. He didn't have much time left. He had to finish everything before 4 in the morning. Otherwise, the guard on duty would immediately realize that something was wrong. The guard on the first floor was at the entrance of the stairs. However, it was facing the entrance of the building. It just so happened that its back was facing the stairs. The guard was a little sleepy. He didn't notice Xiao Ruofei, who was quietly approaching him from behind. Xiao Ruofei simply knocked him out with a palm strike. Then, with a thought, he put the sentinel into the spatial cage as well. After clearing this building, Xiao Ruofei set his sights on the student dormitory. Although there were still quite a few mobile sentries in the training camp and sentries on the watchtowers, Xiao Ruofei planned to deal with them last. The reason was simple. Those sleeping students were the easiest to deal with. Moreover, the chances of him making a mistake were the lowest. In addition, he also took into account that if something unexpected happened while dealing with the sentries would discover him and even fire a warning shot. Those sleeping students would be awakened. When that time came, more than 100 people would surround him. Moreover, all of them were equipped with firearms. Even if Xiao Ruofei was a cultivator, it would be difficult for him to control the situation. And if he threw the trainees into the spatial cage first, then, even if he was discovered while dealing with the sentries, he would only need to deal with a few people. Overall, the situation was manageable. Therefore, after Xiao Ruofei left the 3-story building, he first hid in the shadows and used his mental strength to investigate for a while. After calculating the right timing, he used his nimble movements and quick reactions to dodge around the tactical training field. He smoothly passed through the training field under the watchtower sentries' noses and arrived at the side of the student dormitory. The student dormitory was a row of low single-story buildings. There were a total of 5 of these buildings. Each bungalow only had 2 rooms, one on the left and one on the right, and each room could accommodate about 10 people. But considering that there were so many sentries outside, Xiao Ruofei estimated that there should be about 70 to 80 people in the student dormitory. There were no sentries in the student dormitory. Xiao Ruofei very smoothly sneaked into the first building. Whether it was in the country or abroad, the students' and soldiers' dormitories were all pretty much the same. The living conditions of the students in this training camp were also very ordinary. Each building was divided into 2 rooms. Outside the building was a row of taps along the back wall for the students to wash and bathe. As for the toilets, there was a large one at the back of the building. It was shared by all the 100 or so students. The student dormitory that Xiao Ruofei snuck into had a row of bunk beds against the wall. There were 7 or 8 people lying on the beds, all of them snoring loudly. Xiao Ruofei's eyesight was very strong. Even though the visibility was very low, he could still see very clearly. There were a total of 8 students here. There were white, black, and yellow people. The weapons of the students were neatly placed against the wall. They were all AK-47 automatic rifles. Even though this model was a bit old, its performance was quite good. Many mercenary groups favored this classic automatic rifle. Xiao Ruofei observed for a while and began to put the students one by one into the spatial cage. The whole process was very smooth. There was no resistance at all. Then Xiao Ruofei immediately went to the next room and did the same thing. Xiao Ruofei was like a hard-working little bee. Under the premise of avoiding the patrols and lookouts, he visited one bungalow after another. In about half an hour, he had already locked around 80 students in the student dormitory into the space cage. The physical fitness of these students was quite outstanding. Xiao Ruofei was very happy to suddenly get so much free labor. During this process, the mobile patrols passed by the dormitory several times, but they didn't find anything out of the ordinary. After Xiao Ruofei cleaned up the dormitory, he set his sights on the sentries outside. The first thing he had to deal with were the sentries on the watchtowers. Because these points had the best field of view and the help of the searchlights, if he didn't get rid of them first, then Xiao Ruofei would definitely be discovered when dealing with the mobile patrols. Of course, even if his whereabouts were leaked, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't have a problem escaping unscathed. Moreover, by now, most of the people in the training camp organized by Emoda had been captured by Xiao Ruofei and locked up in the spatial cage. The remaining strength of the entire training camp was only about 20 sentries from the various points outside. Even if he left now, Xiao Ruofei had already made a lot of money. Therefore, his mood was very relaxed. Xiao Ruofei sneaked towards the nearest watchtower. Under the cover of the night, he smoothly arrived at the bottom of the watchtower. Xiao Ruofei patiently waited for the mobile patrol to pass by before nimbly climbing up. He did not choose the simple rope ladder to the watchtower, but climbed up from the other side with his bare hands. Because there was another watchtower about 20 meters away on the other side of the rope ladder, there was a risk of being discovered if he went up from this side. With Xiao Ruofei's current cultivation, even if he didn't use a ladder, it would be very easy for him to climb such a watchtower. His figure flew up quickly in the night. In just a few seconds, Xiao Ruofei had already easily arrived at the bottom of the platform at the top of the watchtower. Because his control of strength had reached the extreme, the watchtower did not even shake during the entire climb. The sentinel on duty on the watchtower did not notice anything at all. The sentinel had his back facing Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei propped his hands on the railing of the watchtower and easily crossed the guardrail, landing lightly in the watchtower. Only then did the sentinel feel that something was wrong. However, before he could turn around, he felt a heavy blow to his neck. Then, his vision darkened and he fainted without any resistance. With a thought, Xiao Ruofei took him into the space cage and locked him up. After a successful strike, Xiao Ruofei did not stop. He immediately flipped over from the place he came up from, and quickly went down the watchtower to the ground. After a little observation, he took a detour in the shadows and headed toward the second watchtower. Xiao Ruofei used the cover of the night to secretly eliminate all the sentinels on the watchtower. The whole process was quite smooth. Not only did the sentinels not notice anything wrong with each other, even the mobile sentinels that constantly passed by the watchtower did not notice. On one hand, this was a fixed mindset. The mobile sentinels would generally not raise their heads to look up. On the other hand, the watchtowers were equipped with searchlights. These searchlights would still slowly rotate at a fixed speed without anyone controlling them. The light was very dazzling, so even if someone occasionally raised their head to look up, they would not be able to see clearly. After eliminating the sentinels, the remaining 3 mobile patrol teams were even simpler. Each patrol team only had 5 people. Xiao Ruofei directly hid in the shadows. After the patrol team passed by, he would rush out and attack them from behind. The patrol team was not mentally prepared at all. In addition, Xiao Ruofei's speed was too fast. How could a mere 5 ordinary people react in time? Xiao Ruofei finished the battle in a few seconds and quickly grabbed them all and threw them into the space cage. Then, he changed locations to ambush the next patrol team. When Xiao Ruofei finished off the last patrol team, it was only about 3:30 in the morning. In the end, Xiao Ruofei searched the entire training camp. After confirming that there was no one left in the entire training camp, he smiled and prepared to withdraw from the training camp. Before leaving, Xiao Ruofei did not forget to collect all the materials that could be collected into the space. Now that there were more than 100 people in the space, these materials would be useful when the time came. Including the training camp's material warehouse and armory, all the materials that could be moved were swept away by Xiao Ruofei. This secret training camp was the backup transportation base of the Emodo organization. All kinds of materials were still very complete, especially in the armory, which stored a large number of guns and ammunition. There were also some canned food and barrels of gasoline in the warehouse. Now, all of them had become Xiao Ruofei's spoils of war. After collecting the materials, Xiao Ruofei came to the small building where Golden Fox Morendo lived. The first floor was where the instructors and staff worked. In addition, the monitoring room was also here. The data captured by dozens of cameras inside and outside the training camp would all be stored in the disk array in the monitoring room. Xiao Ruofei's goal was naturally the disk's data. Although he deliberately avoided most of the cameras, it was inevitable that he would miss some. Moreover, he could not rule out the existence of hidden cameras. After all, the training camp was so big that even if Xiao Ruofei used his spiritual force, it would be impossible for him to investigate so carefully. Therefore, in order to avoid leaking his whereabouts as much as possible, the most convenient way was to destroy the disk array that stored the data. Xiao Ruofei easily found the monitoring room and found the disk array on the rack. He directly pulled out all the hard drives and threw them on the floor, then stomped on them. Xiao Ruofei's feet were filled with true energy, and with a stomp, all the hard drives were torn apart. He then stomped on them a few more times until he saw that all the hard drives had been smashed into pieces. Only then did he stop. Then, Xiao Ruofei took out a small barrel of gasoline from the space. First, he poured some on the pile of disc fragments. Then, he casually sprinkled the rest of the gasoline on the rack, the control table, and other places. Then, Xiao Ruofei casually threw the oil barrel and walked out of the monitoring room. When he left, he casually took out a Zippo lighter from the space. Many mercenaries had this kind of gadget. When Xiao Ruofei put people into the space cage, he would first collect all the items on their bodies, especially poisons, weapons, and other things that might threaten their safety or the safety of others, and casually pile them in a corner of the space. There were dozens of similar lighters in the space. Xiao Ruofei casually took one out, opened it with a ding, and then casually wiped it on his pants. The lighter was lit. He threw the lighter into the monitoring room without looking back, only heard a whoosh behind him, a huge flame in the room. Xiao Ruofei calmly walked out of the 3-story building. Before leaving the training camp, he did one last thing. He took out all the TNT stored in the armory and arranged them in various places in the training camp. He also drove the unloaded oil tanker from the oil depot to the tactical training ground and arranged a pack of explosives. All the explosives were equipped with a timer, and the time was set to half an hour later. After arranging all this, Xiao Ruofei was relieved to climb over the wall and leave the training camp. The town at 3 or 4 in the morning was still very quiet. No one knew that the heavily guarded training camp had been ransacked, including all the personnel, weapons, and supplies. Xiao Ruofei easily strolled out of the town and found the pickup truck he left here in the small forest. Xiao Ruofei was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he sat in the driver's seat, took out a cigarette, and lit it. He smoked while waiting silently. After a while, explosions could be heard from the direction of Basoko town. Flames soared into the sky and lit up half of the sky. Xiao Ruofei put out the cigarette butt in the car. He was cautious and did not throw the cigarette butt in the small forest, but put it in the ashtray in the car. The explosion should have destroyed all traces, and the monitoring room, which was most likely not completely destroyed, was set on fire by Xiao Ruofei in advance. Therefore, the possibility of leaving any clues was almost zero. Xiao Ruofei smiled easily and turned the key to start the pickup truck. After a while, the pickup truck disappeared at the end of the bumpy road. No one knew that he had been to Basoki. Of course, after the explosion, the news of the training camp being destroyed was bound to spread quickly. Xiao Ruofei did not intend to hide this, because even if he did not create an explosion, the entire training camp would become a dead place overnight, and the news would inevitably leak out. Therefore, all Xiao Ruofei could do was to find them one by one before the upper echelons of the Emodo organization realized the urgency of the situation, especially the leader of the organization, the mysterious Satan. After all, the biggest goal of Xiao Ruofei's trip was to find out whether the employer behind the attack on Song Qiming had been achieved. Right now, Xiao Ruofei was in a race against time. According to Xiao Ruofei's estimation, even if the people of the Emodo organization knew that the training camp had been destroyed, they would not immediately start hiding and fleeing. They would most likely try to find the initiator of the incident first and then carry out crazy revenge. This was only a training base for reserve personnel. The true strength of the Emodo organization was still the mercenary group and the shadow group in charge of assassination. Neither of these two forces were damaged, so the upper echelons of the Emodo organization would definitely not cower immediately. What Xiao Ruofei needed was this time difference. As he drove, he set up the navigation. Xiao Ruofei's next destination was the city of Zaha, located in the southeast of Arulay. According to the information provided by Morendo, the most trusted subordinate of the leader of the Emodo organization, Satan, was Viper Bok, who spent most of his time in this border city bordering Ethiopia. Bok was originally an Ethiopian, but because of his long criminal record, he had long been wanted by the Ethiopian police, so he would not easily enter Ethiopia. Instead, he lived in Zaha. There, Bok owned a huge manor and lived an extravagant life. Compared to the ordinary people of Arulay, it was a completely different world. The reason why Xiao Ruofei chose Viper Bok was naturally to force out the whereabouts of the leader of the Emodo organization, Satan, as soon as possible. According to Mirando's confession, the only person in the entire Emodo organization who might know the true identity and whereabouts of Satan was Boke. The remaining two counselors, Bassoon and Douglas, were probably similar to him. They did not know much about Satan's true identity. Although Bassoon, the Thai who controlled the shadow group, probably knew the mastermind behind the assassination of Song Chiming, Xia Ruofei still chose to find Satan through Boke first. If he knew that he could catch Satan, he would definitely not have to worry about not being able to find out the mastermind behind the Song Chiming incident. The sky gradually brightened. An old pickup truck full of wild graffiti sped towards the direction of the rising sun, bringing up a cloud of dust behind it. In the eastern suburbs of Zaha, a magnificent manor stood there, covering an area of 100 acres. Neatly trimmed green trees could be seen everywhere in the manor, and a castle-like building could be faintly seen amidst the crisscrossing shadows. In addition to this castle, there were many auxiliary buildings scattered around, forming a magnificent building complex together with the castle. The scenery in the manor was like a song. A small artificial lake was sparkling, and a group of swans leisurely swam in the lake. The footpath built of corrosive wood beside the lake was spotless, forming a sharp contrast with the dilapidated and bumpy appearance of most places in Arulai. It was like a pearl in the slums. In the garden behind the castle, a black man of about 40 years old was lying on a comfortable and soft recliner. He was wearing traditional Ethiopian clothes and a white sand horse draped over his body. He was the famous Viper Boke, the second in command of the Emodo organization. Boke was surrounded by 5 or 6 beautiful women. Only one of them was black, and the rest were blonde white women. The only black woman also had a delicate face and a slim figure. She was one of those rare black pearls. Boke appeared to be very leisurely, opening his mouth from time to time to eat the fruit fed to his mouth by the beautiful woman beside him. This was slightly different from Xia Ruofei's prediction. He originally thought that the news of the explosion in the training camp would quickly spread to the upper echelons of the Emodo organization, but they would not hide like frightened birds because of this incident. In fact, Boke had not received any news of the incident in the training camp until now. This was mainly due to the backwardness of Arulai. Xia Ruofei cleaned up the secret training camp very cleanly, and no fish escaped the net. Although the explosion caused a lot of noise, Arulai's media industry was quite backward, and the internet was only in its infancy. Such a big news had not appeared in the newspapers for several hours. The reason why the training camp was built in the town of Bosak was because the map was remote. Although there was an explosion in the training camp, the officials of Bosak did not dare to neglect it and immediately reported it according to the procedure. However, Arulai's sluggish administrative efficiency also caused the news to spread very slowly. Of course, the news was only a little delayed. What was to come would come in the end. Just as Boke was enjoying the fun of hugging left and right, his phone on the small table not far away rang urgently. The Black Beauty was obviously the most favored. Before Boke could speak, she stood up and took the phone and handed it to Boke with both hands. Boke smiled and patted the Black Beauty's body, then took the phone. After glancing at the caller ID, he immediately picked it up. "Boss? What's the matter?" The boss on the other end said something, and Boke suddenly sat up straight from the recliner. His expression became very serious, and he immediately waved at the beauties beside him. The beauties were very tactful. They knew that Boke did not want them to hear the content of the call, so they all walked out of the back garden. Seeing that the women had gone far, Boke hurriedly said, "Boss, how did this happen? Did those idiots set the gunpowder warehouse on fire? Where's Mirando? Such a big thing happened, he can't absolve himself of the blame." End of chapter 1306. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.